Reverend Insanity Chapter 382 to Chapter 433. A group of short red eggmen surrounded Feng Yuan and kept attacking. Huh? Is this heavenly demon an idiot? Why isn't he moving? If only heavenly demons were this stupid. Don't let your guard down, heavenly demons are extremely cunning, quickly kill him. Seeing that Feng Yuan was about to be killed, the red eggmen cheered in victory. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and engulfed Feng Yuan, surrounded. Feng Yuan, who was on the verge of death, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a group of extremely shocked red eggmen. When Feng Yuan woke up from the hazy darkness, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was a dark blue hall. The main hall was extremely simple and unadorned, and it was built with huge square copper bricks. Many of the bricks were covered with moss, showing the signs of time. Feng Yuan was lying in the middle of the hall, the copper brick floor on his back was cold. I've healed your injuries. A giant tortoise slowly opened its wrinkled eyelids and stared at Feng Yuan, who was at its feet. Feng Yuan slowly crawled up from the ground, first touched his body. Sure enough, his injuries were all healed. Then he looked around the hall, his expression calm. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant turtle in front of him. This giant turtle was as big as a house, its dark green shell was thick and hard. Its 4 limbs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers hanging down from its head. Feng Yuan looked at this giant turtle, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his smile became wider, and finally turned into laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter reverberated in the hall. He had taken the initiative to seek death, which was equivalent to abandoning the spring-autumn cicada. Relying only on his guesses and the information from his previous life, the risk was naturally great. It could be said that a single misstep would cause eternal regret. But the people of the demonic path had always been courageous, and were best at staking everything on one throw. Now that Feng Yuan had successfully reached the main hall, all the risks were worth it. After laughing heartily for a while, Feng Yuan stopped and said to the giant tortoise, "Earth Spirit Ba Gui, you have finally awakened from your slumber. You know me?" The giant tortoise's balanced voice wavered. There was a trace of doubt in his old eyes. "That's right. I know you, and I also know the secret of this paradise." Feng Yuan nodded and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals protect the blessed land. He fought against the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, but in the end, he perished in a calamity. After his death, his will combined with the heavenly power of the blessed land and formed the earth spirit. It's you, Ba Gui. As long as I complete his dying wish, I will become the new master of this blessed land. Am I right? Feng Yuan went straight to the point and was very frank and direct. Land spirit. Even though it was a Gu Immortal, it was no longer a human, it was a pure obsession. Using a term from Earth, it was an intelligent program. As long as he reached the land spirit's standard, he would be able to obtain its recognition and become the master of the blessed land. Therefore, Feng Yuan had directly said it. There would be no conspiracy between them. The giant tortoise nodded slowly. Yes. This obsession before death was the test of the blessed land. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the specific content of this test is to refine the second aperture Gu, right? Feng Yuan asked. In ancient times, strength path flourished. 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated the strength path. This blessed land's original owner was also a strength path Gu Immortal. He had developed the recipe of second aperture Gu. But at the last moment, he lost his life in the heavenly tribulation. After he died, this obsession turned into a land spirit. In other words, the giant tortoise in front of Feng Yuan. In order to fulfill this obsession, the giant tortoise had been painstakingly waiting. Unfortunately, as time passed, there was still no fated person who met the criteria. This fated person had to be a strength path Gu master, possess beast phantoms, and be strong to a certain extent. Secondly, this strength path Gu master had to be on the verge of death to obtain this opportunity. This was because the blessed land's original owner had a lot of unwillingness and resentment before his death. He did not want others to obtain his wealth so easily. But he also wanted to refine the second aperture Gu. Thus, he requested that this fated person be like him and experience death. Only those who were in the same predicament as him had the qualifications to obtain everything he had. However, as time passed, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations continued. The land spirit giant tortoise could not wait for a strength path goo that met the criteria. To save immortal essence, it could only helplessly choose to hibernate. The originally vast and boundless blessed land was worn down by the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The entire space was already less than 1% of its original size. One heavenly tribulation caused the blessed land to be riddled with holes. Thus, a loophole was created, and the blessed land formed a secret passage to the outside world. 3 wandering children came here, and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate. These were the famous 3 kings of the demonic path. After the 3 kings took their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live in seclusion. As time passed, they became more familiar with the blessed land, and were only a step away from rank 6. But in the end, the 3 did not break through. Before dying, they modified this place and turned it into the 3 kings' inheritance. The 3 kings were refinement path, fire path and enslavement path. None of them walked the strength path. The moment the modification started, the land spirit was awakened. It watched quietly and did not stop them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract a strength path goo master that met the requirements. When the 3 kings' inheritance opened, countless goo masters entered the blessed land, greatly increasing the immortal essence expenditure. When the blessed land faced the crisis of destruction, the giant tortoise also woke up from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. There were many strength path goo masters in the entire blessed land. But none could reach the land spirit's standard. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was the mainstream. But now, with the changes of the times, strength path was already on the verge of being eliminated. Goo masters who had true achievements in the strength path were even rarer. Hearing Fang Yuan mention the second aperture goo, land spirit Ba Gue was stunned. You know a lot. Although it was curious, it did not pursue the matter. To it had already found the fated person. Its next goal was to refine the second aperture goo. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the second aperture goo. Because the second aperture goo was not a mortal goo, but a rank 6 immortal goo, but Fang Yuan was mentally prepared and asked, second aperture goo, rank 6. Rank 5 mortal, rank 6 immortal. To refine an immortal goo, there is a basic requirement, that is immortal essence. The immortal essence in the blessed land. How much is left? The tortoise turned its body and looked towards the depths of the hall. The floor tiles suddenly split open, and a large bronze cauldron slowly rose up. Finally, the floor tiles closed, and the bronze cauldron was left in the hall. This cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and contained immortal essence. This immortal essence was like green water, sparkling and translucent, emitting a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence, only a shallow layer was left at the bottom of the cauldron. And as time passed, it was still slowly decreasing bit by bit. This was because the blessed land opened, and countless goo masters were exploring it, entering and exiting, expending immortal essence. However, this is already much better than the situation in my previous life. As long as I plan carefully. Fang Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence, his thoughts flashed like lightning. Previous life. 3 kings' inheritance opened, and the land spirit waited bitterly. But there was no fated person. At the middle to late stage, the land spirit finally found a qualified strength path goo master who was on the verge of death. This lucky person came from the demonic path, and survived a great calamity, gaining a blessing in disguise. However, he had no understanding of goo refinement, and died in the process of goo refinement. At the later stage, goo masters had a deep understanding of 3 kings' inheritance, and knew how to advance and retreat. They had more or less life-saving tokens that could allow them to escape at any time. At the final moment, the blessed land was extremely weak, and goo masters could use their own goo worms to fight and engage in a bloody battle. With a bloody battle, there would naturally be casualties. The land spirit finally found a chance, and selected several strength path goo masters. But by then, it was already too late. Immortal essence was severely insufficient, and the land spirit itself was extremely weak. it could not accomplish anything. Eventually, the blessed land continued to collapse, and the goo masters found this hall. They came here, fought with the land spirit, and crashed into the strength path goo master who was refining goo. Only then did everyone know that Xianxia Mountain's blessed land had such a huge secret. But by then, the immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was already dead. The goo refinement naturally ended in failure. And the legendary second aperture goo had not even appeared in the world, and regretfully became extinct. Second aperture goo, it can allow a goo master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot knows the value of this goo. I have a great aptitude now, and one aperture has 90% primeval essence. If I can have a second aperture, I will have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I will have double the recovery speed, and can even nurture a second set of goo worms. My battle strength will definitely soar, and it can be said to be an unprecedented record. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the number one person among the same rank. Fang Yuan was inwardly excited. But refining this immortal goo was extremely difficult. It was not an easy task. Even Taimu Bai was dumbfounded by this. But to Fang Yuan, it was a different situation. Firstly, he was a rank 6 goo immortal in his previous life. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, he also successfully refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, and had precious experience in refining immortal goo. Secondly, ever since Three Kings' Inheritance opened, he had been making arrangements. He challenged strength path goo masters everywhere, and eliminated competitors. Xianxia, Century Boy and others were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life. But now, they all died in Fang Yuan's hands. Finally, he had the land spirit's help. In his previous life, when the land spirit met the first lucky child, it was already very weak. Towards the end, it was extremely weak, and was actually killed by a group of mortals. But now was different. Fang Yuan sought death, and came early. He definitely received great help from the land spirit. Back then, that goo immortal had already made ample preparations to refine the goo. With this foundation, I have at least 50% confidence in refining the goo. Soon, Fang Yuan calmed down. The second aperture goo was only a hope. To realize it, it required planning and hard work. Refining second aperture goo, regardless of success or failure, will consume most of the immortal essence. Without celestial core power, I won't be able to defend against the upcoming earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. In other words, even if I become the blessed land's master, this blessed land can no longer be saved. I have to give it up. So, the second aperture goo is my greatest gain from this trip. However, the entire matter was not as simple as it seemed. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing a very complicated situation. When refining second aperture goo, the remaining immortal essence would rapidly decrease, the blessed land would weaken greatly, and the land spirit's help would also decrease. At the same time, he had to consider the goo masters in the blessed land. If they found this hall, they would attack together like in his previous life and destroy the goo refinement operation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and after thinking for a while, he took the initiative to request, "Land Spirit, tell me the second aperture goo's refinement recipe." The Earth Spirit, Ba Gue, nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "Then listen carefully. The following is the complete content of the secret recipe. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron. Jade bones into petals, ice muscles into stems, and the heart of the flower was a golden relic. The dazzling sparks converged into a plain of ice and snow. Below it was the yang cloud that raised the fire like a pill. Above it was the yin cloud that dropped the sand like gold. In the middle of the sky, the shadows of beasts were added until lightning and thunder struck. The power of the beasts was born in the placenta, and it could gather people's acupoints. Wild grass was flourishing, and blood chi was like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. His divine armament was limitless, and he roamed the wilderness. The third watch, the third watch, the third watch, the ninth watch. 9 was the extreme. Mission accomplished. The secret recipe was rich in content and had close to 10,000 words. The more Fang Yuan listened, the more solemn his expression became. Refining this second aperture goo required over 1,000 steps. The early stage involved over 100 kinds of materials, the middle stage used large amounts of rank 4 and rank 5 goo worms. It was even more difficult, he actually needed to use another rank 6 immortal goo. Not good, the difficulty of refining second aperture goo is too high. It's much higher than I estimated. The information from my previous life only talked about the first half of the secret recipe, and it was mixed with a lot of misunderstandings from the people involved. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he originally had 50% confidence. After listening to the secret recipe, only about 30% remained. You don't have to worry too much. In this hall, there are already large amounts of materials and goo worms specially prepared for refining the second aperture goo. As the land spirit spoke, the entire hall was suffused with a dark green light. Amidst the brilliant radiance, the engravings on the surface of the hall protruded out of the bricks and materialized. This surprised Fang Yuan. This is clearly a storage method. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Sigh. Many of the ancient methods have been destroyed in the River of Light and Yin. There were all kinds of materials, dazzling him. There were at least 5,000 goo worms, ranging from rank 1 to rank 5. Among them, there were more than 600 rank 4 goo and more than 80 rank 5 goo. Rank 5 goo worms were extremely rare in the outside world, but in this hall, there were nearly 100 of them. And the expensive rank 4 goo worms in the market seemed to have become commonplace goods in this place. So much quality. There are also many goo that I have never seen before. If I get these strength path goo worms, my battle strength will definitely rise by 10 times. There are also more than 10 yellow gold relic goo and 8 purple crystal relic goo. If I use them, my cultivation will reach rank 5 peak stage in an instant. Fang Yuan looked at these rank 4 and 5 goo worms and wanted to give up on refining the second aperture goo and directly swallow these goo worms. But this impulse was quickly dispelled by him. With the land spirit guarding him, these goo could only be used to refine the second aperture goo, he could not use them for himself. Moreover, if the second aperture goo was refined successfully, it would be of great help to him in the future, and would even be greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan when he reached rank 6. The second aperture goo was a long-term investment. Especially after reaching rank 6, the profits would soar to the skies. There is still an extremely crucial goo worm, Ba Gue said as he opened his eyes and mobilized the hall with all his strength. The green light in the hall rose to an oppressive level. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron also started to be consumed bit by bit. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and saw that there was an immortal goo trapped in this green light. It was like a round precious jade, the entire body of the jade was orange-yellow, and there was a lump of purple smoke in the middle of the treasure cloud. This smoke was constantly changing, sometimes it turned into a flying horse, sometimes it turned into an immortal crane, sometimes it turned into a flying nimbus cloud, and sometimes it turned into a white thunderbolt. Along with its appearance, a strong aroma of wine filled the entire hall. Fang Yuan took a few breaths and felt a wave of intoxication, his eyes were hazy and his head was dizzy, he quickly held his breath. This is the rank 6 immortal goo divine travel. The land spirit introduced. Divine travel goo, Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes, his gaze did not move as he stared at this goo. Divine travel goo was very mysterious and also very legendary, it was first seen in was the #1 classic of the goo path. It sounded like a story at first reading, but it actually had a deep meaning, it recorded ancient secrets and contained all kinds of goo. Some goo were directly described, like wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. But some goo were subtly pointed out, the description was very vague. It required the reader to dig deeper and research. In Divine Travel Goo first appeared beside Verdant Great Sunday. Verdant Great Sun drank the 4 types of top-quality wine in the world, the alcohol in his stomach condensed into Divine Travel Goo. Divine Travel Goo could bring a person to roam the world, there was no place they could not go. Verdant Great Sun suffered a lot from Divine Travel Goo, he was brought to many dangerous situations by Divine Travel Goo and narrowly escaped death several times. Although Divine Travel Goo is one of the 4 great movement goo, it is very effective, but its flaw is too big, who would dare to use it? Even Verdant Great Sun had to refine Divine Travel Goo into fixed immortal travel goo in the end. No wonder the original owner of this blessed land wanted to turn this goo into second aperture goo. This fixed immortal travel goo was also one of the 4 great movement immortal goo. It could bring a person to the place they wanted to go, no matter where they were. It could bring people to the place they wanted to go, regardless of the ends of the earth. But the premise was, one must have a concrete impression of this place in one's mind. If there was a huge change in this location, he would use fixed immortal travel goo. They would also fail. Fang Yuan thought about it and understood this strength path goo immortal of the olden antiquity era. Divine travel goo, although it was a rank 6 goo, every time it was used, there was a huge risk. Although it was rank 6, its practical value was very low. Thus, Verdant Great Sun turned it into fixed immortal travel goo. And this ancient strength path goo master wanted to use it to refine the second aperture goo. Land Spirit Tyrant Tortoise General Divine Travel Goo. When do you plan to start the refinement process? There's no hurry. Let me study this secret recipe first. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Man is the most intelligent of all creatures. Goo was the essence of heaven and earth. After a goo master's cultivation reaches a high level. That is, when a goo master uses a goo, it is not purely treating the goo worm as a tool. Instead, it was a way to understand the world. Goo worms are the carriers of the laws of the Great Tao. Goo refinement was not just a random guess, it was based on the understanding of the laws. A recipe was not only about goo refinement, but also the researcher's understanding of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could learn from this recipe. He could learn a lot of the exploration and understanding of this blessed land's original owner, the ancient strength path goo master. Comparing it with himself, deepening his understanding of the Great Tao, it was definitely a great benefit. Goo masters are born with only one aperture. To have a second aperture, this is truly going against heaven. No wonder divine travel goo is needed. After a long while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, having a deep understanding of the entire goo refinement process. Land Spirit, start the goo refinement, he said. Okay. Land Spirit immediately agreed, and brought 2 materials and a goo worm to Fang Yuan. The first material was green marsh rotten soil, collected from 1,000 feet underground in a poisonous swamp. It was extremely poisonous. Even if Fang Yuan touched it, within a few breaths, his entire arm would be rotted by the poison. The second material was a handful of blood-red powder. It had a huge origin. It was the blood of 8 types of immemorial desolate beasts, mixed together, solidified and ground into powder. But that goo worm was common. Fang Yuan had come into contact with it at Qingmao Mountain. It was a earth treasury flower goo. Earth treasury flower was a storage goo. The flower wine monk planted it in a cave, storing several goo worms, which were eventually obtained by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, with the land spirit's help, mixed the green marsh rotten soil and 8 desolate blood powder together. After mixing into a uniform soil, he tried to plant the earth treasury flower goo. Once the earth treasury flower goo entered it, it would wither and die. Whether it was the poison in the green marsh rotten soil or the ferocious blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder, it was hard for the earth treasury flower to endure. However, Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, and was not discouraged. The land spirit took out another earth treasury flower goo, and he planted it. That strength path goo immortal from the olden antiquity era had already predicted the possibility of failure in every step, thus he had ample backup. After several failures, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in planting the earth treasury flower goo. The poison in the green marsh rotten soil and the blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder formed a subtle balance, thus causing the earth treasury flower goo to mutate. This was the first step of the recipe: rotten soil blood powder and earth treasury flower. Next was jade bone into petals, ice muscles into stems, golden relic and flower heart. This required the use of jade bone goo, ice muscles goo and yellow gold relic goo. It required the goo master's proficient goo refinement skills. The third step, dazzling starfire, gather ice and snow to form plains, was easily misunderstood as starfire goo and snowfield goo. If so, it would result in insufficient firepower. Actually, these 2 phrases had to be understood together. The true answer was to use starfire prairie goo and gather together with snowfield goo, only then could balance be achieved. Fang Yuan followed the prescribed order and implemented them one by one. At the 4th step, below is yang cloud raising fire like a pill, above is yin cloud falling sand like gold. This was a test of his multitasking ability. Fang Yuan first used Yang Cloud Goo, then used Pill Fire Goo. Next, he used Yin Cloud Goo, then used Golden Sand Goo. Yin and Yang clouds, one above and one below, mixed with the smoke from the previous steps. Orange-yellow spheres of Dan fire rose from the Yang clouds one by one. Golden sand fell from the Yin cloud like a hazy drizzle. Yin above and Yang below, reverse balance, this is the crucial point. Go, White Elephant Phantom. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he activated all-out effort Goo. A white elephant phantom appeared above his head. The white elephant phantom crashed into the Yin and Yang clouds. The Yin and Yang clouds suffered the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. With a soft explosion, the white elephant phantom turned into a ball of white light, spinning in the air. Again, Black Python Phantom. Fang Yuan pointed, sacrificing another beast phantom. The black python entered and quickly turned into a black light, coiling around the white light as the two continued to tangle. Stone Tortoise Phantom, Steed Phantom. Two beast phantoms flew out from Fang Yuan's body. The four beast phantoms tangled with each other, forming a colorful whirlpool, but it was still a step away from success. Strange. Why haven't they fused yet? Fang Yuan felt strange, he had encountered his first obstacle. The colorful whirlpool became smaller and smaller under the friction of the pill fire and golden sand, the various auras could not fuse. Seeing that he was about to fail, Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, don't tell me, he started to control the four beast phantoms. White Elephant Phantom, simple and honest. Black Python Phantom, cold in entanglement. Stone Tortoise Phantom, thick like a mountain. Steed Phantom, galloping like flying. These four beast phantoms were just tangling with each other before. Now, under Fang Yuan's control, they displayed their charm and true meaning. Rumble, a thunderous explosion occurred, and a change occurred. The Yin and Yang clouds moved, the Yin cloud sank and the Yang cloud rose, the two joined into one. The clouds surged and mixed endlessly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled continuously. So it was like this. No wonder it requires a strength path Goo Master. Just having the beast phantoms is not enough. The Goo Master needs to experience the true meaning of their respective beast phantoms before they can start fusing. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, understanding inwardly. Crack crack, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sounds were like war drums, becoming more and more concentrated. Finally, they reached their limit and connected into one. Bam bam bam, amidst the continuous explosions, the clouds completely fused into one, and suddenly exploded. A strong gust of wind blew, and the clouds and smoke dispersed. Only one Goo was left in the air. This Goo was rank 5 and was shaped like a disc. Its surface was rough like the embryo of weeds. Disc shown inside, there was a fierce beast with a horse head, elephant tusks, tortoise body, and snake tail. This is the beast strength placenta Goo. Fang Yuan's mind relaxed when he saw this Goo, and immediately fell asleep. He had spent 5 days and 5 nights on this Goo refinement. During this period, he did not sleep or rest, multitasking, his mind was exhausted to the extreme. This sleep lasted for an entire day and night. Fang Yuan woke up. He rubbed the beast strength placenta Goo, recalling the recipe. Below it is the Yang cloud that raises fire like a pill, above it is the Yin cloud that drops sand like gold, adding beast phantoms in the middle until lightning flashes and the beast strength placenta is born, gathering the apertures. Next is gathering the apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Ba Gui, it is time. Ba Gui was straightforward, alright, I can teleport you to any place in the blessed land. Saying so, a large map appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes, along with all kinds of images, showing the blessed land's scenery. Goo masters, hairy men, dogs, and beasts, everything was clear. This is the place. Fang Yuan searched and pointed at a place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. It's you. Tai Mu Bai was searching for the inheritance. Seeing Fang Yuan suddenly appear, he was slightly shocked. But he quickly calmed down and was about to say something, but Fang Yuan was in a rush. He waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Slap. Tai Mu Bai's head exploded like a watermelon after being whipped by the rock crocodile's tail. He was dead. After killing Tai Mu Bai, Fang Yuan immediately went to his headless corpse and grabbed his arm, sending his consciousness into his aperture. The aperture's walls were transparent like crystals, the vast primeval essence sea was surging with waves. Rank 5 Gu Masters possessed purple crystal primeval essence. Primary stage was light purple true essence, middle stage was bright purple true essence, high stage was deep purple true essence, and peak stage was crystal purple true essence. Taimu Bai was a rank 5 peak stage Gu Master, his primeval essence was sparkling and translucent, as if a crystal had melted into liquid. Within its deep beauty was incomparable strength. The gap between rank 5 peak stage and rank 4 upper stage was huge. Such a huge quintessential essence sea was at least 98%. Even 100 Fang Yuans couldn't compare to it. In the purple crystal primeval sea, there were still Gu worms flying around. A small golden hand danced in the air above the sea like a streak of golden light. This was Taimu Bai's vital Gu, the rank 5 Gu worm he had used when fighting Ku Mo and Wu Gui on San Cha Mountain. Touch Gold Gu. The dot gold Gu was extremely powerful, any living being that was hit by it would turn into pure gold and lose their life. Even Ku Mo and Wu Gui didn't dare to face them head-on. Even rank 4 peak stage experts like Yi Hua and Kong Ri Tian did not dare to continue watching, they took the initiative to retreat. This was Taimu Bai's strongest long-range attack. If Fang Yuan were to fight from afar, the beast phantoms that relied on his strength would turn into golden statues the moment they were hit by the golden light. Fang Yuan could no longer retrieve it. Besides the click gold Gu, there was also a golden undercurrent flowing at the bottom of the purple crystal sea. This undercurrent was like water melted by gold, flowing freely at the bottom of the sea. This was the golden soup Gu, similarly a rank 5 Gu. Once activated, its defense was extremely strong and could resolve the Gu Master's worries. What was even better was, it was liquid and could change its shape at will. Even if they were scattered, they could gather again like water, making them extremely difficult to deal with. If Taimu Bai activated Gold Soup Gu, even if Fang Yuan used his full strength, he would not be able to break this defense. In the Amethyst Sea, there was another eyeball. It looked small and inconspicuous, but from time to time, it would release a dazzling golden light. It was even more dazzling than the stars. This was Vajra's Furious Gaze Gu. It was also rank 5, but it was not used for scouting, it was an offensive Gu. After the Gu Master activates it, the formless gaze would have the ability to attack, like a giant pestle striking one's heart. Once their eyes met, he could directly attack his opponent's soul. This Gu was hidden by Taimu Bai, even when he fought Ku Mo and Wu Gui, he did not use it. Once it was used, it would be a direct contest of souls between the two Gu Masters, victory and defeat would be decided immediately, it was a trump card. Taimu Bai had used many Gu worms to strengthen his soul foundation. As for Fang Yuan, he walked with strength. It didn't benefit his soul at all. If Taimu Bai used the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu, he only needed to exchange a glance with Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan's soul would probably scatter. To use this Vajra Glare Gu, he also had to work with the golden eyes. Using an ordinary eye would cause one to go blind if one were to recklessly use it. He could only use the 2 golden eye Gu to remove his eyes. Only by transforming it into golden eyes could he safely use the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu. Obviously, since Taimu Bai had the Vajra Furious Gaze Gu, his eyes were naturally golden eyes. Just like how Fang Yuan had transformed his skin into bronze skin, and his bones into essence iron bones. Other than these 3 rank 5 Gu, Taimu Bai's body also had 4 rank 4 Gu worms. Golden Dragon Gu, Golden Wind Refreshing Gu, Golden Coat Gu, Golden Aurora Gu, all of them were extraordinary, and were the best of the Metal Path Gu worms. These Gu worms were all taken out by Fang Yuan. After confirming there were no other Gu worms on Taimu Bai's body, Fang Yuan took out the Beast Strength Placenta Gu, and activated it on Taimu Bai's abdomen. Taimu Bai had lost his life, and his aperture was slowly shrinking. Now that the Beast Strength Placenta Gu sucked, the aperture was pulled out of Taimu Bai's body, falling into the placenta, and was devoured by the fierce beast at the center. After devouring the aperture, the coarse Beast Strength Placenta Gu suddenly became shiny and glossy. Originally, it was like an embryo made from yellow mud, with large pores on the surface. But now, it had also changed, becoming dense and thick, like a brick. This beast strength placenta goo was an idea of the blessed land's original owner, and was used like this. Continuously absorbing a goo master's aperture, and slowly accumulating it, a qualitative change would occur. To refine the second aperture goo, the aperture was naturally the main material. The beast strength placenta goo refined was used to devour other people's apertures. Slaughtering all living beings to help oneself, this action was already on the demonic path. It could be imagined that the ancient strength path goo immortals were not good people. If others used this beast strength placenta goo, they might feel a mental burden. But when Feng Yuan used it, he had a clear conscience, without any uneasiness. In his previous life, to refine the spring-autumn cicada, he had slaughtered thousands of li, blood flowed like a river, and caused endless bloodshed. Who knew how many people he had killed? So what if he killed a few goo masters now? Good, good, good. This beast strength placenta goo, after absorbing Tai Mu Bai's aperture, has already raised the second aperture goo's aptitude to 40%. Not bad, not bad. This is the accumulation of quantity, in exchange for a breakthrough in quality. It contains the truth of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. To transcend mortality and become an immortal goo, how can there be no price? Back then when I refined the spring-autumn cicada and slaughtered millions, it was also because of this. The better the number of apertures I devour, the better the aptitude of the second aperture goo will be. Next, I still need to kill goo masters, go on a killing spree, and use their apertures to raise my beast strength placenta goo. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Feng Yuan carefully inspected the beast strength placenta goo, and was overjoyed, raising his head and laughing loudly. Why did he slaughter the Tai clan group? It was to infuriate Tai clan, and attract a rank 5 goo master. The arrival of a rank 5 goo master would destroy the balance, and cause a chain reaction, attracting even more rank 5 goo masters. These rank 5 goo masters, rank 4 goo masters, they are all my prey. Help me refine the second aperture goo. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. All the arrangements, years of painstaking planning, all the risks he took, were starting to materialize now. This was so carefree, so comfortable. Feng Yuan laughed loudly, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and demonic fire surged in his eyes. In terms of true battle strength, the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai was 100 times stronger than Feng Yuan, not to mention anything else, just the click gold goo. Once Feng Yuan was hit, he would die. There was no way to survive. Even if Tai Mu Bai only used rank 4 goo, his rank 5 peak stage crystal purple primeval essence was not something Feng Yuan's mere yellow gold primeval essence could compare to. But, in the Three Kings' inheritance, goo masters were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to use their goo worms, and at the same time, their defenses were reduced to nothing, becoming extremely weak. But Feng Yuan was different, he had the land spirit's help. What was the land spirit? It was the owner of the blessed land. With its support, Feng Yuan could be considered in the Three Kings' inheritance. He could also use his own goo worms. And Tai Mu Bai had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and a powerful set of goo worms, but he could not use them. In front of Feng Yuan, he was a live target, a meat chicken. Peeling off all his defenses. He was as weak as a baby. He could not use a single metal path goo worm, he could not even self-detonate. He had painstakingly accumulated this set of goo worms for his entire life, but now it was all for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai, and kept his goo worms into his aperture. The rank 6 spring-autumn cicada's pressure could at most suppress rank 4 goo worms. Originally, Feng Yuan could not suppress these 3 rank 5 goo. But the environment here was special. The goo worms were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to move. Under Feng Yuan's primeval essence refinement, they obediently submitted, changing owners. Good. You took out a rank 5 peak stage aperture. This way, the second aperture goo's aptitude has risen to 40%. But take note, in order to transport you, I expended a lot of immortal essence. I used a lot of immortal essence to support you, the land spirit's voice suddenly sounded. It warned Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn. I expected this. He sneered, his eyes shining brightly, and his tone was filled with the aura of a strategist. He continued, Ba Gue, you have been asleep for too long, the blessed land has already been modified by the Three Kings, you have lost too much control. Even if you are the spirit of the blessed land and can restore these modifications, you will need to use a large amount of immortal essence, and there is not much immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. If we split the primeval essence at the bottom of the cauldron into 16 portions, then the expenditure earlier would be half of it. Bagui was dazed for a moment, before transmitting, "You are right, that is indeed the case. You actually calculated the expenditure of immortal essence so accurately. Your performance has made me look at you in a different light." Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, he knew the usage of immortal essence like the back of his hand. Making accurate calculations was as easy as flipping his palm. "I have estimated, out of the 16 portions of immortal essence, at least 8 should be used to refine the second aperture Gu. Out of the remaining 8, 4 will be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. To kill Gu masters, at least 3 portions will be needed. If there is less than 1 portion left, I will keep it as a backup to deal with sudden situations." But Bagui said, "Young man, you are wrong this time. Refining immortal Gu requires at least 10 portions of primeval essence. But to support the 3 kings' inheritance, you only need 2 portions. When you kill enough, I will close the entire blessed land." "No, I am not wrong." Feng Yuan shook his head. "Refining the second aperture Gu, although it consumes immortal essence, we can use Yuan stone to replace some of the steps. This way, we can save 2 portions of immortal essence. Moreover, you cannot close the inheritance now, you have to keep the entrance open." "Why?" Land Spirit asked. Feng Yuan answered, "Because once you close the inheritance, the matter of me killing rank 5 Gu masters will be exposed. At that time, such a change will attract even stronger enemies. Even if you close the blessed land, you cannot expel the Gu masters left in the inheritance. Because the 3 kings are modifying the blessed land, you will need to expend a lot of immortal essence to expel them. Immortal essence is already insufficient, every portion is important, it is a necessity for the Gu refinement. At the later stages of the Gu refinement, the immortal essence will dwindle, the blessed land will be on the verge of collapsing and full of loopholes. It is useless to close the blessed land, your strength will also weaken, the hall will definitely be discovered. At that time, we will be besieged by Gu masters, the Gu refinement is likely to fail." After a moment of silence, the land spirit transmitted, "You are right. However, your method also has its drawbacks and flaws. If you use Yuan stone to replace immortal essence, you will need at least 30 million Yuan stone. Do you have so many Yuan stone on you?" Feng Yuan laughed loudly. "I only have 1,000,000 Yuan stone on me, of course it is not enough. But don't worry, there are other Gu masters. Especially rank 4 and 5 Gu masters, they are definitely rich. After killing them, would we still need to worry about Yuan stone?" The battle between the hounds was over. Steel Armor Dog Group's defense is really strong. Rank 5 Demonic Path Great Gu Master Ku Mo looked at the hundreds of steel armor dogs around him, feeling gratified. The Iron Armor Dog's entire body was covered in thick and dark leather armor, as if it was made of iron. They were the dogs with the most outstanding defense in the first 50 rounds of King Quan inheritance. Just a moment ago, the skeleton demon commanded the dogs and won a great victory. His battle results were even more fruitful. He used Dog Enslavement Gu to recruit a Blue-Eye Dog King as his subordinate. This Blue-Eye Dog King was not only a 100-beast king, it also had a wild Gu worm that countered the Ing dogs. My last failure was because I met a Ing dog. Ordinary dogs cannot kill this intangible body, but with the Blue-Eye Dog King, the Ing dogs have nothing to fear. This was only the 18th round of King Quan inheritance, but Ku Mo already had a Dog King and large numbers of steel armor dogs. He was a rank 5 Gu master after all, his actions were extraordinary. At the same time, his luck was really good. King Quan inheritance was like this, it required luck the most among the 3 kings' inheritances. With good luck and deep accumulation, it was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger, making it easier to pass the rounds in the middle and later stages. I failed last time and only got to the 68th round, I am too embarrassed to tell others about this result. Today, my luck changed for the better, with such a good start. But I cannot be careless, Tai Mu Bai chose King Xian inheritance this time. I heard he got to the 80th round last time. Thinking of Tai Mu Bai, Kumo's heart became heavy. He knew he was not Tai Mu Bai's match in a one-on-one fight. Thus, when he chose to enter the inheritance, he avoided Tai Mu Bai and chose King Quan inheritance. In fact, among the three kings' inheritances, King Xian inheritance's early stages were the easiest. Gu masters could use words to disturb hairy men. This would allow them to win without a fight. As for this trick, it was naturally spread by Feng Yuan. Ku Mo thought for a while, before calming his emotions and making use of his time to continue. But at this time, space broke in front of him, and an unfamiliar young man appeared. Eh? Who is it? Ku Mo was shocked. He had challenged the Three Kings' inheritance many times. He had a deep understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. But the scene in front of him had really happened, and he was shocked beyond belief. It was Feng Yuan. When he heard Ku Mo's shout, he laughed. Who is it? The one who wants your life. With that said, he activated the golden dragon Gu. The golden dragon suddenly appeared. Growl. Its whiskers fluttered in the wind, its eyes were wide open, and its 4 claws were ferocious and terrifying. When Ku Mo saw this, he was so scared that he almost *T himself. He roared in disbelief. How is this possible? You can actually use Gu worms? How is this possible? At the moment of life and death, he shuddered and quickly activated his Gu worms. But there was no response. Roar, the golden dragon pounced over and swiped with its claw. Almost his entire upper body was crushed. The dignified Ku Mo, an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation, a veteran great master of the demonic path, had died just like that. When he died, he didn't even have time to use his life-saving token. Of course, under the control of the land spirit, even if he used the badge, it would be useless. The golden dragon Gu's attacks are indeed domineering. But its style is crude and hard to control. Feng Yuan savored it. He had only wanted to crush Ku Mo's head, but in the end, Ku Mo's upper body was crushed as well, causing his heart to jump. Thankfully, his aperture was near his belly button and was not damaged. Feng Yuan stepped forward, his consciousness entering his aperture and searching for Gu worms. Ku Mo had 8 Gu worms. But there was only one rank 5 Gu, called soft bone Gu. It was extremely sinister. This Gu could soften the bones of all living beings within a range of 50 li. Even if Feng Yuan turned all his bones into essence iron bones, he would be restrained and would turn into mud sooner or later. By then, Feng Yuan would have no way to retaliate. Without the support of his bones, he would be like a pile of mud, lying on the ground. His organs would be squeezed together, his blood vessels and muscles would be in a mess. Without needing anyone to make a move, he would die in no time. As for the other 7 Gu, they were all rank 4. These Gu were related to Bone Path. There was no lack of high-quality ones. Unfortunately, I do not have a deep understanding of Bone Path. I can at most make a temporary appearance. If I truly inherit this set of Gu, the battle strength I can display will not even be half of Ku Mo's. I should keep it for now. Feng Yuan thought. At Ku Mo's level, the Gu set he created would definitely suit his personality and fighting style. It would represent his understanding of Bone Path, battle, and Gu masters. Feng Yuan was most proficient in Blood Path. In his previous life, he had benefited from the Blood Sea inheritance. He relied on Blood Path to establish his career. His understanding of Blood Path was extremely deep. If Ku Mo was a Blood Path Gu master, the situation would be different. After taking all of Ku Mo's Gu worms, Feng Yuan activated Beast Strength Placenta Gu and devoured his aperture. Beast Strength Placenta Gu was nourished and improved again. Its surface was like a brick, but now it had a layer of glossy luster. The surface became smooth like a rough ceramic. The pitiful Ku Mo was a formidable character. He was a lone cultivator and had to fight alone. He grasped many fortuitous encounters in his life, adding on his hard work. He went through many difficulties to reach this step. But in the end, he died, and all his hard work was absorbed by Feng Yuan. A great rank 5 Gu master fell from his peak, becoming a stepping stone for Feng Yuan. It is a pity dog enslavement Gu cannot be recycled, otherwise these dogs could be used by me. Feng Yuan looked at the dog group regretfully, before vanishing. A fierce battle was going on. Wu Gui commanded the Chrysanthemum Akita dogs, fighting with a large group of lightning symbol dogs. Chrysanthema Makita dogs were extremely united. The more they had, the greater their battle strength. But Wugui's luck was not good. He only had 40 or so Chrysanthema Makita dogs. He sent these dogs to the front line, concentrating on controlling them. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs were facing 5 times their number of lightning symbol dogs. They were all injured, but did not die. Mutual protection and exquisite coordination showed Wugui's great talent in beast enslavement. Many years ago, Wugui was an enslavement path Gu master. Later, he lacked resources. He could only change paths. Swoosh. Fang Yuan appeared, standing behind Wugui. Wugui was controlling the Chrysanthema Makita dogs with all his might, but did not sense Fang Yuan's arrival. If it was in the past, if he could use investigative Gu, the moment Fang Yuan appeared, he would kill him. But in this Gu immortal blessed land, he was immortal, and could only use dog enslavement Gu and other Gu. Even if his body was modified, it was weakened to nothing. Of course, this was also because Wugui was concentrating on controlling the dogs to fight. Fang Yuan did not waste any words. He waved his hand, and a bone spear flew out. Poochie, with a soft sound, the bone spear was like a spear. It directly pierced Wugui's heart, and the sharp tip of the bone spear stabbed into the ground. Wugui's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Suffering such a fatal attack made him extremely shocked and confused. "Who killed me?" he mumbled, as blood flowed out of his mouth. He slowly turned his head, trying to see the killer's face. But in the end, he lost all signs of life halfway. Wugui's whole body suddenly collapsed. Like a pile of mud, he hung on the bone spear. This great demonic expert, who was even more experienced than Tai Mu Bai, who had been famous for over 200 years, died just like that. When he died, his eyes were wide open, trying to see the killer who killed him. But this extremely simple wish was not fulfilled. The great Wugui died with everlasting regret. His death. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs that lost their master's control were immediately drowned by the lightning symbol dogs. The lightning symbol dogs roared. They pounced towards Fang Yuan. Howl! Fang Yuan waved his hand, and the golden dragon appeared again, slaughtering these lightning symbol dogs that did not know life from death. Fang Yuan quickly went to Wugui's corpse, and did the same thing. He first took his Gu worms, and then used beast strength placenta Gu to devour his aperture. Wugui had a rank 5 Gu in his hands. It was oval, like a black rainflower stone. But there were 7 white lines on the surface, and it had a strange and sinister style. It was the Crow 7 Gu. Once this Gu was activated, it would emit black smoke. Any Gu worm below rank 6 would be contaminated by this black smoke, and would be sealed to varying degrees, and their power would be greatly reduced. As for the other Gu worms, there were 8 or 9, all rank 4. But they involved many paths, and were rather messy, unlike Kumo's and Tai Mu Bai's Gu worms. Wugui's Gu worms, although can form an exquisite combination, are not a set. The reason why he could rampage in southern border is mainly because of the Crow 7 Gu. There was no doubt that the Crow 7 Gu was an extremely useful rank 5 Gu. Fang Yuan obtained the Crow 7 Gu, and was extremely happy. He placed the Crow 7 Gu into his aperture, but the other rank 4 Gu could only be kept in his pocket. His aperture was filled with many Gu worms. Among them, there were 5 rank 5 Gu worms, and there was no lack of rank 4 Gu worms. Thus, the pressure on the aperture was huge. Of course, the most important thing was the spring-autumn cicada. This rank 6 Gu was gradually recovering, and was exerting great pressure on Fang Yuan's aperture. The flow of time in the blessed land is 3 times that of the outside world, and it can speed up the spring-autumn cicada's recovery. I need to hurry and refine the second aperture Gu as soon as possible. With the second aperture, I can greatly reduce the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada. To Fang Yuan, the situation was extremely urgent. He not only had to refine the second aperture Gu, he also had to guard against the huge internal threat of the spring-autumn cicada. At the same time, in the later stages of the Gu refinement, the blessed land would be full of loopholes, and it would be connected to the outside world, and could be attacked by many Gu masters. At that time, the land spirit would be extremely weak, and could not be relied on, and that would be the most dangerous moment for Fang Yuan. The refinement of the second aperture Gu gets more difficult as it goes on. Especially that last step, I need to use divine travel goo, and I need to concentrate with all my concentration, or my own safety will be in great danger. The lesson of Wu Gui's blood was just now, and Fang Yuan had to be on guard. But his situation was different from Wu Gui's. I still have a chess piece, and that is by Ning Bing. She has used the poison Bao Gu, and can be trusted. It seems that at the final moment, I still need to rely on her to protect me. Thinking so, Fang Yuan suddenly disappeared, and appeared in front of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing saw Fang Yuan appear out of nowhere, and stared in shock. By now, Gu masters had a very thorough understanding of the Three Kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing was beside Fang Yuan, and had a deeper understanding of Three Kings' inheritance than others. But because of this deep understanding, Bai Ningbing was even more shocked. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance seemed simple, but it had a shocking meaning. Bai Ningbing, do you still remember our agreement? I wonder if you still need Yanggu now. Fang Yuan did not talk about how he appeared, and instead stared at Bai Ningbing with his hands behind his back, his eyes eerie and unfathomable. Humph, you already know the answer. Bai Ningbing snorted, her blue eyes squinting. She knew Fang Yuan would not speak without thinking. He definitely had a reason. It seems you need my help. Just say it. Don't hide anything, otherwise I will not help. Fang Yuan laughed, not moved. Back then in Shangclan City, you and I made a vow, if one is in danger, the other must help. I will tell you the truth, not long later, I will be attacked by Gu masters. I need you to protect me while I refine Gu. Attacked by Gu masters? There are so many Gu masters who want to kill you, I am not surprised. But you want to refine Gu, what Gu? Fang Yuan was very straightforward this time, and directly told her the whole matter. This was a huge matter, he needed Bai Ningbing's full cooperation. This matter could not be concealed. Bai Ningbing was not so easy to fool. If there was a misunderstanding because of the concealment, and the refinement failed, it would be a huge loss. What? This Gu immortal blessed land spirit is still alive? You want to refine an immortal Gu? You're too bold. You're courting your own death. Wait a minute. What did you say? You killed Taimu Bai, Wu Gue, and Ku Mo? Fang Yuan made it short, and with just a few sentences, there was too much information, giving Bai Ningbing a huge impact on her soul. She felt like she was listening to a story. Fang Yuan didn't try to argue with him. Instead, he took out his spoils of war. These Gu worms. Bai Ningbing looked at the Gu worms Fang Yuan took out and was dumbfounded, completely losing her composure. These Gu worms were genuine. This is the best proof. Did you really kill Taimu Bai and the others? Bai Ningbing stared at Fang Yuan, her shock evident on her face. What kind of person was Taimu Bai? He was the previous clan leader of the southern border super clan, the Tai clan. He was a proud son of the heavens. He was born with outstanding talent, and his temperament was even more unwavering and unyielding. His life's achievements were glorious. He was also talented and had researched many metal path Gu worm tactics, causing countless enemies to tremble in fear. When he was young, he moved unhindered throughout the world and his name spread throughout the southern border. When he was middle-aged, he controlled the Tai family with an iron fist. Everyone was fearful. When he was old, he was an emperor of a region. His prestige spread far and wide, and no one dared to defy him. He was revered as the glory of the Tai family. The glory of the righteous path. When he announced that he would go into seclusion and abdicate, whether it was the demonic path or the righteous path, many people sighed in relief. Now, when he came out of seclusion, all the clans were shaken. Even Shang Yanfei. Standing in front of him, he still had to bow. That Wu clan rank 5 Gu master Wu Lan Shan, who was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader, had to lower her proud head when facing Taimu Bai. But this Taimu Bai died in Fang Yuan's hands. Not only him, Wu Gue and Ku Mo, 2 rank 5 Gu masters, also died in Fang Yuan's hands. What's more, not only did they die, even their Gu worms were taken away by Fang Yuan. These 3 rank 5 Gu masters died in such a sullen manner. Even Bai Ningbing, who was an outsider, felt depressed over the deaths of Taimu Bai and the others. Alright, it's about time. Next, I will teleport you to King Quan inheritance. Follow my instructions and charge through the rounds. I need dog beasts as helpers, the more the better. Fang Yuan said hurriedly. Humph, I didn't say I would help you. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan smiled, don't worry, if this succeeds, I will give you the Yanggu. Besides this, there are other benefits. After we leave Xianxia Mountain, you can go wherever you want. I won't stop you from going our separate ways, and I welcome you to travel together. But regardless of whether you agree or not, I will refine the gu. Bai Ningbing was speechless. You. This shameless scoundrel, you dare to use the poison oath to threaten me? If Fang Yuan died from being surrounded while refining the gu, according to the poison oath, Bai Ningbing would die as well. That is to say, Bai Ningbing had to protect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh, his tone was calm and even had a trace of gentleness. This is not a threat, this is cooperation, Ningbing. Think about it, since Qingmao Mountain, we have cooperated seamlessly, no danger could stop us, and countless enemies have fallen at our feet. This time will not be an exception. Didn't you want the Yanggu? If you get it, you can regain your male body. Don't tell me you are reluctant to part with your female identity? Hearing Fang Yuan call her Ningbing, Bai Ningbing felt goosebumps all over her body. When she heard Fang Yuan's last sentence, even though she knew Fang Yuan was trying to provoke her, she could not help but fly into a rage and shouted, "Shut up." Then it's settled. Fang Yuan laughed and waved his hand, stuffing a dog enslavement gu into Bai Ningbing's hands before disappearing. The scene in front of Bai Ningbing also changed. She was teleported to the first round of King Quan inheritance by the land spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Wu Lanshan. Wu Lanshan jumped in fright at the sudden appearance of a person. But she was after all a famous person. A Grand Rank 5 Great Gu Master, she quickly calmed down. Little Beast King, it's you. You seem to be able to enter and leave this place as you wish? Wu Lanshan took a step back, her eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he flicked his finger and shot out a bone spike. Swoosh, with a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through Wu Lanshan's heart like lightning. Wu Lanshan's beautiful face seemed to be frozen in time. She looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. You can actually use gu? After saying this, her aura dissipated, she lost her life. Another rank 5 gu master died. But Fang Yuan did not obtain her rank 5 gu worms. The moment Wu Lanshan died, a profound light burst out from her body, wrapping around her 3 rank 5 gu worms and leaving through space. Fang Yuan was no exception. He knew that Wu clan had a rank 6 immortal gu called 100 without loss gu. It had a mystical power and specialized in retrieving precious gu worms. Although this blessed land could suppress all transformations of rank 1 to 5 gu worms, it could not restrict immortal gu. In fact, no blessed land could restrict the power of immortal gu. Fang Yuan obtained the remaining rank 4 gu, it was not a small gain. Next, he took out beast strength placenta gu and devoured Wu Lanshan's aperture. This was the 4th rank 5 gu master's aperture. The beast strength placenta gu was nourished, it was like an exquisite porcelain, giving off a smooth and delicate feeling. Fang Yuan used his mind to sense it and found that his aptitude had risen to 75%. The higher the aptitude, the harder it was to raise it. Back then, when he devoured Tai Mu Bai's aperture, his aptitude rose by 40%. But later, when Fang Yuan devoured Wu Gue, Ku Mo, and Wu Lanshan's apertures, it only rose by 35%. Of course, this is related to the Gu Master's foundation. There are 5 rank 5 Gu Masters on Xianxia Mountain. But only Tai Mu Bai, Ku Mo, and Wu Gue are rank 5 peak stage. Among them, Tai Mu Bai has Tai clan's abundant resources, his foundation is the deepest. The others, Wu Lanshan and Wan Xiao, are rank 5 upper stage. Choujiu is only rank 5 initial stage. After killing these people, my aptitude might not rise by another 10%. But don't worry, there are many Gu Masters, even Yihua and Kong Ri Tian will die. The corpse hound's body is purple, its skin is slightly rotten, its back is hunched and its fangs are protruding. If you use the Yin dog to restrain it, you will definitely succeed. Choose the left path, the reward for that round is 3 tasks at once gu, it will be extremely helpful to you. Next, you will encounter a heavy Tai Dog King. It is heavily injured, but it is even more ferocious. No matter how many dogs you sacrifice, you must capture it alive and use it for your own use. This dog king is the only heavy Thai dog king in the first 20 rounds. At the 22nd round, there will be a large number of wandering heavy Thai dogs. You can use it to subdue them without spending a single soldier. Every time Bai Ningbing passed a stage, there would be a voice beside her, guiding her on the right path. This voice naturally belonged to the land spirit. Immortal essence was scarce. After the land spirit moved Bai Ningbing to King Quan inheritance, it was not willing to waste immortal essence on her. Bai Ningbing could only pass one round at a time. However, although the land spirit's control over the blessed land had fallen to rock bottom, it could clearly see through the arrangements of three kings' inheritance. These words of guidance to Bai Ningbing almost did not consume any immortal essence, but to Bai Ningbing, it was a huge help. It was like a bright lamp, illuminating the dark path in front of Bai Ningbing. In every round, Bai Ningbing made the best choice, and her strength continued to expand like a rolling snowball. Next, you will encounter a Gu Master as your enemy. But don't worry, he has just experienced a huge battle. There are not many dogs left, you can eliminate him effortlessly. At that time I will imprison him, and after you kill him, take away his Gu worms, it will greatly strengthen your Gu worms. The land spirit guided. Bai Ningbing nodded, slowly walking out of the fog. It's you. Her enemy saw her and was somewhat shocked. Bai Ningbing was also stunned. This was none other than the Yun clan leader who had made things difficult for her and Feng Yuan when they first entered the inheritance, Yun Luo Tian. Yun Luo Tian arrogantly snorted, "You are Bai Ningbing, right? You are unlucky to have met me, you have less than half of my dogs." Halfway through his words, he paused. His eyes were wide open, and a strange caw-caw sound came from his throat, like a rooster being strangled. From the fog behind Bai Ningbing, a large number of dogs walked out one after another. Impossible. How can you have so many dog beasts? Yun Luo Tian shouted, pointing at Bai Ningbing as his body trembled, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Bai Ningbing had so many dog beasts around her, it was beyond Yun Luo Tian's imagination. How many rounds are there now? Even a rank 5 Gu Master cannot have such a huge group. Yun Luo Tian shouted, venting his fear. You must have found some loophole and cheated. You cheated, you despicable and shameless person. Yun Luo Tian lost his composure, he no longer had the demeanor of a young tribe leader. Bai Ningbing sighed, Yun Luo Tian was right, he hit the nail on the head. That's right, she cheated. It was the blessed land's land spirit who helped her. Under the land spirit's guidance, she explored King Quan inheritance easily. It was like she was taking a stroll in the wild, it was extremely smooth. It was a stark contrast to the difficulty she had to face when exploring King Quan inheritance alone. The feeling of cheating is truly amazing. If this is called despicable and shameless, then I am willing to be even more despicable and shameless, he he he. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart as she waved her hand. Woof woof woof, countless hounds, upon receiving her order, began to move like a tide. In Yun Luo Tian's vision, he saw the dog beasts pouncing towards him with an imposing aura. He gritted his teeth, Bai Ningbing, don't be smug. Once I get out, I will expose you to the public. You know such a huge secret, everyone will be interested. Especially those rank 5 Gu Masters. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Saying so, he took out the token and used it. But the token did not move. Eh? Yun Luo Tian was stunned for a moment before continuing to use it. What is going on? Why is it not working? I clearly used it the last time. I could have been transported out immediately. His gaze flickered as a bad feeling surged in his heart, he was bewildered and uncertain. He took out another brand new token. He was Yun tribe's young leader, he had 2 life-saving tokens. But this time, there was still no movement. The token had completely lost its effect. Yun Luotian's eyes widened as he stared at the token in his hand, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Bai Ningbing's army of hounds had already surrounded him and started massacring his hounds. How could this be? Hurry up and teleport me out. Yun Luotian's breathing quickened. He frantically used the token, but to no avail. Ah! He screamed, his handsome face twisted in fear. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like an enraged bull. It's you. It was you, wasn't it? It must be you. You can actually nullify the command medallion. Haha, good technique. However, you have to consider this carefully. I am the young master of the Yun family. If you kill me, you'll be offending the Yun family. The entire Yun family won't let you off. Yun Luotian reacted and shouted at Bai Ning Bing. His pride as the young master of the Yun family supported him. This caused him to not kneel and beg for mercy. Instead, his tone became even more unyielding. But this kind of stubbornness, to Bai Ning Bing, was useless. I'm not even afraid of the Tai clan. Why should I be afraid of your insignificant Yun family? What a joke. Bai Ning Bing sneered. At this moment, Yun Luotian was all alone. The dog beasts in his hands were not worth mentioning, they had all been slaughtered. Bai Ning Bing's heart moved. The dog beast closest to him let out a howl. It pounced on Yun Luotian. Yun Luotian struggled with all his might, but his strength could not compare to the strong dog beast. His throat was bitten by the dog beast, large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound. The rest of the dog beasts were squatting on the ground, watching. I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Yun Luotian cursed before his death, his tone filled with hatred and anger. Bai Ning Bing shook her head in disdain, walking forward and keeping all of Yun Luotian's goo worms. This Yun Luotian walked cloud path, all of his rank 4 goo worms were of high quality. And the enslavement path goo he obtained from the King Quan inheritance greatly strengthened Bai Ning Bing's goo worms. Meanwhile, Yun Luotian's corpse was teleported to Feng Yuan by the land spirit. Feng Yuan was stepping on Wang Xiao, interrogating him for information on Wu Mountain. Wang Xiao was the lord of Wu Mountain, a rank 5 upper stage goo master, a true local tyrant. He was also an expert who had been famous for a long time. If this was in the outside world, even 80 Feng Yuan would not be Wang Xiao's match. But here, Feng Yuan defeated him easily, the whole process was as easy as flipping his hand. Wang Xiao was extremely furious, he was being stepped on by Feng Yuan, his face was in contact with the soil. For a grand rank 5 goo master, the lord of Wu Mountain, this was a huge humiliation. You want to know the way to Wu Mountain? Haha, don't be delusional. If you want to kill me, then kill me. After you kill me, you will never know the correct path again. Wang Xiao laughed coldly as he struggled, resisting with all his might. But Feng Yuan could use strength path goo worms, Wang Xiao could not match him in terms of strength. After struggling for a while, he was panting from exhaustion, while Feng Yuan's foot on his face was still as steady as a rock. Among the 100,000 great mountains of the southern border, Mount Wu was one of the most famous mountains. This mountain was illusory, hidden in fog. In the fog, there were many small paths. But there is only one right path. Wang Xiao knew this path. He would enter Mount Wu and take all the resources of Mount Wu for his own use. Famous mountains like Qingmao Mountain and Wu Mountain had at least 3 to 4 spirit springs. Other than that, there were large numbers of wild beasts and wild goo. All kinds of resources were enough to support 3 to 4 mid-sized clans. But in Wu Mountain, all the resources were monopolized by Wang Xiao. Wu Mountain is a naturally dangerous place, it is easy to defend, no matter how many righteous path goo masters there are, they cannot attack it. Wang Xiao used this place to be free and unfettered, becoming a tyrant. If I can obtain it, I can use it as a base, and I will not have to worry about resources after rank 5. Feng Yuan thought. Wu Mountain was Wang Xiao's fortuitous encounter, Feng Yuan coveted it very much. But Wang Xiao did not speak, he knew that once he spoke, he would die without a doubt. Not speaking would give him a chance of survival. Bam! Right at this time, with a soft sound, Yun Luotian's corpse was transported over by the land spirit. Feng Yuan kicked Wang Xiao away and walked to the corpse, taking out the beast strength placenta goo and devouring the aperture. It's him? That Yun clan's young master. Wang Xiao recognized Yun Luotian's identity and saw the process of Feng Yuan using the beast strength placenta goo, his heart turned cold. Feng Yuan was clearly refining goo by killing people. This goo can actually devour apertures, this is not good, my aperture is more valuable than Yun Luotian. This beast-strength placenta goo had already become smooth and delicate, like an exquisite ceramic. But in Wang Zhao's eyes, it was demonic and extremely dangerous. Seeing Fang Yuan walking over, Wang Zhao shouted anxiously, "Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise to tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Bao Gu on me." The killing intent in Fang Yuan's eyes intensified. Although he had the Eat One's Words Gu's recipe and could break the poison oath, he was pressed for time now. Where would he find the time to refine this Eat One's Words Gu? When he killed these Gu masters, his immortal essence was rapidly expended, and the blessed land's weakening accelerated. The more time passed, the weaker the land spirit, and the less immortal essence he had left to refine second aperture Gu. At the same time, the blessed land's time flow was 3 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada also became more threatening. Fang Yuan had killed so many people, he had expended nearly 2 portions of immortal essence, more than half of his previous estimate had been used up. The blessed land's weakening had accelerated, some people must have sensed something amiss. Fang Yuan's greatest advantage was that he had the initiative. If he delayed, he would be at a disadvantage. Compared to second aperture Gu, Wu Mountain's benefits were huge, but it was not irreplaceable. "Speak, which path is Wu Mountain's path?" Fang Yuan stomped on Wang Zhao's right wrist, directly crushing it as he asked in a stern voice. "Let me go, and I will speak." Wang Zhao screamed in pain. "Humph, stubborn." Fang Yuan stomped down again, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Wang Zhao's left kneecap was completely crushed. Wang Zhao's whole body was trembling from the pain, he was sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth and stared at Fang Yuan, but did not utter a word. Fang Yuan was silent, he knew that it was useless to force a confession. Wang Zhao was an ambitious and ruthless person, he had a malicious and ruthless nature, he never showed mercy to his enemies, and was also very strict with himself. He personally designed the ice water bed. When a person laid on this bed, as long as they slept for 6 hours, the entire bed would sink into the ice water below. Wang Zhao slept on such a bed, and only rested for 6 hours every day. He encouraged himself, restrained himself, and worked extremely hard. Other than eating, sleeping, and taking a dump, he used the rest of his time to cultivate. His aptitude was not very good, it could not be compared to Bai Ningbing and Tai Mubai. But with such hard work, he climbed up step by step and became a famous demonic expert in southern border, no one dared to underestimate him. In Fang Yuan's memories, Wang Zhao joined Yitian Mountain and killed many righteous path experts. He was extremely ferocious and even wanted to take the position of the leader of the demonic group. After offending such a person, Fang Yuan felt pressure in his heart. Killing Wang Zhao would weaken the demonic path's strength in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. But Wang Zhao could not be left alive, he could only be killed. "I need to refine Gu soon, I don't want to be attacked by all of you." Fang Yuan sighed and killed Wang Zhao. After that, Fang Yuan was extremely familiar with the process of snatching Gu and swallowing apertures. After swallowing Yin Luo Tian and Wang Zhao's apertures, the beast strength placenta Gu's aptitude rose to 83%. As for the immortal essence expenditure, it had also reached 2 portions, it was extremely tight. Not good, the immortal essence expenditure is extremely high, it is slightly higher than expected. This blessed land is too old, it originated from the olden antiquity era, it is already a miracle that it can survive until now. "Young man, the immortal essence expenditure is a little off, stop here." The land spirit also sensed this error and gave its suggestion. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, resolutely rejecting, "No, 83% is not my plan is 90%. Most things in this world do not go your way." "How can everything go your way?" "Young man, you are already blinded by benefits, your head is starting to heat up." The land spirit said calmly. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, without the land spirit's help, he could not use immortal essence. The land spirit was already starting to retreat, Fang Yuan had to convince it again. "Ba Gue." Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing his tone, "It is no big deal that the immortal essence expenditure exceeds by a little. In my plan, I still have some spare immortal essence." In Fang Yuan's plan, he had divided the immortal essence into 16 portions. 8 would be used to refine Gu, while 4 would be used to support the 3 kings' inheritance. A little more than 3 portions would be used to kill Gu masters. The remaining less than 1 portion would be used as a backup to deal with sudden situations. Fang Yuan had a meticulous mind and had planned for this for a long time. How could he not have backup plans? But the land spirit was not convinced. Although it was formed from obsession, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is wrong. Have you considered the possibility of failure in the Gu refinement process? It is impossible for you to not fail. Once you fail, you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions of primeval essence is already insufficient to refine Gu. The remaining less than 1 portion of immortal essence can be used as a waste, allowing you to try many times. Now that you have used this portion, if you fail a little more, the second aperture Gu will definitely not succeed. The land spirit retorted. Fang Yuan was secretly anxious. He had not passed the test yet. He was not the owner of the blessed land. He could not directly command the land spirit. If the land spirit did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Right now, there was still a rank 5 Gu master in the blessed land. Many rank 4 experts. These would be his life and death enemies when he refines Gu in the near future. Fang Yuan was killing these people now to get rid of his enemies and protect himself. However, there was too little immortal essence left in the blessed land. Fang Yuan had to rack his brains and plan carefully. At the same time, he would have to face the land spirit's strict inspection. Young man, don't risk it. If you insist on going your own way, I won't cooperate with you. I'll even revoke your right to take the test and leave the opportunity to someone else. The land spirit's tone was firm. Hearing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh deeply. Land spirits were very stubborn. Under such circumstances, the earth spirits were very stubborn. It was almost impossible to convince the land spirit. The others can be spared, but the remaining rank 5 Gu master must die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of the southern border. His influence is very strong. We must get rid of him to be safe. Fang Yuan tried his best to argue. For the safety of the Gu refinement, you have already arranged for that girl. Combined with the hound beast, they should be able to fend off some of the attacks. At that time, I will also protect you with my life. The most important thing is the success of your Gu refinement. The land spirit rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan's face darkened. The remaining rank 5 Gu master Chou Jiu, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not high, his influence was huge. In his previous life's memories, he went to Etian Mountain and joined the demonic faction, catching up from behind. He directly sat on the 3rd seat. With a wave of his arm, countless demonic Gu masters gathered. Under his treatment, the demonic faction's casualties decreased sharply and their morale rose, giving the righteous faction a huge headache. Only when Xianxia Fei invited Dr. Su Shou from Shangclan City and cooperated with divine Dr. Xing Shou could they suppress Chou Jiu's limelight. The Battle of Etian Mountain. Let the world know of Chou Jiu's power. Killer Ghost Doctor was also publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Etian Mountain was conquered by the righteous faction, Chou Jiu was captured, and Wu clan leader felt pity for his talent. He wanted to recruit him. But Chou Jiu refused, cursing Xianxia Fei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing an old grudge, and was finally killed by the furious Xianxia Fei. But rank 5 Gu masters were all geniuses, they could not be underestimated. These Gu masters were able to stand out from the masses. In such a cruel environment, the survival of the fittest, ascending to the peak of the mortal world, they were all heroes. Thinking of a person like Chou Jiu attacking at the final juncture of the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan could not eat or sleep in peace. Although my cultivation has risen to rank 4 upper stage, and my cultivation speed is astonishing. But on such a huge stage, I am still too weak. I cannot compare to these rank 5 Gu masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation, no matter how many rank 5 Gu masters there are, I would kill them all like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. You still want to kill? Impossible, I won't allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted here, I need to save most of it for the Gu refinement. The land spirit heard Fang Yuan's request, but firmly rejected. Demonic Gu masters are like this, they like to take risks. Sigh, young man, don't be too radical. In this world, why is the righteous path prosperous, always suppressing the demonic path? That is because the demonic path is too radical and greedy, putting themselves in a desperate situation. But the righteous path seeks stability, fighting steadily and not moving. Bague, you are wrong. It is not easy for the demonic path to survive, if they are not radical, if they do not use every opportunity to grab the greatest benefits, if they do not take risks. How can they cultivate, how can they compete with the righteous path? The greed, selfishness, radicalism and risk-taking of risks of the demonic path are the survival rules of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are huge, so what if they walk on a tightrope? One wrong step and the whole game will be lost, turning the impossible into the possible. This is the brilliance of the demonic path. The life of the demonic path is like wine, it has a strong fragrance. Fang Yuan loudly retorted. The land spirit heard such words and sighed, "Young man, your demonic nature is too deep. If you do not repent now, you will definitely walk towards destruction. You can survive the sins committed by heaven, but you cannot survive the sins committed by yourself." Fang Yuan laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, Bague, you are too ignorant. What is a sin? A sin cannot be survived, that is only the beautiful but helpless wish of the weak. They spread it widely, hoping that everyone follows it, that way they can protect themselves. And I want to be a devil who has committed sins but is still able to get away with it. I want to dominate the world, slaughter all living beings, and enjoy everything. Not only do I want to slaughter Gu masters, I also want to refine the second aperture Gu and become the biggest winner. Bague, feel it, what is this?" Saying so, Fang Yuan activated Spring-Autumn Cicada and for the first time, released its aura. The land spirit was shocked. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just immortal, how can you possess such an immortal Gu? To convince the land spirit, Fang Yuan took the gamble. He exposed the existence of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was a rank 6 Gu, but the second aperture Gu was also an immortal Gu. Such benefits were enough for Fang Yuan to take the risk. Why can't mortals possess immortal Gu? To tell you the truth, Spring-Autumn Cicada was refined by me. Fang Yuan said again. I understand. So you are a Gu immortal, using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and come to the past to change history. The land spirit exclaimed. Oh? Bague. You seem to know some information about Spring-Autumn Cicada, tell me about it. Fang Yuan quickly asked for guidance. Since the immemorial era, Gu masters have had two paths, space path and time path. Space and time are the foundation of heaven and earth. Among them, space represents up, down, left, and right. Time represents since ancient times until now. Take my blessed land for example, at its peak, space had 9,000 mu of land. Time flows 6 times faster in time. The land spirit said. How big was 9,000 mu? On Earth, it was half of North Korea's territory. As for the 6 times faster time, it was according to the river of time. At its peak, the time in the blessed land was 6 times faster than the outside world. 1 day in the blessed land was 6 days in the outside world. Of course. But now, the blessed land had weakened, not only had a large portion of its land been consumed, the time flow was also only 3 times faster. In this world, there were many different blessed lands, each with a different surface area and a different flow of time. The land spirit continued, Spring-Autumn Cicada is one of the time path Gu worms. Back then, it had a famous owner, that was Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He used this to contend against the immortal court and break the chains of fate. He brought good news to the people of the future, and from then on, the people had control over their own fate. Red Lotus Demon Venerable? The most mysterious demon venerable in history? Fang Yuan was shocked. In the Gu path, rank 9 was venerable. Demon venerables were rank 9 demonic Gu masters, and immortal venerables were rank 9 righteous Gu masters. In the long history, demon venerables and immortal venerables could be counted on one's fingers, they represented supreme legends. In every great era, only one appeared, there had never been a situation where 2 venerables existed at the same time. Thus, venerables represented true invincibility in the world, and among these rank 9 venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious, and had the fewest records. Even Feng Yuan only knew of such an important person. Now, this was the first time he had heard of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The land spirit said slowly, "This world is extremely vast, it is divided into 5 regions, north, south, east, west, and center. They are connected but also independent of each other. There is also a river of time, it originates from the past, flows through the present, and leads to the future. This is the space and time of the great world. If history is said to be a still image, then the river of time is a thin line. Countless images are strung together on this line. You can use the spring-autumn cicada to break out of the painting, following the thin line and moving upstream, pouring your will and memories into a scene of the past. When this scene changes, the following scenes will also change accordingly. So that's it." The land spirit's words gave Feng Yuan a lot of benefits. He had used the spring-autumn cicada twice, and each time he had a special experience. It made Feng Yuan's understanding of the spring-autumn cicada and the river of time become clearer. The land spirit's words even reminded Feng Yuan, causing him to have an extraordinary understanding. To think that you are a future Gu immortal, and have even refined the spring-autumn cicada. In this blessed land, you are indeed the best person to refine the Gu. Alright, since you are so confident, then we will do as you say. Who else do you want to kill this time? The land spirit relaxed. Originally, it thought that Feng Yuan was immortal, and would definitely waste a lot of immortal essence when refining the Gu. But now, it recognized Feng Yuan's identity as a Gu immortal, and the amount of immortal essence he would waste was greatly reduced, thus it accepted Feng Yuan's suggestion. Feng Yuan smiled and promised, "Land spirit, you are right to believe in me. I will not disappoint you, the Gu refinement will definitely succeed. In the future, I still need to rely on this second aperture Gu to ascend to Gu immortal realm again." The land spirit also smiled, it had a sense of recognition towards Feng Yuan. "That's right, you are a Gu immortal, you understand the value of the second aperture Gu better than mortals. When you become a Gu immortal, the second aperture Gu will give you unparalleled benefits. To think that this 3 kings inheritance was a trap, the real winner is you, little beast king." Killer ghost Dr. Chojiu laid on the ground, staring at Feng Yuan with wide open eyes as he exclaimed. This article comes from, after Feng Yuan convinced the land spirit, he rushed to Chojiu and knocked him down in a few moves. Chojiu was ugly, his hair was messy like withered straw, his forehead was protruding, his eyes were one big and one small, his cheekbones were high, his nose bridge was flat and his nose hair was protruding out of his nasal cavity. He had a mouthful of yellow teeth that were exposed. But his gaze was shrewd and bright, with a scheming look that normal people could not have. "Little Beast King, I know you, you are an amazing talent. You are just a vagrant child, but you can grow to this stage, I am full of admiration. Compared to you, I am only a few years older. When I was young, I did not have your achievements. A person like you is a dragon among men, sooner or later you will ascend to the heavens and roam the world. I have no intention of being enemies with you, if possible, I want to use the information of the door of life and death to buy my life." Feng Yuan had killed 4 rank 5 Gu masters earlier, some were shocked, some were angry and some were afraid, but Chojiu was calm. When he understood his situation, he immediately lowered his stance and flattered Feng Yuan. He laid on the ground, not moving, as if he had given up resisting. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly transmitted, "Quickly kill him, he is using the token and Gu worms crazily. I am trying my best to suppress them, they are all increasing the consumption of immortal essence." But Feng Yuan was stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrongly, door of life and death? This door of life and death was not a small matter, it was an ancient forbidden land. It was similar to the river of time and ordinary abyss. After Verdant Great Sun died, Renzu rushed to the door of life and death to save him. In the legends, the door of life and death contained the mysteries of life and death. As long as people understood it, they could control life and death. Chojiu actually knows the location of the door of life and death. Feng Yuan was shocked, his expression turning cold as he warned, "Chojiu, if you activate your Gu worms again, I will kill you." Chojiu's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He slowly sat up and looked at Feng Yuan, "You can actually sense that I am using a Gu worm." His eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. You can use goo worms, but there is no reaction when I try my best to activate them. Sigh, looks like there's only one possibility, the land spirit isn't dead yet, and has already been subdued by you. So this was a blessed land. There was such a secret. What a pity, back then, the three kings were the first to enter, but they did not truly control this blessed land. Now, you've obtained it. However, this blessed land was already on the verge of destruction. No amount of help could save it. The land spirit must be extremely old, otherwise these goo masters would have been banished long ago. Why did you have to personally eliminate us? Although Feng Yuan didn't control the blessed land, after he revealed his identity, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't care about him at all. In order to assist him in goo refinement, the land spirit listened to Feng Yuan's orders to a certain extent. Choujio was over 100 years old, and he was experienced and astute. His guess was actually 80 to 90% accurate. Since you have control of the blessed land, I won't do this pointless work. As long as you spare my life, the things you obtain will exceed your expectations. Choujio said. He really stopped his actions. Feng Yuan smiled non-committally. Let's talk about the Door of Life and Death. You know the location of the Door of Life and Death? The Door of Life and Death is a top-secret forbidden land that is not inferior to the River of Time. The space is boundless and it radiates to the north, south, east and west regions. Legends say that there are many unique natural goo worms inside, like life goo, death goo, and so on. Choujio nodded. I know the location of the Door of Life and Death. Not only that, I had once explored it several times, capturing the life goo and death goo inside, finally refining the life goo and life goo. I placed this goo in the Door of Life and Death, and every time someone dies because of me, it will absorb the death energy and turn it into life force. It is because of this life force that my healing methods are so outstanding. This is the secret behind why I became one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. Killer Ghost Doctor revealed his secret to increase his persuasiveness. Oh? So that's it. This was the first time Feng Yuan had heard of such a secret. Although he had his previous life's memories, he was not omniscient. In that case, tell me, maybe I can spare your life. Feng Yuan promised. Choujio shook his head. The secret of the Door of Life and Death is too important. Back then, I swore in front of the Sivao Goo that I could not reveal it to outsiders. Once I say it, I will turn into ashes and die. However, if you join the Shadow Sect, you will be one of us, and I can tell you. Sivao Goo? Shadow Sect? Feng Yuan frowned. Sivao Goo was a rank 6 immortal goo. It was very famous in the Olden Antiquity era, on par with the Mountain Pledge Goo. Mountain Pledge Goo and Sivao Goo had similar effects to the Poison Vow Goo, but the Poison Vow Goo was a consumable, while these 2 immortal goo could be used repeatedly. Sivao Goo, Feng Yuan had heard of it and had some understanding. But Shadow Sect was unfamiliar to Feng Yuan. From the name, it sounded like a goo cultivation sect. This meant that Choujio, who was always alone, had a hidden force behind him. Feng Yuan felt some fear. The situation was out of his expectations. It was not difficult for Feng Yuan to kill Choujio now, but he knew nothing about the Shadow Sect. This made him feel a sense of insecurity. That's right, my sect is the Shadow Sect. The founder of the Shadow Sect was a rank 8 goo immortal of the immemorial era. He was the one who found the Door of Life and Death and moved it into the Blessed Land. Since then, many goo immortals have appeared in the Shadow Sect. If you join the Shadow Sect, there will be countless benefits. Next, Choujio talked about a whole bunch of benefits. His tongue was like a glib one, it was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Feng Yuan's expression struggled for a while, but he suddenly made up his mind. Choujio, you have a good plan. As long as I join the Shadow Sect, not only will your life not be in danger, I will even recognize you as my senior brother. This kind of immemorial sect pays attention to seniority the most. If I join, I will definitely have to make an oath and have all kinds of restrictions. In the end, I will even have to contribute my gains on Xianxia Mountain, in the name of contributing to the sect, is that right? Shadow Sect? Feng Yuan sneered, shaking his head. Let's not talk about the possibility of you lying, even if it is true, so what? It is already a miracle that a sect with inheritances from the immemorial era can survive until now. You said that there were many Gu immortals in the past, but these Gu immortals should have all died. Otherwise, Shadow Sect has long been a force in southern border. Why are you still fighting alone all the time? Choujio's expression turned pale. He could not help but size up Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan was young, but had such deep schemes. Facing the temptation, his heart was as calm as ice. How was this a young man? He was simply 100-year-old monster. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, continuing, I am a person who likes to keep benefits to myself. Don't talk to me about mutual benefits. Even if you make a sea oath, it is not impossible to remove it. Sea oath Gu, mountain pledge Gu, they both have obvious flaws. When making an oath, one needs to face either a sea or a tall mountain. As long as the corresponding sea or mountain is destroyed, the oath will lose its effect. Choujio's heart shook. Feng Yuan was knowledgeable and knew a lot. He did not seem like a newcomer at all. This kind of person was the hardest to fool. Choujio tried his best to calm his mind. It is useless. The sea I made the oath is inside the Shadow Sect blessed land. If you want to destroy that sea, you need to know where the blessed land is first. But if I want to say the location, I need to destroy that sea. This is a dead end. Feng Yuan snorted, his eyes surging with killing intent. Since it is a dead end, forget it. You can die now. Choujio sighed towards the sky. You want to attack? Then do it. He did not move, but in his heart, he was very sure. The door of life and death was a legendary place. Who would not care about life and death? Little Beast King would definitely not reject such a temptation. He was only doing this to scare Choujio. But Feng Yuan shot out the bone spike without hesitation. This bone spike pierced towards Choujio's heart. In an instant, a huge sense of danger filled Choujio's body and mind. What? He really wants to kill me? Choujio was shocked. He quickly dodged. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through his chest. It brushed past his heart and pierced through 5 inches of his back before stopping. You. Choujio pointed at Feng Yuan, his trembling voice filled with fear, shock and doubt. Little Beast King, you lunatic. If I didn't dodge just now, I would have really died. That is the door of life and death, the door of life and death. Back then, Renzu had to spend a lot of effort to find it. This is a supreme sacred land, the center of life and death. As long as you occupy it and comprehend it, you will be able to live forever. Feng Yuan looked at him coldly, saying plainly, but didn't you say earlier that you can't reveal this secret? Then what use do I have for you? You can join our Shadow Sect. Choujio was sweating profusely, not sure if it was because of pain or fear. Feng Yuan snorted, raising his hand and preparing to kill. Choujio quickly waved his hand, shouting, wait, don't act recklessly. Other than this method, there are other ways. We can use the poison vow Gu, we can make a poison vow and trust each other. I don't need your trust. Feng Yuan said coldly. Then use the slavery Gu. I will recognize you as my master, so don't kill me. You are a rank 5 Gu master, so you need to use the rank 5 slavery Gu. This Gu is extremely rare, far surpassing others of the same rank. Where do you want me to find it? Moreover, even if you use these Gu, can you tell me the location of the Shadow Sect blessed land? Feng Yuan asked. Choujio's expression froze. Feng Yuan observed Choujio's expression and immediately knew that he was not lying. Feng Yuan did not really want to kill him, it was just a probe. Choujio suggested the poison vow Gu and slavery Gu one after another, clearly panicking, but he did not dare to say the location of the blessed land. It seems he really made a sea vow. Choujio really wanted to lie and make up a random location. But as long as he did not die from the vow, it would prove that he was lying. If he said the real location, the vow would take his life. Taking a step back, even if he really said it, he would have no value, and Feng Yuan would not let him go. In this situation, Choujio had no way out. After realizing this, he smiled bitterly, to think that I, Choujio, would die here today. It is your honor to die in my hands. Feng Yuan's expression was plain. Chojiu seriously sized up Fang Yuan, nodding in agreement. Not bad, with your talent and temperament, as long as your luck is not bad, you will definitely become a demonic overlord who brings disaster to a region. If you want to kill me, it is useless no matter how much I beg. It is not bad to die in your hands, much more glorious than dying in the hands of those thieves. Actually, I have a way to let you know the location of the door of life and death. Chojiu said this, a cunning light flashed in his eyes. Oh? What method? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. This started a long time ago. Chojiu heaved a long sigh. His face was filled with memories, hatred, grief, love and other complicated emotions. I don't have the time to listen to your long story, Fang Yuan interrupted him heartlessly. Chojiu choked and said, then I'll make it short. My surname is Zhang and my nickname is Anyo. I was a mountain farmer who was picking herbs. One day, I fell off a cliff and it was a blessing in disguise. I came to the blessed land of the Shadow Sect. Through the land spirit's guidance and test, I was lucky enough to become a disciple of the Shadow Sect. There were only 2 people left in the Shadow Sect. Other than me, there was also a senior sister. Senior sister's surname is Xianxia and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She was raised by the land spirit since young and had never left the blessed land. She was even more innocent. I was born ugly and was ostracized and ridiculed since young. But senior sister was always kind and gentle to me. We interacted day and night and gradually developed feelings for each other. We swore an oath in front of the blessed land sea to protect each other and never abandon each other. We cultivated together and entered the door of life and death to capture life goo and death goo together. That was the happiest time of my life. I thought I could live like this until I grew old. Until an earthly calamity happened. The land spirit was injured and went into hibernation. There was a hole in the blessed land and a thief snuck in. This thief was heavily injured at that time. If I had known what would happen next, I would have tortured him to death at that time. But I didn't do that and woke him up. He said his surname was Shang and he had blood-red hair. He was very eloquent and he used flowery words to deceive senior sister while he was recuperating. He was indeed slightly better looking than me. He used his pretty face to gain senior sister's favor. Senior sister was innocent and ignorant. The more she talked to him, the happier she was. In the end, she took the initiative to take care of him. We quarreled many times because of this. After that thief recovered, I wanted to chase him out and continue living like a celestial couple with senior sister. But who would have thought that senior sister would have a change of heart? She went against the oath we swore, injured me, and defected with that thief. I hate it. She hated herself for being soft-hearted and causing a disaster. She hated her Shiji Qianjiu for falling in love with someone else, and she hated that despicable and shameless scoundrel for snatching her love away. After recovering from my injuries, I left the blessed land and roamed the southern border to find the whereabouts of this adulterous couple. But who would have thought that this scoundrel would have such a high position and become Shang clan leader? Saying so, Chojiu paused and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He had the memories of his previous life and knew many secrets. Halfway through, she knew who Chojiu was talking about. Chojiu saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved and laughed bitterly. It seems like you have already guessed their identities. Indeed, that scoundrel was the current Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei. My senior sister Qianjiu is the current Dr. Su Shou. Shang clan is a super clan, while I am alone. These few years, I have been roaming the southern border. His painstaking planning was to deal with this adulterous couple. It was a pity. What a pity, I will die here today, I will not be able to fulfill this wish. He. Fang Yuan listened in silence and suddenly laughed. He looked down at Chojiu who was sitting on the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Killer Ghost Doctor, you have a good plan. According to what you said, the Shadow Sect only has you and Qianjiu now. If you die, I will have to get information about the door of life and death from Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou. This matter concerns the Shadow Sect's blessed land, how can they be honest? When we fight, no matter who wins or loses, it will be beneficial to you. Ha ha ha, little beast king, you are a very frank and direct person. A person who only knows how to scheme will never be able to show his face in public. But you are meticulous in your thinking and domineering in your actions. You are truly a formidable character. You are right, this is what I plan to do. This is a blatant scheme and you have already seen through it. Then, do you still want to inquire about the shadow sect's blessed land from them? Killer Ghost Doctor laughed. Fang Yuan stared at this rank 5 Gu master, sighing after a while, of course. The door of life and death was an immemorial forbidden land on the same level as the river of time. In such a place, unique Gu worms thrived and thrived. Spring-autumn cicada lived in the river of time, the door of life and death naturally had similar immortal Gu. With such huge benefits, Fang Yuan could not help but be moved. Thus, even though he knew this was Choujiu's scheme, he still had to go in. Choujiu laughed heartily, tears appearing in his eyes. Little Beast King, although you are a rising star, I admire you. I am looking forward to the battle between you and that adulterous couple in the future. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see it. Our shadow sect's teachings have a different view on life and death. We met in life, you are the cause of death. We were able to meet in the vast sea of people and die in your hands. This is an extraordinary fate. Maybe you really have fate with the shadow sect's blessed land and the door of life and death. I might as well give this fortuitous encounter to you, I hope you can grasp it. Saying so, Choujiu's expression calmed down, his eyes were deep as if he had great wisdom that could see through life and death in the mortal world. It doesn't matter if I die, who can avoid death in this world? Longevity is attainable, but eternal life is hopeless. Even those immortal venerables and demon venerables, didn't they turn to ashes in the end? Little Beast King, I can die by myself, there is no need for you to do anything. Saying so, he bit his tongue and committed suicide, blood spurted out, life flowed away. The ghost doctor of a generation, the future leader of the 4 great doctors, died just like that. To think that killing this ghost doctor would give me such important information. Shadow sect's blessed land, door of life and death, if I am the ruler, it will be the foundation of my hegemony. It seems that my rebirth plan will need to be modified again. Any Gu master that could cultivate to rank 5, would have to go through many layers of competition before they could stand out. None of them were simple characters. They all had their own unique fortuitous encounters, advantages, trump cards or secrets. At this point, the rank 5 Gu masters in the blessed land were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gue, Ku Mo, Wu Lan Shan, Choujiu, these 5 had distinct personalities, they all had deep foundations and great strength. If they really fought one-on-one, the current Fang Yuan would be easily suppressed by any one of them, he was not their match. So Dr. Sushou's real name is Qin Jiu, and Killer Ghost Doctor's name is Choujiu. It seems hatred was born from love. No wonder in my previous life, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he took the initiative to climb the mountain and threw himself into that whirlpool. He challenged Xianxia Fei and fought with Dr. Sushou. After being captured, he exposed the matter and was killed by Xianxia Fei. Fang Yuan did not want to comment on this enmity between the 3. Did he sympathize with Choujiu? But Dr. Sushou's choice was completely understandable. Despising the poor and loving the rich, disliking the ugly and loving the beautiful, this was common in the world. Xianxia Fei was a famous handsome man in southern border. Compared to him, Choujiu couldn't be compared. Compared to Choujiu, they were like heaven and earth. The reason why Dr. Sushou fell in love with Choujiu was because of her innocence. Choujiu was the first man she met. After meeting Xianxia Fei, her horizons were broadened and she had a comparison. Moreover, Qin Jiu. She had an extreme pursuit for beauty in her nature. Whenever a patient came to seek treatment, she would want to size up their appearance. If they were ugly, she would not treat them. If they were average-looking, it depended on her mood at the time and the patient's consultation fee. If they were handsome and beautiful, she would treat them on the spot without saying a word. And she did not charge any fees. When someone rebuked her for this, she would still argue, "You ugly people, being born in front of me is simply staining the beauty of life. You might as well just die and end all troubles. As for those beautiful things, we naturally have to protect and preserve them by all means possible." These words were said in Xiangclan City at that time. It caused a huge commotion. In the end, Xianxia Fei personally came out to settle this matter. Dr. Sushou's status in Xiangclan City. She was unique. Back in Shangclan City, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou together, her attitude towards Fang and Bai was very different. She was indifferent towards Fang Yuan, but very gentle and intimate towards Bai Ningbing. But come to think of it, the four great doctors all have their own quirks. Let's not talk about Killer Ghost Doctor and Dr. Su Shou. That nine-fingered wandering doctor likes to disguise as a sloppy old beggar, his whereabouts are uncertain. And divine Dr. Xianxia, as a man, likes men. Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander as he took out all of Killer Ghost Doctor's goo worms. Chojiu had many goo worms. Most of them were healing goo. Other than that, there were movement goo. He did not have a rank 5 healing goo, but had a rank 5 movement goo called warp goo. Warp goo, its appearance was very abstract, like a fried dough twist. The dark golden worm's body twisted and turned, its head and body were intertwined, its eyes and wings were all misplaced, as if it was molded by the creator at will. However, its appearance was a perfect match for the appearance of its original owner. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while before keeping these goo worms. Next, he used beast strength placenta goo to devour Chojiu's aperture. Looking at Chojiu's corpse, he laughed lightly. Chojiu, oh Chojiu, you are really crafty. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would have been deceived by you. Although Chojiu was dead, there was still the possibility of him reviving. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the middle phase of the Battle of Yitian Mountain, his throat was slit and he was assassinated. But not long after, he revived, causing both the righteous and devil paths to be extremely shocked. As it turned out, he had once used a legacy life goo. Legacy life goo was a rank 5 consumable goo. As long as the goo master's corpse was preserved properly, it would only take a while for the corpse to recover and the goo master to revive. Although he was in the blessed land, the legacy life goo's law power was suppressed by heaven and earth, temporarily unable to take effect. But as long as the blessed land collapses and the suppression weakens, the legacy life goo's power would be activated again, allowing him to revive. Earlier, Chojiu had praised Fang Yuan, and even put on an act of being carefree in the face of death, to leave a good impression on Fang Yuan, so that after his death, he would not be whipped by Fang Yuan. Truthfully speaking, Fang Yuan did not have the habit of whipping corpses. But today, for you, I can make an exception. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, as he attacked mercilessly, quickly turning Chojiu's corpse into meat paste. He hesitated for a while, but was still not at ease, so he set fire to the meat paste and burned it to ashes. With a wave of his palm wind, the ashes fluttered in all directions. Chojiu, if you can revive like this, then you have the ability. Ha ha ha. To be continued, this is the 48th round. Wu Shentong silently calculated. He came from the Wu clan, which was the number 1 clan in the southern border. They had a deep foundation and were an overlord of the righteous path. And he was an enslavement path goo master that Wu clan heavily nurtured. His attainment in enslavement path was extraordinary. Wu Shentong's name sounded domineering, but in reality, he was as thin as a stick and his face was waxy yellow, like a sickly scholar. In fact, he originally had a broad back and a slim waist and a fit body. In one battle, he was poisoned by Long Qingtian's jade sky venom. He sought out miracle Dr. Xianxia for treatment. Divine Doctor's sacred hands touched his chest. His eyes lit up as he sighed, "You're late. The poison has already penetrated deep into your bone marrow. I can preserve your life and cultivation, but the poison is deeply rooted and difficult to remove. From now on, you have to come here for treatment every once in a while. I'll help you get rid of the toxins regularly." It was because of the jade sky parasite that Wu Shentong became thinner day by day, becoming like this. I wonder which goo master will be my opponent next. Wu Shentong walked in the fog with a deep gaze. Just now, out of the 3 choices, he had chosen the path in front of him. In King Quan's inheritance, the further one progressed, the more choices one would have. But most goo masters would choose a dog group to play it safe. He would only choose to fight with others if he had no other choice. No matter how large the pack of dogs was, they were still animals. But with a goo master's command, even the weakest dog group would pose a threat. However, Wu Shentong did the exact opposite. As long as he could fight with others, he would not choose any other path. In terms of enslavement path attainments, I am first rate in southern border. In this Three Forks Mountain, I am almost number one. Only two opponents can threaten me. One was Wu Gui. He was a rank 5 Gu master and was once an enslavement path Gu master. But the enslavement path consumed a lot of resources, he had no choice but to change paths halfway. The other one was Xianxia. He is a true enslavement path Gu master, but his cultivation level is lower than mine. Martial god art had a huge advantage in enslavement path. In terms of qualifications, Xianxia was still his junior. And in this King Quan's inheritance, even if he fought Wu Gui head-on, he wouldn't be able to win. He was not afraid at all. With such great strength, of course, he had to attack his opponents first and eliminate as many competitors as possible. In the end, he was left alone to monopolize King Quan's inheritance. This was Wu Shentong's shrewd plan. If I count it, my next opponent will be the most powerful one. He should be the 23rd person I've hit. Humph, it's your bad luck to run into me. Wu Shentong snorted in his heart and stopped. Beside him, the dogs surrounded him in an orderly manner. He stared at the other side of the mist. In the fog, a group of dogs with rotting skin and purple bodies walked out one after another. Oh, corpse-eating dogs. Wu Shentong chuckled. He knew. This kind of dog beast was very useful in the early stages. This was because this type of dog beast could devour corpses to speed up the recovery of injuries. But as the battle progressed, the corpse-eating dogs grew weaker and weaker. Because of this dog. Their speed was not as fast as the lightning symbol dog, their defense was not as good as the armored dog, and their unity was not as good as the chrysanthemum Akita dog. Only those enslavement path Gu masters would be crazily infatuated with these useless corpse-eating dogs. Different professions are worlds apart. He was not an enslavement path Gu master and did not have decades of experience. How could he know the profundity of enslavement path? Wu Shentong thought of those Gu masters and laughed in disdain. But at the next moment, he frowned slightly. In the fog ahead, more and more corpse-eating dogs appeared. There are quite a lot of them. It seems that for this victory, I will have to pay a small price. Wu Shentong thought. However, immediately after, large numbers of corpse-eating dogs appeared, as well as different dog beasts. Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There are quite a lot of them, it seems this person has some attainment in enslavement path. Wu Shentong nodded lightly. The other party is a combination of corpse-eating dogs and chrysanthemum Akita dogs, although there are many of them, their formation is very weak. Later, I only need to use a few dog kings to charge and cause the dog group to scatter. If we fight them head-on, we will be able to scatter them and win. The other party has hedge dogs? Wu Shentong saw hedge dogs appearing in the fog again. These dogs were covered in spikes, attacking them was the same as harming themselves. If steel armor dogs with strong defense were hard bones, then hedge dogs were thorny bones. To kill hedge dogs, one had to be prepared for their throats to be pierced. They actually have so many hedge dogs. It seems this person's luck is quite good, to be able to recruit such a large group. Why don't I have such luck? Wu Shentong sighed, immediately adjusting his battle strategy. The other party has hedge dogs. Later, I will use steel armor dogs as the vanguard and send lightning symbol dogs on both sides. Once we engage, the steel armor dogs will slowly advance and attack from both sides, while the lightning symbol dogs will surround them. Victory will be assured. However, after the hedge dogs, large numbers of lightning symbol dogs appeared in the fog. Wu Shentong's expression turned grim. The appearance of the lightning symbol dogs meant that his earlier battle strategy could no longer work. Because the other party had fast lightning symbol dogs, they could also surround them. Even the number of lightning symbol dogs is so huge. The more lightning symbol dogs appeared in his vision, the uglier Wu Shentong's expression became. In his opinion, the fact that the other party could own so many dogs could no longer be explained by good luck. Evidently, the other party was a Gu master proficient in enslavement path, he was already a threat to him. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Xianxia? No matter what, this is going to be a tough battle. I can only adjust my battle strategy according to the situation. But thankfully, I still have a trump card. Thinking of this, Wu Shentong calmed down. He glanced at the center of his group. There was a group of about 120 dogs. These dogs were huge, twice the size of ordinary dogs. They had sharp claws, their backs were thick and strong, and their noses were like that of a lion. These were heavy Thai dogs. In terms of defense, heavy Thai dogs were comparable to steel armor dogs. In terms of unity, they were comparable to chrysanthemum Akita dogs. In this King Quan inheritance, among the 100 types of dogs, only a few can become the main force. Heavy Thai dogs are one of them. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, steel armor dogs, these dogs. They are quite extreme, their advantages and disadvantages are obvious, they are hard to rely on. Only dogs like heavy Thai dogs can be relied on. The more they have, the stronger their battle strength. Wu Shintong looked at his heavy Thai dogs, feeling very satisfied. This was something that he had painstakingly accumulated with great difficulty. He did not use them in normal battles, and kept them hidden. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. I have to use the heavy Thai dogs. I believe that when I move out, the other party will definitely be very shocked. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Wu Shintong's lips curled up, full of smiles. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. On the other side of the mist, heavy Thai dogs also appeared. The other party also has heavy Thai dogs? That's right, the other party is an enslavement path expert. Of course he knows how outstanding the heavy Thai dogs are, so he accumulated them. More and more heavy Thai dogs walked out of the mist. Wu Shintong squinted his eyes, his brows knitted together. So many, why does the other party have so many heavy Thai dogs? The heavy Thai dogs that he had always relied on as his trump card. The other party also had them, naturally it gave Wu Shintong mental pressure. Suddenly, Wu Shintong's pupils shrunk as he stared at the mist. He saw a majestic dog king. Heavy Thai dog king. The opponent actually has a heavy Thai dog king. Wu Shintong saw this scene. When Wu Shintong saw this, his heart sank. With the dog king, the dog group's battle strength would increase by several times. More importantly, Wu Shintong did not have a heavy Thai dog king to fight against, then his trump card. He would be pressured by the other party's dog king, causing his battle strength to decrease. As time passed, his trump card lost its effect. Tough battle, this will be an unprecedented tough battle. Who is the other party? Is it Wu Gui or Zhang Sansan? It must be one of them. Wu Gui is more likely. Wu Shintong had already lost his confidence in the battle. The other party's army is stronger than mine, I will lose more than win this battle. If I can win this battle, it will be a narrow victory. My losses will be disastrous, I will not be able to continue. Wu Shintong was already feeling regret. But very quickly, his feelings were no longer as simple as regret. His eyes became bigger and bigger, his mouth also subconsciously opened. His eyeballs were popping out, as if someone was punching him from behind. And the expression on his face changed from surprise to shock, then from shock to fear. In the fog, not only did the heavy Thai dogs continue to surge out in large numbers, there were also green Hua dogs, smoke song dogs, light dogs, and star hounds. Green Hua dog, covered in green scales, handsome and extraordinary. Smoke song dog, emitting smoke from its nose and mouth, arrogant and untamed. Light dog, covered in white fur, bright and gentle. Star hound, tall and slender, proud and outstanding. How is this possible? Wu Shintong shouted, Green Hua, Smoke Song, Light Hang, Star Hang, Heavy Tai, they each have their own merits, they are also known as the 5 great mountain dogs, they can form a vast army formation. How did he gather so many dog beasts? What made Wu Shintong even more in disbelief was that not only did the other party have a large number of 5 great mountain dogs, they even had a dog king among them. Who is he? How can he have so many dog beasts? Unbelievable. Is this an illusion? The dog beasts were still surging out in large numbers. Wu Shintong's spirit was greatly impacted. His battle strength, compared to the other party, was like a baby under a giant's foot. They could not be compared at all. Wu Shintong no longer had any battle intent. There was no chance of winning this battle. The other party only needed to wave his hand and the dog groups would attack. No matter how good his commanding skills were, it would all be useless. The difference in military strength between the two sides could no longer be made up for with skills. Who is he? Did a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master come to Xianxia Mountain? Impossible. Even if he is a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, how can he have such a large dog group? I must see who the other party is. Wu Shentong tightly held the safety token as he stared at the fog. From the fog, a person's figure gradually appeared. He is finally showing his true face? Wu Shentong's forehead was covered in sweat as he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Swoosh. At this time, with a soft sound, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Wu Shentong sensed the abnormality but did not have time to turn around. Fang Yuan placed his hand on his head and squeezed. Bam. His head was crushed. He was also dead. On the other side of the fog, Bai Ningbing slowly walked out. How many more rounds are left? She looked at Fang Yuan and yawned with a drowsy expression. To be continued, others had to rack their brains and scheme to pass the rounds, like Wu Shentong and Wu Guo, they also had to plan and choose carefully. But for Bai Ningbing, because of the land spirit's help, she only needed to move forward. The pitiful Wu Shentong, a grand rank 4 peak stage Gu master, did not even get to see Bai Ningbing. As for Fang Yuan's appearance, Bai Ningbing was not surprised at all, because of the land spirit's reminder. In fact, this was a cooperation between two people. Fang Yuan needed Wu Shentong's aperture, while Bai Ningbing needed his enslavement path Gu worms, as well as these dog groups that Wu Shentong had accumulated. With Wu Shentong's death, his dog group was naturally taken in by Bai Ningbing, causing the huge dog group to increase by another 10%. Seeing this vast dog group, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Your dog group has already taken shape. In this King Quan inheritance, it has already formed a crushing momentum. It is not difficult to get to the last round. Remember, in the last few rounds, there is a large group of lion mastiffs. These lion mastiffs are mutated beasts, their battle strength is even higher than the 5 great hounds. They were King Quan's trump card back then. Besides them, there are 2 dog kings, ancient mutated beasts that are even stronger than ordinary mutated beasts. Back then, the left and right arms of King Quan were comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. You must subdue them all. Bai Ningbing nodded, bidding farewell to Fang Yuan and continuing to pass the rounds. It seems you are indeed a person from the future, using spring-autumn cicada to return to the past. You really know the 3 kings' inheritance like the back of your hand. The land spirit transmitted, praising, I have to remind you, the immortal essence you have is almost used up, it is only enough for you to kill 2 more people. Who do you plan to kill next? Fang Yuan nodded, saying without hesitation, of course Xianxia. Beast Placenta Gu already had 89% aptitude, shining like jade. Compared to its previous mud-like state, it was completely different. After killing 2 more rank 4, it would definitely reach 90% aptitude. The second aperture's aptitude cannot be higher than a Gu master's first aperture. Fang Yuan's first aperture was 90% a grade. Therefore, the current limit of the second aperture was a grade 90%. Even if it accumulated to 99% and was used on Fang Yuan's body, it was only 90%. The remaining 9 points would all be wasted. Of course, if Fang Yuan improved his first aperture's aptitude in the future, his second aperture would also have more room to improve. Xianxia was only a rank 4 upper stage Gu master, he was a level lower than Yihua and Kongri Tian. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, however, he was the most threatening opponent. Because he was an enslavement path Gu master on Xianxia Mountain, second only to Wu Shentong and Wu Guo. Fang Yuan had his own plans. Bai Ningbing is not an enslavement path cultivator after all, she is a complete newbie in commanding dogs. In the future, when she commanded so many dogs, she would definitely be flustered. It would be commendable if she didn't make any mistakes. But fortunately, I don't need her to command the dogs to run and attack. I just need her to form a military formation, guard the hall, and wait for the next move. This way, it could make up for Bai Ningbing's lack of commanding ability. But the military formation was extremely inflexible, it would be terrible if they met Gu master experts proficient in enslavement path. For example, Wu Shentong and Wu Guo only needed to command a small group of dogs. With a few charges, they would be able to probe out the entire situation. With a few troops, they would be able to cause chaos in the military formation and create a loophole in the defense. During the crucial period of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan would need to focus all his attention on the Gu refinement. The land spirit would also be extremely weak, and could only rely on the dogs to defend. Thus, Fang Yuan naturally had to first eliminate the few most threatening enslavement path Gu masters. After a while, Fang Yuan killed Xianxia very smoothly. Even the likes of Wu Gui and Wu Shintong. They were all killed by Fang Yuan, so Xianxia naturally could not escape his demonic claws. But after his death, he gave Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. From Xianxia's aperture, Fang Yuan actually obtained a rank 5 slavery Gu. Slavery Gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Once this Gu was planted, it could control the Gu master. Rank 5 slavery Gu could control a rank 5 Gu master for its own use. It was extremely rare and precious. Back then, on Qingmao Mountain, Guyue clan's 4th generation clan leader fought with the flower wine monk. After losing, he begged for mercy, saying he was willing to plant the slavery Gu and listen to the flower wine monk's orders. Finally, the flower wine monk was deceived by these words, and due to his carelessness, he was counterattacked by the 4th generation clan leader, dying regretfully on Qingmao Mountain. Famous Gu masters really cannot be underestimated. This Xianxia is an enslavement path Gu master. It is not strange for him to have a slavery Gu. The reason why he did not use it was because he wanted to wait for a good opportunity to get a rank 5 expert. After all, it is a rank 5 slavery Gu. If he used it on a rank 4 Gu master, it would be a loss. Fang Yuan thought for a while and guessed Xianxia's thoughts. Looking at the beast placenta Gu, its aptitude was close to 90%, he only needed to kill one more person. Of course, the immortal essence he had was used up, so Fang Yuan could only kill one more person. With this slavery Gu, I can control one more person. Sigh, if I knew Xianxia had such a Gu, I would have killed him first and used the slavery Gu to subdue a rank 5 Gu master. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he could use this Gu to subdue Tai Mu Bai, it would be very beneficial to his Gu refinement, even if it was not Tai Mu Bai. Wu Gui, Ku Mo, Wu Lan Shan and Choujiu were all very good targets. But now, these Gu masters were dead, and Fang Yuan could only subdue a rank 4 expert at most, but he used a rank 5 Gu. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. It was definitely a waste. But even though the rank 5 slavery Gu was extremely rare, Fang Yuan still had to use it. He took a huge risk in refining the second aperture Gu, and with a second rank 4 Gu master by his side, it was undoubtedly safer. But in the Blessed Land, there were so many rank 4 Gu masters. Who should Fang Yuan subdue? Yi Hua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong, as well as Li Fei Lu, Tao Zi, Feng Tianyu, Yan Jun, Li Xian, Hu Mei'er, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Ruanan and the others. Some were strong, some were crafty, some were sinister, some were brave, some were good at attacking, some were good at movement, some were good at healing, some were rich, some had wide connections. Every choice would have consequences in the future. Lightning flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, and after thinking for a long time, he made his choice. It will be him. Land spirit, teleport me over. Fang Yuan made his decision without any hesitation. After 5 minutes, Feng Tianyu knelt at Fang Yuan's feet, saying with heartfelt admiration, "Subordinate Feng Tianyu greets master." Feng Tianyu. You refined a rank 5 Gu at rank 3 realm. Although this rank 5 Gu only existed for half a day before dying, you became famous for a while because of it. Now, things remain the same, but people have changed, your clan has declined, you are no longer that glorious young clan leader. Fang Yuan looked down at Feng Tianyu, speaking plainly. Feng Tianyu kowtowed, subordinate can acknowledge lord as master. It is subordinate's honor and fortune. It is good that you can understand this point. Next, follow my instructions and continue to pass the rounds. In King Xian inheritance, there is an undefeated 100 battles Gu, bring it to me. Fang Yuan instructed. Yes. Subordinate will do my best to share master's burden. Feng Tianyu quickly said. Under the enslavement Gu's effect, he became Fang Yuan's loyal servant. Fang Yuan was at ease with Feng Tianyu. Not only was he a famous and talented refinement pathmaster in southern border, he was also the biggest beneficiary of King Xian inheritance in his previous life. In Feng Yuan's memories, he was the one who obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu. Now, Feng Yuan had been reborn. Not only did he want undefeated 100 battles Gu, he also wanted to recruit its original owner. Right now, Feng Tianyu has the land spirit's guidance. It is not a problem for him to pass King Xian inheritance. This way, I have already obtained 2 of the 3 kings' inheritances. But this was not Feng Yuan's main goal. The reason why he chose Feng Tianyu was because of his talent in refinement path. This was Feng Yuan's first time refining the second aperture Gu after all. With such a refinement path master assisting him, it would be a huge help to him. It would be a huge help to Feng Yuan's Gu refinement. After taking in Feng Tianyu, Feng Yuan began to consider killing the last person. Who? The first person Feng Yuan thought of was not the strongest Yi Hua, nor the most influential Hu Mei Heir and Tao Zi, but Tai Ruanan. Like Tai Mubai, Feng Yuan also thought highly of Tai Ruanan's future. Such a genius had been tempered by hardship. If she matured, she would be a huge threat. She would be even more terrifying than Yi Hua and the rest. But the problem was, in the current situation, the threat that Tai Ruanan brought to Feng Yuan was far lower than Yi Hua and Kong Ri Tian. Regarding the matter of refining second aperture Gu, Feng Yuan killing Yi Hua was definitely more helpful than killing Tai Ruanan. Should he choose to be safe and kill Yi Hua, or plan for the long term and eliminate Tai Ruanan first? Feng Yuan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the land spirit. Not good, something unexpected has happened. What is it? Feng Yuan was shocked. The land spirit's tone was suppressed, concealing a trace of panic. A rank 4 Gu master has found a weak area in the blessed land. That place was once heavily damaged by the earthly calamity. The heavenly suppression is at its weakest and can already allow a Gu master to use a Gu worm. Right now, he is using a rank 5 Gu to poison the heaven and earth. In just 7 minutes, he will be able to connect to the outside world and create a hole in the blessed land. The land spirit said. Feng Yuan immediately felt the severity of the matter. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal and had once possessed a blessed land. He naturally knew the severity of this matter. If there was a hole in the blessed land that could connect to the outside world, the immortal essence expenditure would increase exponentially. If it was not repaired in time, the hole would become bigger and bigger, eventually causing the winds of assimilation. Once the winds of assimilation blew, the blessed land would be destroyed. I have taken the initiative to cut off and abandon most of the holes in the blessed land. There were only 3 places that were crucial and couldn't be given up. To think that this person's luck is so good, he actually found one of them and even noticed it. Take a look at the exact situation. The land spirit sighed. A scene appeared in front of Feng Yuan's eyes. The Gu master in this scene wore a navy blue robe, his face was thin and his gaze was gloomy. It was none other than Longqing Tian. Right now, he was activating his only rank 5 poison Gu, Jade Sky. The ground and sky around him were all dyed green. It had once dyed the sky blue. Jade Sky Gu, Longqing Tian's core trump card, a Gu worm that existed since the immemorial era. It was basically extinct now. Longqing Tian relied on this Gu to roam the southern border and poison many people to death. He was infamous. To think that my luck is so good, to be able to find such a weak area. Longqing Tian's gaze flickered, showing obvious excitement. Although there were only 100 stages in the 3 kings' inheritance, there were countless choices in each stage. It was like a giant tree with lush branches that reached the sky. Being able to reach this place was even rarer than 1 in 10,000, he was extremely lucky. The suppression of heaven and earth here is very weak. It actually forced me to use a Gu. Haha, I will first use Jade Sky Gu to poison this blessed land. This way, I can connect to the outside world and form a passage. Once the passage is formed, I will be able to activate Gu worms in the vicinity. I will no longer need to follow the rules of 3 kings. Next, I will use this as a base to radiate and reap huge benefits. Who is it? Longqing Tian sensed something and turned around, seeing a person appearing far away. Little beast King Fengxing? Longqing Tian squinted, sensing Feng Yuan's intentions. Feng Yuan did not reply. he waved his hand and a bone spike flew out like lightning. Long Xianxia snorted, quickly activating his defensive goo worm. His surroundings were filled with green jade sky goo poison. It had already invaded a large area. Fang Yuan did not have detoxification methods. He did not dare to touch the goo poison. He could only engage in long-range combat. Right now, Fang Yuan only had mutated beast phantoms left, but he did not have the rank 4 all-out effort goo. Thus, he could not use it casually. But fortunately, he had killed so many goo master experts and obtained many goo worms, he could use them in long-range combat. After a few rounds, Long Xianxia was defeated by Fang Yuan. Long Xianxia could only activate one goo worm at a time. But Fang Yuan had the land spirit's help, he could use them at will. The difference in battle strength between the two was huge. Although he won, Fang Yuan's expression was unsightly. Long Xianxia's corpse. It was a pale green color. It was obviously corroded by the jade sky goo poison. This famous expert of the demonic path, before dying, gave a sinister smile towards Fang Yuan, brazenly using the jade sky goo to poison himself to death. Fang Yuan did not kill Long Xianxia. Knowing that he was in a hopeless situation, he committed suicide. As expected of a demon, Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The jade sky goo was a rare poison of the great goo and was already extinct in the present southern border. Perhaps only the 4 great physicians would be able to treat him. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the goo and swallow it, he would have to come into contact with the goo poison. If one was poisoned by the jade sky goo, in less than 2 hours, their entire body would turn into a green light and dissipate. Very few goo masters were poisoned by the jade sky goo. Those who could survive. The Wu clan's Wu Shentong was already considered an extremely lucky case. Even if Fang Yuan risked being poisoned, he might not be able to obtain the goo worm. The suppression here was weak. Long Xianxia could detonate his goo worms one by one. The risks and benefits were so disproportionate that Fang Yuan naturally wouldn't take the risk. But in this way, the last portion of the celestial essence budget was spent on Long Xianxia. The aptitude of beast placenta goo. I can only stop at 89%. Fang Yuan was filled with regret. In the end, after so much effort, he still didn't reach the 90% that he expected. I am still too weak. Such a scheming matter. I can only do my best and leave the rest to heaven. Long Xianxia's sudden incident caught Fang Yuan off guard. Fang Yuan was a human after all, not a god. He couldn't predict this change. Although he had his previous life's memories, he tried to recall them clearly. But such details, as long as the person involved didn't say it, who would know? Moreover, since his rebirth, he had changed many things. Whether Long Xianxia's incident was something that happened in his previous life, it was hard to say. Forget about the beast placenta goo. What's worse is that this world is already poisoned by the jade sky goo. Sooner or later the poison will take effect. By then, this world will rot and turn into a green light, forming a huge hole. Fang Yuan looked at this world. The green color was getting darker and spreading outwards. Such a hole would accelerate the decline of the blessed land. This also meant that the land spirit would be weakened. If it were a younger blessed land, as long as I have enough immortal essence, even if I can't cure the poison, I can get rid of this mutated area and make up for the hole. But this blessed land is too old, it lacks immortal essence. Once this hole forms, it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Sigh, I don't have much time left to refine goo, I need to hurry. At this point, Fang Yuan's merciless massacre finally came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued to refine goo, racing against time. Time passed day by day, the pressure from spring-autumn cicada increased day by day. Fang Yuan slept for an hour on average every day, crazily squeezing out his potential. Under his desperate efforts, although there were many inevitable failures in the goo refinement process, the overall progress was quite fast. The land spirit praised him repeatedly. While Fang Yuan was moving towards success, his younger brother was also in high spirits. Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. At the center of Hu immortal blessed land, on Danghun Mountain, Fangjing climbed up with great effort, surpassing one figure after another. During this period of time, he had become the center of attention, attracting many people's attention. It's him, that crane gates Fangjing. He surpassed another person. Someone was envious. Fangjing. Looking at Fangjing's climbing figure, Fairy Bai Xia had a complex gaze. This kid is indeed strange. Looking at this trend, I'm afraid he will be the first to reach the top. Wei Wuxiang, who had enmity towards Fangjing, had to admit that Fangjing had a high chance of winning. Fangjing used both his hands and feet to climb. He breathed heavily, and with the help of Master Tenchiru, he surpassed one elite after another of the 10 sections. Eventually, only 3 people were left above him. Xiaoqi Xing, Yingxing Ji, and Feng Kim Hong. This kid has finally caught up to the first echelon. It was not in vain that I used my own Wei Gu. He Fengyang had been paying attention, and seeing this situation, he let out a sigh of relief. If there are no accidents, the winner will be one of these 4. A Gu Immortal transmitted. Crane Gate speed is quite fast, hee, but who will emerge victorious is hard to say until the final moment. Indeed, Crane Gate is only 4th currently, there is a clear gap between him and the top 3. Now, let's see if he can catch up and surpass them in a limited time. The Gu Immortals conversed. The entire inheritance contest had finally entered the final stage at this moment. In the hall, a lump of profound light of all colors, the size of a water vat, floated in the air and spun madly. Fang Yuan controlled the profound light, his eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly spoke, "Take 3 ounces of willow stone yellow." Immediately, the sculpture in the hall broke away from the bronze bricks and turned into a solid form. It was willow stone yellow. This was an ancient stone material that was rarely seen in the current era. After being taken by the land spirit, it split into 3 ounces and flew into the dazzling profound light. Fang Yuan's concentration was concentrated, not daring to be careless. When the profound light suddenly turned yellow, he spoke again, "Take 30 snowball goo." 30 snowball goo flew into the yellow light lump. The water vat-sized light lump was still yellow, but its size continued to shrink. In the end, it condensed into a dot, forming an earthen yellow stone that was completely unremarkable. Fang Yuan carefully received this stone and let out a long sigh of relief. This goo refinement lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and finally came to an end. He was extremely tired, immediately lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep, wishing he could sleep for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But in less than an hour, he was woken up by the land spirit on time. This stone could not exist for long, in another 15 minutes, it would evaporate and dissipate. By then, all of Fang Yuan's previous efforts would be wasted, he would have to start from scratch again. Gu refinement is difficult, it requires a strength path Gu master, and also a refinement path expert. Even for me, with my previous life's memories and foundation, it is very difficult. I almost failed several times, it was extremely dangerous. No wonder no one could refine the second aperture Gu in my previous life. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, patting his cheeks to wake himself up. After resting for an hour, he felt much better, but his head was still dizzy. This was because he had used up too much mental energy, he was too tired. The second aperture Gu was rank 6, refining an immortal Gu was naturally not simple. Fang Yuan did not need to look in the mirror to know his current appearance, with messy hair, pale face, dark eye bags, and extremely haggard. "Land spirit, how much immortal essence do I have left?" he asked. 5 portions of immortal essence left. The land spirit immediately answered, its voice revealing a trace of weakness. Right now, 18 days had passed since Fang Yuan killed Long Qing Tian. The speed at which the blessed land was weakening made Fang Yuan inwardly shocked. In order to support the opening of 3 kings' inheritance, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. This abnormality had already caused an uproar in the outside world. During this period of time, even more Gu masters came to explore the blessed land, among them were many famous experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence left, but the Gu refinement is only 2/3 done. "Land spirit, what date is it today?" Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he asked. "According to the calendar you mentioned, it is already the 19th day of the 10th month. The 19th day of the 10th month, according to my plan, the final step of refining the second aperture Gu will be in 5 days. The 24th day of the 10th month, eh? This day in history, isn't it the day that Feng Kim Hong wins and inherits Hu immortal blessed land?" Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Feng Kim Hong. This girl had outstanding talent and a deep background, after inheriting Hu Immortal Blessed Land, her status soared to the sky. In the future, using this to cultivate to become a Gu Immortal, her prestige would spread far and wide, and her aura would shine brightly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan escaped southern border and came to central continent, becoming a Gu Immortal and establishing the Bloodwing Demon sect. This girl was his archenemy. After hundreds of battles, Fang Yuan allied with several demonic path Gu Immortals and attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land together, paying a bloody price before they managed to kill her. Currently, my influence has not spread to central continent. Feng Kim Hong obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his benefits are as great as the heavens. Even the second aperture Gu cannot compare to him. Fang Yuan sighed, his previous life's archenemy wanted to soar to the sky, but he was unable to stop him. Fang Yuan still did not know that his own brother was still alive, and was currently fighting intensely with Feng Kim Hong and the rest. October 20th. In the hall, light red light flickered and shone on the surroundings. More than half of the sculptures on the bronze bricks had already disappeared. Fang Yuan's face was pale and haggard, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at every change in the light lump. Everything was silent. October 21st. The land spirit sent bad news, a rank 5 expert had entered the Gu Master Blessed Land. Fang Yuan looked at the image and immediately recognized this person, so it is Xiao Tribe's Xiao Meng. He is rank 5 extreme light Gu and is a light path expert. In my previous life, his figure could be seen on Sancha Mountain, he finally came. The land spirit breathed in, extreme light Gu? This means this Xiao Meng can activate the light of glory of the immemorial era. This is a huge threat to us. The land spirit was extremely worried. There were 9 heavens in the immemorial era: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. The sunlight of the immemorial era was extraordinary, it was the light of glory, it could pierce through the 9 heavens and spread warmth to all living beings. But now, the 7 heavens were no longer red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue and purple, only white heaven and black heaven remained. The sunlight no longer had the glory of the immemorial era, it was extremely weak and could only pierce through white heaven. Once the rank 5 extreme light Gu was activated, it could burst out with the light of the blazing sun of the immemorial era. This light had no offensive power, but it could pass through all barriers and shine to the ends of the world. That is to say, this blessed land could not block the light of the immemorial era. Fang Yuan sneered, "Ba Gue, relax. His extreme light Gu was obtained from robbing a tomb, it is only a damaged Gu. Every month, it can only be activated 3 times. After 3 times, it will self-destruct." The land spirit heaved a sigh of relief, "That's good. I'm getting weaker and weaker these days. At the final juncture, you still have to rely on yourself." Hee. I like to rely on myself. Fang Yuan replied and did not speak any more, continuing to refine Gu. October 22nd. Guh. Oh no, I failed again. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He clenched his teeth and supported himself with his hands on the ground. He felt the world spinning around him. His eyes were seeing stars and his ears were buzzing. His chest was so stuffy that he felt like vomiting. After a long while, this terrible feeling was slightly alleviated. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly sat down. If the Gu refinement fails, there will be a backlash. I've already failed this step 3 times. It's not that my skills aren't good. I've done my best, but this step requires luck. I'm betting on that 1 in 10 chance of success. Sigh. There's no more time. Fang Yuan's face was pale. He endured the pain of the backlash and began the 4th round of sprinting. At this moment, there were less than 4 portions of celestial core power left in the copper cauldron. October 23rd, Fang Yuan stopped and looked at the Gu worm in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. This Gu was a beetle with a big belly and a pointed head and tail. It did not have any legs or tentacles. Its shape was blurry like a rough carving. It was lifeless like a gray stone. The land spirit, however, said happily, "Young man, I didn't misjudge you. You've refined this fake Gu. You're only 1 step away from turning fake into real Gu and refining the real second aperture Gu. That's right, I'm only one step away. Fang Yuan's tone was complicated. It was relaxed but also heavy. Refining this second aperture goo was like climbing a mountain. There were thousands of steps and countless failures. Fang Yuan almost did not sleep or rest, but he finally reached the step. His previous efforts were not in vain. Thus he was relaxed. But this last step was the most crucial. It was a qualitative change and required the use of the immortal goo divine travel goo. Although Fang Yuan had refined spring-autumn cicada, he had never used an immortal goo to refine an immortal goo. Thus, this last step was also the one he had the least confidence in. Thus, his mood was heavy. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless, travel the wilderness, add 3 watch periods, 3 watch periods, 3 watch periods are 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete, this last step, I need to use lifespan goo, divine travel goo and 2/3 watch goo. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. He could understand the previous steps and could even modify them. But at this point, he only understood 30% of the true meaning. Land spirit, what changes are there in the blessed land? Fang Yuan asked. 2 groups of people have arrived, dozens of rank 3 goo masters, each led by a rank 4 goo master, they are very imposing. The land spirit showed the scene to Fang Yuan. So it is Che tribe and Zhua tribe. TSK, the 2 tribe leaders and most of the elders have come. Fang Yuan took a look and recognized the situation. The whole of Xianxia mountain was located between Zhua tribe's Cold Tremor mountain and Che tribe's Fei Lai mountain. These 2 tribes had been expanding and had been competing in Xianxia mountain in recent years, having the intention to invade. But the eruption of the 3 kings' inheritance completely messed up the plans of these 2 tribes. The whole of southern border had 100,000 famed mountains and countless nameless mountains. There were also ferocious beasts and wild goo worms everywhere, the environment was dangerous and difficult to travel. Other forces could only send their elites here. But these 2 tribes were in a favorable position and had been restraining themselves. Now that they sensed the abnormality of the inheritance, they finally sent a large group here. To Fang Yuan, this was bad news. At the final juncture, everyone would definitely attack the center of the blessed land, which was this main hall. These Che tribe and Zhua tribe people were Fang Yuan's enemies. Other than them, there will also be Li Xian, Hu Mei Er, Yi Hua, Kong Ri Tian and other experts. At the final juncture, I will need to refine goo and can only rely on land spirit, by Ning Bing and Feng Tianyu to defend against the enemies. The situation is dangerous, but it's only external. The final step, I need to use 2/3 watch goo consecutively, which will cause my body's time to flow 9 times faster. To spring-autumn cicada, it is a great tonic. At that time, the pressure will rise sharply and my aperture will be in danger. This is the internal cause. With internal and external pressure, danger lurks everywhere. But I can only grit my teeth and persevere. I have already worked so hard and am just 1 step away from reaching the peak. If I don't take a gamble, I won't be satisfied. If I succeed, I will have a second aperture. With further nurturing, when I reach rank 6, I won't be too far behind Feng Kim Hong. In Fang Yuan's rebirth plan, Qingmao Mountain was only the starting point, Shangclan City was only a platform, and second aperture goo was only a stepping stone. But it was because of these accumulations that he could charge towards a higher level. Next, there will be many fortuitous encounters. Without a certain level of cultivation and strength, one would not have the qualifications to participate. All living beings, survival of the fittest, I can't give in to these fortuitous encounters, and I have to seize every second. This is truly worthy of my rebirth body. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh and began to rest, preparing for the final day. October 24th, Fang Yuan woke up from his slumber and slowly opened his eyes. I haven't slept so well for so many days, the great battle is coming up. He stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, 2 people were already standing under the guidance of the land spirit. Master. Feng Tianyu saw Fang Yuan and immediately knelt on the ground, offering a goo worm. This goo looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than undefeated 100 battles goo. This subordinate did not disappoint you, I have already passed 100 rounds and obtained King Xian's inheritance, subduing these hairy men. Feng Tianyu said. Beside him stood hundreds of hairy men, each of them had thick hair and were standing silently. Good. Feng Yuan nodded, lightly praising. He was not surprised. These hairy men had a nature, they liked to follow people who were better at gu refinement than themselves. Feng Tianyu had passed 100 rounds, it was not strange for him to have these followers. Feng Yuan walked towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked at the grand bronze hall, her gaze revealing a trace of understanding. It seems that this is the Blessed Land's central area. Saying so, her gaze moved towards Feng Yuan. You better remember your promise. Feng Yuan smiled, don't worry. He looked behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts, some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Feng Yuan frowned slightly, Bai Ningbing's control was too weak. If it were Zhang San, Wu Guo, or Wu Shintong, they would be able to make these dog beasts line up tightly and remain motionless like an army. But Bai Ningbing was forced to do something beyond her abilities, she did not have any enslavement path training, it was not easy for her to do this. In fact, Bai Ningbing's mind was in a daze, her movements were erratic, she had a feeling that her soul was heavy and her body was like a marionette. It was truly difficult for her to control so many dog beasts at once. Now, listen to my arrangements and set up the defenses. No matter what the enemy is, do not attack. Remember this, remember this. Feng Yuan instructed. Since it is your arrangement, success or failure has nothing to do with me. Bai Ningbing said coldly. Regardless of success or failure, I will give you the Yanggu. Feng Yuan guaranteed with a smile. You better keep your word. 2 light pillars disappeared, this means that King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were taken away. Early in the morning on Xianxia Mountain, the Gu masters were incomparably shocked, there was a commotion. The opening of the inheritance this time is very strange, it has lasted until today, causing the blessed land to deteriorate rapidly. Someone was already suspicious. But compared to this, more people were concerned about the inheritance's whereabouts. Just which 2 lucky fellows have inherited the legacy? I think King Xian's inheritance should be obtained by Lord Tai Mubai. Ever since he entered, he has not come out. King Quan's inheritance should be Wu Guo. No, it should be my tribe's Lord Wu Shintong. The way I see it, my demonic past beast enslavement master Zhang San also has a chance of winning. After everyone argued for a while, someone finally found something strange. Strange, the few rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance have not come out. What is going on? King Xian and King Quan's inheritances were both obtained, but why haven't the others come out? They are trapped in the blessed land. This blessed land is close to collapse, not long later, the entrance will open and we can enter and exit at will. A loud voice resounded. It is Lord Xiaoming. Immediately, a righteous Gu master recognized the speaker. This Xiaoming came to Xianxia Mountain but did not enter the inheritance, what is he trying to do? The demonic Gu masters muttered in their hearts. Xiaoming's arrival suppressed the demonic path's arrogance. Successfully attracting everyone's attention, Xiaoming laughed arrogantly. Next, I will use extreme light Gu to open the entrance of the blessed land for all of you. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes opened wide in anger as he activated his primeval essence and raised his fist. Extreme light Gu, Providence Gu, Empty Fist Gu, Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. 3 Gu activated together, and the whole sky turned dark. Everyone watched in shock as a fist made of light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and suddenly disappeared, striking somewhere in the darkness. Extreme light Gu did not have any attack power, but when combined with the other 2 Gu, it formed an incomparably powerful attack, Rumble. At the peak of Xianxia Mountain, there was only 1 light pillar left. However, a grayish-black plane appeared in front of everyone like an illusion. It was like it was separated by a layer of gauze, like a dream. How could there be a plane on the mountain peak? This was caused by Xiaoming punching a hole in the blessed land. For a moment, Xianxia Mountain was silent. Some Gu masters were dazed, some were shocked, some looked at each other, but no one moved. Xiaoming snorted in his heart and secretly signaled to someone in the crowd with his eyes. A Gu master immediately ran out from the crowd. Lord Xiaomeng is invincible, forcefully punching a hole in the blessed land. This way, we are no longer restricted by the three kings' inheritance and can all enter. After shouting this, he jumped out of the crowd, and with a few leaps, he passed through the hole and entered the blessed land. He activated his Gu worms in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3. Near this hole, the restriction of heaven and earth was weak, allowing him to activate 3 Gu worms. This scene immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Countless people woke up from their stupor, breathing heavily. Being able to use Gu worms meant they had the ability to protect themselves. This also meant the risk of entering the blessed land was greatly reduced. But the performance was not over yet. This Gu master suddenly ran back and jumped out of the blessed land, successfully returning to Xianxia mountain. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and cupped his fists towards Xiaomeng. Thank you, Lord, for making an exception. Xiaomeng chuckled. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. I only feel that everyone should have the right to compete for the treasures of heaven and earth. It is too much for a limited few people to hog it all. But how much you can snatch will depend on yourselves. Lord Xiaomeng's benevolence is unparalleled. Lord Xiaomeng is such a good person. His elder brother is Xiao Shan, great hero Xiao. Truly a dragon and tiger brother. Among the rank 5 Gu masters on Sancha Mountain, only Lord Xiaomeng can think for us weaklings. He is truly a role model of the righteous path, so benevolent. Everyone cheered unceasingly. Fawning words entered Xiaomeng's ears like a tide. The crowd surged as large numbers of Gu masters rushed into the blessed land. A bunch of idiots, Xiaomeng said with a warm smile on his face, but in his heart, he was sneering. Compared to Taimu Bai and Wu Gue, the time I came to Sancha Mountain is still too late. The inheritances of King Quan and King Xian had all been taken by someone else. Only the inheritance of King Bao was left. Damn it. I have long wanted to plead with my father and the other elders, but these people only cared about Xiao Shan's illness. Humph. Isn't it better for him to die? That way, I can become the young clan leader. Alas, I coaxed and pestered before getting permission to come to Sancha Mountain, but it's already too late. How can I compare to the accumulation of those people from before? Only by destroying the blessed land and creating a loophole will I be able to benefit from it. For this blessed land, the more people that enter, the heavier the burden. The suppression of heaven and earth is getting weaker and weaker. So what if you guys obtained the inheritance? I can use my Gu worms to snatch it. The inheritances of King Bao, King Quan, and King Xian are all mine. Even if I can't get it, none of you can. Alright, that's about it. Fang Yuan looked at the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This bronze hall was located on a hill. The hill was not a dangerous peak, but a gentle slope that extended to the surroundings. Such a terrain was not easy to defend, but thankfully, there were many dog beasts, and with their numbers, they could slightly make up for it. In the past 2 hours, Fang Yuan had been arranging the formation for Bai Ningbing, as well as instructing her on how to deal with any situation that arises. Bam! Right at this time, the whole heaven and earth shook, and the bronze hall shook, causing dust to fall. Not good, that Xiaomeng used extreme light Gu and pierced a hole in the blessed land, forming a passage. Large numbers of Gu masters are rushing in, killing each other and fighting for the treasures. The scene is in chaos. The land spirit transmitted. Fang Yuan chuckled, but did not panic. In his previous life's memories, there was such a scene. Xiaomeng's arrival meant that this had happened. Chaos is good. Xiaomeng wants to obtain victory in the chaos, but I also want this chaotic situation to help me stall for time. Fang Yuan's black eyes shined with eerie light. Eh? Among these people, there is a rank 5 Gu master. This young man is amazing. He actually blocked my senses earlier. Only when he attacked did I discover something amiss. The land spirit suddenly said. Fang Yuan frowned. This situation was out of his expectations. Who is it? An image appeared in front of him, showing a young man with waist-length black hair and a pair of deep purple pupils. A pair of thick black eyebrows. The tip of his eyebrows were raised high, branching into a few branches, like a wild flame burning. His demonic aura was awe-inspiring, with a domineering aura that could destroy heaven and earth, like an evil dragon descending into the world. Mo Wu Tian. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, recognizing him. This person was a demonic genius, inheriting an ancient inheritance and was a soul path Gu master. Be it fame or strength, Fang Yuan could not compare to him. In his memories, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Mo Wu Tian had killed several rank 5 righteous Gu masters. His reputation was infamous, and his demonic flame soared to the sky. In the end, the demonic side was defeated, and Mo Wu Tian broke out of the encirclement, leaving with no one able to stop him. In my previous life, Mo Wu Tian did not come to Xianxia Mountain. It seems the influence of my rebirth has already reached this level of people? Just as Fang Yuan was in deep thought, Mo Wu Tian seemed to sense someone was watching him. He turned his head and looked at Fang Yuan. So that's the direction. He muttered softly as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Not good, he seems to have sensed something and is charging towards the hall. The land spirit warned. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted. Mo Wu Tian was actually targeting him with intense hostility. What was his motive, and what did he discover? The chaos will only last for a while. Tai Mu Bai and the others have not appeared yet. It will arouse the suspicions of others. There is not much time left. I need to refine the Gu now. Land spirit, raise your fog. Feng Tianyu, follow me into the hall and assist me in refining the Gu. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan shouted and led Feng Tianyu into the bronze hall. As for the hairy men that the latter brought, they were left outside to guard the hall, forming the final line of defense. Looking at Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's departing figures, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light. The fog started to rise and spread rapidly, soon covering the hall and all the dogs on the mound. The bronze hall was vast and majestic. Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu's footsteps echoed, making this place even more quiet and spacious. Right now, the bronze bricks in the hall were already empty. Most of the materials and Gu worms had been used up during the Gu refinement. Only a few carvings were left. Fang Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron and sat down with Feng Tianyu. This is the final step, the truly crucial moment. He breathed in deeply, his eyes clear like water. Feng Tianyu's breathing was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path Gu master, being able to refine immortal Gu was the most desired thing in their life. Let's begin. Fang Yuan took out the fake second aperture Gu and threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire, only a thin layer of immortal essence was left at the bottom. It was being consumed rapidly and started to burn. The burning green smoke rose up like smoke, wrapping around the fake Gu in the second aperture. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was transformed by the green smoke into a yellow light that filled the air. Fang Yuan and Feng Tianyu focused their minds and tried to harmonize the green smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the green smoke turned into green grass that grew in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers that fell down and adorned the grass. It is time. Fang Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. This step was indispensable. Only after this step could the refined second aperture Gu belong to Fang Yuan. Otherwise, it would be an ownerless object and would fly away once it was refined. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green smoke and yellow light immediately let out a sizzling sound, turning into a red cloud that resembled a raging sea of blood. The blood surged, but it only formed into a ball that floated in the air and did not spread. The cloud continued to transform. The sea of blood gradually calmed down and condensed into a field. A large field of scarlet rice, scarlet like blood, grew on the field. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, quickly using Gu worms to heal his injuries. Even so, he had lost a lot of blood and his face was pale. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless. Roam the wilderness. Add the third watch. The third watch is 9. 9 is the extreme. The refinement is complete. He had already memorized the recipe by heart, but he still recalled it now. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Next, it is lifespan Gu. Ba Gue! Fang Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby. Hearing Fang Yuan's call, it quickly took out 2 lifespan Gu. These lifespan Gu were one big and one small, like ginseng roots and old tree roots. Touching it, it felt rough and ancient. The small one was a 300 years lifespan Gu, like a green snake coiling in a circle. it could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 300 years without any side effects. The big one was like a horned dragon flying in the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. It could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 500 years without any side effects. The value of these two Gu was self-evident. Feng Tianyu saw this and his eyes shone, his body trembling. Feng Yuan first threw the 300 years lifespan Gu into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan Gu and immediately surged like boiling water. At this moment, the cloud seemed to have turned into a green-scaled snake, slithering and trying to escape from Feng Yuan's control. Feng Yuan jumped in shock, he was caught unprepared and almost let the green snake escape. When he reacted, it seemed that the green snake had already mostly escaped from his hand, only its tail was left. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open and red. He poured all his attention into the cloud without holding back, using all his strength to firmly hold on to it, not letting it escape. Time became unbearable at this moment. As the minutes and seconds passed, the cloud in the air gradually stabilized. Feng Yuan finally had the spare energy to curse the original owner of the blessed land. Such an important obstacle, there was actually no annotation in the recipe. If not for his concentration and reaction time, as well as Feng Tianyu's help, he could barely stabilize the situation and turn the tables. Otherwise, he would have failed completely. As time gradually passed, a mystical aura spread out from the place. The cloud completely digested the 300 years lifespan Gu and calmed down, turning back into the scene of the blood field and red rice. But now, the red rice had turned into a green color, like rice growing in spring, densely packed. It was the scene of 300 years as spring described in the recipe. That mysterious Gu immortal must have only researched the recipe, but did not use it to this step. Otherwise, why would he not make any annotations? Feng Yuan came back to his senses, thinking, next, I need to use the 500 years lifespan Gu. But there is no rush. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land spirit, Ba Gue, show me the scene of that poisonous land. Immediately, a smoke image appeared in the air, showing the scene. Long Qing Tian's corpse, quietly lying on the ground. The surrounding sky and ground were dyed a deep green color. It was Long Qing Tian's jade sky Gu poison. This Gu originated from the immemorial era, its poison was extremely strong, even Feng Yuan did not dare to touch it. Coincidentally, at this time, two Gu masters appeared in the scene, both with rank 3 cultivation. This place is strange, why is it so green? Look, that corpse, it's Long Qing Tian. They rushed here, and unexpectedly found Long Qing Tian's corpse. Long Qing Tian is rank 4 peak stage, a famous demon, he was actually killed. Let's go take a look, there might be something good on his corpse. The two were excited, running towards Long Qing Tian's corpse. Blinded by greed, they did not realize their bodies were dyed in green light. Courting death. Feng Yuan sneered. Sure enough, the two of them did not even manage to take 10 steps before they died from the poison, turning into green light and disappearing into the horizon. The poison of the blue sky poisonous insect has accumulated deeply. This area is going to be ruined. The hole formed is even bigger than the one created by Xiaomeng. Time was of the essence, and every second was precious. Feng Yuan was also extremely anxious, but he still chose to restrain himself. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, there was a loud boom. The blessed land shook and the main hall trembled. The second loophole was formed, the land spirit let out a long sigh. The speed at which the blessed land was collapsing was too fast. It had doubled again. Continue refining Gu. Feng Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan Gu and threw it into the cloud. The clouds began to boil again, trying to break free from Feng Yuan's control. But this time, Feng Yuan was mentally prepared. He wasn't caught off guard like last time, so he was able to firmly control the situation. However, he soon felt that his strength was not enough. This time, the change in the clouds and mist gave him a feeling. Not only was it slippery, but it also carried a kind of brute force. It was like a green snake had turned into a dragon, trying to break free from Feng Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly helped. The two's minds worked together to suppress the clouds' change. The clouds boiled several times, almost breaking free, but were eventually suppressed. After the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the clouds became clear again. It turned into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. This was the scene of 500 years as autumn. Fortunately, he waited until the poison took effect before refining the goo. Otherwise, the second loophole would have formed and the hull would have shaken, interfering with the goo refinement, and it would not have been so smooth. Fang Yuan waited for a while. The clouds were ready, and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk until it formed a new goo. It fell down. Fang Yuan held it in his hand. This goo was like a peanut shell, shining with a golden color. The markings on its surface were scarlet blood traces. The fake second aperture goo could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. But this new goo could already exist for 40 years. At this step, the true second aperture goo had already formed an embryo, and was growing in the peanut shell. But if it was left to develop, not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years might not be enough to become the real thing. Only by using a huge external force, to get rid of the fake and retain the real, turning the fake into the real, could it achieve a qualitative change, transcend the mortal, and become an immortal, and this external force was none other than the rank 6 divine travel goo. Next, I need to use the immortal goo to refine the immortal goo. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his breathing, and began the most important step in the entire goo refinement process. At this moment, outside, shouts of battle shook the sky. This dog is mine. As long as you obediently hand over the goo worm, I will spare your life. Kill all these Eggmen. These mutants actually occupied a spirit spring. What a waste of resources. All kinds of looting and fighting, goo masters were in a frenzy, and the number of casualties continued to rise. Strange. Why have we not seen Lord Taimu by after so long? Our Wu clan's Lord Wu Shentong, where did he go? Wu clan's goo masters, Tai clan's goo masters, and others all sensed something amiss. Search, continue searching. The suppression of heaven and earth is already very weak, it is enough to mobilize most of the goo worms. The situation is in chaos now, there is killing everywhere, and blood is flowing like rivers. We need to find our clan's experts to suppress this situation. Where have we not explored yet? Only the deepest part of the blessed land, there is a thick fog there. Just as these people turned their attention to the bronze hall, Mo Wu Tian had already arrived at the periphery of the fog alone. There is indeed the aura of an immortal goo, a pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet also wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupils, the fog became faintly discernible, and a vast number of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. His brow slightly furrowed. The enemy's defense was tight, he alone could not break through this defense, he needed to borrow strength. His brows relaxed as Mo Wu Tian turned around and left. His body moved like lightning, traversing hundreds of li in the sky. Before long, he landed in front of Hu Mei'er. Hu Meier's face turned pale from fright, but when she saw Mo Wu Tian, she smiled brightly. Young Master Wu Tian, you are here too. This Three Kings inheritance has little meat but more wolves, I am afraid you will be disappointed. Eh? You have already cultivated to rank 5. Hu Mei'er looked at the man in front of her, unable to conceal her shock. She swallowed her saliva, trying to digest this shock as she forced a smile. This is great, you have rank 5 battle strength. You are suitable to take this riches. These green Eggmen are numerous, they have already built a castle, I have not been able to take them down. There is a green egg empress inside, as long as I capture it alive, I will be able to make a fortune in the future. He he he. Mo Wu Tian glanced at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then, King Bao Wang Ba Dan had 8 Eggman empresses, and countless Eggmen were produced daily. King Xian Wang Xiaoya's inheritance has the secret reporting goo and undefeated 100 battles goo. Beside Dog King Wang Er, there are 2 dog emperors, Ying Ming and Ba Huang. These are the essence of 3 kings' inheritance, but they are not worthy of my attention. Hu Meier's smile froze, to think that young Master Wu Tian knows so much about 3 kings' inheritance. Since they are not worthy of your attention, why don't you give them to me? Women are truly short-sighted. Mo Wu Tian laughed, staring at Hu Meier's eyes. I will tell you now, this blessed land spirit is not dead, there is a goo immortal's inheritance in the deepest part. What? Hu Meier was shocked. But there is dense fog there are close to 100,000 dog groups, to charge into the central area's sacred hall. Just the two of us are not enough. Mo Wutian smiled deeply. Hu Mei'er was an astute woman, she immediately understood Mo Wutian's intention. Her eyes shined as she laughed, he, isn't it easy to get people? Hu Mei'er was a decisive person, she immediately abandoned the Green Egg Empress and roped in other demonic path Gu masters with Mo Wutian. Using Hu Mei'er's network, Mo Wutian's cultivation and reputation, they quickly gathered large numbers of demonic path Gu masters. Adding on the news of the Gu Immortal's inheritance, demonic path merchant Li Xian, fiery star Bao Tong, rock lizard Li Chang and other experts also gathered. When Mo Wutian returned to the fog, he was no longer alone, but a demonic path army of thousands. They are finally here. Bai Ningbing, who was sitting on the hill, slowly stood up. The fog could obstruct everyone's vision, but because of the land spirit's support, Bai Ningbing's vision was clear. She naturally saw this demonic path alliance army. Mo Wutian observed for a while, before saying, Li Chang, bring 300 people to attack the front. After a few dozen steps, you will be obstructed by the metal shield dogs. Fight and retreat, move to the left, there will be Chrysanthema Makita dogs pincer attack, defeat them and charge towards the southeast. Hu Mei'er, send 500 people to attack the left. Along the way, you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Don't worry about the losses, charge towards the north. Bao Tong, take the right path, lead 800 people. From the northwest direction, there will be battle cries, directly charge in, there will be no dogs obstructing you within 500 steps. If you encounter lightning symbol dog groups, charge with all your might, if you can't reach them in 3 minutes, retreat. Li Xian, send 400 people as backup, ready to be deployed at any time. If I do not give any orders, you will lead the retreating army. What about you, Mo Wutian? Li Xian's gaze flickered as he asked. Of course I will stay in the center. Why, are you worried? Mo Wutian was expressionless, his purple pupils staring at Li Xian. Li Xian immediately felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, running up his spine. This Mo Wutian, how did he become so terrifying? His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, killing intent surged in his chest. It seems the ancient inheritance he obtained is no small matter, otherwise, how could he have such progress? I had thought Little Beast King could compete with him. Only now do I know he is the true #1 genius of the demonic path, he is truly terrifying. Li Xian's heart turned cold, he could only accept the order. They're here. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, her expression became nervous as she quickly mobilized the dog group. The originally still dog pack formation began to move like a giant millstone. As for these Gu masters who charged in, they had all turned into green beans and yellow beans. In just a moment, they were ground into bean dregs, most of them died. The rest saw that the situation was bad and quickly retreated. The Demonic Path Alliance army suffered a huge loss, over 1,000 people were sent in, but only a few hundred returned in defeat. Young Master Wu Tian, did you see clearly? Li Chang was the first to speak. I followed your instructions and charged in. In the first wave, we met the Iron Shield dogs. We fought and retreated, moving to the left, but were attacked by the Lightning Symbol dogs and Chrysanthema Makita dogs. There were too many of them, we could not kill them all. After fighting for a while, we could only retreat. Bao Tong's temper became even more violent. I led 800 people, but I did not hear any battle cries from the northwest direction. Instead, I heard people fighting in the southeast direction. I led my army to attack, but was immediately attacked by lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Hu Meier's expression was also unsightly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But after charging for 800 steps, we did not encounter any dog groups. Just as we were feeling suspicious, we suddenly saw dog groups surrounding us from all directions. Thankfully, I turned around and counterattacked, otherwise, I would have lost my life there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at the side. His group was prepared to protect the scattered Gu masters and face the pursuing dog groups. But while there were scattered soldiers, none of the dogs chased after them, causing him to stand there for a long time. Mo Wu Tian's expression was grim. After a while, he spoke, I can see the exact situation more clearly than you. This dog group has someone commanding them, it is not a dead formation, but a living one. That is why you all returned in defeat. Everyone was shocked. There is someone commanding them? Who could it be? Mo Wutian shook his head. The fog is too thick, I can only vaguely see and cannot see clearly. There is definitely a mastermind behind this, only human intelligence can make such a brilliant reaction. But don't worry, I have a deep understanding of the enslavement path, you only need to attack like this to break the encirclement and obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked at each other for a while. Because of Mo Wutian's rank 5 strength and the temptation of the immortal treasure, they reluctantly nodded. But this time, they still returned in failure. In fact, the losses were even more severe than the last time. The mastermind has great attainments in the enslavement path, I underestimated him. Mo Wutian frowned deeply. Just now, his plan was thorough, and the 4 sides cooperated ingeniously, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, as if seeing through his plan in an instant. The mobilization of troops was neither too fast nor too slow. The 4 paths were destroyed one after another. His movements vaguely had the demeanor of a master. Mo Wutian, you have to give me an explanation. We fought with our lives on the line and lost so many people. Not even a strand of immortal treasure could be seen. Is it fun for you to stand there and watch? You are a rank 5 Gu master now, you should do your part. Bao Tong shouted angrily as he covered his injuries. Oh? You want an explanation? Hee hee. Then I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wutian laughed sinisterly, his purple eyes suddenly lighting up. You. Bao Tong was caught off guard. He stared at Mo Wutian with all his might, unable to move. After a while, he fell to the ground with a thud. Dead. The demonic path Gu masters gasped. Fiery Star Bao Tong, a famous rank 4 fire path Gu master. Mo Wutian didn't even move, he just stared and killed him. You want an explanation, I will give you one. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If not, you can tell me. Mo Wutian looked at Bao Tong's corpse, listening attentively. You are not speaking, it seems you are satisfied. Mo Wutian laughed, looking around, hee hee hee, Bao Tong is satisfied, are you guys satisfied? Do you want me to give you an explanation? The surroundings were deathly silent. Mo Wutian killed people while talking, Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage, but he could not even block one move, dying instantly. The demonic path Gu masters were shocked and afraid, they started to regret being blinded by greed. Why did they follow Mo Wutian? Now that they were on the pirate ship, they wanted to leave? Humph, too late, Hu Mei Er and the rest lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Wutian's eyes. Mo Wutian's method of killing made them tremble in fear. They had thought that Mo Wutian had just advanced to rank 5, his battle strength might not be rank 5, but to think that Mo Wutian's battle strength was beyond imagination, comparable to Wu Gui and the rest. How old was he, the number 1 genius of the demonic path, truly deserving of his title? After successfully killing and establishing his might, Mo Wutian laughed evilly. Bao Tong's Gu are still here, you guys can split them. Consider it my compensation. Once he said this, the Gu master's eyes brightened. Li Xian was the first to react. With a whoosh, he pounced on Bao Tong's corpse like a rabbit, taking his Gu worms. Almost at the next moment, Hu Mei Er and Li Cheng also reacted, pouncing on him. The others could only stare, not daring to fight. The 3 of them took all of Bao Tong's wealth, gaining a lot. The resentment in their hearts dissipated, turning into reverence towards Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian could use his gaze to kill. This was not strange, it was a visual killer move. This killer move directly competed with the soul. The loser's soul would dissipate, not even having the chance to self-detonate their Gu worms. Mo Wutian was a soul path Gu master, the strength of his soul was unrivaled. If he could deal with Bao Tong like this, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with them? Cough, cough. Li Xian coughed, asking, since there are dog beasts guarding this place, then this must be the central control hall. There is a high chance that the Gu immortal's wealth is hidden there. But how are we going to kill our way in? He was astute. After obtaining the most benefits from Bao Tong, he immediately expressed his support for Mo Wutian. Speaking of the Gu immortal's inheritance, Hu Mei Er and Li Cheng's attention was also drawn to this topic. Mo Wu Tian looked at the people around him. They were all injured, their faces were haggard, they were frightened and had low morale. He sighed and said, "What a motley crew." It seemed like he could only gather more people before he could break through. Spread the news, be it righteous path or demonic path Gu masters, just say that Tai Mu Bai and the rest have already entered the hall. The Gu masters who obtained King Quan's inheritance are blocking us outside. They want to take all the benefits for themselves. This? Hu Meier hesitated. Mo Wu Tian sneered, "Time is pressing, once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing. Without anyone else, do you think we have the strength to charge in?" "Young master is right," Hu Meier quickly said. They finally stopped. On the slope, Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. The methods that Fang Yuan gave her had already been used up by more than half. If they attacked a few more times, Bai Ningbing would be out of ideas. "Ha ha ha, my strategy of obtaining victory in the chaos was indeed correct. Explode this wall. I can obtain King Bao Wang Badan's inheritance." Xiaomeng laughed loudly. Right now, he was alone in a hidden cave. In front of him, there was a thick and huge stone door. As long as he could explode it, he could obtain King Bao's final inheritance. Boom boom boom, light blossomed. Explosions rang out continuously. After a long while, Xiaomeng stopped his attacks while gasping for breath, looking at the stone door with hatred. The stone door was unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Light path excels in speed and purification, but its destructive power cannot compare to fire path. This stone door is sturdy. King Bao clearly wants the fated person to use fire goo to break it open. But I do not have these goo worms. Xiaomeng gritted his teeth. He felt indignant. Right at this time, a Gu master came to report. "Get out, who let you in?" "King Bao's inheritance, I want to open it alone." "Eh? What did you say?" Xiaomeng scolded loudly. Suddenly hearing his subordinate's report, he grabbed the person's collar and brought him up. "You said there is a Gu immortal inheritance. Hidden in the fog, being attacked by everyone?" "Yes. This news has already spread, countless Gu masters have gathered. How could I dare to deceive second young master?" The subordinate quickly said. "Humph, don't call me second young master. I hate this title." Xiaomeng scolded, looking at the stone door reluctantly, but his gaze changed from hesitation to determination. Wang Badan was only a rank 5 Gu master, although he was called King Bao, he was only at the same rank as Xiaomeng. How could his inheritance compare to a Gu immortal's inheritance? "Go, let's go." Xiaomeng dragged his subordinate and walked out quickly. There are more and more people. On the hill, Bai Ningbing frowned deeply. There were already over 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people, although their cultivations were uneven, with some being rank 1 and 2, were still Gu masters. Their combined strength was enough to form a flood that could engulf everything. And even though he had close to 100,000 dog beasts, he was only one person. Outside the hill, countless gazes looked forward with fervent gazes. They were all attracted here by the immortal treasure. There was a commotion in the surroundings, but Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking. His goal was achieved, birds die for food and men die for wealth, this was the human heart. The righteous path has gathered people again and charged into the fog. Hu Meier looked not far away, full of worry. "Young Master Wu Tian, almost all the demonic path Gu masters are here, shouldn't you gather them and form a group? We can't let the righteous path snatch the immortal treasure." "No rush, no rush. The fog is thick, the dog formation is as firm as an iron wall, what can their charge amount to?" Mo Wu Tian snickered coldly, but did not move. The demonic path was not like the righteous path was united and easy to ally with, while the demonic path Gu masters were used to roaming alone. Although he, Mo Wu Tian, had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young, and this was his first time acting as the leader, he could not convince the others. Kong Ri Tian and Li Fei Lu, these demonic path veterans, would not easily listen to him. Only by making them realize the necessity and benefits of working together, could he take advantage of this situation and get twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, in the hall, the Gu refinement had reached a crucial moment. After brewing for a long time, the golden peanut shell and divine travel goo collided. Rumble, Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu's vision darkened, as thunderous roars resounded in their ears. Unlimited divine opportunity, roam the wilderness. Open for me. Feng Yuan screamed, using all his concentration to activate divine travel goo. Divine travel goo was an immortal goo. How could a mortal like him activate it so easily? Fortunately, he had the land spirit's secret help. As immortal essence gushed out, divine travel goo turned into a speck of light and entered the golden peanut shell. Xiaomeng looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to obtain the authority of the Righteous Path's commander. He had organized several attacks, but they were all defeated and returned in low spirits. In the fog, there were countless dogs and beasts, causing every wave of goo masters that charged in to suffer heavy losses. Even if the losses are heavy, they cannot stop my footsteps. Immortal treasure, this is an immortal treasure. Xiaomeng's eyes shone with brilliance as he shouted in his heart. Let's continue and organize the next wave of attacks. Xiaomeng shouted, but there were few who responded this time. The lesson of blood was right in front of them. Even though the benefits were huge, these righteous goo masters could not help but hesitate. After all, they only had one life. A bunch of cowards. Xiaomeng saw everyone hesitating and cursed in his heart. To him, time was of the essence. Other than this immortal treasure, he still had King Bao's inheritance waiting for him to open. If there is an enslavement path goo master commanding the beast group as cannon fodder, then the goo master casualties will decrease sharply and we can definitely regroup. Xiaomeng suddenly thought of this. At this moment, the importance of enslavement path goo masters became obvious. Where did Wu Clan's Wu Shentong go? With Wu Shentong's help, we can definitely break through the fog and reach the central control hall. Xiaomeng asked. But the answer he got made him extremely disappointed. Wu Shentong was nowhere to be seen, even Wu Clan's clansmen were looking for him. Xiaomeng looked at the demonic formation and his heart shook. Not just Wu Shentong, even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang Sansan have not appeared. Don't tell me the one controlling the dog beasts in the fog is one of them? Xiaomeng guessed in his heart as he looked at the general direction of the sacred hall. But the fog in front of him blocked his vision, making him even more irritated. Damn this fog, so annoying. Too bad Wanli Xiongfeng is not here. Otherwise, my clan's divine wind would have dispersed the fog long ago. Wan Clan's goo master sighed. If our clan's old clan leader appeared, would we be afraid of mere dogs? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers snorted. Lord Xiaomeng, there is no progress in this situation. There are still demonic goo masters watching us from the side. What should we do next? The Righteous Path's famous healing goo master Tao Zi walked over and asked Xiaomeng. These demonic bastards. Xiaomeng glanced at the diabolism camp in the distance and became even more annoyed. Looks like I have to make a move. He snorted coldly, and his eyes shone brightly. All of you, step back. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Suddenly, there was an empty space around Xiaomeng, highlighting his existence. Xiaomeng stood still. Slowly closing his eyes, he poured his consciousness into his aperture and slowly circulated his purple crystal primeval essence. The waves on the surface of the quintessential sea grew larger and larger. After brewing for a while, Xiaomeng suddenly opened his eyes. The primeval sea had already turned into a tsunami, and a large amount of primeval essence poured into the 3 goo worms. Extreme light goo, self-will goo, bright spear goo, killing move, glory of my spear. Xiaomeng's body began to emit dazzling white light. The light was dense and rapidly expanded to the size of a hill. Xiaomeng was bathed in the light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. He slowly pointed his finger in the direction of the thick fog. Instantly, the incandescent light around him was drawn in. It fiercely shot out. All the snow-white sunlight shot out the moment it shot out. It formed a light spear that was 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. And beside Xiaomeng, there was not a single drop of light left. 60% of the purple crystal primeval essence in his aperture was consumed in an instant. The light spear had a majestic aura, directly piercing through the thick fog and landing on the hill with lightning speed. Boom, a ferocious explosion suddenly occurred. An intense light burst forth, causing everyone to close their eyes and subconsciously take a step back. Even Mo Wutian had to squint his eyes into a slit. The explosion caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After the white light, there was a shockwave. The shockwave transformed into a gale that radiated in all directions. It whistled as it swept over, causing many people to sway unsteadily. Puff, puff, in the hall, Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining goo, were disrupted and both spurted out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears filled with the sound of the explosion. This is the battle strength of a rank 5 goo master? Fortunately, such a killer move did not hit me. If it had landed on me, my defensive goo would not even last a breath of time. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel shocked. A rank 5 goo master's killer move was not something the current her could block. The whiteness in her eyes gradually faded. Where the huge light spear landed, thousands of dog beasts were completely vaporized. What was originally a gentle slope of the hill was now a huge pit. Bai Ningbing took in a breath of cold air. Such power, if it was shot a few more times, the whole dog formation would be destroyed. She felt even more uncertain, but fortunately, Feng Yuan had told her what to do if she was hit by such a powerful move. Under Bai Ningbing's command, large numbers of dog beasts rushed to the pit, and the gap in the defense was gradually filled up. Hiss, so many dog beasts. Bai Ningbing's mood was grave. The righteous and demonic goo masters also drew in a breath of cold air. Earlier, when the fog was thick, they could not see it. But now, the fog had been dispersed by the white light, and everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dog beasts, densely packed, lined up on the hill, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, hedge dogs, iron shield dogs, een dogs. Someone counted, each dog group had at least 5,000. So many dog kings. Someone exclaimed. No matter how many dog beasts there were, they could not conceal the dog king's ferocity. Other than a few chrysanthemum Akita dogs, these dog kings were all lying down, like flames in the darkness, extremely obvious. These dog beasts and dog kings are not much of a threat. But there are Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hang and Star Hung, these 5 great mountain dog groups. The goo masters with keen eyes were pale. The outer defense was formed by lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts. The inner defense was formed by the 5 great mountain dog formation. And at the entrance of the bronze hall, there was the final layer of defense, formed by hundreds of hairy men. The entire formation was tight and tight, but it was not rigid. All parts were connected to each other. It really is an iron formation. Mo Wutian's purple pupils shined. The more he observed, the more troublesome it was. Even more people's gazes moved towards the bronze hall. The hall was simple and grand, the patterns and structure were emitting a dense ancient aura. That is the bronze hall, the place where the immortal treasure is sealed? As long as we get past the dog group, we can reach the hall. Immortal treasure, immortal treasure. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering wealth is there. Everyone's gazes gradually became heated, the target was right in front of them, it stimulated their greed. He, it is time. It's time. Mo Wutian looked around, his sharp senses sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like a fire, burning in everyone's hearts. However, the huge pack of dogs deterred them, and everyone understood that it was impossible to succeed on their own. This was the basis of cooperation. Lord Xiaomeng, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wutian moved like a phantom, taking a few steps, he stood out from the crowd and arrived in front of Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng snorted. When he saw this dense dog group, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of Mo Wutian's rejection, and worried about himself, a righteous path rank 5. But he took the initiative to talk about cooperation with the demonic path, it would be used against him and people would gossip about him. Now that Mo Wutian took the initiative to look for him, it was exactly what Xiaomeng wanted. Humph, Xiaomeng snorted. His attitude was neither cold nor warm, he looked at Mo Wutian. Mo Wutian immediately understood Xiaomeng's meaning, he was extremely disdainful of such hypocrisy, but he said, then after a moment. We will attack from the front and back. Xiaomeng nodded slightly. He turned around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wutian sneered. He turned around and said to everyone, I took the initiative to look for him and provoke Xiaomeng. I want to spar with him. Next, we will split into two and attack together. Let's see if it is the righteous path or us demonic path that will attack the bronze hall first. Xiaomeng announced, demonic path scoundrels are greedy and despicable. They actually wanted to cooperate with me, but I rejected them. How can I team up with such despicable people? After a moment, they will attack. We will take the chance and let them share our pressure. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wu Tian is domineering. Defeat these righteous path hypocrites. The demonic path Gu masters were mobilized, shouting. Lord Xiaomeng is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the firepower for you. The righteous path Gu masters were roused. Kill. After a moment, the attack began. The righteous path and demonic path were far away from each other, attacking from two different directions. Bai Ningbing hid somewhere, using the shared vision of the land spirit to observe the whole battlefield. 10,000 dogs barked and howled, brandishing their sharp claws as they charged forward. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared, ice and fire flew together, lightning flashed, the ground rumbled and green vines grew. Kill. Yichong took the lead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales, the wind blew his disheveled, fiery red hair. Beside him, there was a light blue whirlpool. Together with the black fins on his back, he was like a vicious shark in the sea. Even a pack of ordinary dogs couldn't stop them. The immortal treasure, if I can snatch one or two and make a contribution, I will be able to change my surname to Shang when I return to the clan. Yihua's gaze was resolute, he turned into a god of fire, charging with even more power than Yichong. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Kong Ri Tian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of flowers. Li Xian sneered, while no one was paying attention, he used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal his body and sneak up. Let's work together, I will heal him, no need to worry. Tao Zi shouted, and a large number of goo masters immediately gathered. The crowd surged. In the heated battlefield, Yan Jun was walking calmly, his steps were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. A majestic dog king pounced at him, but Yan Jun's expression was calm as he suddenly turned into a phantom. The dog king pounced, but only passed through the phantom. The phantom shook and returned to Yan Jun's original body. And the dog king behind him was engaged in an intense battle with the goo masters behind him. Kill, charge. Damn it, why are there so many dogs? Shouts, screams, curses and barks of the dogs merged into one, shaking heaven and earth. This article originated from, in less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, corpses were everywhere. Bai Ningbing hid in the dark, using all her strength to mobilize the dog group, relying on the land spirit's help, she gradually stabilized the situation. Lightning symbol dogs, Chrysanthemum Akita dogs and other ordinary dog beasts were already dead. The goo masters charged halfway, but encountered the 5 great mountain dog formation, causing their heads to bleed. Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hang and Star Hang, these 5 great dog breeds were even stronger, forming a circular formation. It was very reliable. Like a great dam, it blocked the flood of goo masters. At this stage, be it the righteous path or demonic path, they suffered heavy casualties. Brother, persevere. Meng Tu grabbed Jiao Huang's arm, the latter was heavily injured, blood was flowing out. Jiao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength, barely managing to charge with the group. At this moment, he could not retreat. He could not stop to rest. Once he left the group, the dog group would engulf him. Brother, we suffered a huge loss this time. We had accepted Shang clan's mission to take Feng Yuan's head. But to think we encountered this immortal treasure, sigh, we were blinded by greed, falling into this desperate situation. Jiao Huang sighed. These two had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, they were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. They had successfully assassinated the rank 4 goo master Xiao Fu Lu. They wanted to rely on Shang clan, thus they were prepared to deal with Feng Yuan secretly. But along the way, they did not find a good opportunity. After entering the blessed land, they encountered the immortal treasure, they followed and almost died. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage, they had to fight. Rank 4 upper stage, they had to gather and move. Those rank 1 and 2 Gu masters participated in the charge, they suffered the most casualties. Rank 3 Gu masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, the Gu masters continued to charge. The illusory immortal treasure. It ignited the most fanatical flame in their hearts. They forgot themselves as they charged forward. All of them were fantasizing about obtaining the immortal treasury and soaring into the sky, becoming people above all. Only a small number of people died. His gaze cleared up, and he began to feel regret. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have all gone mad. They have been lured by the immortal treasury and have already forgotten about life and death. Tai Ruanan slowed down her charge and looked around. The battlefield was shocking. The 4 Tai family elders surrounded Tai Ruanan, keeping her safe. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that Mo Wutian also contributed to this. The leader of the Tai family's 4 elders suddenly said in a low voice. You mean? Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed. In the distance, Mo Wutian walked through the crowd with his head held high, laughing maniacally. The purple pupils flashed with a dazzling light. He was a soul path Gu master. He secretly used Gu worms to influence everyone, making them even more passionate. People of the Devil Dao. Everyone has the right to punish him. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly as killing intent surged in her chest. Young master. Mo Wutian is a rank 5 expert after all, it is not easy to fight him. There is a need to prioritize matters, our target is not him. One of the Tai clan elders advised. Tai Ruanan pursed her lips tightly and nodded heavily, her gaze firm as steel. That's right, the most important thing now is little beast King Fan Yuan. Ha ha ha, to think that the person controlling the beasts behind the scenes is only SOSO. Mo Wutian laughed maniacally, the wind in the battlefield was blowing, causing his black hair to flutter and his demonic flames to spread. Righteous and demonic Gu masters charged together, the progress was better than he had expected. Bai Ningbing was a newbie after all, she had seen Fang Yuan's formation earlier and adapted according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Now that the situation was complicated, she had to deal with many things at once, and in the eyes of someone like Mo Wutian, she would naturally be exposed. Mo Wutian's purple pupils flashed with eerie light, as he charged forward, he was multitasking. From time to time, he controlled Gu worms to defeat the dog groups, and from time to time, he influenced the people's hearts and created a fanatical atmosphere, while activating his Gu worms to investigate. Enslavement path Gu masters had strong offense, they could fight enemies several times their size by themselves. But the great Tao of nature was balanced. Enslavement path also had a clear flaw, other than the huge consumption of resources, their individual battle strength was weak, and they could be easily killed. Mo Wutian had been searching for Bai Ningbing's location. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog group formation would collapse, and most of it would collapse on its own. Found her. Mo Wutian's gaze suddenly concentrated, finding Bai Ningbing's hiding place. He, hand over your life. He laughed and waved his sleeves, turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog's speed was astonishing, it traversed the battlefield, and in a few breaths of time, it was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good. Bai Ningbing's heart sank when she saw the movement. Mo Wutian was a rank 5 Gu master, while Bai Ningbing was only rank 4, she was already hard to fight, not to mention now that he had to control the dog group. But thankfully, I have a trump card. Bai Ningbing was shocked but did not panic, she willed, go bite him, Ba Huang. A dog emperor that was the size of a hill, heard the command and jumped, flying over 100 feet, crashing in front of Mo Wutian. Woof, Ba Huang roared, it was like a bolt of lightning, suppressing the entire battlefield into silence. Next, the dog group went into a frenzy, their morale rose, and the Gu master's casualties increased. What a good dog emperor, its whole body was covered in glossy yellow fur, its body was majestic, its head was like a lion, and the mane on its neck was thick, dazzling like the sun. This was the emperor of beasts, it could not be underestimated, with all its wild Gu, it could fight against a rank 5 Gu master. Damn it. Mo Wutian cursed, but was blocked by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing was about to let out a sigh of relief, but at this time, a dazzling platinum light shot out from the battlefield, instantly arriving. He he he. Demonic Path Jr., watch me. The white light turned into a human. It was the rank 5 righteous path expert Xiaoming. Ing Ming. Bai Ningbing endured the pressure and called out in his heart, sending out a second dog emperor. This second dog emperor was only the size of an ordinary dog beast. Its snow-white fur had bright patterns, like pink cherry blossoms. Facing Xiaoming's intense pressure, the wild goo on the dog emperor Ing Ming's body was also activated, causing clouds to form on Ing Ming's 4 legs as it flew up. A mere wild dog, it is actually a dog emperor. Xiaoming sneered, attacking and defending at lightning speed, but he quickly retracted his underestimation, and calmly faced the battle. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy. Although the 2 rank 5 experts were blocked, this situation was only temporary. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence surpassed beasts in the end. Eventually, Mo Wu Tian and Xiaoming would get to know the dog emperor's background, and with ease, they could even turn around. They would directly kill her, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The others were still fighting in the center. There was no threat for now. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, turning her gaze back to the bronze hall. There is not much time left. Her blue eyes squinted, emitting a cold radiance. Inside the bronze hall, Feng Yuan breathed roughly. He was breathing roughly. And Feng Tianyu. He had already fallen to the side, unconscious. Feng Yuan's 7 orifices were bleeding, but he did not care. A pair of burning eyes stared in front of him. A goo, emitting a brilliant light, floated in the air. It did not have a specific shape. Sometimes it was like a colorful cloud, sometimes it was like a whirlpool of light. Success! Feng Yuan was filled with joy. He had already successfully refined divine travel goo. Now, he was only 1 step away from obtaining the second aperture goo. You succeeded, you really succeeded. The land spirit appeared beside Feng Yuan. It was very weak, but its eyes were shining, filled with the joy of success. You are indeed a future goo immortal, being able to refine divine travel goo, amazing. Entrusting it to you was indeed the right choice. Now, the most difficult hurdle is finally over. This is the clouds parting to see the clear sky. Next, I will use third watch goo. Success will follow naturally. There is no more difficulty. The land spirit sighed, full of emotions. After thousands of years of hard work, I have finally succeeded today. The recipe is indeed feasible. I am really happy, really excited. But, it is a pity. I will not be able to see the second aperture goo. Saying so, the land spirit Ba Gui's body gradually faded, becoming more and more faint, until it completely disappeared in the air. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had already been used up, only a thin trace was left. The blessed land had mostly collapsed, its destruction was close at hand. The old and weak Ba Gui assisted Feng Yuan in refining goo, and also helped Bai Ningbing defend the formation, but it could not resist such pressure, completely dying in this world. But compared to his previous life, dying in despair under everyone's attacks, it was much happier in this life. It could be said to have died a worthy death. Ba Gui's death meant that the immortal essence could not be used. But Feng Yuan was not nervous. For the next step, large amounts of yuan stone could be used as a substitute. Even if Ba Gui was still here, the trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had to support the blessed land's operation. It could not be used to refine goo. The difficulty of refining the immortal goo this time is even higher than spring-autumn cicada. Just now, when the hall shook, I almost failed. If I failed, my mortal body would definitely die from the backlash. I would not even have time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step consumes a lot of mental energy. A mortal would not be able to do it. Fortunately, for safety's sake, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. In his previous life, when Feng Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he was already a goo immortal. This time, he had no hope of refining the immortal goo with the qualifications of immortal. But firstly, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brains and spent his entire life researching this recipe. It was indeed the essence. Secondly, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, greatly reducing the difficulty of transcending mortality. Thirdly, it was not Feng Yuan's own strength, he had to rely on the land spirit and refinement master Feng Tianyu's help. Because of all these factors, Feng Yuan was able to complete the most dangerous and difficult step. Next is to use third watch Gu. This is much simpler. Right, I wonder what the situation outside is like. Feng Yuan calmed down and retracted his mind, only then did he hear the battle cries outside the hall. Feng Yuan, be careful. A hole has been broken in the dog formation, there is a rank 4 Gu master charging towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ning Bing sent a warning. Feng Yuan's expression sank as he slowly stood up. Now that the land spirit was dead, Feng Yuan could no longer check the situation outside the hall. But he had his previous life's memories, he did not need to check to make some guesses. Right now, there are only 2 rank 5 Gu masters left in the Blessed Land, Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian, they should be blocked by the 2 dog emperors. There are many rank 4 Gu masters, but there is only one who could reach here at this time. That is Yan Tribe's young tribe leader Yan Jun. This child inherited the ancient phantom path inheritance, he is most proficient in dodging attacks. It's not difficult for him to break through the hound beast formation. Feng Yuan thought in his heart, and the truth was as such. Phantom path had once flourished in the olden antiquity era, the concept was to be free and unfettered, avoiding danger and becoming invincible. As long as one could avoid all attacks, they would be a form of invincibility. In his previous life's memories, Phantom Path Yan Jun also shone on Etian Mountain, challenging demonic path Gu masters and causing the demonic path to be in a terrible situation. Only when Mo Wu Tian appeared did he leave with heavy injuries. This Blessed Land's defense is not strong. The central area is so important, but only a bronze hall was built, although it can be used for storage, its defense is weak, it looks good but is useless. If it was like Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Dang Hun Mountain's defense, it would be like a heavenly moat, even Gu Immortals would have a headache. Even my former Blessed Land, which was made into a blood sea, is much better than this broken hall. Feng Yuan felt hatred in his heart, he walked to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up. Feng Yuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions, if not for him sharing most of the pressure, Feng Yuan would not have reached this stage. Ah, master. He woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy like weeds, and his face was pale. He trembled as he bowed towards Feng Yuan. Go out of the hall and block a rank 4 Phantom Path Gu master, even if you have to sacrifice your life. Feng Yuan ordered coldly. Yes, subordinate will do my best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and immediately left. His primeval essence was almost used up, his battle strength was insufficient, moreover as a refinement path master, he was not good at fighting. This trip could be said to be certain death. But now, Feng Yuan had to carry out the last step. She didn't have any other power at hand, so she could only use him as a counter. The most important thing now is the second aperture Gu. Sacrificing a Gu refinement master is nothing. Feng Yuan sat down cross-legged again, looking at the ever-changing radiance in the sky. At this stage, the second aperture Gu was already more than half completed, it was between real and fake, between tangible and intangible. It couldn't be moved, and it could only exist for 6 hours. 6 hours later, if the finishing touches were not carried out, the radiance would dissipate, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. There's no turning back. As long as I complete the final step, I can obtain the second aperture Gu. But Feng Yuan subconsciously rubbed his lower abdomen, his gaze solemn. In the Blessed Land, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada healed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the aperture. At this moment, even though Feng Yuan's aperture was at rank 4 upper stage, it was unable to bear the burden, there were signs of cracks appearing on the aperture walls. Next, he still needed to use 2 third watch Gu, stacking them together. That would be 9 times the speed of time. At that time, would the aperture be able to withstand it? Feng Yuan wasn't a reckless person, before refining the Gu, he had already calculated it meticulously. This gamble, he had a high chance of winning. As long as he had the second aperture, and left the Blessed Land in time, he could gain a few more months of breathing time. By then, he would have a backup plan. Third watch Gu, go. He calmed his mind, concentrating his mind and starting the finishing touches. Under the effect of third watch goo, that lump of radiance immediately accelerated. The radiance was dazzling, and it even gave off an indescribable mystical feeling. Divine travel goo expands space, third watch goo condenses time. This is the operation of the laws of the two paths of the universe, as expected of the goo path that has been passed down since the immemorial era. True knowledge comes from practice. Feng Yuan had some comprehension. As time passed, the effect of the first third watch goo was nearing its end. The radiance faintly solidified, showing signs of completion. The battle cries outside the hall became louder and louder, but be it Mo Wu Tian, Xiao Meng, or Yan Jun, none of them charged in. Good, next, I will use the second third watch goo. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Feng Yuan couldn't help but become excited. But right at this time, Bai Ning Bing transmitted, Feng Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruanan has broken through the defensive line and is heading towards you. Feng Yuan's expression changed. Right now, he was fully concentrated and could not leave. How could he face the enemy? Feng Tianyu was also sent out. He had no defense around him at all. What to do? Bai Ning Bing, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in to protect me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the poison Bao Gu. Feng Yuan transmitted angrily. He was helpless. He could only send Bai Ning Bing over. Without Bai Ning Bing's control, the dog groups outside would be like dragons without a leader, causing chaos. Not long later, the group of experts would charge in. But Feng Yuan could not care so much. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered, without any ability to retaliate. If no one was protecting him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruanan. Fortunately, the goo refinement was already at its final stage. Only the second third watch goo was left. Feng Yuan could only place his hopes on time. As long as he used every second he had and finished the refinement, with the rank 4 and 5 movement goo he would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape. As for Bai Ning Bing, she was suitable to stay behind to block the enemy. She could be considered to be utilized to the extreme. As for how she would end up, it was not something Feng Yuan could consider now. Bam! The sacred hall's door was pushed open. Tai Ruanan walked in, and seeing the scene in the hall, she was dazed at first, before reacting with surprise and joy. Little Beast King, today is the day of your death. Before she finished speaking, she pounced. She waved her hand, and countless golden needles shot out. Bai Ning Bing. The aura of death was so dense that it assaulted his senses. Feng Yuan had no choice but to transmit his voice again. Swoosh, cold wind blew, frost spread and condensed into an ice wall, blocking all the golden needles. At the next moment, Bai Ning Bing also appeared at the entrance of the hall. But her condition was clearly not good. Her body was bathed in blood and full of injuries. One of the most serious injuries. On her back, from her shoulder to her abdomen, it was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her clothes were stained with green leaves, her silver-white hair was also burnt, and her entire left arm was black and purple. It was evident that she was poisoned. Quickly stop her. Feng Yuan growled, I only need this bit of time. If you have the mood to talk nonsense, you might as well hurry up and refine the goo. Bai Ning Bing gritted her teeth, scolding angrily. She caught up in a few steps and started fighting with Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan sneered, her golden needles shot out like lightning, her attacks were extremely fierce. Bai Ning Bing gritted her teeth and persevered. She was heavily injured, her battle strength was less than a tenth of her original strength, and soon fell into a dangerous situation. After a few rounds of fighting, Bai Ning Bing's injuries were severe. The intense pain caused her leg to sprain and her body to sway. Tai Ruanan sharply grasped the opportunity. She suddenly attacked viciously. Bai Ning Bing suffered another heavy injury, falling to the ground. I will kill you first. Tai Ruanan's forehead flashed, the imprint on her forehead turned solid. It formed into a golden flying dagger that shot out. Swoosh, the golden flying dagger pierced through the air, missing Bai Ning Bing's neck by a few millimeters, stabbing into the bronze floor. Bai Ning Bing rolled in time, dodging the fatal attack. She shouted, how much longer do you need? Feng Yuan's heart was pounding, he gritted his teeth and shouted, just a bit more. Even if you die, you have to hold on. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ningbing's curses were interrupted by Tai Ruanan's attack. Tai Ruanan's attacks came wave after wave. Bai Ningbing was forced to retreat, she could only dodge, struggling on the line between life and death. The situation was extremely dangerous. After a few rounds, Bai Ningbing breathed roughly, I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan, I am going to self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was shocked. Nonsense. Bai Ningbing scolded. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing returning to the northern dark ice soul physique was inevitable. But he did not expect it to be so fast. According to his deductions, even if he had 3 times the time in the blessed land, it would still take several months. Fang Yuan was at the critical juncture of Gu refinement, he could not think too much. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely powerful, even a rank 5 Gu master would have to avoid it. Once Bai Ningbing self-detonated, it would greatly affect the entire battle. Try to hold on, unless absolutely necessary. Fang Yuan shouted. He was refining Gu with his back facing the door, he could not observe the fight between Tai Ruanan and Tai Ruanan. But the response he got was a deep sigh from Bai Ningbing, it's too late. The next moment, Fang Yuan felt cold air permeating the hall, the temperature plummeting. Crack crack, the sound of ice condensing could be heard continuously. What Gu is this? Tai Ruanan's exclamation was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air, her whole body had already turned into ice crystals, just like when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind howled, the glacier gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it heavily crashed towards Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan's expression was fierce as she quickly retreated. But the hall's door had already been frozen, she was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in the ice layer. Don't tell me this is the legendary northern dark ice soul physique? Tai Ruanan exclaimed, suddenly reacting. But it was too late, she was sealed in the ice layer, like an insect in amber. The ice layer did not stop, instead spreading towards Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost become one with the frost, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan was so anxious that his head was hurting, the ice had already reached his body, he could only activate Yanggu. Yanggu flew out and landed on Bai Ningbing's body. Immediately, the yang energy turned cold, and a whirlpool of primeval qi formed. After so many years, the scene on Qingmao Mountain had once again replayed itself, the ice stopped spreading, but this distraction almost caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, he quickly focused his attention, no longer caring about what was behind him. Under his hard work, the rainbow light finally condensed, forming the second aperture Gu. Immortal Gu! I finally succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was bursting with joy. All his hard work, all the risks, he had obtained the most satisfying result, swoosh. Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fang Yuan's heart, piercing through his back and exposing his chest. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he looked back with difficulty. Bai Ningbing? You! At this moment, the bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, the rank 6 second aperture Gu was floating in the air in front of him. The immortal Gu refinement was a success, but Fang Yuan's attention was not on this immortal Gu at all. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Ningbing behind him, his gaze revealing deep suspicion. Bai Ningbing, who had returned to his male body, held the handle of his ice blade, expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruanan slowly walked over, staring at Fang Yuan, her expression seeming both sad and happy. Fang Yuan, you never thought this day would come, right? Fang Yuan pretended not to hear her, only looking at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked down at Fang Yuan, returning to being a man. His body was taller, he wore a snow-white gown, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes deep and cold. He was like a glacier, cold and aloof. You never thought of it, right? Fang Yuan, in the end, you lost to me. Looking at Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing lightly smiled. Ever since I revived on Qingmao Mountain, I have been thinking about how to return to my male body. In the days I spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you. I could only become your chess piece and be manipulated by you. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I admit, you are the most terrifying one. Oh Fang Yuan, you are a natural schemer, ruthless and ruthless, you can be said to be a peerless hero. But I, Bai Ningbing, am not an ordinary person, how can I become someone else's subordinate? Humph. The more you control me, squeeze me, use me, I am constantly thinking of how to escape, turn the tables, and counterattack. But the Yanggu is in your hands, with just a thought, you can make it self-detonate. Thus, I held back from taking action, racking my brains to think of a countermeasure. Finally, one day, I had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. Actually, making you hand over your goo worms on your own, I had already succeeded once on Qingmao Mountain. Hee, that's right, that is to reenact the situation on Qingmao Mountain. When I self-detonate again, it will be time for you to use Yanggu. Because of this, I began to secretly plot. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face gradually spread. If I want to self-detonate, of course it will not be a true self-detonation. There is still the possibility of you not using the Yanggu. So, I chose Ice Crystal Goo. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. In Xianxia City, Bai Ningbing chose the ice path. Among them, there were 3 transformation goo, Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo, and Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yang had once strongly suggested to Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Woman Goo. Snow Woman Goo was suitable for female goo masters. As for Ice Crystal Goo, it was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing was a woman, but she chose Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yang felt that it was a pity. Hee, you thought of it. Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right, I did not choose the Ice Crystal Goo in a fit of pique. It was the Snow Woman Goo's transformation into a snow woman. The image was obvious and could not be concealed. But after turning into ice crystals, with the help of the Ice Explosion Goo, it could create a majestic scene, extremely similar to the self-detonation of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Look, didn't I deceive you earlier? Humph, if I was not distracted during the goo refinement, I would have sensed something fishy. How could you have succeeded so easily? Fang Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, showed a serious expression, nodding. That's right. You are meticulous and observant. After I thought of this method, I felt it was not appropriate. There was a high chance of failure. Moreover, there was a turning point at that time. I even wanted to give up on this plan. The turning point Bai Ningbing was talking about was none other than the poison vow goo. I was thinking, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. If I can use the poison vow to achieve my goal, so what if I am used for a period of time? Bai Ningbing's gaze was like smoke, recalling, but the following development made me realize that the poison vow goo is not reliable. The poison vow between you and Xianxia, even though it was broken ingeniously, I still felt that you were too fearless. I've actually secretly investigated the contract with the Bai clan, but the rumor still leaked out afterwards, which makes me feel that something is wrong. I've learned one thing from you. Prepare for the best and prepare for the worst. Thus, I had to consider this situation. If the poison vow goo does not restrict you, how should I deal with it? I know, if that is the case, then I am already in a desperate situation. I am restricted by the poison vow, but you are not. I am a pawn for you to use, without any ability to retaliate. With my own strength, I cannot escape this predicament, but in Xianxia City, there is someone who can help me. Speaking of this person, I have to thank you for introducing me, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing showed a mocking smile. He thought of the first time he met Dr. Su Shou. At that time, it was at Shang Yanfei's clan banquet. To thank Fang and Bai for escorting Xianxia back to the clan, Shang Yanfei summoned Dr. Su Shou to restore Fang Yuan's appearance. To make Bai Ningbing give up, Fang Yuan purposely asked her to come along. When Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou with her true appearance, the latter's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely gentle and kind. Dr. Su Shou was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border. She had a strange habit, she was obsessed with good looks. She liked handsome men and beautiful women. As long as they had good looks, she would treat them for free. If they were ugly, she would loathe them. No matter how high the reward was, she would not treat them. Bai Ningbing asked about the yin-yang rotation gu, and Dr. Su Shou's reply made her understand the importance of the yang gu in Fang Yuan's hands. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing became acquainted with Dr. Su Shou. Before leaving, Dr. Su Shou solemnly promised him that no matter what difficulties he faced, he could come and find her. Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the support of his healing gu, he was barely able to survive. But the coldness of the ice blade caused his blood flow to slow down. The intense coldness caused numbness to spread throughout his body. But in his heart, these injuries were already minor details. This person you are talking about, could it be Dr. Su Shou? He, as expected of Fang Yuan, you guessed correctly. Bai Ningbing praised. This slut. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely, but had new suspicions. But you only met once, didn't you? No, wait, there was a second time. Fang Yuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly recalled something. In Xianxia City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Su Shou had met for the second time. At that time, Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu fought. They were only one move apart, but regrettably lost, suffering heavy injuries and even losing her vital gu. She went to Dr. Su Shou's place to receive treatment and recuperate. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. His gaze was like lightning, piercing towards Bai Ningbing, as if this was the first time he saw this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly, her blue eyes were eerie. It seems you have guessed it. That's right, I lost the battle with Yan Tu on purpose. A vital gu is nothing, but in exchange for a chance to not arouse your suspicions, isn't it worth it? At that time, I decided to take a gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place. And based on his intuition, he took a risk. He confessed the rough truth to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his predicament, and decided to help him escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to get rid of the poison vow in this world. Dr. Su Shou answered that she could not get rid of the poison vow, but there was a way to get rid of the restriction of the poison vow. She recalled, once, when she was young and ignorant, she was deceived by a junior brother, and used the poison vow gu, making a love vow that she would never betray him. Later, to get rid of the poison vow, she used this method. Bai Ningbing asked, what method is it? Dr. Su Shou's gaze was solemn as she said, putting oneself in a desperate situation to be reborn. Once the poison vow gu activates, it would cause the oath taker to die. Dr. Su Shou was a healing gu master. Her method was to purposely let the poison vow activate, and when the gu master dies, the poison vow would be removed, and the gu master would be reborn. This method is equivalent to forcefully dismantling the poison. Most healing gu masters cannot do it even if they think of it. I only managed to do it because of my special inheritance. Even so, there is a 1 in 3 chance of failure. Once you fail, you will die. You need to think carefully. Dr. Su Shou warned. Bai Ningbing immediately decided to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he was lucky enough to get rid of the poison vow gu's restriction. Without the poison vow gu's restriction, Bai Ningbing secretly contacted Tai Clan, and Tai Ruanan found out the truth. The one in front of her was Fang Yuan, and not Fang Jing. At the same time, she also understood what happened on Qingmao Mountain. To deal with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan started a secret collaboration. We had once set up a trap, using iron cabinet gu and chi turn gu to set up the place, and a good show of self-detonation would happen there. But you did not come to rescue us. I could only bring my subordinates and rush to Xianxia Mountain, and make my next move. Tai Ruanan said. Back then, Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan for many days. On the surface, it was because Bai Ningbing killed a Tai Clan gu master in the inheritance, so Tai Clan took revenge. But in truth, it was a plot against Fang Yuan. What happened next was that Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7, slaughtering the Tai Clan group, and finally, Tai Mubai appeared. Tai Ruanan received Tai Mubai's teachings, and while cultivating, she patiently waited for Bai Ningbing's news. This was also one of the reasons why even though she hated Fang Yuan, she did not take the initiative to search for him. But afterwards, Fang Yuan shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and after entering the 3 kings' inheritance, he firmly controlled the entire situation. Tai Mubai's death made Bai Ningbing choose to remain silent, and hide even deeper. He used Fang Yuan's trust to command the dog group. With the land spirit's death, he could no longer look down on the battlefield, and the pressure on the battlefield rose again. But at the same time, without the land spirit's surveillance, Bai Ningbing felt relaxed. He was still worried, and probed Fang Yuan, purposely sending Yan Jun in. As he expected, Feng Tianyu was lured out, which proved that the land spirit was dead. Bai Ningbing was secretly happy, and once again sent Tai Ruanan and the 4 old-timers in. The reason why Tai Ruanan was the first to enter the hall was also because of this. Fang Yuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Right now, our Tai clan enslavement master Tai Baiqi is controlling the dog group, and everyone is helpless. Outside the hall, the 4 old-timers are using iron cabinet goo and chi turn goo to seal the space, and no one can sneak in. Only surrender, that is your only way out. Tai Ruanan walked over, holding the second aperture goo as she announced his fate. There are countless heroes in this world. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan raised his head and heaved a long sigh. High-speed update by Ningbing, what a Bai Ningbing, he, I underestimated you and fell into your hands. You won beautifully, your plan was also very precise. I was careless and focused on the immortal goo, allowing you to have your way, it was my mistake. You flatter me. I was able to scheme against you this time because of the right timing, location, and people. If I were you, refining the immortal goo while scheming against everyone, I would not have done as well as you. Bai Ningbing replied seriously, but at this point, the winner takes all, I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, you did not kill me because you wanted to obtain the immortal goo and know its effect, as well as the recipe of the immortal goo in my mind. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was about to collapse, there were loopholes everywhere, and without the suppression of the heavenly force, goo masters could freely use their goo worms. That was to say, with just a thought from Fang Yuan, all the goo worms would self-detonate. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the rest could not stop him in time. Tai Ruanan, Tai Mubai and the rest died in my hands, you can only redeem yourself by taking this immortal goo back, otherwise, you will lose your young master position. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tai Ruanan was expressionless, replying calmly, that's right. Immortal goo are unique and extremely important, if I take it back, it will be a great merit, I can even receive the nurturing and rewards of the clan's goo immortals. And the recipe of the immortal goo refinement, only you know it. If I can offer it up, I will immediately become Tai clan's young clan leader. In the future, when I ascend to the clan leader position, I will follow Lord Tai Mubai's example and promote justice and justice. After all these matters, I have already thought it through, to uphold justice, I cannot do it without strong personal strength and influence. That is the only way. Only then can I repay Lord Tai Mubai's kindness in nurturing me, and let him rest in peace in the afterlife. At this point, Tai Ruanan thought of the Tai clansman who had died in Fang Yuan's hands and her eyes turned red. There was hatred and anger, but also the excitement of revenge. She took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yuan. As for you, Gu Yue, Fang Yuan, I won't kill you. You were able to refine an immortal goo with a mere mortal body, such talent in goo refinement is truly impressive. As long as you surrender, I'll send you into the Tai clan's demon-subduing pagoda. In the future, you will repent and start anew. Once you leave the tower, serve the Tai clan and contribute to the righteous path. This is the best way to make up for your sins. Demon-suppressing pagoda. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You make it sound really nice. He, you want immortal goo? Sure, let's make a deal. Fang Yuan explained the details of the deal. He quietly listened to the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. The current situation seemed hopeless, but there was still a chance of victory. Fang Yuan was exhausted because of the goo refinement. He did not have enough primeval essence in his aperture, the rank 4 all-out effort goo was not refined, and many beast phantoms were consumed during the refinement. He could not use brute force, Fang Yuan was not in his best condition. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan came prepared, and there were also the 4 old-timers of Tai clan outside. There was also Tai Baiqi who controlled the dog group. Spring-autumn cicada was a good method to turn the situation around, but there was a huge risk of death. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not want to use it. The true chance to turn this situation around lies with the experts outside the hall. Just the dog group and the 4 old-timers cannot block them all the time. As long as they attack, the situation will change. Fate was truly fickle. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was still using all sorts of methods to block the experts, but now, he could not wait for the experts to charge into the hall. Damn Tai clan, you are the mastermind. The old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Mubai, personally came. What attracted him here? We should have thought of it. Even if Tai clan is a super clan, don't think of monopolizing it, everyone has a share of the immortal treasure. On the intense battlefield, everyone was in a frenzy. Looking at the direction of the bronze hall, many Gu masters were spewing fire from anger. A purple light barrier covered the whole bronze hall. Tai clan's 4 old-timers each occupied 4 directions, guarding it tightly. Meanwhile, Tai Baichi was standing at the entrance of the hall, commanding the dog group from above. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, and a third eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, an elder of Tai clan, and was once Tai Mubai's capable subordinate. After receiving Tai Mubai's summon, he broke out of his closed-door cultivation and came to Xianxia mountain. Right now, Tai Baichi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. Under his command, the dog group's battle strength was several times higher than before. Tai Baichi did not care about his losses, and blocked all the experts. This old fool is really troublesome. Mo Wutian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he breathed roughly. In front of him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was already bathed in blood, and was in a worse state than Mo Wutian. But soon, the healing Gu on its body activated, and under the milky white light, Ba Huang's injuries recovered rapidly. Mo Wutian was about to follow up with another attack, when a large group of green Hua dogs charged from the side. This again. Mo Wutian gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kill these reinforcements first. Using this chance, Ba Huang regained its breath, and its injuries recovered greatly, becoming fierce again. Compared to the situation whereby Ning Bing could not take care of the dog emperor, Tai Baichi was more at ease. He controlled the entire battlefield, controlling the situation, fully displaying the strong side of the enslavement path. On the other side, Xiao Mei was also heavily taken care of by Tai Baichi. This won't do, the immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiao Mei was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ba Ming was blocking in front of him, preventing him from entering the hall. Bastard, you forced me. Xiao Mei roared in anger, flying into the sky. A huge hole had already appeared in the sky, tens of mu in size. Outside the hole was the sky of the outside world, clouds were lingering, and the sky was clear. Xiao Mei flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light Gu. Large amounts of sunlight gathered in his palms. The light gathered into a huge ball, and compared to it, Xiao Mei was like an ant carrying a rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light Gu. The glory of the immemorial era gathered into the ball of light. Immediately, a qualitative change occurred, and the whole ball of light was dyed with the glory of the immemorial era. Rank 5, river under the sun Gu. The ball of light exploded, turning into water of light. Each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely dazzling. Killer move, torrential light river. The river of light surged, waves surging, pouring into the blessed land from the hole. The light was resplendent, and the waves were like raging waves. The hill was illuminated in white, and countless people squinted their eyes, resisting this intense light. Not good. Tai Baichi tried to block it, but the river of light had already formed, and was majestic. It could only weaken a portion. The majestic river of light was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the purple light barrier. The light barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan who were supporting the light barrier spurted out blood, and were extremely exhausted. The river of light broke through the light barrier, but was weakened by more than half. But it did not stop, crashing on the bronze hall. A huge hole was immediately created in the hall, and the waterfall of light poured down, facing Fang, Bai and Tai. Facing by Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan's pupil shrunk. She subconsciously tried to dodge. Fang Yuan, who had been waiting for a good opportunity, quickly reacted, and activated his primeval essence. Warp Gu, he activated this rank 5 movement Gu. This goo was his spoils of war from killing killer ghost Dr. Chojiu. Swoosh. Fang Yuan disappeared on the spot with the immortal goo. The river of light crashed on the floor. A huge pit was formed, with a diameter of 10 meters. Tai and Bai Qi dodged in time and stood at the edge of the pit, looking very calm. He escaped after all, he. It seems he used warp goo. I think this goo came from killer ghost doctor. Tai Ruanan analyzed calmly. Are we letting him escape like this? Bai Ningbing looked at Tai Ruanan. Did you forget the fixed star goo? Don't worry, even if he escapes to the ends of the world, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers can capture him. Let him go out now, and expend some of his primeval essence and energy. That will save us the trouble of having to fight. Tai Ruanan smiled, her tone had the demeanor of a great general. After going through so many hardships, she had truly matured a lot. Guh. An intense pain assaulted him, and Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy. A feeling of disgust almost made him fall down on the spot, as if his organs were in chaos. Warp goo was a space path goo, it could tear through space and move the goo master's body. It had a strong effect, but it also had a strong side effect. Goo masters who frequently used warp goo would have their muscles tangled, blood would flow in reverse, and bones would be dislocated. In terms of appearance, the goo master would become uglier and uglier, and no matter how proper their appearance was, they would become crooked. To use warp goo, one would need to use other goo worms to modify their body. But at this moment, Fang Yuan could not care so much. Second aperture goo, I'll leave it to you for now. I will return this debt to you 100-fold. Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings, and found that he had been teleported outside the hall, but was still close to the bronze hall. Large numbers of dog beasts pounced at him, and he decisively chose to retreat. Although second aperture goo was taken by Tai Ruanan, the control was still in Fang Yuan's hands. He had refined second aperture goo single-handedly, and now with just a thought, this immortal goo would self-detonate. However, Fang Yuan would not do such a foolish thing unless he had no other choice. This battle has just begun. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan, just you wait. He. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use second aperture goo, immortal essence was needed, or a vast amount of yuan stones could be used instead. As for Fang Yuan, he was even more unable to store this immortal goo in his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was already huge, if he stored another immortal goo, Fang Yuan's aperture would explode. If the immortal goo was not stored in the aperture, its aura would leak out and be sensed by everyone. If Fang Yuan snatched the immortal goo and ran out, he would immediately become everyone's target, facing the encirclement of 2 rank 5s, over 10 rank 4s, and countless rank 3 and rank 2 goo masters. Tai Ruanan obtained the immortal goo, she will definitely become everyone's main target. I'll let you fight while I watch from the sidelines and become the fisherman who benefits in the end. Fang Yuan decided to retreat and recover his battle strength before finding a chance to strike. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Many sharp-eyed goo masters discovered Fang Yuan's movements and shouted. Who is it? It's Little Beast King, he seems to have come out from the bronze hall. Quick, stop him. He must have obtained a portion of the immortal treasure. The voices attracted even more people's attention. The goo masters near Fang Yuan immediately turned around and attacked Fang Yuan. But the first to attack was a small group of heavy Tai dogs. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed, waving his hand and sending out a golden dragon. Unspecified currency website, unspecified currency. The golden dragon whizzed past, crushing these heavy Tai hounds into meat paste and opening a path. Little Beast King, where are you going? Hand over the immortal treasure. Yichou arrived in front of Fang Yuan, waves surging towards him. Bone wings goo, Fang Yuan flapped his wings, dodging the waves and flying towards the sky. Little Beast King, you should stay. Yiwu waved his hand, the firebird flew towards Fang Yuan. Golden Aurora goo. Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of golden light, his speed rose rapidly and after getting rid of the firebird, he retreated. Eh? This huge commotion attracted Mo Wutian and Xiaomeng's attention. Xiaomeng sent out a giant hand of light, the size of an elephant, flying rapidly and grabbing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned around and dodged. But at this time, he heard a gentle voice calling out to him. This voice was like the whisper of a lover, or the longing call of a loved one. Those who did not know could not help but be captivated and distracted. Emma Wu Tian's tender emotion go. Fang Yuan was shocked and quickly struggled free, but his movement was still sluggish as the giant hand of light grabbed at him again. Oh no! It was too late to dodge now. Fang Yuan could only use his goo worm to attack instead of defend. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant hand of light was destroyed, while Fang Yuan fell towards the ground like a broken kite, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The sound of wind whistling in his ears woke up the unconscious Fang Yuan. Realizing he was falling, he quickly activated his goo worm and shouted, Tai Rua Nan obtained the peerless immortal goo and is refining it. Emma Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention was immediately diverted. Immortal goo, the crowd was in an uproar, falling into an incomparable frenzy. Tai Baiqi's pressure rose sharply. Fang Yuan obtained a breather and immediately activated Wu Gui's movement goo. Large patches of dark clouds rose, he hid in the dark clouds and continued to retreat. But at this moment, suddenly, 4 chains extended from the void. They were as nimble as snakes and as fast as lightning, binding Fang Yuan's limbs. Then, the chains quickly wrapped around him tightly. It spread rapidly, binding Fang Yuan and dragging him into the void. In the next moment, Fang Yuan reappeared in the bronze hall. The 4 elders of the Tai family occupied the 4 cardinal directions, surrounding him. They squatted on the ground. He straightened his right palm and held his right wrist with his left hand, activating the goo worm together. A long black iron chain extended from each of their palms. Tai Clan's 4 elders killer move, limitless search and lock, at the same time, Central Continent, Heaven Ladder Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain. The fight for the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final stage. Fangjing, you can do it. Victory is just around the corner. Master Tenchiru's voice rang out. It echoed in Fangjing's heart. Compared to before, his voice was filled with extreme fatigue and weakness. Yes, only one opponent is left. Fangjing gritted his teeth, his whole body was covered in sweat. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he showed a resolute will. Me. The great Xiao Qixing was actually surpassed by an unknown nobody? Xiao Qixing's eyes were wide open as he watched Fangjing climb and surpass him. Sigh, to think the final outcome would be like this. Yingxingji heaved a long sigh and suddenly let go, falling down from the mountain. He was the furthest from the peak, and after seeing Fangjing's performance, he knew he had no chance of winning, so he directly admitted defeat. Hu Immortal Land Spirit naturally would not sit and watch him fall to his death. She lightly snapped her fingers and teleported Yingxingji to the outside world. Climb, continue to climb. Fangjing's hands and feet were already torn, dripping with blood. The closer he got to the peak, the more intense the tremors his soul received. Fangjing could not think of anything else, only the scene of the peak was left in his eyes. He had already squeezed out all his potential, he was extremely exhausted. This was exertion that surpassed the limits of his body. This kid. Feng Qimhong could not help but be moved. Fangjing was clearly exhausted, but there seemed to be an endless strength supporting him. Peak, peak. Fangjing gritted his teeth, there was only this one thought in his heart. He climbed up step by step, gradually surpassing Feng Qimhong, officially taking the lead. Right now, he was only 10 feet away from the peak. Even the adorable Hu Immortal Land Spirit stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down fixedly at the birth of its new master. Outside the blessed land, the Gu Immortals who had been paying attention had already started to sigh. Congratulations, He Fengyang, your Crane Gate won slightly this time. Humph, if only I still had that rank 6 exquisite small shift Gu, or star shuttle Gu, fixed immortal travel Gu, or self-movement Gu, the result of this battle would have been different. The Gu Immortals had different attitudes, some congratulated calmly, some felt regret. I was lucky, lucky. He Fengyang spoke modestly, but his voice could not conceal his joy. But right at this time, a Gu Immortal sneered, He Fengyang, I will have to disappoint you. This Hu Immortal inheritance is destined to belong to my spirit affinity house. The moment he said that, a change occurred in the blessed land. Feng Qimhong gave a delicate shout, a pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely gorgeous. All kinds of radiance continuously flowed about, dazzling and resplendent. With a light flap, the golden phoenix radiance slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal goo, Dream Wings. Dream Wings was a very special immortal goo. It did not exist in the real world, it could only be found in dreams. What activated it was not immortal essence, but the goo master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating Dream Wings now would cause severe damage to her soul. At best she would lose her memories, at worst she would become demented. But the prideful her had never failed since she was born. She could not allow Fangjing to become the sole victor in front of her. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I must obtain victory. Under Fangjing's shocked gaze, not far away, Feng Kim Hong slowly flew up, easily surpassing him and regaining her lead. Dream Wings suddenly retracted. Feng Jin Huang climbed on the edge of the cliff, panting heavily. The dizziness that came from her soul was so strong that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal goo, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Feng Jing stared with wide eyes, he was in a daze. Right now, Feng Kim Hong was so close to the peak. In fact, her hands were already at the edge of the cliff, she was only a small step away. I want to win. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes. They were bright like amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, had a jade-like halo. She was like a young phoenix, spreading its beautiful wings for the first time in the world. Splendid and glorious, at once even the goo immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Then, she used all her remaining strength to drag her heavy body up. Finally, she almost rolled up the mountain peak. She succeeded, the sole victor of this battle, the new owner of Hu immortal blessed land, southern border, Xianxia Mountain, Bronze Hall. Fang Yuan's hands were tied by chains. He. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruanan stood in front of Fang Yuan, laughing heartily. By Ningbing's side, it is useless, Fang Yuan. I have already secretly planted a fixed star goo in your left arm. With this goo's location, Limitless Surge and Lock can break through space and capture you. There is no use even if you escape to the ends of the world. You have already lost this round, accept your fate. What? Fang Yuan looked down, only to see a goo in his left arm. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, sparkling and translucent. Right now, it was shining with starlight, shining on Fang Yuan's left arm, turning it into a translucent eerie blue color. By Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted furiously, he struggled crazily, causing the chains to collide and clatter. In his previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture Kong Ri Tian. To think that in this life, this move would be used on Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing was trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Fang Yuan did not go to help because he was wary of this Limitless Search and Lock. Once Fang Yuan was located by Limitless Search and Lock, no matter where he escaped to, the chains would stretch out from the void to capture him. But without fixed star goo, Limitless Search and Lock would be like a headless fly, nothing to worry about. This fixed star goo was personally given to me by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, and I have trained it for a long time. Do you know when I planted it in you? He, it was when you instilled yellow gold primeval essence into me and washed my aperture, right? No one knows, right? Bai Ningbing's eyes were filled with a cold smile. This move was like taking drastic measures, completely shattering Fang Yuan's hopes of counterattacking. Fixed star goo, good, Bai Ningbing, you are the best. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruanan slowly persuaded, Fang Yuan, you have been hit by Limitless Search and Lock. Right now, the goo worms in your body have been sealed, you cannot even use a trace of primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course, you can still use your thoughts to make your goo worms self-detonate. But I advise you not to make such a choice. You are a smart person, you should know which choice is beneficial to you, right? Fang Yuan lowered his head, becoming silent. Earlier, he had activated his goo worms, but limitless search and lock was not an undeserved reputation, it was a killer move that combined space path and restriction path. Even the rank 5 teleportation goo was sealed and could not be used. Everything is over, Fang Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower will be your final resting place, you can spend the rest of your life there. Bai Ningbing sighed, seeing that his great enemy was finally captured, he had a complex feeling, like joy and sorrow. Fang Yuan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky through the hole in the bronze palace. A huge hole had formed in the sky of the blessed land, connecting to the outside world. From Fang Yuan's angle, he could see the southern border sun. The sun was setting. It was almost dusk. 4:45 in the afternoon, at this hour, Feng Kim Hong should have just inherited Hu Immortal Blessed Land, right? Fang Yuan thought. In his previous life, he teamed up with demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and occupy Danghun Mountain. In the end, he paid a huge price to kill Feng Kim Hong and narrowly escaped death. After Feng Kim Hong's death, the Righteous Path mourned and wrote a biography of Feng Kim Hong. According to the biography, Feng Kim Hong had 3 fortuitous encounters in his life. His first fortuitous encounter was when he was 3 years old, he obtained the immortal Gu Dream Wings in his sleep. The second opportunity was the Hu Immortal Legacy. He had successfully reached the summit at 5:15 in the afternoon. Feng Kim Hong has the immortal Gu Dream Wings, Hu Immortal inheritance is definitely hers. If he didn't fall too far behind her, he would need to have a second aperture. What a pity, in the end, you failed on the verge of success. He sighed in his heart, but his unfocused gaze gradually focused again. He still had a chance to turn the tables. He had not completely lost yet, because he still had the Spring-Autumn Cicada. Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not seal rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his eyes and took one last look at Bai Ningbing and the rest. There was nothing much to say. This time, if he succeeded, there was still hope. If he failed, then there was no point in talking about it. Why is he so calm? Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the rest felt that something was amiss. Bang! Fang Yuan blew himself up. In an instant, the spring and autumn cicada shone with green and orange light, and a mysterious aura spread out. All of Fang Yuan's goo worms, all of his primeval essence, all of his flesh and soul. They all self-destructed. Every time he used the spring and autumn cicada, it was a huge gamble. Fang Yuan was in a desperate situation, and he was determined to bet everything he had. Everything from the explosion was poured into the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada turned into a speck of light, carrying the last bit of Fang Yuan's will, shattering the void and arriving at the most famous forbidden land of this world, the River of Time. The Gu Master World was surrounded by 5 regions: Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Central Continent. Another River of Time ran through the past, present, and future. It was you. Space and time are the foundation of the world. Hua hua hua. The waters of the River of Time surged, the tides rose and fell, the waves surging. Every single drop of the water of time was pale white, but there were billions of droplets of it. Every single time they collided, tangled, and spun, they would erupt with the most dazzling and resplendent flowing lights. In this desolate and colorful river, the spring and autumn cicada was like a wandering child that had returned home. It flapped its wings and carried Fang Yuan's consciousness against the current. For Fang Yuan. This was the 3rd time he had used the spring and autumn cicada. The first time he entered the River of Time, he had no experience at all. The second time, he had no choice but to self-destruct. The time was too short. This time, he was mentally prepared, he finally experienced the feeling of going against the current. This feeling was so mystical and wonderful. Countless lights and shadows. It was like a movie being played in reverse, appearing in his consciousness. It was like a breath of time. Or like it had roamed for countless years. The dangerous huge waves crashed over again and again, the spring and autumn cicada soon lost its vitality, the energy from its self-destruction was used up. It struggled for a while, before diving into one of the water droplets and vanishing. Fang Yuan blinked, the scene in front of him had already changed. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise you, I will tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Bao Gu on me. A familiar begging voice could be heard. Fang Yuan followed the voice and looked down, seeing Wang Xiao who was below his feet. He stared blankly for a moment, and then his heart thumped wildly. His expression changed, revealing an unconcealable ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded again, I won the bet, I have been reborn again. Fang Yuan raised his arms and shouted, laughing towards the sky. Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan's sudden performance made him shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded again? Could it be that this fellow was mentally unstable? But come to think of it, there are many crazy demonic Gu masters. Damn it, I actually met such a lunatic. Wang Xiao, who was being stepped on by Fang Yuan on the ground, thought of this as he begged even louder. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's laughter did not stop. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless situation and starting all over again was too amazing, too wonderful. He first checked his aperture. In the center of the aperture, the vital Gu, spring and autumn cicada, was weakened again. Its originally glossy and shiny appearance was now like a withered autumn leaf. Fang Yuan willed, and spring and autumn cicada gradually concealed itself, falling into a deep slumber, once again absorbing the power of time to recover. This way, the internal threat of spring and autumn cicada is temporarily resolved. Fang Yuan's laughter became louder, his eyes shining with brilliance. He assessed his surroundings again. This was clearly still in the blessed land. Wang Xiao was being stepped on, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yun Clan's young clan leader, Yun Luo Tian. He was killed by Bai Ning Bing, and his corpse was transported here by the land spirit by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Bai Ning Bing, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, unable to continue. It was this guy who plotted for a long time and suddenly betrayed him, causing him to fail on the verge of success even though he successfully refined second aperture Gu, falling into a desperate situation. If not for spring and autumn cicada, if not for his good luck this time, Fang Yuan would have been completely screwed. Be it death or being imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, there would be no chance to turn things around. The demonic path was like this, it was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff, one careless move and the whole game would be lost. Falling to the bottom of the mountain valley, there was no way to turn things around. I was too careless, thinking of Feng Kim Hong and refining the immortal Gu, but neglected the true demon hiding beside me. This Bai Ning Bing's acting was too realistic, plotting for many years, purposely acting to numb me before suddenly erupting. I am only a mortal after all, I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Fang Yuan was improving. He was growing boldly and vigorously, and so was Bai Ning Bing. This was the cruelty of reality, and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character, and everyone was also a supporting character. Everyone has their own advantages. Bai Ning Bing has the northern dark ice soul physique, Tai Ruanan has the backing of Tai clan, Feng Kim Hong found an immortal Gu in his dream at 3 years old, while I struggled everywhere. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I refined spring and autumn cicada. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly became excited, he smiled brightly and recited, looking at the myriad mountains red. Layers of forests dyed red, a clear river, 100 barges vying for the current. Eagles soar in the sky, fishes swim in the shallow waters, all living creatures vie for freedom in the cold sky. Vast and sorrowful, I ask the boundless earth, who will rise and fall? If heaven had feelings, it would also grow old. The great Tao is merciless and fair. Every existence has a chance to ascend, it depends on how one grasps it, how one fights for it. In this world, no one is born to be a supporting character. No one. They will be eternal main characters. All living beings compete, survival of the fittest. Precisely because of the competition between the heroes of the world, the clash of strength, the contest of trump cards. That is why history is so profound and exciting, and why the world is so rich and wonderful. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's chest relaxed, the bitterness, hatred, fear, joy, all turned into smoke and dispersed. His heart was clear, the determination of a demon caused his eyes to shine brightly. He started to think calmly. So I have been reborn to this point. According to the development of my previous life, I interrogated Wang Xiao about the correct path to Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even in death. I had no choice but to kill him and use beast strength placenta goo to devour his and Yin Luo Tian's aperture. Fang Yuan was silent, his expression was solemn as he recalled what was going to happen next. After that, I spent a lot of effort and said spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. I also killed killer ghost Dr. Choujiu, Wu Shintong, and Zhang Sansan. And from Zhang Sansan's body, I unexpectedly obtained a slavery goo. Just as I was about to continue killing, something unexpected happened, and I had to save the situation. I killed Longqing Tian, but because of the jade sky goo poison, I did not gain anything. After that, I refined goo, defended the hall, and by Ningbing betrayed me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, recalling his previous life at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into a slit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The situation is critical. Standing at the height of rebirth, he could see the situation clearly. His negligence in his previous life became his vigilance in this life. Firstly, Bai Ningbing already knew the general situation of the immortal goo refinement. She was secretly conspiring with Tai Ruanan, and Tai clan was already prepared. Maybe that Tai Baiqi was already hiding in Sancha Mountain, waiting to appear at the crucial moment. The enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. This is not good. Secondly, during the last few days of the goo refinement, Xiao Meng would arrive. There was also the unexpected Mo Wu Tian, who had reached rank 5 cultivation, and would also participate. In his previous life, Fang Yuan killed several demons, causing the demonic path to be without a leader. Once Mo Wu Tian arrived, with his rank 5 cultivation, he easily gathered the strength of the demonic path goo masters. It could be said that because of him, the speed at which the experts besieged the hall was greatly increased. The enemy was strong while he was weak, the situation was even worse. Finally, there was the most serious point. Fang Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, but in this life, he already knew, Bai Ningbing had secretly planted the fixed star goo in him, in his left forearm. Once the 4 old-timers of Tai clan activated Limitless Search Lock, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would be captured by the void chains. Now that I think about it, the reason why Tai clan did not act earlier was because I killed Tai Mu Bai. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Secondly, they wanted to be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, coveting the fruits of victory. The 3 points showed their cautiousness. Although Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 goo worms, it also had methods to restrain it. What if they captured me, but did not find the Yang goo? Thus, they kept this as their final trump card. Fixed star goo was silently planted. Fang Yuan was like a turtle trapped in a jar, he could not escape no matter what. It was as good as being thrown into prison. P.S. This book is the realization of my 6 years of dream, so it contains many things and is different from other books. One of them is that the main character, Fang Yuan, will fail. Demons are never invincible, they can also fail. Without describing failure, there is no way to write a demon. Any risk has a price. If one day, Fang Yuan's death can make the book more interesting, or even sublime, then he will be written to death by me. That is the tragedy of a demon. Sigh, this book's world is similar to reality. Everyone has the possibility of becoming a main character. Maybe, after Fang Yuan dies, I will describe Fangjing, Bai Ningbing or Tai Ruanan? Because, their bodies contain all sorts of demonic qualities. Who says the main character has to be alone? Everyone needs to be mentally prepared. Those who don't want to read, don't force yourself. There are so many books, I am not the only one. Those who like to read, please do your best to support me. After all, writing this book does not earn much. I spent a lot of time and effort to write this book. Of course I want to have enough money to eat. Fixed star goo is like a noose around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. To get rid of fixed star goo, Bai Ningbing would have to retrieve it personally. Or, I can chop off my left forearm. Fang Yuan had a strong impulse. Fixed star goo was hidden in Fang Yuan's left forearm. If Fang Yuan gave up on his left arm, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan would only be able to grab Fang Yuan's severed limb. But this way, Fang Yuan would lose his left arm. In the future, he would have to heal it and regrow it, creating something out of nothing. It would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the trouble in healing it. Once he cut off his left arm, it would be like alerting the enemy. Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would immediately understand that Fang Yuan had sensed something and would most likely attack. This way, Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would be added to the battle formation. To Fang Yuan, this situation was no doubt worse than his previous life. I cannot alert the enemy. I was lucky to be reborn. Compared to my previous life, my only advantage is that I know the development of the situation. If I beat them at their own game, I can use Tai clan and Bai Ningbing for the time being. Once I cut off my arm, not only would Tai Bai and the rest be pushed to the opposite side, the situation would also change and deviate from my previous life's development. My advantage of rebirth would be lost. But if he did not cut off his arm, how could he get out of this desperate situation and launch a counterattack? Fang Yuan thought carefully. All sorts of people, events, and factors flashed through his mind. Wang Xiao, Chou Jiu, Wu Shentong, Zhang San San, Long Qing Tian, Xiao Meng, Tai Ruan Nan, Bai Ningbing, Mo Wu Tian, Yan Jun, Feng Tianyu, Enslavement Gu, Jade Sky Gu Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Gu, Second Aperture Gu, Undefeated 100 Battles Gu. Countless choices would give rise to countless possibilities. Countless possibilities would influence each other. Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly, all sorts of inspiration collided like flint in the darkness. What could he do to protect himself and also protect the greatest benefits? He racked his brains. In just a short period of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. Perhaps, if I take a step back, I'll be able to see the world? Should I be more farsighted? An unimaginable thought formed in his mind. No, the risk is even greater if I do that. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he rejected this idea. But this idea. However, it was like an old tree that had taken root and could not be shaken off. If I succeed in doing this, then my gains will be even greater. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. But in the next moment, he subconsciously shook his head. If there is a slight mistake in the calculation of this method, it will be useless. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, worse than falling into Tai Ruanan's hands. After all, the spring and autumn cicada has already been used once, and there is no possibility of it being reused in a short period of time. As he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze gradually deepened. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, "Since when have I, a great demon overlord of my generation, been so timid and overcautious? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should be brave enough to take action. As long as there were monstrous benefits, you should disregard your own safety. Riches are sought in danger, what stable victory, slowly accumulating. I want to reach heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. If I fail, I will die without a burial ground. If I succeed, I will be like a dragon rising to heaven. It will be even more beneficial to my future plans. He, ha ha ha, life is a blur. It is just a huge gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash. Let's talk about it. If you want the path to Wu Mountain, we can talk about it slowly." Wang Xiao, who was at his feet, begged for mercy. Fang Yuan laughed wildly at times, kept silent at times, frowned at times, and laughed heartily at times, scaring Wang Xiao, the Lord of Wu Mountain, a great rank 5 Gu master, a formidable demon. In his heart, he had already thought of Fang Yuan as a lunatic, a mentally unstable person. The demonic path was extreme. Without the support of a clan, cultivation was extremely difficult, and they often struggled on the line between life and death, giving them great mental pressure. Thus, it was not uncommon to have a mental disorder among demonic Gu masters. Especially when Fang Yuan talked to himself at times, and even recited poems at times, it deepened Wang Xiao's worry. Against normal people, Wang Xiao had many methods. But against a lunatic, even Gu immortals had no confidence. "Oh? You intend to tell me the path to Wu Mountain?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking down at Wang Xiao. "Of course, but you have to let me live." Wang Xiao saw that Fang Yuan finally had a reaction, and immediately shouted anxiously. "Humph." Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp, he stomped on the ground, and with a crack, Wang Xiao's head was smashed into pieces. Wang Xiao was a formidable person, sinister and ruthless, cold and emotionless. If he wanted to tell him the path to Wu Mountain, he would have to use Zhang Sansan's rank 5 slavery Gu. But in Fang Yuan's new plan, Wang Xiao had already been abandoned, there was no need to talk to him, he could just kill him. The pitiful Wang Xiao, the great lord of Wu Mountain, died in Fang Yuan's hands again. After killing Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan took his goo worm, and used beast strength placenta goo to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. This way, beast strength placenta goo's aptitude is already at 83%. In terms of immortal essence, the expenditure increased by a bit, reaching more than 2 portions. Ba Gue, are you trying to persuade me to stop? Fang Yuan asked. Land spirit, eh? How do you know what I am thinking? Of course I know. Fang Yuan snorted, and released spring-autumn cicada's aura. Ba Gue, sense it, what is this? Land spirit was shocked again. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal goo. It seems to be spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada is the 7th mystical goo in the world. You are just immortal, how can you have such an immortal goo? In his previous life, Fang Yuan argued with the land spirit for a long time, and finally found that the land spirit could not be persuaded, he could only take a gamble and reveal his trump card, finally convincing the land spirit. Now, Fang Yuan immediately revealed spring-autumn cicadas. Aura, going straight to the point, Ba Gue, I will not hide it from you, I am a future goo immortal, I have been reborn through spring-autumn cicada. What? Land spirit was speechless, this news was too shocking, it could not accept it for the time being. Fang Yuan had an arrogant expression, I have returned to the past, I know everything. Ba Gue, I am your future master, I succeeded in refining second aperture goo in my previous life. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In his previous life, he could already convince the land spirit. And now, he had the foresight and the practical experience of refining the second aperture goo as proof, the land spirit was quickly convinced again. Young man, are you really my future master? From your words, it seems like you have really refined second aperture goo. Whether you are lying to me or not, I am very happy. Because this means that the success rate of second aperture goo has increased by 30%. Land spirit said joyfully. Enough nonsense, Ba Gue. I have been reborn. I know the situation now is full of danger. First, I want to kill someone. After a while, Longqing Tian died in Fang Yuan's hands. In his previous life, it was this Longqing Tian who found a weak area. Using jade sky goo, he poisoned heaven and earth, forming a hole and causing great damage to the blessed land, at the same time causing great disturbance to Fang Yuan. Now, once Fang Yuan was reborn, he immediately made his move. Before Longqing Tian entered that weak area, he used the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, killing him effortlessly. Young man, I believe you more and more now. You killed a danger while it was still in its infancy. Sigh, the 3 kings modified the blessed land. My control over this domain is not high, but you could actually detect this danger in advance, and also have the spring-autumn cicada, you really came from the future. Land spirit sighed. Fang Yuan sighed. Land spirit was already old and weak, like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. It could not compare to the young land spirit. For example, the fixed star goo in his left forearm, it did not sense it at all. Fang Yuan did not waste time talking to the land spirit, he quickly took Longqing Tian's goo worm and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the jade sky goo, Fang Yuan killed Longqing Tian, but could not take his spoils of war. Now that he killed him in advance, Longqing Tian could not use the jade sky goo, thus Fang Yuan had no qualms. After plundering Longqing Tian, Fang Yuan had a lot of gains. Other than the aperture, his biggest loot was the jade sky goo. This goo was like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle, it felt smooth like jade. Rank 5 jade sky goo, it originated from the immemorial era, and was extremely rare now. Its poison was extremely strong, there was no way to counter it, if one was careless, they would die from the poison, turning into green light and dissipating. This goo had great use, Fang Yuan stored it carefully. Ba Gue, quickly transport me here. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in front of the demonic goo master, the beast tamer master Xianxia. Before Xianxia could react, he was attacked by Fang Yuan and died a violent death. Fang Yuan killed people and snatched goo, it was a walk in the park. He also devoured the aperture, raising the beast placenta goo's aptitude. Xianxia was only a rank 4 goo master, but he had a rank 5 slavery goo. Fang Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this goo. With another flash, Fang Yuan appeared in front of killer ghost Dr. Choujiao. Eh? Little beast king. How did you? Choujiao saw Fang Yuan and was shocked, his expression extremely shaken. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he flew out the rank 5 slavery goo. The slavery goo exploded into a ball of yellow light, landing on Choujiao's body. Choujiao was shocked. Damn. Rank 5 slavery goo. You can kill me but not humiliate me, you are dreaming if you want to enslave me. He did not know that in his previous life, he was still begging Fang Yuan to use the slavery goo. With the land spirit's suppression, Choujiao could not activate the goo and could only let the slavery goo be planted. But it was not so easy to control a rank 5 goo master, it was a contest of souls. Choujiao resisted with all his might, but Fang Yuan's soul shook, they were in a deadlock, like a contest of strength. Choujiao laughed coldly, his forehead full of sweat. Little beast king, you are too naive. To an enslavement path goo master, the deeper the soul foundation, the better. Controlling wild beasts is not easy, not to mention controlling a human. Man is the spirit of all living beings, you want to cross ranks to control me, you are dreaming, hee. Choujiao suddenly let out a miserable scream, his complacent laughter was interrupted by Fang Yuan's slap. With this disturbance, he was distracted from the contest of souls, and the yellow light gradually fused into his body. As long as he fused completely, Choujiao would become Fang Yuan's most loyal slave. Choujiao was overwhelmed with shock, quickly concentrating and using all his strength to activate his soul. He held his breath and meditated, holding on to this yellow shadow. This yellow shadow was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power. But he was young, his soul foundation could not compare to the 100-year-old monster Choujiao. Enslaving Choujiao was not an easy task. But how could Fang Yuan not expect this? He had his own methods. Slap slap slap, bam bam bam. Stop, you dare to hit me. If you kick my face again, I will fight you. Fuck, you are still kicking, I will fight you to the death. Stop fighting, stop fighting. No, don't. Fang Yuan beat Choujiao until he rolled around. Choujiao could not use goo worms, but Fang Yuan could use strength path goo worms. Comparing strength, Choujiao was not Fang Yuan's match. Soon, Choujiao was beaten black and blue. He was distracted many times, causing the shadow to fuse into his body. Hold on, once it fuses completely, I will become his slave, never to rise again. Choujiao curled his body into a ball, letting Fang Yuan punch and kick him, an intense sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a trace of the yellow shadow shrouded his forehead, unable to fuse. Fang Yuan sneered, suddenly saying, Xianxia, don't you want revenge? Qinjiao abandoned you, and is living well with Shang Yanfei. You, how did you know? Choujiao's guard fell, and the shadow completely entered his body. Choujiao's expression instantly changed, kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Success, this rank 5 slavery goo, of course he had to enslave a rank 5 goo master to fully utilize its value. Until now. Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng had yet to arrive, Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gue, Ku Mo, and Wu Lan Shan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining choices were Wu Mountain Lord Wan Shao and killer ghost Dr. Choujiao. But how could Mount Wu be compared to the Gate of Life and Death? The Gate of Life and Death was a forbidden land comparable to the River of Time. Enslaving Choujiao was equivalent to grasping the clues to the Gate of Life and Death. Furthermore, Choujiao was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, his influence even covered the righteous path, definitely much higher than Mo Wu Tian. The only imperfection was enslaving Choujiao would place a certain burden on Fang Yuan's soul, it would greatly affect his immortal goo refinement. Choujiao, back then, did you and Dr. Su Shou use the poison vow goo, swearing to love each other forever? Never leaving? Fang Yuan looked at killer ghost doctor and asked a question. There is indeed such a thing. But master, how did you know? Choujiao, whose face was bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground. And confessed. Since you have already used the poison vow goo, do you know Dr. Su Shou? How can I escape the restriction of the poison vow? Fang Yuan squinted. Poison Vow Goo is the replacement of Mountain Pledge Goo. Qinjiao does not have the ability to remove it. For that pretty boy Shang Yanfei, she took a huge risk and let the poison vow act up and kill herself. Without a host, the power of the poison vow would naturally disappear. Then, she would use healing methods to revive herself and get rid of the poison vow. Chojiao said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister dearly. But in the end, she fell out with him because of a pretty boy. She even risked her life to get rid of the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him. He could not help but raise his leg and kick Chojiao. You scammer. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Chojiao said this, we made a poison vow in front of the blessed land sea, to protect each other and never leave each other, but who could have thought that senior sister had a change of heart, going against the poison vow we made, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel. What poison vow? It was clearly the *** poison vow Goo. This Chojiao's words avoided the important points and focused on the trivial ones. He did not elaborate on some parts and whitewashed himself. If he had said the poison vow Goo, Fang Yuan thought to himself, I might have been alerted that there was someone in Shangclan City who could get rid of the poison vow Goo's restriction, and thus be on guard against Bai Ningbing. But I should have thought of it. Chojiao talked about Shang Yanfei's appearance, saying the latter was only slightly better looking than him. How could he say such shameless words so naturally? No wonder he would omit the Goo word from the poison vow Goo. Fang Yuan looked at Chojiao in disdain. Talking about love, he actually used the poison vow Goo to restrict the other party. It could be seen that Chojiao's heart was filled with darkness and inferiority. It was not strange for such a person to speak hypocritically. Fang Yuan had always been suspicious about how Bai Ningbing got rid of the poison vow. Even in his previous life, Bai Ningbing did not give him an answer. Now that Fang Yuan knew, it was this Dr. Sushou who helped Bai Ningbing get rid of the poison vow. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Chojiao, go to King Xian inheritance and bring me the undefeated 100 battles Goo. Fang Yuan calmed his emotions and instructed. I will do my best. Chojiao respectfully replied. Chojiao was a healing Goo master, not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible for him to help Fang Yuan refine the second aperture Goo, but it was easy for him to take the undefeated 100 battles Goo. This was because the blessed land was declining, and not long after, Goo worms could be moved at will. Chojiao only needed to charge and attack to obtain the second aperture Goo. At this point, Fang Yuan's massacre came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued refining Goo. Compared to his previous life, he had saved a lot of time since rebirth. Without the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada, he was much more relaxed. Originally, he only slept for an hour every day, refining Goo crazily and squeezing out his potential. Now, he could sleep for at least 6 hours every day, methodically. As the days passed, the blessed land became weaker and weaker. But his immortal essence consumption was not as severe as in his previous life. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not take many detours this time, and many steps were completed in one go, causing the land spirit to look at him in a different light. The abnormality of the Three Kings' inheritance attracted everyone's attention. As time passed, Che clan and Zhou clan came out in full force. Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, the 24th of October arrived. Master, I did not fail you. Chojiao knelt on the ground, holding a Goo worm with both hands. He passed it to Fang Yuan. This Goo looked ordinary, like a grey round stone. It was none other than the undefeated 100 battles Goo. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's slave, Feng Tianyu, made it to the end and obtained King Xian inheritance, with hundreds of hairy men as his followers. In this life, Chojiao was not a refinement master, and broke through by force. He barely obtained the undefeated 100 battles Goo, and not a single hairy man followed him. However, hairy men were good at refining Goo, and not good at fighting. The defense line of hundreds of hairy men was the same with or without them. Fang Yuan did not mind. After keeping the undefeated 100 battles Goo, Fang Yuan gave some instructions before sending Chojiao away. The whole process was done behind his back. Bai Ningbing did not know. When Fang Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts. They were endless, some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing. Give all your goo worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't these dogs under my command? The land spirit can also use goo worms and command them. They are naturally more confident than you. Fang Yuan explained. The land spirit Ba Gue appeared, saying in a worried tone, young man. I need to use immortal essence to help you refine goo, and also have to command the dogs to defend. I am afraid I cannot do it. Fang Yuan chuckled, showing an extremely confident expression. No worries, are you worried about me? Among the enemies, I also have chess pieces. There is enough yuan stone here for you to control the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gue hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you, Bai Ningbing, follow me. When I refine goo, I need someone trustworthy to guard me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, saying with a warm smile. Bai Ningbing snorted, her gaze was very obscure, and there was no fluctuation in her voice. Up to you, as long as you don't die, whether the goo refinement succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with me. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, while Bai Ningbing stood at the side, acting as his guardian. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, not moving for a long time. What are you waiting for? There is not much time left. Bai Ningbing endured for a while, before breaking the silence. Ningbing, don't be impatient, some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, not showing a trace of nervousness on his face. He was calm and collected. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. Her eyes squinted into a slit, thinking in her heart, what is this Fang Yuan planning? He took away my command, is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to stay in the hall, it shows he trusts me. I need to endure for a while longer. She thought of Tai Ruanan, and gradually felt at ease. She is blocked outside the dog group formation. Without my secret support, she can only forcefully open a path. Damn it, he did not let me lead the dog group. Fortunately, we have a trump card. Tai Baichi has already secretly reached Xianxia Mountain. After a while, Fang Yuan was calm, only resting and not doing anything. This time even the land spirit could not help but transmit his voice, urging Fang Yuan to refine goo. But Fang Yuan kept delaying, not showing any signs of doing anything. The land spirit was anxious, its tone containing anger. Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to persuade it. And at this time, at the peak of Xianxia Mountain, blue and red light pillars, thin and weak, still stood on the peak. As for the yellow light pillar representing King Quan inheritance, it had already disappeared. In his previous life, only the red light pillar was left. That was because Feng Tianyu obtained King Xian inheritance. But in this life, Chou Jiao was not a refinement master, he did not have the ability to get to the final stage of King Xian inheritance, thus only 2 light pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. There are still 2 inheritances left, we small fries have no chance, but it is strange, none of the rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance came out. What is going on? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited, but why haven't the others come out? They are being held back in the Blessed Land. This Blessed Land is close to destruction, not long later, the door will open and we will be able to enter and exit at will. A loud and clear voice resounded. It's Lord Xiaomeng. Someone immediately cheered, revealing the identity of the person who came. Extreme Light Goo, Providence Goo, Empty Fist Goo, Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. Xiaomeng stood at the peak of Xianxia Mountain, activating his killer move as the whole sky turned dark. A fist formed from light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and pierced through the membrane embryo of the Blessed Land. In an instant, the whole Blessed Land shook, a huge hole formed, connecting the inside and outside, allowing Gu Masters to enter and leave unobstructed. Charge, everything in the Blessed Land is ours. Quickly snatch it, it will be too late if we don't. Unfortunately, the big head and essence were all taken by those experts. Leaving some scraps for us, that is not bad. If I can luckily obtain King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance, how good would that be? Countless people cheered, entering the Blessed Land, causing the pressure on the blessed land to rise, creating a huge chaos. That's it, he, a bunch of idiots. Xiaoming sneered in his heart, slowly stepping into the blessed land. The bronze hall also regained its calm after this commotion. The land spirit transmitted to Feng Yuan, so you were waiting for this commotion to pass, so close. If there was such a huge disturbance during the Gu refinement, the consequences would be unthinkable. You are indeed a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Feng Yuan chuckled, replying in his heart, I am not only a Gu immortal, I am also your future master. Ba Gue, you need to know, only I am the best candidate to refine the immortal Gu. The more you cooperate with me, the higher the possibility of us refining the immortal Gu. Next, I remember there are 2 more commotion, we need to avoid them as much as possible. Alright, let's start the Gu refinement now. Feng Yuan threw out the fake Gu in his second aperture. The land spirit cooperated closely, the bronze cauldron ignited without any fire, the remaining immortal essence started to burn rapidly, the immortal essence turned into a green smoke. It slowly rose up, wrapping around the fake Gu. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron, being wrapped by the green smoke, it slowly turned into a ball of bright yellow light. Feng Yuan focused his mind, harmonizing the green qi and yellow light in an orderly manner. In his previous life, he refined Gu with Feng Tianyu, now that he was the only one in charge, the process was much slower. Mo Wu Tian came to the edge of the fog alone. His pair of purple pupils. Deep and mysterious, yet wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupil, the fog became indistinct, and a sea of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. The defenses are tight. I won't be able to break through them by myself. Looks like I still have to borrow strength. He turned around and found Humayer moments later. Ah. Young Master Wu Tian, you have already reached rank 5. Humayer was shocked by Mo Wu Tian's progress. When Mo Wu Tian revealed the news of the immortal treasury, Humayer was also hooked and expressed her full support. But when they set off, he found out that the news about the immortal treasury had already spread throughout the blessed land. After the 2 of them asked around, they found out that the person who spread the news was the killer ghost Dr. Choujiu. Right now, he had already gathered a large number of demonic Gu masters. He was about to head to the bronze hall. Mo Wu Tian frowned, most of the demonic Gu masters had already gathered together, he could not gather many people now. In terms of influence, he was no match for Choujiu. Mo Wu Tian was still a newbie. But Choujiu was a veteran who had been in southern border for many years, and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Many people requested his help, and he was quite influential even in the righteous path. Without a choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join Choujiu's group. With little brother Mo Wu Tian helping us, these mere dogs are nothing to worry about. Choujiu expressed a warm welcome towards Mo Wu Tian's arrival. Mo Wu Tian's frown deepened, he was used by Choujiu right from the start. Never mind, I'll endure it for now, and put in some effort to rush into the hall. The group of demons moved majestically, but they did not go straight to the hall, but instead went through many twists and turns. Sir Choujiu, time waits for no man, why don't we attack the root of the problem and kill our way in? Mo Wu Tian frowned, urging. Choujiu chuckled, there is strength in numbers, there are still many people who have not joined us. If we absorb their strength, we will become even stronger. When the time comes, everyone will share less pressure and danger. Mo Wu Tian urged again, but Choujiu chuckled and was very polite, but he did not relent. Mo Wu Tian was anxious, and tried many times, but Choujiu persisted. This old man is rotten, he doesn't know how precious time is. Mo Wu Tian controlled his anger, and started to contact Humayer, Li Xian and the rest, egging them on, causing them to become more and more impatient. Choujiu had no choice, he could not go against everyone's will, and could only lead the demons to the periphery of the fog. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while, and suggested that they could split into 3 groups, and so on and so forth. Choujiu, however, said it was not appropriate, the fog was too thick, and they could not see the situation clearly. As a doctor, he had the heart of a parent, and could not bear for them to risk their lives like this. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, and went to contact the others again, preaching about the beauty of the immortal treasure. The demons' emotions were surging, and Choujiu went with the flow, asking Mo Wu Tian to be in charge of this matter, and choose the people to lead the charge. But there was one condition: the Gu master had to be willing, and could not be forced. The demons responded enthusiastically, and after Mo Wu Tian made arrangements, they moved out in 3 groups. Oh no, there are people attacking outside. While refining the Gu, the land spirit suddenly said, "No worries, I expected this situation. Go and take charge of the battle outside, I will hold the fort for now, and wait for you to return." Fang Yuan said calmly. The land spirit split most of its attention, commanding the dog group, and repelling the demons like in his previous life, according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Mo Wu Tian was not resigned, and organized a second attack, but it was still a huge loss, and they returned in low spirits. Chojio walked out at this time. Everyone knows my rules: for every person I save, I must kill. At this moment, I will save everyone first, and I hope everyone will fulfill their promise in the future. Saying so, he healed everyone. The demons shed tears of gratitude, and Chojio's reputation rose sharply. More and more people distanced themselves from Mo Wu Tian, and gathered around Chojio. Chojio patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder, and said kindly, "Brother Wu Tian, let's wait and see. I advised you not to advance too rashly. Now that so many of us have died, I feel sad." His voice was very loud, causing Mo Wu Tian's eyes to twitch in anger. This old man is sinister. If I break through the encirclement, it will be because of him. If I fail, he'll push all the blame onto me. I underestimated the dog formation. I thought it was a dead formation, but to think there was a Gu master manipulating it from behind the scenes. Such reaction speed and methods, he definitely has deep attainments in the enslavement path. Damn it, damn it. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. In his previous life, he could force the demons to sell their lives for him. But now that he had a rank 5 Gu master like Chojio, he naturally could not be as unrestrained as he was in his previous life. Let's wait for a while, the righteous path will gather soon, we can discuss it again. After all, we only have one life. If we rush up and give the righteous path an advantage, that would not be good. Chojio arranged. Lord Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Ghost Doctor is steady, caring for the lives of us small fries. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Lord Ghost Doctor is after all an old senior of our demonic path. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Chojio, that old fart. After delaying for a while, the righteous path Gu masters also gathered, led by Xiaomeng. They charged forward several times, but returned in defeat. Xiaomeng was thinking about the unopened Qingbao inheritance, and was anxious, using his killer move again. Extreme Light Gu. Self-will Gu. Bright Spear Gu. Killer move, Glory of My Spear. A magnificent light spear that was 6 feet long and 6 feet wide landed on the hill. An intense explosion occurred, the wind blew, and after the piercing white light dissipated, the fog that shrouded the hill also dissipated. In the bronze hall, the magnificent dog group was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The righteous and demonic experts saw this, feeling both agitated and cold. The immortal treasure was right in front of them, but the dog group was so huge, how could they rush up? Only the righteous and demonic path could work together. The knowledgeable people all thought of this point. Xiaomeng looked towards the demonic path, and Mo Wu Tian also looked towards the righteous path. The trend of working together was obvious, it was just a matter of which side would compromise first. Time passed second by second. Chojio was unperturbed, sizing up the dog group. Xiaomeng's expression was solemn, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was the second clan leader of Xiao tribe, a famous figure of the righteous path. How could he lower his head to the demonic path first? If these words were to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The second tremor is over, Ba Gue, my hidden pawn has taken effect, they will not attack for a while. Let's continue refining Gu. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic paths were in a deadlock, Fang Yuan started refining Gu again. At this moment, the green gas and yellow light finally fused successfully. The green gas turned into green grass, growing in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers, falling down and decorating it. Fang Yuan took out a dagger, and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green gas and yellow light made a sizzling sound, and turned into a red cloud, like a raging blood sea. The blood water surged, but it only formed into a ball, floating in the air, and did not spread. After another round of fusion and evolution, the ball of smoke finally formed into a field, with scarlet red rice growing on it. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air. He had lost a lot of blood, his face was pale, and he quickly used a goo worm to heal his wounds. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. He took out a lifespan goo. This 300-year lifespan goo was like a ginseng root, coiling like a snake, rough and ancient. Fang Yuan threw it into the blood-filled smoke, and the smoke burst out, boiling like boiling water. In his previous life, this change almost caused Fang Yuan to fail. But in this life, Fang Yuan had sufficient mental preparation, and controlled the situation well. The smoke gradually stabilized under Fang Yuan's manipulation. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned, "Not good, the outer sect goo masters are attacking together. We won't make it in time to refine goo. Kill, charge. Kill these damned dogs." Shouts, screams, curses, and barks of dogs mixed together, shaking the sky and earth. In less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, and corpses were everywhere. "Sir Chojio, we are too slow. If we charge like this, when will we enter the bronze hall?" Mo Wu Tian urged. Chojio laughed, "The dog group is huge, how can it be so easy to charge? It is good that we are slow, let the righteous path charge deeper and bear the brunt of the pressure, then we can reap the benefits." Chojio was already Fang Yuan's slave, he could not wait to drag things out as long as possible. Just now, the righteous and demonic path were in a deadlock, and it was this Mo Wu Tian who messed things up and talked to Xiao Meng about cooperation. Chojio could not stop him, and could only go with the flow. After charging, he tried to slow down the entire group. Originally, they were advancing from both sides, but because of the killer ghost doctor, the righteous path was pushed deeper into the dog formation, and suffered more attacks. And although the demonic path had few losses, their charging speed was getting slower, and they were in danger of being surrounded. "Chojio, what are you scheming now? You are too muddle-headed, we need to charge in one go, how can we move so slowly? You are blind, can't you see? Our group is already in a swamp, if we do not move, we will be surrounded, and will be in more danger than the righteous path." Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, scolding loudly. Chojio stared with wide eyes, shouting without backing down, "Mo Wu Tian, you junior, what are you shouting for, what do you know? How many people did you lose by doing things like that? When we fight for the immortal treasure with the righteous path, they will be our enemies. We have to weaken them." Saying so, Chojio's tone changed, and he consoled softly, "Young man, blindly charging and attacking is not good." Because of the previous example, most of the demonic path goo masters supported Chojio, and opposed Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian was extremely furious, and raised his head to shout, "Old man Chojio, you are not worthy. Wait for your deaths here. I am going to fight for the immortal treasure." Saying so, he took the lead, charging towards the bronze hall. Hu Meier, Li Xian and the others felt that Mo Wu Tian was right. They also wanted to charge forward, but they were not strong enough. He could only rely on the power of the crowd. Young people are always so impulsive. Chojio sighed and smiled, "Look, after being provoked by me, he took the initiative to charge forward. If we attack steadily and surely, we can take advantage of the path he took to rush out." How wonderful! Everyone couldn't help but laugh, praising Chojio's wisdom. Countless dog beasts formed a flood, while tens of thousands of goo masters went against the flow. Blood flowed freely on the battlefield. Severed limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared, ice and fire flew, lightning flashed, and the earth rumbled. Green vines grew. Each one was covered in blue scales and had black fins on his back. The huge waves surrounding the whirlpool were like vicious sharks in the sea, taking the lead. Ihua was like a god of fire, killing his way through. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Yanjun used phantom path goo worms to turn from solid to phantom, dodging the attacks without suffering any damage. While no one was paying attention, Li Xian used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal himself. Kong Ri Tian, on the other hand, had already turned into a rain of flowers, drifting away. All the experts used their divine abilities, gradually getting closer to the bronze hall. Among them, 2 people charged to the front lines, attracting everyone's attention. They were none other than Xiao Meng and Mo Wu Tian. However, good times did not last long. Ba Huang and Ying Ming, the 2 great dog emperors, came out and blocked the two's path like in the previous life. It is time. At the front lines, Tai Ruanan was bathed in blood. She stopped her charge and breathed heavily. Tai clan's 4 old-timers were guarding her. Besides them, there was also Tai Baiqi. We are only a few thousand steps away from the bronze hall. There are many dog beasts. Lord Tai Baiqi will have to depend on you. Tai Ruanan said. He, I have been watching the show for so long, my heart is itching. Tai Baiqi took off his hood and opened his third eye. Whoosh. He activated his goo worm and pushed with his palms, creating a black hole in the air in front of him. The black hole continued to rotate, as countless white apes jumped out. The white ape army surged out, forming a powerful vanguard that charged towards the bronze hall. Young master, you guys go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Baiqi's tone was firm and powerful. Then we will have to rely on you. Immortal goo are important. For the clan, we need to capture Feng Yuan alive. Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth and waved her hand, leading the 4 old-timers to charge forward. With the white ape army's cover and sacrifice, Tai Ruanan successfully charged into the hall. Feng Yuan was still refining goo. He could not split himself. The land spirit wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Feng Yuan. Ba Gue, don't force yourself. You are commanding the dog group while using your immortal essence to assist me in refining goo. How can you be distracted? Bai Ningbing, it is up to you now, block her for me. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes as he blocked Tai Ruanan. The 2 fought intensely. In the air in front of Feng Yuan, the clouds were boiling. In his previous life, at this time, Feng Yuan had already used third watch goo. But in this life, without Feng Tianyu's help, Feng Yuan's progress was very slow. He had only just thrown in that 500-year lifespan goo. Without the help of a refinement master like Feng Tianyu, it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to control the cloud smoke. The clouds boiled several times, causing Feng Yuan to almost fail several times, but he managed to salvage the situation by a hair's breadth. Behind him, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan fought intensely for a while before Tai clan's 4 old-timers charged in and joined in the fight. Bai Ningbing was no match. She was surrounded by danger as she shouted, Fengjing, I can't hold on much longer. How much longer do you have? The clouds finally fused with the lifespan goo, turning into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. It was the scene of 500 years as autumn. Feng Yuan's voice was also filled with nervousness. Hold on, I need a lot of time. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Bai Ningbing cursed continuously. After a few rounds, she breathed roughly, I can't hold on anymore. Feng Yuan, I can't hold on any longer, I can only self-detonate. Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Feng Yuan was astonished. Nonsense. Bai Ningbing scolded. At this time, the clouds had matured and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk to the size of a basin. Try to hold on. Unless there is no other way. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his back facing the battlefield as he shouted. It's too late. Bai Ningbing's deep sigh could be heard. Crack crack, frost rapidly condensed, cold air permeated the hall as the temperature plummeted. What goo is this? Tai Ruanan's shocked voice was also transmitted to Feng Yuan's ears. Feng Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air, her whole body had already turned into ice crystals. This was the scene when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind roared, ice gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it crashed towards Tai Ruanan and Tai clan's 4 old-timers. Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique? Tai clan's 4 old-timers exclaimed, unable to retreat in time. Tai Ruanan and they were sealed in the ice. The ice continued to spread towards Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan shouted anxiously. But Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost fused with the ice, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed loudly, standing up abruptly. He took out the Yanggu and flew it towards Bai Ningbing. But halfway through, the Yanggu suddenly turned back, landing in Fang Yuan's right hand. At this time, the clouds finally condensed into a goo worm. It landed in Fang Yuan's left hand. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on its surface were like scarlet blood vessels. The fake second aperture goo from before. It could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. And this new goo? It could already exist for 40 years. He. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, activating golden soup goo to defend against the ice. Next, he said to Bai Ningbing, are you done acting? The spreading ice suddenly stopped. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, is your cooperation with Tai clan going well? This time, Bai Ningbing could not continue acting. She recovered her body, and with a shocked and confused expression, she stared at Fang Yuan. How did you? In Xianxia City, you purposely lost to Yan Tu, and obtained Dr. Su Shou's help to break free from the poison oath, and secretly contacted Tai Ruanan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted with Tai clan's 4 old-timers. Do you think I don't know all this? Fang Yuan played with the 2 goo worms in his hand, raising his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing fell back to the ground in a daze, unable to speak from the shock. How did Fang Yuan find out all this? I've done everything in secret. Does that mean that he's going to watch my performance with the cold eyes of a bystander? Wait, I clearly succeeded in planting the fixed star goo. Fang Yuan, you demon, so what if you found out? You won't be able to escape today. Tai Ruanan saw that the matter was exposed, and immediately broke out of the ice, with Tai clan's 4 old-timers following closely behind. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his left forearm. You mean the fixed star goo? What if I cut off my arm? Tai clan's 4 old-timers frowned. Once Fang Yuan cut off his left forearm, even if the 4 of them used their killer moves, they would only be able to capture Fang Yuan's left forearm. According to their understanding of Fang Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to a ruthless person like him. Ha ha ha. Tai Ruanan suddenly laughed loudly. She pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, Fang Yuan, stop bluffing. Even if you saw through our plot, so what? The dog group outside the hall will not be able to stop the heroes. Not long later, Xiao Meng, Chou Jiu, Mo Wu Tian, Yi Hua, Yi Chong and the other heroes will charge in. Can you protect the immortal goo? You are insane, killing so many goo masters, seizing their apertures and using them to refine goo. These crimes cannot be tolerated by the heavens. Bai Ningbing is the best witness. As long as this is announced, you will be hated by everyone. More importantly, your immortal goo has not been refined yet. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person, you know your situation. Of course I know my situation. Fang Yuan had a calm expression, and I know your situation even better. His lips curled into a cold smile. The immortal goo did not succeed, but because of this, I managed to preserve a large amount of immortal essence. It is enough for me to kill you all. But at this moment, Ba Gui appeared, tears streaming down its face as it said in a choked voice, it is useless, it is useless. If I kill them, I will expend too much immortal essence, it will not last for the goo refinement. Also, there is not enough time, the blessed land has too many flaws, it will collapse soon and vanish. To it, its biggest goal was to refine second aperture goo, it did not care about its own destruction. Right now, Fang Yuan had only reached this stage, he was lacking the most crucial step, the most difficult step, but the environment did not allow it. Young man, you have made a grave mistake, our immortal goo, refinement has failed. The land spirit cried out loudly. Refining immortal goo? I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Yan Jun strode leisurely into the hall. In the previous life, he was obstructed by Feng Tianyu, but in this life, he entered the bronze hall without any obstruction. Fang Yuan, you are not the blessed land's owner, the land spirit will not listen to your commands. Since young tribe leader Yan Jun is here, will the others be far away? Today, you will lose for sure. Tai Ruanan was still wary of the land spirit, she could only continue her psychological warfare. No, I still have hope, this gu refinement is not a failure. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's heart tightened, if Fang Yuan used Yang Gu to force her to fight to the death. Where would she go? But Fang Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ningbing, towards the land spirit Ba Gue. This old and dignified tyrant turtle was already crying his heart out. He was filled with despair and sorrow. Ba Gue, do you still want to refine second aperture Gu? Fang Yuan transmitted in his mind. Difficult. Do you have a way? Ba Gue felt a spark of hope in his heart. That's right, you are a Gu immortal who has been reborn, you have experienced it in your previous life. You should have expected this situation long ago. No, the situation is beyond my expectations. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't turn the tide. Fang Yuan continued to speak frankly. Ba Gue. I am sorry, the Gu refinement this time was a failure. The earth spirit's cries grew louder. However, Fang Yuan quickly changed the topic. However, this kind of failure is only temporary. We still have hope. The land spirit's cries became softer and it asked, what do you mean? After you died, I was the only one who knew the secret recipe. In addition, the incomplete second aperture Gu is also in my hands. Therefore, you must protect me, Fang Yuan said. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person in the blessed land who fulfills the criteria, and you are also a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Even if you fail this time, there is a high chance that you will succeed in the future. The second aperture Gu was successfully refined. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Very good, land spirit, it is good that you have such an awareness. But you can protect me now, but you can't protect me forever. Not long later. You will vanish. With your remaining immortal essence, you can eradicate all the enemies in the endless blessed land. Even if you teleport me to the outside world, there will still be groups of Gu masters on Xianxia Mountain. There are also groups of Gu masters on Xianxia Mountain. The corners of Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since his rebirth, everything had been progressing smoothly. He was getting closer to success, and he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Fang Yuan chuckled and said meaningfully, Ba Gue, do you still remember the third section of S second chapter? The land spirit was stunned, it could guess Fang Yuan's thoughts, but its tone was hesitant. You mean, no, there are still two conditions that cannot be fulfilled. First, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. He. Fang Yuan heard this and could not help but laugh. He raised his hand and pointed at the top of the bronze wall, shouting, look, the light is here. When he stood up, he had secretly instructed the land spirit and shared his vision with it, thus he could see the situation outside the hall clearly. After that, he talked to the Tai clansmen to stall for time and wait for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada. With the accumulated experience, he had a deeper understanding of rebirth. After rebirth, there was indeed a butterfly effect that could change some things beyond recognition. But there was also historical inertia. Many big events happened because of the accumulated conflicts, and lacked a fuse. Even if the original fuse was gone, there would be other new fuses. It was not something that could be changed by just one person's influence. Outside the hall, Xiao Mei was getting impatient from Ming Dog Emperor's pestering, and directly flew into the sky. Rank 4, Gather Light Gu. Rank 5, Extreme Light Gu. Rank 5, River Descending Gu. Killer move, Torrential Light River. The torrential light river surged and surged, pouring into the blessed land. The intense light was dazzling, creating huge waves that illuminated the entire hill. Countless people squinted their eyes. Not good. Tai Ruanan and the rest were in the hall, and Tai Baiqi saw this and quickly tried to block it, but the light river's momentum was already formed, and could only weaken a portion of it. The majestic light river was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. A huge hole appeared on the ceiling of the hall, and the torrential light rushed down towards Fang Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era. The land spirit cried out in shock. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating his primeval essence and activating rank 4 bone wings goo and rank 5 golden soup goo. He had a pair of wide and long black wings on his back. The golden soup was like water, wrapping around his whole body and spreading to the black wings, dyeing his whole body in a dazzling golden color. What is he trying to do? Fang Yuan. Under the astonished gazes of Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing and the rest, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew towards the torrential light river. Bam! The continuous loud explosions and the strong impact made it extremely difficult for Fang Yuan to fly in the opposite direction. But he had killed many rank 5 goo masters earlier, and obtained many movement goo like golden aurora goo. Right now, he was activating them, going against the light river. Flying into the sky. He flew out of the bronze hall, causing countless exclamations and questions on the battlefield. What is that thing? It's shining with golden light, it looks like a huge bird. No, that is a person, a warrior that looks like he is made of gold. In Fang Yuan's vision, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. To activate so many movement goo and defensive goo, his primeval essence was being expended rapidly. Time waits for no man, land spirit, help me. Divine travel goo. Immortal goo divine travel landed on his palm. Jade sky goo. A ray of green light shot out from the aperture and landed on his other hand, turning into a jade bamboo in the sky. It was connected in the middle. What is he trying to do? He is flying towards the killer move. Tai Ruanan stared with wide eyes, bewildered. Little Beast King, are you trying to commit suicide? Yan Jun's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly into the sky. Not good, I understand him. Everything Fang Yuan does has deep meaning. No matter what. We cannot let him succeed, we need to stop him. Bai Ningbing's tone was anxious, for some reason, the bad feeling in her heart was getting stronger. Tai Ruanan nodded. She agreed with Bai Ningbing's words. For old-timers. She shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately split into 4 directions, half kneeling on the ground, holding their right wrists with their left hands and forming claws with their right hands. Facing each other. Killer move, limitless search lock. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. Eerie blue light shone, and the fixed star goo could be vaguely seen inside. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, crystal clear. At the same time, the space around Fang Yuan shattered as 4 chains extended out like pythons. You only reacted now? Humph, it's too late. Fang Yuan sneered. Divine travel goo suddenly flew up and plunged into his left forearm, swallowing the fixed star goo in one gulp. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood, they had lost contact with the fixed star goo. The 4 chains around Fang Yuan lost their target and flew randomly, not to mention they were destroyed by the torrential light river. After divine travel goo ate the fixed star goo, it entered the hollow jade sky goo and quickly formed a cocoon. Oh? There is a strange person flying up while resisting my killer move? Xiao Mei was indescribably shocked. Others would not even have the time to dodge his killer move, but now there was a fool resisting it head-on. Who is he? What is he trying to do? Yi Hua, Yi Chong and the rest raised their heads, dumbfounded. Wait a moment, I seem to have seen this scene somewhere before. Li Xian frowned, as astute as he was, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. How can this be? He seems to be refining goo. Feng Tianyu looked up for a moment, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately fell into shock. He is actually refining goo inside a killer move, he is really daring. Emma Wu Tian's eyes emitted a sharp purple light that was 2 inches long. That's right, Fang Yuan was refining goo. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After he enslaved the killer ghost doctor, the refinement of second aperture goo was destined to fail. Because at the final step, when fusing the divine travel goo, Fang Yuan alone could not complete it. In his previous life, Fang Yuan relied on refinement master Feng Tianyu and the land spirits helped to barely succeed. In this life, he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, so this step would definitely fail. However, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he did not wholeheartedly refine second aperture goo. He deceived the land spirit and purposely stalled for time, to create such a special environment and convince the land spirit to refine this goo. Like second aperture goo, this goo was also an immortal goo. The recipe was recorded in Chapter 2, Section 3. Was the number 1 classic of goo. The glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical transformation. Fang Yuan's body shone with a golden radiance as he flew against the torrential light river. Facing the powerful killer move of a rank 5 goo master, Gold Soup Goo's pure defense was gradually losing its effect. The golden defense was slowly being washed away by the light. Especially the bone wings, they were gradually being washed away by the torrential light river, revealing their original black color. In the majestic heavenly river of light, a thin figure was flying with difficulty against the enormous pressure. Such a miraculous scene attracted the attention of many goo masters. The huge battlefield became silent. The land spirit was supporting Fang Yuan with all its strength, the dog beasts had lost their leader, and most of them were fleeing. The goo masters also stopped in their tracks, raising their heads to take a look. They all had a similar question in their hearts: I have never seen this scene before, but why is it so familiar? I remember. Suddenly, someone shouted, this scene was recorded in the legends of Renzu. No wonder it was so familiar. Was the number 1 classic in the world, it was widely spread in the world, everyone was familiar with it. With this reminder, many people suddenly realized. That's right, the second chapter, third section of has a relevant record. I remember too. To refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel, verdant great sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory, flying towards the sun. Everyone recalled, causing a burst of laughter. What's wrong with this person? Imitating verdant great sun and disregarding his life? Haha, is he also trying to refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel? How can this be? Does he have divine travel goo? Fang Yuan of course had divine travel goo, but divine travel goo was not enough. It was recorded in verdant great sun was worried that divine travel goo would take advantage of his drunkenness and place him in danger. Divine travel goo felt ashamed. It pointed to him, go to the sky first, in the azure heaven of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, he plucked a piece of jade bamboo from the blue sky. Then go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-sided diamond from the starlight fragments. Next, in the morning, fly to the sky and use the light of glory of the sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel goo. After I became that goo. Then I won't bring you around when you're drunk anymore. Therefore, Fang Yuan still needed the jade bamboo in the blue sky and the star dust of the octagonal diamond in the blue sky. There was also the light of primordial glory. Did he? He didn't have it at first. However, after his rebirth, he killed Long Qing Tian. He obtained the jade sky goo. This goo was a rank 5 goo that originated from the immemorial era. It looked like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade in the hand. It was the jade bamboo of the azure sky. Described all sorts of goo. Immortal goo were described directly. For example, wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. As for mortal goo, it was pointed out subtly, the description was very vague. Readers need to dig deep and study carefully. However, jade sky jade bamboo alone was not enough. He also needed the stardust of the octagonal diamond. Did he? Of course he didn't, but Bai Ningbing secretly planted it in him. Indeed, it was the fixed star goo. This goo was an immemorial star fragment, it was like a diamond. It had octagonal edges and was translucent. It was planted on Fang Yuan's left forearm. It blossomed with starlight, causing his left forearm to turn into a translucent eerie blue color. Jade sky jade bamboo of the azure sky, as well as the stardust of the octagonal diamond of the blue sky, he had both. However, if Fang Yuan wanted to refine fixed immortal travel immortal goo, he still lacked one condition, that was what the land spirit said, the light of primordial glory. Did Fang Yuan have it? From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not have it. However, Fang Yuan did not have it, but Xiaomeng did. Xiaomeng had an extreme light goo. This goo was obtained from robbing tombs, it was only an incomplete goo. Every month, it could only be used 3 times to activate the light of glory. After 3 times, it would self-destruct. and the killer move, torrential light river, in a way, was the light of glory of the immemorial era, divine travel goo, jade sky goo, fixed star goo and the light of the immemorial era. All the conditions were met. When Feng Yuan was reborn and realized this, he resolutely gave up on the second aperture goo and switched to refining fixed immortal travel goo. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit directly. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture goo. Then, by Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan and the righteous and demonic path experts would become Feng Yuan's targets. He meticulously planned and strategized, taking advantage of the situation to create this situation. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, it could not refine second aperture goo, it naturally chose to settle for the next best thing, to protect Feng Yuan and preserve this hope. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight and shook slightly, the aura of the immortal goo unavoidably leaked out. The experts were shocked. This aura, how is this possible? Tai Ruanan, Bai Ning Bing and the others' eyes almost popped out. He is refining goo, he is really refining an immortal goo? Who is he? Is this the rebirth of verdant great sun? Yi Hua, Yi Chong and the others opened their mouths wide, their jaws almost dropped. Fixed immortal travel. Is he really refining fixed immortal travel goo? To think that I, Feng Tianyu, would be so lucky to see the scene of an immortal goo being refined. This refinement master's knees went soft, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men also knelt down. At this moment, they were madly worshipping this person who was refining the immortal goo. Unbelievable. The scene of the immemorial era was playing out in front of them. The unimaginable grandeur and beauty made countless goo masters tremble. Was it because of excitement, fear, or both? In an instant, Feng Yuan's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. No matter how dazzling the torrential light river was, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at it without blinking. The aura of the immortal goo became denser, but at this crucial moment, a change occurred. He actually wants to borrow my strength to refine an immortal goo? Humph. Xiao Meng was not an idiot. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light river was cut off. Everyone let out the loudest gasp. No. Feng Tianyu even held in pain, his heart aching. Grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light river was like a ribbon that had been cut, floating down powerlessly. In just 3 breaths of time, the goo master inside the light river would fly out. And this short period of time was not enough for the immortal goo to be nurtured. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? Third watch goo. Third watch goo. He activated the 2 third watch goo towards the cocoon. Immediately, time accelerated by 9 times, and the immortal goo's aura rose sharply. He used a time path goo worm to speed up? Feng Tianyu crawled up from the ground like he had been electrocuted. His eyes shined and his face flushed red. There was still hope, but soon, the excited flush turned pale. Feng Tianyu looked like he had lost his parents. With a plop, he sat on the ground in a daze, howling in grief. It is useless. This speed is like quenching thirst with poison. If the immortal goo is nurtured too quickly, its aura will not be stable and it will self-detonate. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? He took out a goo worm. This goo did not look good. It looked like a gray round stone. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained it from Feng Tianyu. In this life, it was given to him by killer ghost Dr. Chojiu. What goo? Undefeated 100 battles goo, a rank 5 consumable goo. Once it was used, the goo master could refine a goo for sure. At the next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, hugging his head. He screamed in joy, this is impossible. Because he felt the immortal goo's aura had miraculously stabilized, the cocoon broke open. A green butterfly flew out, fixed immortal travel goo. It really is an immortal goo. How beautiful. Who the hell is he? He actually refined an immortal goo. At once, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Be they in the know or not, they were speechless and shocked to the extreme. Xiao Mei was dumbfounded. Mo Wutian was dazed. Is this a reenactment of a legend? Which era am I living in? Feng Yuan flew out of the river of light, fixed immortal travel goo was flying around him. Every time it flapped its wings, it would emit a vibrant green light. It was like jade shavings, extremely beautiful. Of course, Feng Yuan had paid a hefty price. A rank 5 killer move was no joke. Golden Soup Goo died of old age, Golden Aurora Goo and others were also greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were also badly damaged. As the golden soup faded, Fang Yuan's true appearance was revealed. At once, the whole battlefield was in an uproar. Who is he? Emma Wu Tian's pupil shrunk. It's Little Beast King. Hu Mei-er and Li Xian were completely stunned. It's him. Yihua's eyes almost popped out. It's actually him? Jiao Huang and Meng Tu looked at each other, shivering. They could see each other's fear, lingering fear, and joy. We actually had the guts to assassinate such a strong enemy? A man who could refine an immortal goo. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan and the others who knew the truth stood like statues as they witnessed this miracle. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, during the immemorial era, Verdant Great Sun flapped his wings and refined fixed immortal travel goo. And now, Fang Yuan was doing the same, using his mortal body. He performed such a magnificent feat under everyone's watchful eyes. Once this matter spread, his name would shake southern border and spread throughout the world. You really refined the immortal goo fixed immortal travel, amazing. As expected of a future goo immortal. The land spirit's praise resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel goo can allow a goo master to move unhindered in the world and go to any place they want. But it is an immortal goo. I need your help to activate it with immortal essence. Ba Gue, of course. There is still some immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. Where you want to go, you need to think about it in your mind. You'd better choose a safe place. Also, you have to pay attention that the image in your mind should be the same as the real place. It can't be too different. Of course I understand this. Ba Gue sighed, saying in a heavy tone, using fixed immortal travel, you will definitely be able to escape the encirclement. And without immortal essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is nothing much, to me, it is also a form of release. I only hope you can refine second aperture goo in the future, and not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Fang Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He flapped his tattered black wings and flew in the sky, looking down at his surroundings. The bronze hall with a huge hole, the battlefield with blood flowing everywhere, and the goo immortal blessed land in ruins. Farewell. Bai Ningbing. Farewell, Tai Ruanan. Farewell, southern border. The land spirit did not know that Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk. But life was a huge gamble. If he did not take it now, when would he? If a man does not have the ambition to reach the clouds, he is born with an 8-foot body. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Under everyone's gazes, his emotions surged. It turned into a poem. The heroes could only hear him reciting a long chant. Since ancient times, earth immortals pass with the wind, the 3 kings of the past return to their graves. Verdant Sun dies regretfully. Who is invincible? Stage a comeback and become king again. A dragonfish in the heavenly river, defying heaven and traveling alone in the world. Today, I will spread my wings. Tomorrow I will become an immortal and whip the phoenix. After reciting, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Only the land spirit shouted, good ambition. I will send you on your way. Immortal essence was instilled into fixed immortal travel goo. Jade light flashed as Fang Yuan disappeared from the sky. Only his clothes were left, falling from the sky like a kite with its string cut. He disappeared. He used fixed immortal travel, who knows where he went. Ah! Why is heaven and earth shaking? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, intense winds blew, mountains crumbled, and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth collapsed. Holes formed one after another, connecting to the outside world. Damn it, escape. The blessed land is truly collapsing. Soon, the winds of assimilation will blow. If we don't escape now, we will die here. I don't want to. The crowd panicked and frantically escaped. The whole of Xianxia mountain was in chaos. Central continent. Tianti Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain. A competition regarding the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final juncture. Fangjing, do your best, victory is just around the corner. Master Tenchiru encouraged him. Feng Jing continued to climb, his hands and feet were already bruised and dripping with blood. He surpassed Ding Xingji and Xiaoqi Xing, his whole body was numb from the pain, his brain could not think of anything else, only Danghun Mountain Peak was left in his eyes. Being the first to reach the peak had already become his obsession. The great Feng Kim Hong, how can I lose here? Ever since I was born, I have never lost. This time is no exception. Come out, dream wings. Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout, a pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, with all kinds of radiance revolving around it, it was dazzling and dazzling. With a light flap, Feng Kim Hong slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal Gu, Dream Wings. The 9 Gu immortals were shocked. Most immortal Gu could only be activated with immortal essence. But Dream Wings were different, activating it consumed the Gu master spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body, forcefully activating Dream Wings now was taking a huge risk. At best, she would lose her memories, at worst, she would become demented. But Feng Kim Hong was eager to win, she wanted to win, she was willing to pay a heavy price. Under Feng Jing's shocked gaze, she surpassed Feng Jing and regained her lead. The Dream Wings were suddenly kept, Feng Kim Hong climbed up the cliff, breathing roughly, the dizziness from her soul was so intense that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal Gu, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Feng Jing stared with wide eyes, he was dazed. Feng Kim Hong's hands were already at the edge of the cliff. I want victory. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes were as bright as amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, was shining with a jade-like light. She was like a young phoenix, spreading her beautiful wings for the first time. Splendid and glorious, at once even the Gu immortals were dazed. Feng Jing looked at her, who immortal land spirit also looked at her in a daze, everyone was waiting for Feng Kim Hong's victory. Feng Kim Hong did not disappoint them, she bit her lips and placed her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Next, she mustered her remaining strength and was about to drag her heavy body up. But at this moment, swoosh, with a flash of jade light, a person appeared at the peak of the mountain. This person was naked, there was a hole on his left forearm, blood was flowing out. He had a young body, muscular and strong, giving off a deep aura of having gone through hundreds of battles and tempering. Brother? Feng Jing was stunned, he slipped and slid down the cliff. The Tengu immortals were all stunned, where did this naked man come from? Feng Kim Hong raised her snow-white neck, looking at Feng Yuan from under Feng Yuan's feet, she was extremely shocked, her eyes were wide open like a statue. Feng Yuan's muscles, the huge thing under him, were all reflected in Feng Kim Hong's eyes without reservation. Did I really teleport here? TCH, fixed immortal travel Gu has this weakness, it cannot transport clothes outside the body. But fortunately, I stored all my Gu worms in my aperture and brought them here. Feng Yuan quickly looked around, understanding his situation. Isn't the person under my feet Feng Kim Hong? It seemed that the time recorded in was reliable. He had reached the peak before her, this competition did not prohibit immortal Gu, according to the rules, he was the owner of who immortal blessed land. I succeeded, all the risks were worth it. So what if I failed to refine second aperture Gu? I now have an even better who immortal blessed land, and the immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan laughed madly in his heart. It is a pity that she has the immortal Gu dream wings, I cannot kill her now. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Kim Hong who was at the edge of the cliff with regret, before raising his right foot. Under the gazes of the Tengu immortals, his right foot firmly stepped on Feng Kim Hong's beautiful face. Immediately, a smooth jade-like feeling spread from the bottom of his foot. Go down. Feng Yuan exerted strength, stepping on the powerless and dazed Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was already extremely weak, how could she resist Feng Yuan's strength, falling down immediately? Feng Yuan slowly turned around, facing Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Little Hu Immortal, are you still not going to call me master? Master. The little Hu Immortal girl looked at Feng Yuan in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she used her tender little hands to cover her pair of big sparkling eyes. 9 days later. In the verdant valley, a small waterfall hung down, like a silvery silk. The water from the waterfall surged into the ancient pond. The ancient pond was as deep as jade, the water surface rippled slightly. In the water, all kinds of carp swam. On the white rock beside the water, Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face was reflected in the water, causing this ancient pond to suddenly have many moving and beautiful colors. The carps in the water, the clear pond, the silver waterfall, the green valley all became the background objects. However, Feng Kim Huang's beautiful brows furrowed deeper. Although she tried her best to calm her heart, but every time she persisted for less than 30 breaths of time, an image flashed in the deepest part of her heart, a psychedelic pink crystal mountain peak, a naked man, using his dark eyes, looked down at her. And she laid on the edge of the cliff, looking up, looking at this man from head to toe, that bloody hole, bleeding left arm, firm muscles, broad chest, as well as the huge thing between his legs. It was as if it was engraved in the bottom of her heart. The memory was so deep that this proud daughter of heaven could not forget it even if she wanted to. Especially after that, this man actually stretched out his right leg and stepped on her face. The feeling of being stepped on, Feng Kim Hong wanted to forget so much, but this feeling was so clear. Even now she could clearly remember that feeling. Forget him, forget it. Calm. Feng Kim Huang's breathing became more hurried. Her breathing became heavier, her full chest kept moving up and down, and the amplitude became more and more obvious. In her heart, shame, anger, humiliation, hatred mixed together, forming a volcano. How dare he do this? He actually dared to do this to me. Ah! Feng Kim Hong could not hold back anymore, suddenly opened her pair of phoenix eyes, stood up, raised her head and roared. Boom! The volcano in her heart erupted, and fury filled her chest, almost burning her whole body. You despicable, shameless ****, how dare you step on my face? I'm going to tear you to pieces, roared Feng Kim Hong. His eyes were blazing with fire as he waved his fists and palms randomly. Boom, the deafening rumble sounded like the explosion of thunder, and it did not last for a long time. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were spitting fire. The beautiful flames evaporated the ancient pond and roasted the green mountain. His fists and palms struck randomly, and the frenzied attacks caused the surrounding sand and stones to fly everywhere, and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. In just a few short breaths, Feng Kim Hong had completely destroyed the valley. Even if there were 10 Feng Yuans attacking at the same time, he wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying battle prowess. It was impossible to reach such a level. Ah! You damn bastard. I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll crush every single one of your bones into pieces. I'll make you wail in pain for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear, I will make you taste endless pain. I will make you wish you were dead, I will make you regret everything you did to me. In the end, I will burn you to ashes and scatter your ashes with the wind. Feng Kim Hong continued to roar. The anger in her chest made her lose her rationality. Hundreds of li away, on a tall mountain, there was a grass hut. Through the window of the grass hut, a pair of beautiful eyes quietly looked at Feng Kim Hong, filled with worry. Sigh, my little Feng heir. The owner of the beautiful eyes wore a pure white silk dress and a green ribbon. She was dignified and elegant. Her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Feng Kim Hong. She was Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, a rank 6 Gu immortal. Stop looking, in just a few minutes, you have already seen it 7 or 8 times. The jade-tied tea I specially brewed for you is getting cold, sit down and drink it. Feng Jioga sat at the side and said helplessly. Drink, just drink your tea. Is Feng Kim Hong your daughter? As a father, don't you have any worries? Bai Qing turned around, her brows tightly furrowed as she spoke in a resentful tone. Sigh, our Feng heir has been very competitive since she was young. Her talent is outstanding in all aspects, there is no competition in the sect that she can't win. Now she has suddenly fallen, whose immortal inheritance is the first failure in her life, and also the most important failure. As a father, you still have the mood to drink tea here? More importantly, forget about the failure. Feng Er even suffered such a huge loss. She was actually stepped on by someone. Think about it, Feng Er has such an arrogant temperament, she has never placed any man of the same age in her eyes. But now, she was actually defeated by someone stepping on her face. Moreover, this is the first time she has seen the body of a man of the same age. This. The more Fairy Bai Qing spoke, the more anxious she became, her eyes gradually turned red. When Feng Jioge saw this, he could not sit still anymore. He quickly got up and rushed to Fairy Bai Qing's side, hugging her in his arms. He consoled her. Don't cry, my good Qing Er. Don't you still have me? Actually, in my opinion, this matter is not without benefits. Oh? What benefits? Bai Qing cast a puzzled gaze. Sigh, Feng Er is our darling, I have always been proud of her, but also worried for her. She is too competitive, she wants to be first in everything. Yes, her talent is higher than mine, she also has comprehension and talent. But no matter how high her talent is, can it be higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, how can it compare to desolate Guyuan? Feng Jioge earnestly explained. The great desolate Guyuan, Renzu's daughter, also failed countless times. Feng Er can always experience success and victory, but can never taste the taste of failure. This is her flaw in life, it is also her weakness. Oh Qing Er, you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, I am a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables can only live long, they cannot live forever. We are protecting Feng Er now, but one day, we will leave her. At that time, she can only rely on herself to live. Only by letting her taste failure can she become more mature. A bird leaves its nest and flies alone, it needs to experience setbacks before it can train its wings and soar into the sky. When Feng Er leaves us in the future, we will be at ease. Feng Er is my flesh and blood, I want nothing more than to protect her in the blessed land for the rest of her life. Fairy Bai Qing leaned on Feng Jioge's chest, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She sighed, saying, Sigh, you are right. Feng Er will leave us one day, it is only right to let her train more. But she suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did she lose her immortal inheritance, she was even bullied by that brat from Crane Gate, as her father, how can you not care? Humph, Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his long and narrow eyes squinted as a cold light flashed in them. Immortal Crane sect has indeed gone overboard this time, even though they promised to compensate the other 9 great sects, but I am Feng Jioge's daughter. How can I be so easily bullied? I might as well tell you, I have already sent a letter over. If he Fengyang does not know what's good for him, I will personally go and settle the debt with him. These words made Fairy Bai Qing feel relieved, her husband had already taken action. But soon after, Bai Qing looked at her husband anxiously, Husband, calm down. Don't make a big fuss. Back then, when you fought against the 10 great sects, Crane Gate was one of the victims. I know husband is the most capable, but you better not do this again. I know. Haha, Qing Er, don't worry. Feng Jioge comforted his wife in his arms. His eyes uncontrollably squinted as he snorted in his heart, looking at the 10 great sects of Central Continent, there is not a single one that is worthy of me taking action. Southern part of Central Continent. 300,000 feet above the mountain range. In the sky, Feihe Mountain floated above a vast sea of clouds, majestic and majestic. The pine trees on the mountain rustled, thousands of cranes flew in the sky. It was a scene of immortals brimming with vitality. And at this time, in Shangqing Pavilion at the peak of the mountain, it was a heavy atmosphere. Feng Jioge, you have gone too far. The first Supreme Elder blew his beard and glared. He held a thin piece of paper in his hands and was so angry that he trembled slightly. Slap, he slammed the letter on the Hao Tian white jade table. In the letter, Feng Jioge made an excessive request. But from the beginning to the end, the first Supreme Elder did not dare to tear or burn the letter. This letter was flowing with dark green color, it was formed by the rank 5 letter sending green bird goo. Once it was destroyed, Feng Jioge would definitely sense it, and if Feng Jioge got angry, the situation would become even more troublesome. Feng Jioge was born in the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a fortuitous encounter, he cultivated bitterly and quietly reached rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm. After that, he came out and shocked the world, challenging all the heroes in the world. Nobody could stop him. The 10 sects challenged him one by one, but they lost consecutively. They had no choice but to join forces to resist him. Feng Jiuge was fearless. He fought for 150,000 li, but suddenly changed his vanguard and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 great sects to be in chaos and helpless. Fortunately, Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Bai Qing moved him with her emotions, finally changing this demon's mind. In the past, Feng Jiuge shook the 10 sects with his rank 6 cultivation level. It was unimaginable. Now, he is rank 7 cultivation level, and has Spirit Affinity House as his backing. This person has the talent of an immortal. Although his request is a bit excessive, we can agree to it. Second Supreme Elder took out the letter and looked at it, speaking unhurriedly. He Fengyang, how could there be such a huge mistake in this matter that you are in charge of? That Feng Yuan or whatever, he is not a disciple of our Crane Gate. What motives do you have to protect him like this? A thunderous voice echoed in Shangqing Pavilion, causing the windows to tremble. The person who spoke was Lei Tan, a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was He Fengyang's enemy. Where there were people, there would be disputes. Crane Gate also had factions fighting openly and covertly. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on He Fengyang. He Fengyang had a youthful face, gentle like jade. A pair of green eyebrows hung down to his waist. His expression was calm, his gaze leisurely looking around before smiling. This Feng Yuan is indeed not a disciple of our sect, but his younger brother Feng Jing is a disciple of our sect, and is also the leader of this generation's elite disciples. Lei Tan sneered, the relative of a mere elite disciple. Is he worth our Crane Gate protecting him like this? He Fengyang, do you know how much our Crane Gate has to compensate the other 9 sects to protect this Feng Yuan? Of course I know. He Fengyang glanced at Lei Tan, snickering in disdain, but these things, even if they increase by 3 times, they still cannot compare to who immortal blessed land. Not to mention, there is still fixed immortal travel Gu. At once, many of the Supreme Elders had a vague understanding. He Fengyang. What do you mean? Lei Tan frowned, asking impatiently. P.S. This is the 3rd volume, a brand new beginning. 2 chapters have been restored in the last few days. It is also time for the plot. Many people have given monthly votes, recommendation votes, and even gifts. Here, I would like to thank student Rare Old Account for his 50,000 gifts. Thank you book friend 1308-073-2014, Ming Feng Hun, Feng Yin Ting Tao, Dove Joker, Young Master Mosquito, Fen Water Cauldron, Big Dipper Patterned Fish for their 10,000 gifts. Some of them have given multiple gifts. There are also many other students. There are too many of them. I am unable to list them all. Please forgive me. I know the situation of some of the readers. I have tried my best to support them. There are also many students who registered for Qidian just for this book. Thank you for your support. I am very touched. I am not good at expressing my emotions. I am a bit slow. So many words can be condensed into one sentence. It is great to have everyone here. Facing Lei Tan's interrogation, He Fengyang smiled, but did not answer. Supreme Third Elder smiled instead. This old man understands Elder Fengyang's meaning. If we do not choose to protect this Feng Yuan, who immortal blessed land will still be fought over by the 10 sections. But if we admit that Feng Yuan is one of Crane Gate's men, we can directly eliminate the other 9 competitors, and only our Crane Gate will fight for this blessed land. Lei Tan's expression changed slightly, his gaze flickered, and he did not continue to interrogate. At this time, He Fengyang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards the 3rd Supreme Elder who spoke for him. 3rd Supreme Elder is wise. Back then, it happened so suddenly, no one could have expected that a mortal would use fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to teleport to the peak of Danghun Mountain. And directly snatch Hu immortal inheritance in front of everyone's eyes. Next, he continued, this Hu immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. I'm sure everyone here knows that Tianti Mountain is the ladder to the Celestial Court. Even though it has been destroyed and abandoned for many years, it still represents the dignity of the Celestial Court. To some extent, attacking the inheritance of the immortal fox was the same as attacking the Stairway Mountain. Attacking Tianti Mountain is attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, even though there are many blessed lands on Tianti Mountain, no one has ever dared to attack them. This time, Who Immortal Blessed Land is also waiting for the time to open, so the 10 of us worked together to help Who Immortal Land Spirit expand the entrance. This cannot be considered an attack. Even if we really attack Who Immortal Blessed Land. The Blessed Land has a land spirit. Without at least 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals working together, we might not even be able to enter. And the center of the Blessed Land is protected by Danghun Mountain. Without 5 to 6 Gu Immortals working together, who would dare to boast about being able to reach the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to refute, but kept his mouth shut in the end. In the Blessed Land, the land spirit could freely mobilize all resources, and its battle strength could match Gu Immortals. Most importantly, the land spirit could suppress all rank 5 to rank 1 Gu worms. If a Gu Immortal wanted to attack a Blessed Land, their strongest weapon was Immortal Gu. Because Blessed Lands could not restrict Immortal Gu. But Immortal Gu were hard to find, many Gu Immortals did not even have one. Even if there was one, it might not be an offensive Gu. This was a classic case of weak offense and strong defense. If one wanted to forcefully attack a Blessed Land, they would often need several Gu Immortals to work together and create an advantage in numbers, before engaging in a battle of immortal essence consumption. The Blessed Land's immortal energy was completely depleted. The next step was to attack. But in fact, unless there were special circumstances, very few Gu Immortals would attack Blessed Lands. Because it was not worth it. Not only was celestial essence rare and hard to accumulate, but it was also because the Blessed Land had self-destructed. Once the defending side couldn't think it through. If he destroyed the Blessed Land, the winds of assimilation would blow. Attacking Fangzhen would not be able to obtain any spoils of war. When Gu Immortals attack Blessed Lands, in the end, they would not gain anything and instead suffer disastrous losses. Unless there was a deep hatred, no one would be willing to make such a losing deal. He Fengyang noticed that Lei Tan didn't say anything. He continued that Fang Yuan ascended the mountain peak and obtained the inheritance, immediately ordering the land spirit to close the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan and Fang Jing looked almost identical. The other 9 Sex Gu Immortals reacted. After the other 9 Sex Gu Immortals reacted, they subconsciously thought that I was the one who did this to Crane Gate and questioned me. At that time, I thought that if I told the truth, Hu Immortal inheritance might not be resolved. The 10 Sex would still have to compete and fight for it. I might as well admit it. Even if I have to pay a price, I can eliminate the competition from the other 9 sections. This way, our Crane Gate can secretly attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land from now on and won't have to worry about other forces. He Fengyang explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted coldly and continued to interrogate. There is a huge problem with this plan. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is on Tianti Mountain. Now that it is closed, if we don't attack it, how can we enter? He Fengyang seemed to have been waiting for someone to make things difficult for him. He laughed. How can I not have a plan? Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations. Hu Immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is only 3 months away from the 6th earthly calamity. He, Fang Yuan, is just immortal. How can he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the land spirit's help, without the sect's support, by then, the Blessed Land will definitely be badly damaged and a loophole will appear. Lei Tan sneered. Even if a loophole appears, do you really dare to attack it? You said it earlier, that Hu Immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. He Fengyang answered without hesitation. Attacking it forcefully is the last resort. We should not use it unless we have no other choice. That Fang Yuan is just immortal. As long as a loophole appears and we plot against him, would we not be afraid of not being able to take him down? Once the earthly calamity is over, he will definitely be worried and thirsty for external help. I have already thought of using Fang Jing to move him with his emotions and persuade him to cooperate and carry out transactions. The more transactions we make, the less vigilant he will be, and if we use reason to move him, we might be able to convince him to join our Crane Gate. If he is stubborn, we can make our move secretly. Slavery Gu is a good method. Land spirits are not easy to deal with, but against a mortal like him, they have too many methods. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel Gu from this, that would be the perfect result. Hearing about fixed immortal travel Gu, the elders present could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. Many people started to discuss softly. The scenario that He Fengyang described was truly perfect. More importantly, his plan had a high chance of success. Lei Tan sensed the change in the atmosphere and could only sit down angrily. Nice words, let's hope so. Third Supreme Elder pondered, other than special goo worms like Dream Wings goo that require souls to activate, most immortal goo need immortal essence to activate. Among immortal goo, most need immortal essence to activate. This fixed immortal travel goo is no exception. This Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel, and the land spirit who immortal can activate the blessed land's immortal essence. He can escape any time. We need to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Also, he is only immortal, but he can possess an immortal goo. His background is not simple. He Fengyang nodded. Junior has also expected this. Earlier, I lied about Feng Yuan being our sect's disciple. It was to probe the other 9 sections. Now it seems that he is not backed by the 9 sects of Central Continent. Junior guesses that Feng Yuan comes from Southern Border. There is a high chance that he is backed by a super clan in Southern Border. But be it Wu clan, Shang clan, Tai clan, Yi clan, or others, they are all far away in Southern Border, unable to reach him. If he really enters Central Continent, his battle strength will be suppressed. Our Crane Gate is one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. We have a high chance of winning against them. Once he said this, the elders nodded and discussed softly. Indeed. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Central Continent is our Crane Gate's territory. If they really attack, even if our battle strength is not suppressed, our Crane Gate is stronger than any of the super clans of the 4 regions. Third elders frown eased slightly. Right now, I still have some doubts. Fixed immortal travel goo requires the user to have a deep memory of the terrain. He, Feng Yuan, is only immortal, and seems to be far away in Southern Border. How could he know the scenery of Hu immortal blessed land? And how could he control the time so precisely? Could it be Hu immortal once made arrangements in Southern Border? Or is it the doing of the demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain? He Fengyang bowed. Junior does not know about this. This matter is really strange. It was only a clue to a Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, our sect members betrayed us and fled to Southern Border. Several years ago, Junior sent Master Tenchiru to Southern Border. He cleaned up the sect and took back the true inheritance. But Master Tenchiru failed, and instead, Feng Yuan seized the true inheritance and obtained Blood Skull Gu. This person is ruthless and ruthless. He actually slaughtered his own clansmen and used Blood Skull Gu to raise his aptitude. Master Tenchiru was not resigned to his failure, so he brought it back to Fengzheng. He planned to retrieve it later. He Fengyang naturally would never have thought that a nameless, insignificant character would one day appear on stage in such a way that left him dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Moreover, he destroyed his grand plan and caused such huge trouble for him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a person walking on the road, and an ant suddenly jumped onto the person's nose, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Where did this ant come from? Extremely daring. A person could crush it with just 2 fingers. But the situation was special. He could not do anything to this person. He could only let this ant strut around for the time being. Why is it this Blood Sea inheritance again? Hearing He Fengyang's explanation, many elders frowned, feeling vexed. Blood Sea inheritance originated from the demonic path overlord Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like flies, leaving behind a bad reputation for thousands of years. With the ability of a rank 7 Gu master, he actually set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He laughed strangely before his death. Blood Path is not alone, leaving behind a legacy of venom for all eternity. And now, it was as he said, who knew how many mortals had benefited from this. Blood Sea inheritance was already publicly recognized as the most widespread and most numerous inheritance in the world. There was no other. Countless Righteous Path members had headaches because of this. That Shui too was just a butcher. Didn't he obtain Blood Sea inheritance and become a famous demonic cultivator in Central Continent? Back then, myriad Dragon Doc Song Zi Xing obtained one of Blood Sea's true inheritances and betrayed the sect. Even our 10 great sects were humiliated because of this. Now, he is already a rank 7 Gu immortal, and is called Blood Dragon. Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu immortals to kill this traitor and wash away their humiliation, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. In the end, he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Meridian Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, as well as the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and the rank 6 immortal Gu Blood Deity. It can be said that he has great success in Blood Path. This means that 4 Blood Sea true inheritances have already appeared in the world. 1 Blood Skull Gu is in Feng Yuan's hands. 1 Blood Handprint Gu is in Southern Borders Shang clan leader's hands. And 1 Violent Blood Dragon Bat is in Song Zixing's hands. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the 2nd Blood Sea true inheritance. That is a rumor, it has not been verified, there is no proof. The elders whispered to each other, discussing in low voices. Alright, let's not talk about the Blood Sea true inheritance. After searching for so many years, it is like searching for a needle in a haystack, all kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing them. First Supreme Elder waved his hand, immediately stopping the discussions. He turned his gaze towards He Fengyang, Elder Fengyang, since this matter was started by you, you will be responsible for it till the end. Seize the blessed land and make a contribution, the sect will not be stingy with your rewards. Junior understands. He Fengyang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Fengyang land in such a good position, Lei Tan wanted to stop him, but since First Supreme Elder had spoken, he could only feel resentment in his heart. But next, First Supreme Elder said, since you are in charge, then Elder Fengyang, hand over my own Wei Gu. Feng Jioga has sent a letter asking for an immortal Gu. You are the person in charge of this matter, settle it for me. Lei Tan was immediately overjoyed. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was a blurry pink color, and when his vision cleared up, he saw a veil curtain. A light breeze blew, the wind chimes rang, and the pink curtain fluttered like a dream. Feng Yuan sat up from the bed. This bed was round and extremely spacious, it could easily fit 40 to 50 people. The bed was covered with a red silk blanket with golden edges, it was warm and fitting. Feng Yuan looked around and found himself in a spacious bedroom. Beside the bed, there was a burning cauldron, burning spices. In the air, there was a subtle fragrance that could stir one's emotions. This bedroom had golden bricks on the walls and silver bricks on the floor. The bed, the corner, the table, the chair and the dressing table were inlaid with large amounts of pearls, agates, diamonds and all kinds of precious stones. It was resplendent, luxurious and elegant, emitting the aura of the previous owner, Hu Immortal. This was Hu Immortal's Dang Hun Palace. It is a gentle place. Feng Yuan lightly commented, getting off the bed. His body unconsciously swayed, and there was still some dizziness in his head. Feng Yuan did not find it strange, instead, he knew, this was because he had squeezed himself too hard on Sancha Mountain. By Ning Bing's betrayal, being pressured by the group of experts, and even scheming against the land spirit, first refining second aperture Gu, and then refining fixed immortal travel Gu in the light waterfall. During the whole process, he had to bear the mental pressure of taking a huge risk. To Feng Yuan, be it his body or his mind, they had reached their limits. When he used fixed immortal travel Gu to reach the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong and Feng Jing were at the end of their tether, but wasn't he, Feng Yuan the same? Compared to them, Feng Yuan's mental pressure was even greater. Spring-autumn cicada could not be used a second time, and snatching Hu Immortal's inheritance in front of the 10 sex Gu Immortals was like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Pulling chestnuts out of the fire was extremely risky. Feng Yuan was the first to reach the peak, and the land spirit chased away the other competitors. After Feng Yuan officially became the ruler of the blessed land, he immediately ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit on a few important points, the environment became stable and Feng Yuan relaxed, falling asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept this time. Feng Yuan shook his head. He still felt very tired. A sense of weakness came from the depths of his soul. At the same time, his ears were constantly buzzing, and his brain was obviously sluggish. Thinking was much more difficult than usual. Not good, my soul is injured. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He realized that his condition wasn't good. The main reason was the refinement of immortal goo. How could immortal goo be so easy to cultivate? Many goo immortals were careless during the refinement and suffered backlash, some were injured while others died. Fang Yuan could refine immortal goo with immortal body. The main reason was that the secret technique was good, and it originated from. Secondly, the materials were good. He mainly used divine travel goo. From another perspective, it was the same as turning divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. This greatly reduced the difficulty. It wasn't like Fang Yuan's previous life, where he used large numbers of mortal goo to refine immortal goo spring-autumn cicada. Becoming an immortal as immortal. The difficulty was 100 times higher. Even so, my soul foundation is too shallow, my soul was still injured. But thankfully, this is Danghun Mountain. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He softly called, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh. Who immortal land spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master, you are finally awake." Who immortal lowered her head, her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a soft voice. She had the appearance of a girl around 50 to 60 years old, cute and petite. She wore a colorful dress, and behind her was a furry snow-white fox tail, swaying left and right, showing her nervous state of mind. "Master, after you fell asleep, I acted on my own and healed the wound on your left arm. I wanted to help you wear clothes, but the clothes in the palace do not suit Master's figure." Who immortal land spirit reported. The clothes she was talking about were Who immortal's clothes. They were worn by women with graceful figures. It would be strange if they suited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. "Clothes are only a minor detail. Let me ask you, how long was I unconscious for? During this time, did any strong enemies attack?" Who immortal's pair of bright eyes blinked. "Master, you slept for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, no one attacked." "Oh?" Fang Yuan's eyes shone. He had never thought that Fengyang of Crane Gate would protect him and block the other 9 sects from making things difficult for him. But he more or less understood why Gu immortals did not attack Hu immortal blessed land. Hu immortal blessed land was not the 3 kings' blessed land on Xianxia mountain. This blessed land was still young, it had a land spirit and sufficient immortal essence reserves, and even had Danghun mountain protecting the blessed land. These 3 made Hu immortal blessed land into a sturdy fortress, enough to make most Gu immortals stop in their tracks. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of how hard it was to attack this blessed land. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had attacked this place with close to 10 demonic path Gu immortals. In the end, only he and Song Zhong survived. Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, the rising star of the demonic path at that time. He had not been born yet. At that time, I was already an old senior of the demonic path. Song Zhong inherited his father's inheritance and rose to the top, fighting with me for dozens of rounds without a clear victor, thus he became famous. Thinking of his previous life, Song Zhong, this junior, had stepped on him to climb to the top. Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. Everything has changed in this life. When I find a chance to kill Song Zixing, let's see how Song Zhong will be born. Song Zixing had a blood sea true inheritance. It was an ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat. This dragon bat was not a Gu worm, but could be captured and snatched. With violent blood dragon bats, I have an endless army of blood bats. Commanding blood bats, that was one of my best methods in the 500 years of my previous life. Of course, this is a future plan. Right now, I should use this blessed land to cultivate as fast as possible and return to Gu immortal realm as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of an important question. Land spirit, how long is it until the next earthly calamity? Master, even if you did not ask, I would have reported it to you. Currently, the blessed land has already experienced 5 earthly calamities. There is only 1 year and 3 months left until the 6th. Hu immortal's tone was anxious and grave. What? Only 1 year and 3 months left. Fang Yuan could not sit still anymore. He stood up from the bed. His expression was gloomy. All living beings were balanced, heaven was fair. There were strong and weak, there were blessings and calamities. Blessed lands had calamities and tribulations, an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. not mentioning the heavenly tribulation, just the earthly calamity alone. Once an earthly calamity occurred, its power was vast, it would often cause heaven and earth to shatter. Once the blessed land could not resist it, it would be destroyed. Feng Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He could not be clearer about the severity of the situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity was a severe test. Each earthly calamity was stronger than the last, who immortal died in the fifth earthly calamity, while Feng Yuan would face the even stronger sixth earthly calamity. It is only 1 year and 3 months away from the earthly calamity. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Why was it not mentioned in? That's right, Feng Kim Hong is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House, his parents are Gu immortals, with their help, it is not difficult to resist the earthly calamity. But to me, the situation is extremely bad. The sixth earthly calamity came too quickly. Even though Feng Yuan had rich experience, he did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. Besides this, he still had to be on guard against external enemies. I snatched to immortal blessed land in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the 10 sects did not make a move, they are definitely watching from the outside. I understand now, these 10 sects Gu immortals are holding back because they know the earthly calamity is approaching. They want to make use of this earthly calamity? With the arrival of the earthly calamity, the land spirit naturally had to go all out. It could not take care of its master. Feng Yuan was currently at rank 4 upper stage, he could be easily targeted. Once Feng Yuan died, the blessed land would be ownerless, the land spirit would have to choose a new master. If the earthly calamity created a huge loophole, outside Gu masters could freely enter and exit this place. If the 10 sects made trouble at that time, it would be one disaster after another, making the situation even more dangerous. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered for a while, because his soul was injured, his head was aching from thinking about it. He stopped his chaotic thoughts and let out a breath of turbid air, finally deciding, let's look at the situation first. He would do his best to make preparations to resist the earthly calamity. If he failed, he could only abandon Hu immortal blessed land and make it self-destruct, not leaving any resources for the righteous path, before using fixed immortal travel Gu to retreat. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his own safety? After making up his mind, Feng Yuan instructed the land spirit to bring him out to take a look, he urgently needed to understand this blessed land. Yes. The land spirit lowered its head and replied obediently, before hesitantly adding, Master, do you not like to wear clothes? In fact, wearing a nice set of clothes will make you look very energetic, and you will feel inexplicably happy. Feng Yuan could not wear the clothes in Danghun Palace. But thankfully, he had a spare set of clothes in his Tusita flower. After changing into a black robe, Feng Yuan followed the land spirit and walked up the stairs, arriving at the mountain peak. The wind on Danghun Mountain was very strong. But the land spirit waved its hand, and it immediately turned into a pleasant breeze. Master, this blessed land has an area of 6 million square kilometers. Time flows 5 times faster than usual. 6 million square kilometers of land is a grassland, the grass is mainly blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, there are also 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers and so on. The land spirit introduced as it drew an image, floating in the air for Feng Yuan to see. In the image, there was a typical grassland, colorful like a carpet of flowers, as if it was right in front of him. Blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, 6 long and thin leaves, 6 divine grass with a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. These 7 were the main ones, but other than them, there were many other weeds and wild flowers. Feng Yuan looked at it and nodded his head. Do not look down on these flowers, they were all cultivation resources. These 7 main flowers could be used as Gu refinement materials. Some of the flowers had Gu worms living in them. 6 million square kilometers of grassland, it was equivalent to the area of 4 Hong Kongs on Earth. How many Gu worms were there? These wild Gu worms were very easy to capture. As long as Feng Yuan gave the order, the land spirit could capture them intact and offer them to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan heard this and asked, then how many Gu are there in this blessed land now? Hu immortal land spirit slightly raised its head, right now, there are over 860,000 rank 1 Gu, involving 52 types. Over 130,000 rank 2 gu, 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 gu, 12 types. Over 60 rank 4 gu, 8 types. And 1 rank 5 gu, fox skin gu. Back then, after Hu Immortal died, her obsession did not dissipate and combined with the heavenly power of this land, forming this mystical existence known as the land spirit. In a sense, it was a continuation of life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land, and knew everything in the blessed land clearly. Now that Feng Yuan was the owner of the blessed land, everything in the blessed land belonged to Feng Yuan. Over 860,000 rank 1 gu, and 130,000 rank 2 gu, these two added up to nearly 1,000,000 gu worms. Feng Yuan could not help but think of his time on Qingmao Mountain, when he schemed and fought for 2 or 3 rank 1 and 2 gu worms. Blessed lands were created by gu immortals after all, it was the foundation of immortals. Just this Hu Immortal blessed land was enough to support a super clan. 5 or 6 small-sized clans like Guyue village would not be a problem here. As for the number of gu worms in the blessed land, at rank 3, their numbers decreased sharply. There were less than 100 rank 4 gu, and only 1 rank 5 gu, fox skin gu. This kind of situation was also natural. Just like gu masters. Rank 1 and 2 gu masters were very common, rank 3 gu masters were rare, rank 4 gu masters were even rarer. As for rank 5 gu masters, there were only 1 or 2 in 1,000,000 people. This was a pyramid distribution, the higher it was, the fewer gu worms there were. Only an extremely small number of gu worms occupied the top. This blessed land is still young, if it is managed properly in the future, the number of gu worms will continue to increase. Over 10 million rank 1 and 2 gu. It is not a difficult matter. But whether they are raised well or not depends on the type and number of rank 4 and 5 gu. Feng Yuan calculated. When mortals raised gu, they usually only had 5 or 6 gu. When gu immortals raised gu, they would raise millions or even tens of millions. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right now, these gu in Hu Immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. Firstly, there were only about 1 million of them. Secondly, they were not specialized in species. Feng Yuan listened to the land spirit's introduction. They were all ordinary goods. If it was the liquor worm or breath concealment gu, the value would be huge. Even that rank 5 fox skin gu was an extremely ordinary defensive gu. They were effective in defending against wind and water path gu worms, but they could not deal with complex battle situations, they were of little value. Feng Yuan wasn't even interested in looking at it. What truly moved him were the resources of the universe. In Hu Immortal blessed land, time flowed 5 times faster than the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in here. This meant that Feng Yuan's cultivation speed in the paradise was 5 times faster than the outside world, 3 months in the outside world. That was 1 year and 3 months in the blessed land. With this, Feng Yuan would be able to cultivate quickly and surpass even more gu masters, gaining more opportunities. Of course, there were also major drawbacks to this. Feng Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years. Thus, the speed at which he aged increased by 5 times. The land spirit continued to introduce, right now, there are thousands of fox groups living in the blessed land. There are red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes and so on. Among them, there are 3 largest myriad fox groups. They each have about 800,000 foxes. The total number of foxes is about 4,700,000. Feng Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly. 3 myriad fox groups meant there were 3 myriad beast kings. In Hu Immortal blessed land, the beast groups had not developed to the stage of having beast emperors. The beast groups had a simple structure. From bottom to top, there were 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings and beast emperors. For example, Ba Huang and Ing Ming in 3 Kings blessed land were 2 beast emperors with battle strength comparable to rank 5 gu masters. They could temporarily block Mo Wu Tian and Xiaoming's advance. There are many fox groups, but they are all ordinary foxes, there are no mutated beasts. Feng Yuan evaluated inwardly. The value of ordinary wild beasts naturally could not compare to mutated beasts. This was like wild boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above mutated beasts, there were desolate beasts. Among the desolate beasts, there were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. It was one of the 9 true inheritances left behind by Blood Sea ancestor. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in, for example, the 9-tailed fox. To nurture a 9-tailed fox in Who Immortal Blessed Land, that is definitely a fantasy. Even ancient desolate beasts cannot do it. But for ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wing fox, it would be a great fortune to nurture 1 or 2. Fang Yuan considered inwardly. Since he had obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, his rebirth plan could be said to have reached a whole new level. He naturally had to make adjustments and modifications. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife was already in full swing. He could not make it in time. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was too far away. Fang Yuan was prepared to make good use of this Who Immortal Blessed Land and cultivate to Gu Immortal Realm. This meant that he not only had to resist the successive earthly calamities, he also had to manage them. Currently, the Gu groups were barely satisfactory. Although the fox groups were ordinary, they had the potential to develop. Actually, there are a lot of fox groups in the Blessed Land. At least 3 times as many as now. But during the second earthly calamity, there was a meteor fire rain. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was burnt to a pulp. That time, hundreds of thousands of foxes were burned to death. Even now, the black flames are not extinguished. The fourth earthly calamity was a flood that drowned most of the grassland in the northern part of the Blessed Land, killing a large number of fox groups. Now, only this many are left. The land spirit pouted. When she spoke of the earthly calamity, her eyes showed fear and panic. At the same time, she waved her small hand. Smoke surged in the air, showing the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan saw, the eastern part of the Blessed Land was in a mess. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Many meteorite craters were densely packed, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned quietly without making any sound, but it showed the terrifying intent within. And in the northern part, there was a vast expanse of white water. Dark clouds lingered, drizzling rain fell, the sound of water surged. It was dark and gloomy. Grass and flowers could be seen on the surface of the water, as well as floating fox corpses. This is the black flame meteor, as well as the dark cloud white sea. Seeing such a tragic scene, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The earthly calamity was extremely powerful, and there were countless types. It was impossible to defend against. Every 10 years, it would cause a destructive threat to the Blessed Land. Who Immortal had defended it 5 times, and even lost her life. And the wounds left by the previous earthly calamities were still there, and had not been completely healed. This situation was extremely bad news for Fang Yuan. Who Immortal Blessed Land had 6 million mu of land, but with the northern and eastern parts gone, she immediately lost 2 million mu of land. Such a loss was too severe. I need to get rid of these 2 big problems. To suppress the black flames and the flood, I have spent a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan muttered softly. But immediately after, Who Immortal Land Spirit told him an even worse piece of news. Master, the biggest problem is here. Look, this is left behind by the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand, and the scene changed. Fang Yuan saw that on a burnt black grassland, a figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was not tall, and had an enchanting body, but was formed purely from lightning, shining with blue light, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earthly calamity, blue charm shadow. Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human-shaped lightning was also one of the earthly calamities, and had extremely strong battle strength, comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately understood, the culprit that killed Who Immortal was probably this blue charm shadow. The original Who Immortal was an enslavement path Gu master, and could control fox groups. Enslavement path Gu masters were both strong and weak, and were easily countered by beheading the leader. Although there were many fox groups, they could not block the blue charm shadow. Eventually, Who Immortal was killed by the shadow, and lost her life. Damn it, why is there such a lightning demon in this blessed land? Fang Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He still had ways to deal with the previous problems. However, this humanoid lightning was already beyond the scope of his current abilities. Master, you need to be careful when you go out. This human-shaped lightning will roam around the blessed land. It only dares not get close to Danghun Mountain. The land spirit's adorable face was bathed in the blue lightning, and her voice was slightly trembling. Although this shadow is an earthly calamity, it is also one of the living beings. Since it is a living being, it has a soul, and once it gets close to Danghun Mountain, its soul will be turned to ashes. Fang Yuan had already calmed down. Maybe I can use Danghun Mountain to get rid of this shadow? But how can I lure it? Fang Yuan's mind moved, and he felt his ears buzzing again. He shook his head, and did not think too much. What other bad news do you have? Tell me all of them. He smiled bitterly, and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was already on the brink of destruction, be it internal or external threats, they were all very serious. To Feng Kim Hong, she had Gu Immortal Parents and Spirit Affinity House's help, she naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fang Yuan was alone. Of course, being alone had its own benefits. Recorded that even if Feng Kim Hong obtained a blessed land, she had to contribute a large amount of resources to the sect. The land spirit shook her head, the worst situation had already been reported. The rest were all good news. Firstly, in the southern part of the blessed land, there was a Rockman tribe. Rockmen were a type of variant humans, they lived underground and ate ores as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Feng Yuan. Secondly, the Gu Immortal Blessed Land had abundant immortal essence. The land spirit brought Feng Yuan back to Danghun Palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge golden bowl filled with green immortal essence. Other than the green liquid at the bottom of the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically condensed into lumps. At first glance, they looked like grapes. This was the unique attribute of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence bead had more immortal essence than the 3 kings' blessed land. Feng Yuan counted carefully, there were 78 beads of green grape immortal essence in the golden bowl. Adding the layer of green immortal liquid at the bottom of the bowl, there were 78.5 beads. The abundance of immortal essence was 100 times that of 3 kings' blessed land. Feng Yuan immediately took out a bead of green grape immortal essence and held it in his hand, then willed and summoned Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was like a jade butterfly that was meticulously carved, it was exquisite and beautiful as it slowly flew over. Feng Yuan's face turned pale, his whole body trembled, cold sweat poured out of his body, and his vision darkened. If not for his hand holding on to the side of the golden bowl, he would have fallen down. Master, be careful. Your soul is heavily injured, don't summon the immortal Gu, otherwise you will fall unconscious again. Little Hu Immortal called out, her tone anxious and her gaze concerned. No worries, I have confidence. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand, slowly opening his palm towards Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu smelled the green grape immortal essence and immediately flapped its wings, gliding in the air for a while before landing on Feng Yuan's palm. Next, it laid on the green grape immortal essence and slowly absorbed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu's name contained the word immortal, it was not without reason. Its food was immortal essence. After a long while, the whole bead of green grape immortal essence was completely absorbed. Gu masters refined Gu, used Gu, and also nurtured Gu. After Feng Yuan refined it, he did not feed Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. He had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights, the Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was starving, the lustrous butterfly wings had already dimmed. This was the first time Feng Yuan had fed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu ate its fill, it flapped its wings in satisfaction and flew into the air. The lustrous green light appeared again. Bits and pieces scattered along with every flap of its wings, it was a beautiful sight. The unique aura of an immortal Gu. It was constantly emitting. The cost of feeding immortal Gu is very high, Fixed Immortal Travel Gu needs to consume 1 bead of immortal essence each time. But after this consumption, it does not need to be fed for 6 years. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the higher the cost of feeding it, but at the same time, the interval between feeding was also greatly lengthened. Rank 1 and 2 gu need to be fed many times a day. But at rank 4, they only needed to be fed once every few months. Rank 5 gu could be fed once every 1 or 2 years, and every time it was fed, the price was huge. It fed fixed immortal travel gu. Fang Yuan ignored it and let it fly around Dang Hun Palace as it pleased. As long as it didn't leave Dang Hun Mountain and wasn't killed by that shadow. Currently, Fang Yuan's aperture was only at rank 4 upper stage. It could not contain the complete immortal gu. The main reason for storing the spring and autumn cicada was that it was too weak. Other than that, it was also because of the life gu. After understanding the current situation, Fang Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. Now that he had solved the problem of fixed immortal travel, his next step was to heal the injury on his soul. Let's go. Little fox immortal, bring me out to look for gutstones. I. The land spirit immediately responded, Master, you should have done this a long time ago. Please come with me. Little fox immortal brought Fang Yuan. They arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. The two walked on the uneven mountain rocks. Fang Yuan's body was swaying, causing the land spirit to be worried. Master, I will teleport you there. Teleport what? You need to save your immortal essence. Fang Yuan opened his eyes wide. Little fox immortal stuck out her tongue. She was startled by Fang Yuan, and couldn't help but think, this master is really imposing. Even if he is injured, he is still afraid. Master, there is a gutstone here. After walking for a while, the land spirit stopped and pointed at a stone, shouting. This stone looked like a human gutstone growing on the mountain rocks. Its color was mixed. If one did not look carefully, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fang Yuan quickly walked over and squatted on the ground, using his hand to break this gutstone. Once the gutstone was broken, a gu flew out and turned into a gray eerie light, entering Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan immediately felt his mind become clear, a brand new strength replenished his soul, the buzzing in his ears also weakened by a lot. Dang Hun Mountain could shake the soul, it was a land of death for all living beings. Now that he was suppressed by the land spirit, Fang Yuan could walk freely. But Dang Hun Mountain was not a pure land of death. The souls of living beings would shatter on the mountain and scatter down, fusing with Dang Hun Mountain. Over time, gutstones would form. And some gutstones contained guts gu that could strengthen one's soul. This was like a place where poisonous snakes lived. There were often detoxifying herbs. All living beings competed, the great Tao was balanced, there was life and death. Dang Hun Mountain seemed like a land of death, but it contained a trace of life. But this guts gu could only exist for an instant. Within that instant, it would either die or be shattered by Dang Hun Mountain. Although the land spirit could suppress Dang Hun Mountain, the gutstones could not be moved and could only be taken away. Thus, Fang Yuan could only walk on Dang Hun Mountain himself. After replenishing this guts gu, Fang Yuan was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, drinking a mouthful of cool water. He continued, and under the guidance of the land spirit, a competent guide, he found more than 10 gutstones and smashed them one by one. Fang Yuan thus obtained the nourishment of 8 guts gu. Not only was his soul fully healed, but it was even slightly stronger than before. Ha ha ha, with this Dang Hun Mountain, I will have a mountain of gutstones. As long as I continue to consume guts gu, one day, I will be able to strengthen my soul foundation to an unprecedented level. Halfway up the mountain, Fang Yuan's spirits were lifted as he laughed heartily. Immortal Fox was a lucky dog. Due to a stroke of luck, he managed to obtain Dang Hun Mountain and moved it to his blessed land. But she was also an extremely unlucky person. During the 5th earthly calamity, she died. If not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would have become the strongest enslavement path expert of the current generation. It is a pity that Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain, but did not have time to grow. Fortunately, this Dang Hun Mountain is in my hands now. The most precious place in Hu Immortal blessed land was this Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened by guts gu all the time. Once the soul was not condensed enough, using large amounts of guts gu would cause the soul to expand, and it would be a calamity beyond redemption. But Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience, his life had been full of ups and downs since rebirth, and he had often struggled on the edge of life and death. His soul had already become extremely condensed from setbacks, his expression did not change in the face of life and death, and his heart was like ice when disaster struck. To Feng Yuan, using 100 guts goo was not a problem. The benefits of having a deep soul foundation were many. Whether it was refining goo or enslaving beast groups, there were great benefits. Putting these aside, once his soul foundation became deep, Feng Yuan would not have to worry too much about killing methods like Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils. Danghun Mountain was a secret forbidden land. It was first recorded in. It was said that Verdant Great Sun charged towards the sky and eventually died. As his father, Renzu, learned of this and was extremely sad, he found wisdom goo to cause trouble. It was wisdom goo that taught Verdant Great Sun to drink wine, which led to this series of events. Wisdom goo quickly said, Renzu, oh Renzu. Don't find trouble with me. Although your son is dead, it is not like he cannot be revived. As long as you enter the door of life and death and bring him to the path of life, to the sunlight, he can be revived. Renzu was stunned, he was overjoyed, but suddenly became furious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wisdom goo. He questioned, Wisdom goo, oh Wisdom goo, do you think I am still as ignorant as before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place, once you enter, you will never come out. Not only did you harm my son, you want to harm me as well? Wisdom goo quickly said, other living beings do not know the trick to entering and leaving the door of life and death. So they cannot come out. But I know these tricks, I will tell you all of them. You are a living person, if you want to enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the path of death. This path is not ordinary. It is the path left behind by fate goo when it left fairness goo. It is called the path of fate. There are large numbers of worry goo in the path of fate. If you want to enter from the path of death, you need courage goo. This way, you will not have to fear the torture of worry goo. When you enter the door of life and death and see fairness goo, you will already be dead. But at the same time, you will see the soul of your eldest son, Verdant Great Sunday. Take him away, and come back from another path, the path of life. The path of life is the trace left behind by fate goo when it visited fairness goo, it is also the path of fate. But in this path of fate, there are 3 obstacles. One is Danghun Mountain, one is Luopa Valley, and one is Reverse Flow River. If you want to cross Danghun Mountain, you need to smash the gut stones on the mountain and obtain the help of Guts goo. If you want to cross Luopa Valley, you need to find the help of Faith goo. If you want to cross the Reverse Flow River, you have to keep moving forward. Don't stop for even a moment. Renzu listened to Wisdom goo's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith goo. Ever since he became blind, Faith goo's light was the only light he could see. Oh Renzu, I can feel your determination to save your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but please do not give up on this determination. When you give up, I will be far away from you. Faith goo said in a caring tone. Renzu found Courage goo. Courage goo and Hope goo were a pair of good partners. Renzu had Hope goo, he often saw Courage goo and had a good relationship with it. After obtaining Courage goo's help, Renzu arrived at the door of life and death and stepped into the path of death. The path of death was filled with darkness, large numbers of worry goo were like yellow fireflies, surrounding Renzu like a tsunami. At this time, Courage goo shone and helped Renzu chase away worry goo. Death required courage. Renzu successfully walked down, his body became whiter and more ethereal, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he reached the end of the path of death, in the deep and stable darkness, he saw Fairness goo. He was extremely shocked at the huge body of Fairness goo. You are Fairness goo? Why is your body so huge? The mountain peak is like a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a grain of rice compared to you. Renzu saw his eldest son and was overjoyed, running towards him. Verdant Great Sun had also turned into a white ghost, lying beside a lake, scooping up the river water to drink. The river water was like wine, its fragrance permeating the air. Verdant Great Sun drank very contentedly. My son, don't drink any more, come back with me. Renzu walked forward and shouted. My respected father, why are you here? That's great, come drink with me. Verdant Great Sun opened his sleepy and hazy eyes. Renzu snatched the wine bowl from his hand, saying in exasperation, don't drink any more, you only know how to drink. Who doesn't know that there is only a lake in the land of death, and the lake water inside is the soup? After the ghost drinks it, it will be muddle-headed and will no longer want to leave. Verdant great son said, Father, you are wrong. This is not soup, it is requiem wine. After drinking it, it can stabilize the soul and get rid of the impurities in the soul, no longer agitated, and obtain great tranquility in the soul. This is the best wine in the world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to come back with me. Renzu pulled Verdant great son's hand, but found that he was as heavy as a mountain and could not be moved. Verdant great son shook his head. Some people die heavier than a mountain. Some people die lighter than a feather. Father, I had reputation goo in my previous life, and bathed in the light of glory and fell to my death. Here, my body became heavier than a mountain, and I can't even move a step, I can only lie here. Ah! Renzu's heart sank, anxiously shouting, I told you, a tall tree attracts the wind, being famous is not a good thing. Quickly throw away the reputation goo. Verdant great son shook his head and sighed, fame and fortune cannot be brought with me in life, and cannot be taken away in death. After I died, reputation goo left me. But fixed immortal travel goo is still with me. Fixed immortal travel goo could bring Verdant great son's soul out of the door of life and death. It could even bring him to any place in the outside world. But only by walking on the path of life could Verdant great son truly revive. What should I do? Renzu found that he had been tricked by wisdom goo. Although he came to the deepest part of the door of life and death, the endless darkness of obsession death domain, and also found Verdant great Sunday. However, he realized that he couldn't take his eldest son with him. At this time, Fairness goo spoke, O Renzu, do you still not understand? There were only two paths leading to the door of life and death, both created by fate goo. Life and death were up to fate. Everything had life and death. Only in this way could the universe circulate endlessly. Your eldest son, Verdant great son, is dead. This is all fate's arrangement. Just accept it. Moreover, he was living very well here. The obsession death domain was the most peaceful place in the world. He's drinking the best wine in the world, without the worries of the outside world. Can't you understand this kind of happiness? The human ancestor stood still. He looked at his own flesh and blood for a long time before letting out a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't take away his eldest son's soul, at least not this time. He could only bid farewell to Fairness goo and Verdant great son, leaving obsession death domain. He stepped onto another path, a path that symbolized life, moving from darkness to light. But the human ancestor soon noticed. Walking on this path was many times more difficult than walking on the dead end. There were many more worry goo on the path of life than the path of death. When Renzu walked on the path of death, the more he walked, the fewer worry goo obstructed him. But when he walked on the path of life, not only were there many more worry goo, every step he took, even more worry goo flew over and tried to stop him. Soon, courage goo could not hold on. Oh Renzu, there are too many worries, they will only continue to increase. Only with peace and death can there be endless worry in life. Quickly go to Danghun Mountain and knock out the gut stones. If you want to survive, courage alone is not enough, you need guts as well. Renzu quickly went to Danghun Mountain, enduring the pain of his soul shaking, he obtained guts goo. With the help of guts goo, his soul strengthened, although it was still shaken, there was no need to worry. He went through Danghun Mountain and arrived at Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley was like a maze, twisting and turning. Sometimes, a vast bewilderment fog spread out, loosening the soul. Sometimes, Luopa wind that was as sharp as a blade would blow, cutting the soul. Renzu fell into the lowest point of his life, not knowing which direction to go. His soul that was strengthened by guts goo gradually loosened in the bewilderment fog. The loosened soul was cut by the Luopa wind, falling to the ground in pieces. Renzu was almost completely lost, but at this time, Faith goo flew out and illuminated his path. Renzu walked out of Luopa Valley, only the purest lump of soul was left. He let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling that victory was in sight. He came to Reverse Flow River, this was the last hurdle on the path of life. He went against the flow, it was even more difficult. Endless worries pushed against him, making it difficult for him to move forward. But he persevered, walking towards the light. I am almost there. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Renzu looked ahead. There was only one last step left. He let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing, forgetting Wisdom Gu's reminder. He stopped moving. Once he stopped, Renzu was immediately washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Renzu was washed to the bottom of Luopa Valley. He was so tired he could not move. He was trapped in Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan smashed the last gut stone, groaning in satisfaction. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. Not only had his heavy injuries completely healed, his soul was at least 5 times stronger than before. A powerful feeling overflowed from the deepest part of his heart. This wasn't a feeling of physical strength, but a feeling of mental strength. Be it thinking about problems or multitasking, Feng Yuan had a feeling of being able to handle them with ease. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 gutstones on Danghun Mountain. And not all of them contain guts gu. Feng Yuan felt slightly regretful. When Danghun Mountain was obtained by Hu Immortal, it had changed hands several times. It was completely clean. Hu Immortal moved it into her blessed land, and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would enslave large numbers of foxes and send them to their deaths on Danghun Mountain. Using their souls to irrigate the mountain, they produced gutstones. But these gutstones were almost used up by Hu Immortal. After Hu Immortal died, the gutstones on Danghun Mountain. They had been slowly growing for the last 8 years. Thus, there were only over 100 gutstones, and by now, Feng Yuan had used them all. According to Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, to produce 1 gutstone, close to 10,000 foxes had to be sacrificed. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gutstones would be produced. Feng Yuan did not use this method. When the blessed land was strong, it was natural for Hu Immortal to do this. But now, the blessed land was extremely weak. The fox groups were also greatly weakened. Slaughtering the fox groups was not a wise long-term plan. After his soul injuries healed, Feng Yuan did not relax. He started to think about his future plans. Obtaining Hu Immortal blessed land was no doubt a huge help to his plans. But it also had a huge impact. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my hands, my soul foundation will continue to strengthen. In my previous life, I also had the experience of controlling blood bat groups. I should make use of this huge advantage. Next, I will definitely walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path has its drawbacks. It is easy to be killed. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation. This way, Feng Yuan would have to cross both strength and enslavement paths, and construct and feed 2 sets of gu worms. If it was before, Feng Yuan would not be able to afford it. But now, he had Hu Immortal blessed land. There was no problem. The most perfect result would be to refine the second aperture gu. After obtaining the second aperture, 1 set of enslavement path and 1 set of strength path would be clearly separated. They would both be in their own aperture, and would not interfere with each other. At the same time, in terms of primeval essence, it is enough to control 2 sets of gu worms. At that time, Feng Yuan could wave his hand, and the beast group and insect army would engulf the land like a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, blood would flow like a river, and life would be lost. If some blind guy thought he was infallible and barged in, he would be beheaded. Then, Feng Yuan's strength path cultivation would let them understand how cruel reality was, and why flowers were so red. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan took out the second aperture gu from his aperture. This gu was shaped like a peanut shell, golden in color, and the markings on its surface were like scarlet blood veins. This was the placenta form of the second aperture gu, formed by fusing a fake gu with a lifespan gu, and could live for 40 years. To truly refine the second aperture gu, I definitely have enough immortal essence, and 2/3 watch gu are also easy to get, but I still need divine travel gu. Feng Yuan pondered. Immortal gu were unique, and in the world, only 1 immortal gu could exist at any time. Divine travel gu had turned into fixed immortal travel gu, and no longer existed. This allowed a new divine travel gu to appear in the world. Moreover, divine travel gu had an extraordinary advantage: it was easy to obtain. It was not like other immortal gu, which were hard to capture. Clearly recorded that as long as one drank 4 top-quality wines in the world, they could condense divine travel gu in their bodies. Other than the Brewing of wild beasts and natural breeding. Because of the flourishing of human winemaking techniques, the number of top-quality wines was much higher than in ancient times. Although it was troublesome to find 4 top-quality wines, as long as he spent some time, he would definitely succeed. To Feng Yuan, with his blessed land and little who immortal land spirits help, there was great hope in refining the second aperture goo. But the crux of the problem was this. Precisely because divine travel goo was easy to obtain, others could easily take advantage of it. Once others obtained divine travel goo, then no matter how many top-quality wines Feng Yuan drank, he would not be able to obtain divine travel goo. Southern Borders Fei clan has top-quality wine, Xianxia Fei. Eastern Seas rank 7 goo immortal, Zui Xianwang, creates a wine sea, storing countless wines, and holds a wine festival every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has longevity wine. These large forces or goo immortals have 1 or 2 top-quality wines. Their chances of obtaining divine travel goo are much higher than mine. With this, Feng Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather 4 top-quality wines to refine the second aperture goo. But these are not the roots. Spring-autumn cicada is the most crucial point. Now that the time flow is 5 times faster, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is also extremely fast. I have been reborn twice, my luck is already extremely good, I cannot gamble on my luck a 3rd time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I have to at least find success in one fell swoop goo, instant success goo, or natural success goo. Who immortal blessed land, south underground. /Yan wake up, stop sleeping. You've already slept for 3 years. A voice woke Yan Yong up from his slumber. A gray boulder, its surface was covered with moss. At first, it started to shake, then it started to shake more and more, dust started to fall. The oval boulder was like a blooming flower, it had 4 limbs and a head. Then it stood up, turning into a gray stone man. Yan Yong had woken up. Grandfather? Yan Yong opened his eyes, seeing the rockman that woke him up. It was his 800-year-old grandfather, also the tribe leader of the Huisher tribe. Grandfather, why did you wake me up? I still wanted to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yan Yong sighed and grumbled. Rockmen liked to sleep. When sleeping, they would curl their bodies into a ball, forming an oval boulder. Usually, they would sleep for 7 to 8 years. Don't sleep anymore, my grandson, you are already 180 years old. Your father died early, your grandfather, will not live for long either. In a few decades, you will be the new tribe leader of our Huisher tribe. The old Huisher tribe man rubbed Yan Yong's head and said slowly. Rockmen had a long lifespan, usually around 1,000 years. Normal people cannot live past 100 years, but Yan Yong, who was 180 years old, had just become an adult. Grandfather, I don't want to be some tribe leader. After becoming the tribe leader, I can't sleep as I please. Yan Yong mumbled, but seeing his grandfather's glare, he wisely chose to shut up. Huisher tribe leader said unhappily, you brat, why haven't you matured? You've slept for so many years. Quickly clean up, wipe off the moss on your body, pull out all the weeds. Later, bring the tributes and follow grandfather to the surface to pay respects to the immortals. You cannot forget your etiquette. It's time to pay respects to the immortals again? But why do I remember that there is still more than a year's time? Yan Yong said as he pulled out the weeds. After sleeping for so many years, there were many weeds growing under his armpits, between his legs, his chest and back. Especially the black silk grass between his legs, it was as hard as steel and was slightly curved. Every time he pulled out a grass, Yan Yong would feel pain. Sigh. This time, there was a big change. It was a different immortal. This immortal has just arrived not too long ago, and he's the one who wants to gather us. The old clan leader looked worried. A new male immortal? I hope he's easier to talk to than the previous female immortal. Maybe we can talk to him. After all, he has to pay so much tribute every 10 years. It's really a bit strenuous. The leaders of the other tribes and I share the same opinion. On a wide altar made of blue stone, Feng Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His long black hair flowed down his back as he sat on the main seat. His deep black eyes looked down. Dozens of stone men knelt down below. Among them, there were 8 stone tribe leaders, and 2 of them were gray stone people. 3 granite men, 1 iron man, 1 green stone man, and 1 white stone man. At the same time, there were offerings. A large number of ores. It contained gold, silver, copper, iron, diamonds, gems, and goo worms. Over time, the stone man's body would change. Grow all sorts of metals, or diamonds, or gems. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across these worshippers. Immediately, he understood why Dang Hun Palace was so luxurious. These would be huge wealth on earth, but here, their greatest use was only as a material for goo refinement. Who immortal used these things to decorate the palace because of a woman's love for beauty. If she had a choice of yuan stone, she would definitely discard these gold, silver, and gems like they were old shoes. Among these offerings, the most valuable were still goo worms. But these goo worms were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo and rank 2 monolith goo. There was only 1 rank 3 goo worm, a stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan had once used it on Qingmao Mountain. Back then, spring-autumn cicada was suppressing his aperture, and he had no choice but to use it. Rockmen were good at digging, and lived deep underground. Their food was soil. Sometimes, when they dug underground, they would find underground goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he slowly stood up and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of these Rockmen tribe leaders. The Rockmen were tall, kneeling on the ground, their shoulders were even taller than Fang Yuan's head. Esteemed immortal, our Rockmen tribe has already handed over so many offerings for the past 30 years. These years, heaven and earth have been shaking, the north has been flooded, and the east has been on fire, our lives have been getting harder. Harvesting these things is getting harder and harder. Immortal, please be merciful and forgive us for our incompetence. Please reduce our offerings a little, the oldest of the stone golems begged. Yes, Immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, our tribe's population has been declining. Immortal, please sympathize with us. We will never forget your great kindness. The other Rockman tribe leaders echoed. Reduce offerings? He, that's possible. In fact, I can even waive these offerings. Fang Yuan's smile was very gentle and kind. The Rockmen's faces were filled with joy. But I have a condition. Then, Fang Yuan changed the topic. I need you to dig a canal for me. The water from the north can flow along the canal to the east where the fire is spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Soon, they came to their senses and shouted loudly. Esteemed Immortal, you can't do this. Digging a canal is a huge project, we Rockmen need sleep. If we don't sleep enough, we will die. Also, there are monstrous flames and vast water. You want us to dig a canal, isn't that asking us to die? Instantly, the crowd was enraged. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at the side, but when they heard the commotion, they impulsively stood up and stared at Fang Yuan with fierce gazes. Master. The Earth Spirit Fox Immortal next to Fang Yuan saw the scene and could not help but worry. The stone man's personality was stubborn, possessing a barbaric aura. He cared even more about dignity and would never stoop to compromise. When they were impulsive, they even dared to attack demon supremacies and immortal supremacies, no matter who they were. To be able to train these Rockmen like this, who Immortal had put in a lot of effort and gave the Rockmen many benefits. Master. These stone men were all unreasonable. Asking them to worship these things is already the limit. Little who Immortal transmitted secretly and anxiously reminded Fang Yuan. Limit? Fang Yuan sneered and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed sinisterly. You Rockmen are really daring, you actually dare to bargain with me? Humph. The place you live. It's mine. The soil you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here, you are my slaves. I want to dig a canal, this is not a request. It's not an exchange, it's an order. When the stone men heard this, they all stood up with anger on their faces. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you, you dare to look down on us Rockmen. Back then, we Rockmen migrated here because we believed the words of the previous female Immortal. But the environment here is getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse, who wants to stay here? You want us to dig a canal, it's the same as sending us to our deaths. Do you think we rockmen are fools? We rockmen are raised by nature, we're not willing to be your slaves. Let's go. Migrate, I've had enough of this broken place. The rockman tribe leaders roared and turned hostile on the spot. The attendants they brought along, the young rockmen, all swarmed up. They rubbed their fists and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. You want to leave? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, he stopped laughing and glanced coldly at these rockmen, saying with a cold tone, "What do you think this place is? You come as you please and leave as you please? The previous rules don't count. From today onwards, I'm the supreme ruler here, my words are providence. You have to abide by it, even if you don't." Ah! Many young rockmen clenched their fists and roared at the sky. Immortal, you're challenging the bottom line of my tribe. Immortal, although you're powerful, we're not afraid of you. We rockmen never yield to power, we're natural warriors, we're brave and fearless. Only love can make us dig out our hearts and liver. Only gentleness can make us bend our backs. Roar, Fang Yuan pushed his palm and a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon roared furiously, blasting the loudest stone golem into smithereens. Ah, he killed the granite tribe leader. The old tribe leader is dead, we have to avenge him. Even an immortal will be buried in the fury of my tribe. The death of the granite tribe leader was like a fuse, completely igniting the rockmen's fury. The rockmen attacked Fang Yuan one after another, each step creating a deep pit on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of rockmen attacked together, but they had the might of a magnificent army. Countless rays of light rose from their bodies. There were also goo worms residing in the rockman's body. At this moment, they activated according to their wills. But in the next moment, these radiances suddenly disappeared. Little Who Immortal took action and imprisoned all the goo worms. Fang Yuan sneered and started the massacre. The rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was not as good as Fang Yuan. After a while, they were all smashed into pieces, dying a tragic death here. But these crushed stones were like magnets, condensing and forming new small rockmen. Kill. Resist power, avenge father. We were born in heaven and earth, die in heaven and earth, we've never feared anything. The small rockmen charged over and were slaughtered by Fang Yuan again. But these crushed stones condensed into even smaller rockmen. These rockmen were few in number, but after they formed, they immediately charged at Fang Yuan, shouting the slogan of avenging grandfather and father. This was the reproduction method of rockmen. Rockmen were only male. After the old rockman died, the scattered soul and stone would condense and form a new rockman, inheriting part of the old rockman's memories, as well as some important experiences. Or if the old rockman slept for a long time, the soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and after cutting off part of it, it could also form small rockmen. After Fang Yuan killed the third wave of rockmen, the world finally calmed down. Only one rockman was left, lying on the ground, shivering. What's your name? Fang Yuan slowly walked in front of him. I am Yen Yong. The young rockman stuttered. Do you know why I did not kill you? Fang Yuan stepped on Yen Yong's head. I don't know. 3 days later, the heavily injured Yen Yong returned to the tribe and woke up all the sleeping rockmen. If it was any other male immortal, he would be a demon, wanting to enslave all of us. Not only that, he even wanted to plunder the handsome men of our rockmen tribe for him to play with. We rockmen are born from the heavens, we are free and unfettered, how can we bow down to his despotic power? We resisted on the spot, the immortal is too strong. But we rockmen are not afraid of sacrifice, we had no fear, we finally injured him and forced him to escape. The other tribesmen were sacrificed, only I returned. I am about to die, but that immortal is still alive. When he escaped, he said that he would lead his fox army to exterminate our rockmen tribe. Yen Yong was powerless, he mournfully complained, bringing his tribesmen a shocking piece of grievous news. The rockmen were shocked and fearful, sorrowful and furious. There were those who declared war, those who wanted revenge, those who wanted to migrate, those who wanted to negotiate. They were like a group of dragons without a leader, be it the successor or the old tribe leader, they all died in Fang Yuan's hands. There were a total of 8 rockmen tribes. It was a mess. Some rockmen wanted to ask Xianxia about the situation, but Xianxia's injuries were very heavy. He had been unconscious ever since he returned to report to the police. Before they could come to a conclusion, just like what Xianxia said, the Fox army started to attack the rockmen tribes. The rockmen resisted, but the Fox army was much larger than them. The situation gradually became dangerous. The 8 tribes had no choice but to work together and retreat underground to defend. But the Fox army still did not let them go. They kept attacking underground. Even though they had to pay a heavy price for every attack, the Fox army was still endless. The rockmen cursed Fang Yuan in pain. Their hatred and anger towards him could not be extinguished even by the heavenly river. The situation was getting worse day by day. Despair spread among the rockmen. But at this moment, Xianxia woke up. Rockman could recover through sleep. His injuries were healed. He immediately led his tribesmen and fought a few beautiful counterattacks. We rockmen are a brave tribe. We do not fear death. Even an immortal cannot humiliate us. Xianxia gave a speech everywhere, raising the morale. Don't think that the immortal is so strong. Actually, he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He can only send the Fox group to their deaths. He's already injured. At the same time, he encouraged immortals to be injured, bringing hope to the rockmen. A stone man in despair. He clutched at this glimmer of hope like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. Xianxia changed the topic and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old patriarchs. The sacrifice of the old patriarchs is our greatest sorrow. Especially the old white stone chief. He died in my arms, and before he died, he entrusted the entire tribe to me. I watched as his soul left his body. He felt guilty. Why was he the one who died instead of me? At this point, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, seeming very sad and sorrowful. Immediately, a stoneman persuaded Lord Xianxia. Don't be sad. You were able to survive, give us a warning, and lead us to victory. This is already very impressive. Not bad. Our Metalstone race admires you. Since the old patriarch has entrusted the clan to you, then I'll give it to you. In that case, please lead us Whitestone people. The stoneman liked to sleep soundly and was not interested in power and position. Especially now, at the moment of life and death, they were in a constant state of anxiety. The rockmen desperately hoped for a strong and brave tribesman to lead them. Thus, Xianxia first inherited the tribe leader position and took control of Whitestone tribe. A month later, he took control of the other tribes and became the leader of the 8 rockmen tribes. Another half a month later, he successfully led the rockmen to chase away the Fox horde, and successfully protected their homeland. But this is not enough. As long as the immortals do not die, we will not have a future. The Fox horde will regroup and attack our homeland again. We can only attack that immortal mountain and kill the immortals, only then will we be able to live a peaceful life. Xianxia immediately suggested attacking Danghun Mountain. But a few rockmen were hesitant. We have just suffered from the chaos of war, we want to sleep now. Our rockmen numbers are greatly reduced, we don't have the strength to attack that demon's nest. We have a large number of offsprings, they were born in the war, we need to raise them well. Let them grow up. Xianxia could only use Whitestone tribe leader. My tribesmen, do you think I will bring you to your deaths? Attacking the immortal mountain was not my idea. It was a secret that Whitestone tribe leader told me before he died. He said that this immortal mountain is the legendary Danghun Mountain. There are gutstones on Danghun Mountain. If we rockmen obtain these gutstones, we will be able to increase our strength and strengthen our tribe. Whitestone tribe leader was the oldest and most experienced rockman among all the rockmen. Most of the rockmen thought of him as the sage of the tribe. His last words, along with Xianxia's high prestige, finally incited all the rockmen to form an expedition army and attack Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan specially arranged some Fox horde around Danghun Mountain to form a weak defensive line. Xianxia encouraged the surrounding rockmen, look, the Immortals' Demon Fox army is almost gone. We are already on our way to victory. The rockmen won along the way, singing their victory songs as they charged up Danghun Mountain with high morale. On Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan brought a group of foxes and started a decisive battle with the rockmen. Fang Yuan displayed his terrifying strength, killing many rock men, causing them to tremble in fear. But at this time, Yan Yong stood out and pointed out that Fang Yuan was injured. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and started a decisive battle with Fang Yuan. The fox horde was exterminated. Fang Yuan was indeed no match. He was beaten away by Yan Yong again. Wait until I have accumulated enough immortal essence from the water and fire, I will return. At that time, it will be your doomsday. Before retreating, Fang Yuan shouted with a sinister expression. The rockmen were bulky and moved slowly. They were also not familiar with the terrain of Danghun Mountain. They could only let Fang Yuan escape. After beating away the immortals, the rockmen admired and worshipped Yan Yong. They cheered for their victory. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yan Yong stood out. We cannot stay on Danghun Mountain for long. This is a demonic land. Whitestone tribe leader told me that only during these few days of the year, we rockmen can safely enter and leave this place. Let's move quickly and collect the gutstones on the ground. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were all hard rocks. To maintain such a strong body, the burden on their soul was huge. Once the rockmen moved too much, their soul would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives, they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. When their soul accumulates to a certain level, a portion of it would overflow. This portion of the soul would land on a rock and form a new life. The Rockman tribe was thus able to reproduce. When the rockmen obtained gutstones, the guts goo would strengthen their soul. Once their soul was strengthened, the overflowing portion would form small rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, Danghun Palace. Yan Yong knelt on the ground and lowered his head, respectfully reporting to Immortal, after these 3 days of rest, our Rockman tribe has gained 6,000 small rockmen. Including us old tribesmen, the entire tribe's population has increased by 3 times. Fang Yuan sat on the high cloud bed, looking down at Yan Yong. Very good, this way, your rockmen will have enough manpower to excavate the canal. Do you still remember what to do next? I don't need to teach you, right? Yan Yong quickly replied, Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words, I have always engraved them in my heart. Very good. Fang Yuan lightly nodded, I will give you 3 months, I will order you to excavate a canal that traverses the northeast. Ah, 3 months? Yan Yong was dazed, O mighty Immortal, we rockmen need to sleep to nurture our soul. If we overdo it, we will die of exhaustion. The canal is so long, if you only give us 3 months, our rockman tribe will not be able to rest at all. If that's the case, when the canal is excavated, our rockman tribe will probably all die. He, of course not all will die. I have already calculated, there will be around 200 people left. Fang Yuan smiled. Yan Yong could not help but tremble, his tribe had over 10,000 people now, but after the canal was excavated, there would only be 200 left. This was such a terrifying sacrifice. 3 months later, I want to see a canal. If not, before I kill you, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen. Scram. Fang Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Yan Yong heard this demon-like threat and trembled in fear. He had a deep fear towards Fang Yuan, he did not dare to retort, his body curled into a ball and he really rolled away. Master, back then, we spent a huge price to bring in these rockmen. At the side, little who Immortal Land Spirit persuaded, she could not bear to see large numbers of rockmen die like this. Don't worry, I still have use for the rockmen tribe. Isn't it easy to increase the population? Fang Yuan half reclined on the chair, squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad, rank 4 goo, used for storage. It was one of the goo left behind by Hu Immortal. It was only the size of a palm and was grayish-white in color. Its back was covered in black lumps, and its large eyes shone with a strange pale green color. It could only store souls, and when the soul was sucked into its stomach would expand. Fang Yuan used this to collect the souls of the rockman and fox groups that died in the battle. Right now, this burial soul toad's stomach was flattened. The souls that were inside were placed on Danghun Mountain by Fang Yuan, and new gutstones were created. Fang Yuan used a portion of the gutstones to strengthen his soul to 6 times that of a normal person. As for the remaining gutstones, he left them for the Rockman tribe. Yan Yong rolled out of Dang Hun Palace, passing through several dark and winding paths, before arriving at Dang Hun Mountain. Seeing this pink crystal mountain, Yan Yong let out a breath of turbid air. Being far away from Feng Yuan, the pressure and fear in his heart had dissipated by a lot. After trekking on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his clansmen. "Ah, great, respected tribe leader, our hero, you are here." A few rockmen immediately cheered. "Please let me kiss your toes, to express my admiration for you." A few rockmen knelt on the ground. "Great hero, great hero. Your courage is higher than the heavens, your guts are thicker than the earth." A few little rockmen formed into groups, cheering. Yan Yong smiled, no one knew his bitterness. The cheers in his ears were so lively, and many of his clansmen were crowding around him, but he felt incomparably lonely. He looked at his clansmen beside him. These stone men who were brimming with smiles would probably all die in 3 months. They would die from exhaustion from digging the canal. But what could he do? In the eyes of the other rock men, Dang Hun Mountain's victory was so grand, so worthy of praise. Only he knew, this was just a game that the immortal manipulated behind the scenes. This cruel and cold truth made him deeply understand those rockmen's sacrifice, these difficult and glorious victories, how pale and shallow, how laughable and powerless. He led his clansmen to more and more victories, his fear of Feng Yuan also deepened. That immortal, he is a demon. His heart is even colder than us rockmen's, his strength is greater than the mountains. I am so weak, what can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice, I am really afraid of death. I have not slept enough, I am only 180 years old. Once Yan Yong thought of Feng Yuan's appearance. His heart was filled with fear. His unextinguished conscience was tormenting him. He knew, he was about to personally push almost all of his clansmen to death. He was being interrogated by his conscience, every praise from his clansmen was like a whip, lashing his heart until it was riddled with scars. "Honorable, beloved chief, you're finally back. Everyone is waiting for you." The rockmen opened up a path, allowing Yan Yong to walk to the high ground unobstructed. "My people. In the past 3 days, our tribe has grown many times stronger. Our expedition has yielded splendid results. However, this kind of victory was far from enough. You are willing to continue walking with me towards a better tomorrow?" Yan Yong looked down from above, asking loudly. The rockmen used their loudest voices to cheer, expressing their 120% support for Yan Yong. Yan Yong nodded, he had already expected this situation. It wasn't that there weren't any troublemakers or wise old stone men. But in the many fierce battles, they had all sacrificed themselves heroically. The only ones left were the stone men. Most of them were newborns and had purer minds. As for those old rock men, almost all of them were Yan Yong's hardcore supporters, some were even his fanatical worshippers. Yan Yong patiently waited for the cheers to end. Then he continued, "In the past 3 days, I'd been thinking in a place with no one around, how should we deal with the immortal that escaped? With immortal essence, the immortal can mobilize the demon fox army and have terrifying battle strength. He must have retreated to the water swamp in the north, or to the fire pit in the east to catch his breath. We can't let him recover. Tribe leader is right. Tribe leader is too wise, we cannot let that damned immortal accumulate immortal essence. When that damned demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us rock men. But what should we do? The water swamp and the fire pit are both extremely dangerous places, even us rock men can't stay there for long. Furthermore, these 2 places are so vast, who knows where the immortal will run to?" The stone men were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Yan Yong interrupted everyone's discussion, he shouted, "So, I thought of a solution. We need to use earth to fill up the water swamp and the fire pit. This way, that immortal will not be able to recover his immortal essence." "My God! That's a crazy idea." Immediately, a stone man exclaimed. "My great tribe leader, the water swamp is so vast, it makes people feel discouraged. And the fire pit has a fatal heat, how can we use earth to fill it up?" "That's impossible," an old stone man retorted. Yan Yong looked deeply at this old rockman, remembering it in his heart. This rockman dared to rebuke him. It proved that his admiration for him was not enough. In the future, I will give him the heaviest work, and tire him to death. At this time, another old rockman spoke. We cannot be rash. I thought of a solution. Maybe we can dig a large canal to divert the water into the fire pit. The power of water and fire will cancel each other out. This will save us a lot of trouble. Xianxia's killing intent became even more intense. This old rockman was very intelligent. He was more threatening than the previous rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided to give this old rockman the task of guarding the fire pit. Let the demon fox army kill him, and get rid of this threat as soon as possible. Xianxia calmly praised this old rockman, shouting, "This is my idea. We need to dig a large canal as soon as possible, to divert the water and quell the fire, not letting immortals have a place to accumulate immortal essence. Actually, before White Rock tribe leader died, he also taught me. He said that the flood in the north, the fire in the east were all caused by that evil male immortal, that they were the source of his power. Just like how we rockmen eat the earth. So White Rock tribe leader already predicted this. White Rock tribe leader is indeed the sage of us rockmen. White Rock tribe leader is already 998 years old, of course he knows a lot." The rockmen nodded, praising White Rock tribe leader, at the same time expressing regret for his death. Rockmen slept most of the time. They did not interact much with each other. This sense of distance, mystery, made the dead White Rock tribe leader's intelligence even more unfathomable. According to the saying on Earth, if the old chief of the White Stone tribe were to hear this from the underworld, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Feng Yuan. Even his soul was not spared. It was placed on Danghun Mountain by Feng Yuan, and shattered. His essence fell on the mountain, forming a gutstone. It was unknown which stone man had smashed this gallstone into pieces. Or maybe it was Feng Yuan's people. After discussing for a while, the rockmen came to an agreement. They were willing to dig a canal under tribe leader Xianxia's lead, to connect the water and fire. Feng Yuan hid behind the scenes and saw everything. Seeing that the situation was set, he ordered Little Hu Immortal. The land spirit released a trace of Danghun Mountain's power. The rockmen instantly felt their souls tremble. They felt dizzy. Many little rockmen fainted on the spot. Not good, let's go out quickly. Danghun Mountain is about to show its might. Xianxia said, smoothly leading his tribesmen down Danghun Mountain. They did not return to their original homes, but directly went to the northeast region, majestically. In Danghun Palace, Feng Yuan watched these rockmen leave through the fluctuating smoke. His expression was emotionless. Master, have you heard of the story of the rockmen? Little Fox Immortal's tail swayed uneasily, speaking in a tactful tone. Feng Yuan chuckled. Are you trying to persuade me to use gentle methods to deal with the rockmen? Master, you are so smart. Little Fox Immortal's big eyes shone. Heh. It seems you do not understand it well. Most of the time, the power of hatred and fear is greater than gratitude. Back then, when Feng Yuan learned of the existence of a rockman tribe, he was quite surprised. Rockmen lived underground, they ate soil as food, and were good at digging. A large group of stone men could even build an underground city deep underground. Rockmen could help the Blessed Land's owner excavate underground resources. They were very good slaves. Many Gu Immortals wanted to buy many rockmen and move them to their blessed land. As for Hu Immortal blessed land, with Danghun Mountain, as long as there were enough souls. Even if there was only one rockman, they could use the gutstones to reproduce into a huge tribe. Feng Yuan could use this to raise rockmen on a large scale, and engage in slave trade with other Gu Immortals. Back then, Hu Immortal did all she could to move the rockmen here. It was because of this plan. Indeed, rockmen were amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Most rockmen were tough men with iron bones, brave warriors who did not fear death. Many Gu Immortals chose to be gentle, subtly squeezing out the benefits from the rockmen. Hu Immortal used this method. But Feng Yuan did not use this method. It was too gentle. The benefits that could be squeezed out had to be squeezed out cleanly. The competition in this world was so cruel. Not only was it competition between people, the cruel earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were like a flood, washing away countless heroes throughout history. So what if they were Gu immortals, if they did not fight for every bit of resources, quickly equipping themselves and strengthening themselves, then Hu immortals' outcome was the best example. Demonic path members should race against time, haggle over every cent, plunder everything to strengthen themselves. Since I am a superior, I should understand, rules, laws, friendship and morality are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. After fighting with the Rockmen for so long, there were only 7 months left before the 6th earthly calamity. The water swamp in the north and the fire pit in the east were the scars left behind by the earthly calamity, they were the weak parts of the blessed land. When the earthly calamity strikes, they are the weak points of the blessed land. How much water a wooden barrel can hold is determined by the shortest wooden plank. How heavy a chain could pull up depended mainly on the weakest part of the chain. So what if the Rockmen hate, loathe, and countless people curse me? If pure hatred, loathing, and cursing in this world is useful, then what is the use of strength? Rumble, 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 the sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was the construction site where the Rockmen were digging the canal. Rockmen eat mud as food, many Rockmen had goo worms on their bodies that could be used. Lord Tribe Leader, you can't do this anymore. Yesterday, another 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion, they died so pitifully, they did not even have a descendant. An old Rockman knelt in front of Yan Yong, crying loudly. Once a Rockman died from exhaustion, their soul would dissipate, there would not be any leftover souls to form small Rockmen. Yan Yong beat his chest, shouting, "How can I not know? How can I not know? Our tribe's heroes died again. For our tribe's bright future, for a better tomorrow, they sacrificed their lives. Precisely so, we cannot slack off. Ever since we started work, we have already suffered many attacks from the fox groups. These fox groups are getting bigger and bigger, evidently that male immortal who deserved to be cut into pieces is recovering his immortal essence. We need to continue working hard, dig the canal, and make him lose his foundation of strength." The old Rockman was stunned, but, "Tribe leader, you are a good Rockman, I understand that you are thinking for our tribe. These heroes will not die for nothing, look over there, I have already set up heroic tombstones for them. In the future, our children and grandchildren will all pay respects to them and be grateful." Yan Yong pointed far away, there were many tombstones erected there were already many of them. The old Rockman looked at the tombstones, sighing. The scene of a large number of Rockmen dying from exhaustion. When they first appeared, Yan Yong, the new tribe leader, had already ordered people to build these tombstones. Their low morale was immediately boosted. Every day, there were Rockmen dying from exhaustion. But they were still working hard. They are all dead, what is the use of these tombstones? The old Rockman was one of the few clear-headed people, he was deeply worried about this. Tribe leader. He persuaded again, we Rockmen also pay attention to reproduction. These Rockmen who died from exhaustion, their souls have completely dissipated, they do not even have descendants. Yan Yong's expression did not change, he did not speak. Among the small Rockmen beside him, someone shouted angrily, "You old bastard, are you afraid of death?" The old golem straightened his neck and said, "Kid, what are you talking about? I am getting old. But I've always been a stone man. How could a stone man be afraid of death? Since you're not afraid of death, why are you wasting your breath? That's right. We are contributing to the tribe. For the sake of the collective, what's the big deal about sacrificing some personal interests?" Beside Yan Yong, there was a group of little stone golems. At this moment, they all opened their mouths and shouted. "Old senior, if you're tired, you should take a rest first." "Don't worry, my time is tight, I still need to rush to other places to monitor the progress." Yan Yong patted the old Rockman's shoulder and walked past him, continuing his journey. A group of little Rockmen followed behind Yan Yong, chattering away. They expressed their disdain for the old stoneman. Being scolded by this group of juniors made old stone man extremely depressed. He was seething with anger. He wanted to refute loudly, but he saw that there were large stone slabs erected everywhere around the construction site. All kinds of slogans were engraved on the stone slab. "I'll do it even if I die. As long as the people are united, we can build a grand canal within 3 days." The more daring the rockmen are, the more productive they will be. Create a beautiful future for the rockmen. Long live tribe leader Xianxia. For the rockmen's bright future, sacrifice your life, sacrifice your youth. A fanatical atmosphere enveloped the rockmen's hearts. Even the stone man who died from exhaustion had a smile on his face before he died. Old Stone Man wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth a few times, nothing came out. He knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long while, he suddenly raised his fist and punched the ground. A muffled sound was heard. Old Stone Man stood up. Without saying a word, he bent his back and walked towards the construction site. Xianxia rushed to the next section of the construction site. The river had already started to take shape. Large numbers of adult rockmen were digging in the river. At the side, the little stone men, who were slightly weaker, formed small patrol squads. Some were supervising the construction site, some were carving slogans, some were erecting tombstones of heroes. These little rockmen were called the Rock Guards, formed by Xianxia himself. Report to tribe leader. 5 to 6 little rockmen immediately rushed in front of Xianxia, loudly reporting the results of these days of labor. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have dug another 50 li in this section of the construction site. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have regretfully sacrificed 120 of our tribe members. They are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we actually found 3 lazy and sleeping clansmen in the construction site. This is the shame of our rockmen tribe. We must denounce them. Very good, very good. You are all good. Remember, you must erect tombstones for the heroes who died. At the same time, tie up those shameful people, denounce them in front of everyone, let them know their shame and become braver. Xianxia said. Yes. You are all the future of our tribe. Seeing you is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You must continue to work hard. Xianxia praised. The little rockmen were so excited, their bodies trembled. Everything is for the rockmen tribe. Respected tribe leader Xianxia, you are our glorious flag. We will unite by your side, and walk towards the bright future together. They all shouted, their eyes filled with passion. Xianxia subconsciously avoided their gazes. The passion of these little rockmen made him feel terrified. He gazed far away. Far away, every section of the river was being dug intensely. Xianxia could see many of the rockmen, their broad backs facing the yellow soil and the sky. The river that was tens of meters wide, section after section, extended out of sight. This was such a grand project. Every time Xianxia saw such a scene, his heart would surge, as long as they were united. The rockmen tribe's power was so strong, it could change the heavens and earth, but when Xianxia thought of Feng Yuan, the most terrifying demon in history, his surging heart was like a cold wind blowing past, suddenly turning into a snow-white glacier. No matter if it was the little fox groups outside, or the slogans on the stone slabs, or the organized rock guards, they were all part of that demon's scheme. With so many methods, they managed to weaken the rockman tribe's retaliation to the lowest level. Xianxia personally executed all of this. Seeing the river forming day by day, his fear of Feng Yuan grew. That male immortal not only had terrifying martial strength. What made people feel despair was that his craftiness and viciousness were also unfathomable. Xianxia felt himself sinking into the abyss. He was as low as an ant. And behind him, it was Feng Yuan's mountain-like figure. He was looking down at him. He was like a walking corpse or a puppet. The strings that controlled his limbs were in Feng Yuan's hands. Every day, he saw his tribesmen die. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Seeing his clansmen working so hard to dig the canal, he felt even more desolate and sorrowful. If it is possible, I would rather not know the truth, and live in a lie. Wouldn't that make me look happy? Xianxia retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the little rockmen to the next section of the river. This is the last Xianxia, go. Primeval essence had already been poured in. Feng Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green bean-like goo into the sky. Xianxia exploded, turning into pink light powder that sprinkled down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in the light powder, and immediately became restless. Soon, countless male foxes crawled on the female fox's back, moving around and injecting life essence into the female fox's body. Foxes had different gestation periods. For example, golden foxes could give birth to little foxes after 2 months of gestation. Each litter would have 3 to 4 foxes. And for desolate beasts like three-tailed foxes, even 100 years of gestation was not enough. Normally speaking, the stronger the beast, the longer the gestation period. But in the current immortal blessed land, the fox groups were more ordinary, and their gestation period was shorter. Ever since the rockmen started digging the river, Fang Yuan had been using estrus goo every day to give birth to the little foxes, and strengthen the fox group. Who immortal did not have an immortal goo. During the 5th heavenly calamity, she was killed by the blue charm lightning shadow, thus she did not have a set of enslavement path goo worms. But in her Dang Hun palace, there were still many goo left. For example, support goo like burial soul toad, expenditure goo like estrus goo, as well as some spare enslavement path goo worms, most of them were fox enslavement goo. To quickly increase his strength, Fang Yuan had already used up most of these goo. Under his efforts, the number of foxes had increased by several times. Although foxes were omnivores, the blessed land could not support such a large number of foxes. In less than 2 years, many foxes would starve to death because they could not find food. But Fang Yuan could not care about that anymore. His only thought now was to survive the 6th earthly calamity. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The canal was dug, traversing the northeast. A vast expanse of white water flowed along the wide river, surging and creating countless waves. Whoosh, the water flowed into the burning fire pit. The power of water and fire collided, evaporating the river and forming a large amount of water mist that rose into the sky. When the river water calmed down, the black flames were mostly extinguished, only the edges were left, and there were still 3 areas left. This way, the water and fire were balanced, the water in the north subsided, and the ground was exposed. Large amounts of water flowed along the canal, pouring into dozens of huge craters in the east, forming many lakes. Even though there was still a large amount of mud in the north, the east had already turned into scorched earth, not even a blade of grass could be seen. But the balance of water and fire was like a scar on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north would gradually regain their vitality. Under Fang Yuan's secret instructions, Yan Yong brought over 100 rockmen back to their home in the south. "Master, what do we do with these clouds?" Little Hu Immortal looked at the thick sea of clouds in the sky, feeling troubled. Even though it had rained several times, there was still water vapor floating in the sky, condensing into clouds. These clouds blocked the sunlight, shrouding a large area of the east in darkness. It was very annoying. One had to know that there was no strong sunlight or strong winds in the blessed land. These clouds would severely affect the ecology of most of the east. No need to care about it. Fang Yuan took a look at the sea of clouds, before retracting his gaze. He had already expected the appearance of the sea of clouds, it was just a minor detail. The most important thing now was the 6th earthly calamity. Several months later, in Hu Immortal blessed land, the fox groups had gathered into an army formation, tightly surrounding Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed. Today was the day of the 6th earthly calamity's descent. Even though Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal in the 500 years of his previous life, he could not remain calm facing the earthly calamity. Each earthly calamity would get stronger and stronger. It was a severe test of life and death for the blessed land and Gu immortals. By the time Fang Yuan took control of the blessed land, there was only 1 year and 3 months left. This time was too short, he could only prepare as much as he could. Digging the canal to balance the water and fire was one, nurturing the fox groups to reproduce was the second, keeping fixed immortal travel Gu and preparing to retreat at any time was the third. As for the sea of clouds in the sky and the blue charm lightning shadow in the west, he was powerless even if he wanted to. The wind gradually stopped. Far away in the sky, the sea of clouds rumbled, a lump of light was brewing. "It's here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly. Amidst the sea of clouds, the ball of light suddenly exploded, forming a magnificent white round door that faced the vast blessed land. The door of light shined with a dazzling light. A huge monster with a yellowish-brown body appeared. It looked like a huge rock. It slowly descended from the door of light. Looking at this, a desolate beast calamity? Fang Yuan squinted, staring at it without blinking. The boulders continued to descend without a sound. Fang Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips, his heart sinking. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among which there were desolate beasts. In the blessed land, one or many desolate beasts would appear and attack the center of the blessed land together, wreaking havoc in the blessed land and wreaking havoc. If they were not exterminated in time, no matter how vast the blessed land was, it would be destroyed by them. Damn it. It is actually a desolate beast. I hope this desolate beast has no immortal goo. Fang Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. If a desolate beast had an immortal goo, its battle strength would surpass ordinary goo immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground with an agility that did not match its size. From afar, it looked like a boulder that was slightly flat. However, when Fang Yuan looked at it closely, he discovered that the boulder was actually a yellowish-brown carapace that emitted a metallic luster. The carapace was covered with thick mud. Just as Fang Yuan was guessing. What exactly was it? A pair of huge pincers that looked like two steel pincers extended from the square carapace. Then, 18 slender pincers appeared. They came out from both sides and landed on the ground. Then, they easily lifted its heavy body up and away from the ground. Mud crab. Upon seeing this scene, Fang Yuan blurted out. He recognized the desolate beast's true appearance. It was a huge crab with a body as big as a mountain. When it propped itself up, its height could reach a quarter of Danghan Mountain. Its first pair of pincers were even more terrifying than steel pincers. With a light pinch, it could break a mountain rock. Dragon scissors, its other 18 caliceri, although thinner and more slender than the first pair of caliceri. But in reality, they were even thicker than 100-year-old trees. On its body, there were a large number of parasites. Most were water and earth path goo worms. Sometimes, there was even an entire group of goo worms. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has abundant immortal essence. I have abundant immortal essence. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, rejoicing internally. When the mud crab first appeared, the land spirit had already used the heavenly power of heaven and earth to imprison all of its goo worms. Be it rank 1 or rank 5 goo, they could not display their power. The crucial question was whether this desolate beast had an immortal goo or not. If this mud crab had an immortal goo, it would depend on what immortal goo it was. Immortal goo were unique and extraordinary, the blessed land could not imprison them. Immortal goo were the key factors that affected the entire situation. After the mud crab completely stretched its limbs, it slowly moved its body towards Danghan Mountain. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Large numbers of fox groups covered the entire mountain, surging towards the desolate beast like a tide. Soon, they surrounded the mud crab. Their claws and teeth bit on the mud crab's claws, while the sturdy golden foxes charged over. But the mud crab was huge, it was simply a giant. As it moved forward, ordinary fox groups could not stop it, instead they were trampled into meat paste. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, he still commanded the foxes to send themselves to death. He had reproduced so many to be sacrificed. Injuries would accumulate, it would be good if he could stop the soul beast for even a little bit. But the mud crab continued to move forward with a crushing momentum, not moving an inch. It was like a moving mountain, ignoring the fox groups below it. The colorful waves of attacks hit the swamp crab's body like countless brilliant fireworks. This was the power of the 100-beast king, 1,000-beast king, and myriad-beast king of the fox group. They had many goo worms on them. Under the power of the goo groups, the mud on the mud crab's body was completely knocked off. The gigantic yellow river finally stopped for a moment. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out large amounts of mud. At the same time, countless small gates opened on its stomach, yellow mud gushed out like a yellow mud waterfall. The mud fell on the grassland, instantly forming a large swamp. In the yellow mud, strange-looking crabs stood up. Some were huge, like fierce tigers. Some had sharp claws, like steel needles. Some had 8 claws and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000,000-strong crab army was formed. It is indeed a mud crab. It can give birth to countless small crabs at any time, forming an army. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. The fox group and the crab army fought, entangling intensely. The fox army shrank greatly, suffering heavy losses. The crab army's casualties were many times that of the fox group, but the desolate beasts continued to produce an endless number of crabs. Feng Yuan quickly mobilized the fox groups hiding outside the mountain. Fortunately, I used up all the estrus goo and produced a large number of fox groups, otherwise the army would not be enough. In this short period of time, Feng Yuan felt dizzy. The number of fox groups he commanded was too huge. Even though his soul was 6 times that of a normal person, he could not endure it. With the crab army opening the way, the mud crab continued to move forward, regaining its previous speed. The claws on both sides of its body. They landed alternately, like a song, with an elegant rhythm. But beneath its feet was a tragic battlefield, blood flowed like a river, corpses were piled up, every inch of land was stained with blood. The mud crab did not differentiate between friend and foe, every time its claws stepped, a mass of blood would burst out. When the claws were raised, in the deep pit on the ground, there was fox meat paste, as well as the broken shells and limbs of the crab. This desolate beast was so huge and majestic. In all fairness, its speed was not fast. But precisely because of this, it gave people a huge psychological pressure. Seeing it coming over, Feng Yuan felt like a guillotine of death was hanging on his neck. Damn it! Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. The desolate beast in front of him was the king of the swamp. It was covered in carapace, hiding in the depths of the swamp all year round, even its eyes had degenerated, there was no weakness at all. Feng Yuan mobilized the fox group. He tried to block it, but it was useless. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab approached him. Can you teleport it away? Feng Yuan turned his head and asked Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. Goo Immortals were different. Blessed lands were different, and the power of the land spirit was also different. Some land spirits could teleport, for example, the tyrannical tortoise in Three Kings' Blessed Land. Some land spirits could not even do so. Some land spirits could summon wind and rain, while some could control the flow of time at will. Let me try. Little Who Immortal's breathing was rapid. She also felt a huge psychological pressure. She mobilized her immortal essence. Using all her strength, her cute little face turned red. Ayayaya. She let out a tender, childish cry. With a light swoosh, the giant swamp crab disappeared from where it stood, moving 9,000 paces away. Success! Little Who Immortal's face was flushed, she gasped for breath. Feng Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. Master, I used a bead of green grape immortal essence just now. Little Who Immortal reported with a pained expression. No matter. Feng Yuan's expression was cold, he continued to mobilize the countless foxes and continued to attack the mud crab. After a few minutes, the mud crab got close again. The land spirit had to use the same trick again and teleport it away. Another bead of green grape immortal essence was lost. Little Who Immortal was pained, while Feng Yuan's heart was also bleeding. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Feng Yuan used one to feed fixed immortal travel goo. Now, he used another 2 to teleport the mud crab. He still had to use this immortal essence to refine goo and manage the entire Blessed Land in the future. There were many places where immortal essence was needed, but Who Immortal was already dead. These green grape immortal essence were like water without a source, no matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Some crabs charged up the mountain from a direction that was overlooked. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, he immediately ordered the land spirit to release a portion of Danghun Mountain's power. Immediately, the area where the crab army was moving became a dead zone. Countless crabs died instantly, their bodies lying on the ground unharmed, but their souls were shattered. The situation was very strange. Unfortunately, Danghun Mountain's power has a lasting effect on the soul. The desolate beast's soul is strong, it can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Danghun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden land. Feng Yuan did not participate in the battle personally. Even if he used that set of strength goo, its destructive power was not enough to break the shell of the mud crab. More importantly, the mud crab had not used its immortal goo yet. Feng Yuan did not know if it had one or not. The unknown was a strong deterrence, causing Feng Yuan to not dare to act rashly. Thus, the mud crab attacked again. Just as it was teleported for the third time, Little Who Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Before Feng Yuan could react, she grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, a fierce thunderbolt struck the place where they were originally standing. Rumble, with a loud explosion, mountain rocks flew everywhere. The lightning paused for a moment, before turning back. It turned into a human-shaped lightning, letting out a mournful cry. The culprit was the blue charm lightning shadow. It hugged its head and held in pain. The blue lightning was also disorderly and only stabilized after a long time. Evidently, the shadow had suffered soul damage when it entered Danghun Mountain. In Danghun Palace, the smoke shadow reflected this scene. Feng Yuan watched with a livid expression. If not for the land spirit's timely teleportation, he would have died. Little Who Immortal patted her chest, her face pale with lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The blue charm shadow had also joined the battle, making the situation even worse. The blue charm shadow's failure in sneak attack made it angry, and it charged at Danghun Mountain. Every time it slammed into the walls, Danghun Palace shook. It hit the surface of the mountain, causing soil to fly and creating huge black pits. Feng Yuan's heart bled as he watched. This was Danghun Mountain. In the entire world, there was only one such place. Fortunately, the blue charm shadow stopped attacking after dozens of times. Its soul was severely injured, and its lightning was very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. In this period of time, the land spirit teleported the swamp crab twice. In total, it had used up 5 green grape immortal essence beads, and the fox army, which had originally been large in numbers, had already been wiped out. What made Little Who Immortal discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small scratches on its body, and its steps were as steady as before. It was like a diamond bone that could not be chewed through. Whether it was the blue charm shadow or the swamp crab, they all had the same goal: to destroy the central area, exhaust the immortal essence, and kill the land spirit. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire blessed land. They were on the same side, and did not fight amongst themselves. Instead, they cooperated. When Feng Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache over this swamp crab, the blue charm shadow gave up on Danghun Mountain and targeted this land. It did not dare to attack Danghun Mountain. It started to attack the sky and earth. The earth was destroyed, and deep pits appeared. The sky shattered, showing the damage of the mirror. Feng Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Not good, master. A hole has appeared in the blessed land. Little Who Immortal's tone was anxious. The blue charm shadow's attack shattered the sky and earth, creating a hole in the blessed land. Cut off all the blessed lands around the loophole. Feng Yuan's body was as cold as ice, his tone indifferent. Ah? Little Fox Immortal's eyes widened as she exclaimed. Do this. It was the same as completely abandoning him, and he could never recover. If a hole appeared in a blessed land, it could be filled with immortal essence. If it wasn't mended in time, the hole would expand and form a channel. Once the tunnel was formed, those Gu immortals outside the blessed land would definitely swarm in with ill intentions. At that time, the situation would be even more out of control. Tianti Mountain had demonic path Gu immortals. Righteous path Gu immortals did not dare to attack because they had huge businesses. However, there was no lack of deranged people in the demonic Dao who worked alone. Love adventure. In any case, Feng Yuan had done this many times in his previous life. Under Feng Yuan's orders, Little Who Immortal gave up hundreds of acres of blessed land. The blue charm shadow continued to destroy and create loopholes. The land spirit continued to discard it. The swamp crabs kept attacking Danghun Mountain. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport continuously. The consumption of green grape immortal essence had already reached 13 beads. Sob sob sob, the blessed land has become smaller. I have also lost a lot of immortal essence. Little Who Immortal's tears flowed down as she sobbed. Stop crying. Feng Yuan shouted coldly. His expression was ashen. There is no point in delaying like this. Their only hope was to kill these 2 troublemakers. But I do not have any offensive immortal goo. Even if I use rank 5 goo on the swamp crabs, there will be no effect in a short period of time. I can only take a gamble now. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Desolate beasts were extremely powerful. Just by relying on their majestic physique and fierce recovery ability, they could ignore many rank 5 goo. Especially this swamp crab, its defense was extremely strong and was considered high level among desolate beasts. Fang Yuan had many rank 5 goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow 7 goo and so on. When used on the swamp crab, it was like throwing pebbles into a lake, it could only cause slight ripples. He needed to attack continuously to gradually gain some effect. But Fang Yuan could not activate these goo worms to attack. Once he reached the mountain, he would be attacked by the blue charm lightning shadow. Even if he gave the goo worms to the land spirit, Fang Yuan did not dare to take the risk. The land spirit would also perish. Once it was destroyed by the blue charm lightning shadow, Fang Yuan would not even have the ability to use fixed immortal travel goo to retreat. Only immortal goo could change the situation. Although Fang Yuan had 2 immortal goo, they had no offensive ability. Don't teleport anymore, let this damned swamp crab attack Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan shouted, ordering Little Hu immortal land spirit, release all of Danghun Mountain's power. Buzz, Danghun Mountain had always been restricted by Little Hu immortal, now that it was completely released, the whole mountain immediately became hazy. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power directly spread out of the mountain, extending for 3,000 steps, sweeping through the surroundings. Only Danghun Palace did not change under the land spirit's control. The gigantic swamp crab quickly got close to Danghun Mountain. Under the power of Danghun Mountain, its hard shell could not provide any protection. Its soul suffered an intense attack, causing its movements to freeze. But soon, it went berserk, its speed more than doubled as it attacked Danghun Mountain. Bam! Its huge claws were like steel pincers, smashing heavily on Danghun Mountain. The hard mountain rocks were as fragile as flour at this moment, and holes were easily smashed into them. The huge hole was at least a few hectares in size, dust rose and the whole of Danghun Palace shook. Little Hu immortal land spirit's face turned pale, Danghun Palace continued to shake, dust fell and cracks spread on the walls and pillars like snakes. Suddenly, Little Hu immortal let out a miserable cry, not good. That blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the north, it is wantonly destroying the heaven and earth, creating many holes. The scene in front of Fang Yuan changed, showing the scene of the blue charm lightning shadow attacking the heaven and earth, creating holes. The blessed lands east and north were constantly being corroded by the remnants of the earthly calamity, they were weaker than the other regions. The blue charm lightning shadow was targeting the blessed land's weakness and attacking it. Luckily, we balanced the fire and water. Otherwise, the blue charm magic shadow would have destroyed everything. It would be 10 times worse than it was now. Master, what should we do? Little Fox Immortal was at a loss. The situation was so bad that it could not get any worse. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer that pierced straight into the heart. It consumed immortal energy intensely and was wantonly destroying Danghun Mountain at the same time. As for the blue charm film, it was extremely sinister. He would specifically look for the weak points of the blessed lands and make them bleed. Every loophole it created was a bloody wound on the blessed land. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. The more dangerous the situation was, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. Land spirit, move the swamp crab. Move 3,000 steps away each time. Yes. In this way, the distance was shortened, and the consumption of immortal essence was correspondingly reduced. Within 3,000 steps of Danghun Mountain, the soul-shaking power could still cause damage to the swamp crabs. Land spirit, abandon the entire northern region. Fang Yuan ordered. Ah? Little Fox Immortal was stunned. She did not dare to believe her ears. Hu immortal blessed land's northern region had an area of 1,000,000 hectares. With one sentence from Fang Yuan, he was going to abandon it. Once it was abandoned, Hu immortal blessed land would forever lack this piece of land. Fang Yuan was definitely going all out this time. Hu immortal blessed land was only 6,000,000 hectares, he was actually going to abandon 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Fox Immortal hesitated. Quickly do as I say. Fang Yuan stared at the image in front of him and shouted. Little Fox Immortal pouted her red lips as her eyes filled with tears. Tears rolled down her face as she bawled. Land spirit was the representative of heaven and earth. Abandoning the blessed land was like cutting off one's own flesh. Abandoning the entire northern region was like a person chopping off his own leg with his own hands. Master. Don't. Little Fox Immortal cried loudly. She begged. But Feng Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. He did not make any compromises. Master's orders could not be disobeyed. Little Fox Immortal could only bear with the pain and abandon the entire northern region. That blue charm's shadow was in the center of the northern region, destroying heaven and earth and creating a hole. When it sensed that something was wrong, it hurriedly moved and attempted to rush out of the northern region. But when it was 10 kilometers away, it did not manage to escape in time and was trapped in the northern region. It let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Its voice was filled with indignation. But it made a mistake. The blue charm's shadow could only disappear along with the northern region and land in the central continent. Success! Seeing this, Feng Yuan was so excited that he almost shouted. If it was any other time, the blue charm's shadow soul would not be injured and it would definitely be able to react in time. If not for the fact that it was attacking the heaven and earth crazily, causing it to lose its energy and speed, it would definitely be able to escape quickly. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan endured the pain and sacrificed himself to protect himself. He finally got rid of the blue charm's shadow. As for what kind of trouble it would cause outside the central continent, that was not within Feng Yuan's consideration. Boom boom boom, the entire Danghun mountain was still shaking. The wild beast swamp crab's soul was so strong that it forced itself to attack Danghun mountain. The closer it got to Danghun mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power. Little Hu Immortal had to move the swamp crab out again and again. At this point, it depended on the strength of both sides. If the wild beast's soul was strong and pushed down Danghun mountain, it would be Feng Yuan's defeat. On the other hand, if Danghun mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's failure. Bang, bang, bang. The pillars in Danghun Palace kept collapsing and the beams broke. Smoke and dust rose, accompanied by Little Hu Immortal's sobs. Feng Yuan's expression was cold as he stood silently. Power, I need more power. He clenched his fists and shouted indignantly in his heart. Why was it that even though it kept growing, it was still so weak in the face of heaven and earth and fate? Then continued to grow, become stronger, and stronger. In this silent shout, the swamp crab's movements gradually slowed. Finally, it collapsed halfway up Danghun mountain, no longer breathing. Feng Yuan walked out of Danghun Palace. The pink crystal mountain was full of holes and shattered rocks. It was a mess. Red blood, yellow mud, fox and crab corpses piled up together. The desolate beast swamp crab's huge body was pressed down on Danghun mountain's waist. It was like a protruding hill, extremely eye-catching. A light breeze blew Feng Yuan's long black hair. His deep eyes slowly looked at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood irritated Feng Yuan's nose. Following closely behind him was the land spirit, Little Fox Immortal. Her eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her pink little face. She was still sobbing. Master, our losses are too severe. We lost over 1,000,000 mu of land, we only have 71 beads of immortal essence left. Of the 4,700,000 fox group, only 310,000 remain. We also lost over 700,000 goo worms. Hu Immortal had worked hard for so many years, but after this battle, the entire blessed land's development had regressed by 40 years. But Feng Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his eyes could not conceal his joy. He had survived this earthly calamity in the end. This was a critical juncture. Now that this was over, Feng Yuan had time to catch his breath. Facing the seventh earthly calamity, he would have more time to prepare. Don't cry, the blessed land is preserved, we have hope. Danghun mountain did not collapse, we have the resources to start. Although we lost 1,000,000 mu of land, we will not need it in the short term, it will not hinder our development. Feng Yuan patted the land spirit's head, continuing to console, look. Not long later, Danghun mountain will be filled with gut stones, and we will control the Rockman tribe. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was chased away. Next, we can develop without any worries. Hu Immortal blessed land will prosper again. This was an extremely intense battle, countless foxes and crabs died near Danghun Mountain. At the same time, the swamp crab's soul was shaken into essence and fell onto Danghun Mountain. It could be predicted. Not long after, large numbers of gutstones would appear on Danghun Mountain. What Master said makes sense. Little Fox Immortal gradually stopped sobbing and thought about it carefully. That was indeed the case. The earthly calamity was like a baptism. Who Immortal Blessed Land managed to survive, but not only did it suffer heavy losses, it also benefited greatly. What a pity, the swamp crab has a large number of goo worms. Now, they have all been killed by Danghun Mountain. Little Who Immortal pouted. It stared hatefully at the gigantic shell of the mud crab. Rejoice. This desolate beast does not have an immortal goo, otherwise, we might not be standing here. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. This was where he was lucky this time. The power of a crucial immortal goo could easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal goo and was killed by Fang Yuan, how could Fang Yuan capture the immortal goo was a huge problem. Who knew, this wild immortal goo might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become a huge threat to Who Immortal Blessed Land. They would be able to survive this earthly disaster. Fang Yuan was already satisfied. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal goo master, but he managed to kill a desolate beast that even goo immortals had a headache over. Land Spirit. Clean up the battlefield. Preserve the swamp crab's corpse well, I am going to rest. Fang Yuan patrolled the area and relaxed, feeling an intense sense of fatigue. He had commanded millions of foxes, his soul and mind were already exhausted, he urgently needed to sleep. Okay. Little Who Immortal replied crisply, she looked at the swamp crab's huge shell, her eyes shining with a bright light. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure trove. Its blood, fur, bones, internal organs and so on were all good materials for goo refinement. You damned crab, I am going to strip you naked. Little Who Immortal wrinkled her nose and grinned, revealing her canine teeth as she walked towards the swamp crab, muttering to herself while gritting her teeth. This time, Fang Yuan had a very comfortable sleep. 3 days later, he woke up and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time, he was truly relaxed. The 6th earthly calamity had just passed, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of time, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since his first rebirth, he had been roaming around, struggling and resisting. Especially on Xianxia Mountain, he had racked his brains and used all his methods. Now, he had finally protected the blessed land. To Fang Yuan, it was a stable back. If Who Immortal Blessed Land was destroyed, he would be in trouble. He had exposed many things. Let's not talk about other things, let's talk about fixed immortal travel goo. Fang Yuan was not a goo immortal yet, this immortal goo could not be kept in his aperture, its aura would leak out and be easily detected by goo immortals, who would try to snatch it. Now, fixed immortal travel goo was placed in Who Immortal Blessed Land, and with immortal essence, it could be nurtured. Besides this, there was also the refinement of second aperture goo. Without Little Who Immortal's immortal essence, Fang Yuan could not refine this immortal goo. He would have to wait until he became a goo immortal. By then, divine travel goo would probably belong to someone else. It would be too late. Protecting Who Immortal Blessed Land was a huge help to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lay down for a while, before getting up to eat and drink. After filling his stomach, he went back to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours before waking up. His fatigue was swept away, he felt refreshed and his mind was clear, his condition was very good. Land Spirit, where is it? He stomped his feet and called out. With a whoosh, Little Who Immortal tore through the air and teleported, appearing in front of him. Master, I dismantled that crab, we can definitely sell it for a good price. Little Who Immortal's face was red, she had personally dismantled the culprit, it made her feel both relieved and excited. That's right, Master, there are 3 letters here. During the earthly calamity, someone stuffed them in through the loophole. Little Who Immortal said as she took out 3 goo and handed them to Fang Yuan. When the loophole was big enough to become a passage, people could enter and leave. Before that, some goo worms could be stuffed in through the loophole. These 3 goo. They were all information path goo worms. One looked like a paper crane, it was rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane goo. One was a green bird, vivid and lifelike. One was a green bird, it was rank 5, it was letter sending goo. One looked like a small sword, it was rank 3 flying sword letter goo. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he first took out the letter sending green bird goo. The green bird transformed into a letter, it was a letter from the rank 7 goo immortal Feng Jioga, but Fang Yuan was not shocked. When he saw this messenger green bird goo for the first time, he was shocked. He had a premonition the moment he saw this letter sending green bird goo. His tone was gentle in Feng Jioga's letter. He first expressed his praise and congratulations to Fang Yuan. Then he explained the purpose of the letter, to arrange a battle for his daughter, Feng Kim Hong. It turned out that after Feng Kim Hong returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been extremely depressed and could not express it. During this period of time, she had been cultivating diligently. She wanted to get back at him. She was the one who proposed the battle. She wanted to have an honorable contest with Fang Yuan, betting on the honor of Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Humph, you want to fight, so I have to fight? Fang Yuan sneered in disdain. He was so short on time, he did not even have enough to cultivate. Fang Yuan would not accept Feng Kim Huang's challenge for nothing. Feng Kim Hong was a heaven's proud daughter. She had a Gu immortal parent and the support of her sect. Even if she had a blessed land. Even if an earthly calamity came, there would be a large group of people who would take the initiative to help her. But Feng Yuan was a loner, he had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play with such a rich missy. Her thoughts are not clear, she wants to get back at me, must I accompany her? Ridiculous. Feng Yuan sneered. Different from others, he was not afraid of Feng Jioga. In the near future, Feng Jioga would be recruited by Celestial Court and successfully ascend. It would not be so easy for him to descend to Central Continent. But in this letter, this father and daughter seem to think I am a disciple of Crane Gate. What is going on? A trace of doubt flashed past Feng Yuan's eyes. The other party was a Gu immortal, they naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. This meant that there was definitely a hidden story. Feng Yuan took out the flying sword letter Gu. Opening it, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was full of cursing Feng Yuan's 8 generations of ancestors, and even using Crane Gate's honor to pressure Feng Yuan, inciting Feng Yuan to accept the challenge. Finally, it was a threat. If Feng Yuan did not agree, he would expose the contents of this letter to the world, letting the whole world know that Feng Yuan was a coward, a coward. Feng Yuan read it carefully and smiled lightly. So it is Jian Yixing. Jian Yixing was a metal path Gu master, he had a wretched appearance and personality, he was most proficient in sneak attacks, and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain, he was a true villain. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he had sneak attacked him several times. Finally, Feng Yuan was enraged and created a sea of blood, trapping Jian Yixing in his blessed land, not daring to come out and accept the challenge. This lasted for 20 years, Jian Yixing finally understood that he had provoked someone he should not have provoked. Finally, he could not take it anymore, he knelt in front of Feng Yuan and surrendered, without any demeanor of a Gu immortal. As for why this guy challenged Feng Yuan, it was his bad luck. After Feng Yuan abandoned his blessed land, he chased the blue charm lightning shadow to Tianti Mountain, but coincidentally, Jian Yixing bumped into him. Right now, although Jian Yixing was a Gu immortal, he did not have an immortal Gu, he was beaten up by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped to his own blessed land in a sorry state, only then did he get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow. After returning home, he calculated his losses and immediately stomped his feet in anger. After finding out the culprit, he sent the flying sword letter Gu to challenge Feng Yuan. Humph, he clearly knows I am still immortal, but he challenged me as a Gu immortal. He even said it so righteously, claiming to be fair, this guy is still as shameless as he was in my previous life. But, why did he treat me as someone from Crane Gate? Feng Yuan was doubtful as he opened the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu. He opened it and took a look, his pupils shrunk as he showed an expression of astonishment. What? Feng Jing is still alive? As he read on, the doubts in his heart were finally cleared away. So that's it. He Feng Yang from Crane Gate is an astute person, he actually thought of this method to get rid of his competitors. But, he greatly underestimated me. How can I join CraneGate? But the transaction in the letter is what I need. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan calmed down. The towering Tianti mountain pierced through the clouds, reaching a height of 1,000,000 meters. It was at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritance, the mountain of sages. In ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals and mortals, leading to the celestial court. Immortal Crane Sect's elite disciples were standing at the foot of Tianti mountain. They had already waited for an hour. How much longer do we have to wait? This Fang Yuan is putting on too much airs, isn't he? Shu, be quiet. He is Guyue Fangjing's brother, and now the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of which, Fangjing's brother is really amazing. He even defeated Feng Kim Hong, Xiaoqi Xing, and Ing Xingji. So what? If I had a sect supreme elder supporting me and activating fixed immortal travel Gu, I would also be able to obtain the Blessed Land. Our sect's elders are really scheming. On the surface, they sent Fangjing to attract the firepower, but the real trump card is his brother, Fang Yuan. To make this matter seem real, CraneGate lied to the sect's disciples. CraneGate's disciples only then knew that there was a Guyue Fang Yuan in their sect. In these 3 months, Guyue Fang Yuan became the most discussed person in CraneGate's disciples. He was low-key and mysterious, attracting everyone's curiosity. He amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, helping CraneGate obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and even gaining face for CraneGate, causing other disciples to feel proud. The discussions behind him continued to enter Fangjing's ears. Fangjing stood at the front of the crowd, his gaze was heavy as he looked at Tianti Mountain. These days, he was like a walking corpse, he did not know how he survived. When Fangjing left Qingmao Mountain, he was determined to take revenge, to seek justice for his dead clansmen. He was burdened with a blood feud, and the strong will of vengeance supported him, forcing him to cultivate diligently. He worked harder than all the other disciples and did not slack off at all. He had imagined countless times that when he found Fang Yuan, he would defeat Fang Yuan, make him kneel on the ground, and repent for all that he had done on Qingmao Mountain. The people in the underworld who knew about this would be able to rest in peace. Therefore, when he was climbing Danghun Mountain, he wanted to give up countless times, but he persevered countless times. Every time he thought of Fang Yuan, there would always be a strong force in his heart that supported him and allowed him to continue climbing. He was determined to obtain Hu Immortal Inheritance, not only because he did not want to disappoint his master and the sect's expectations, but also because Hu Immortal Blessed Land increased the possibility of his revenge by several times. However, he never expected that the blow of fate would come so suddenly and so heavily. Guyue Fang Yuan, his biological brother, the protagonist of countless nightmares, had suddenly appeared on top of the mountain. Then, in front of everyone, he seized the inheritance, and even Gu immortals could do nothing about it. The defeated Fangjing returned to the sect. Shock, pain, bewilderment, fear, he knew the sect's lies, he was an insider and knew the truth of the matter. But it was precisely because of this that the shadow in his heart grew even larger. This shadow was something Fang Yuan had cast on him since he was young. Why is Big Brother so smart? But I am stupid. Why did I still lose to Fang Yuan despite cultivating so hard? Why was it like this in southern border, and now in central continent? Don't tell me that I, Guyue Fangjing, will have to live under his shadow for the rest of my life, and never be able to defeat him? Every time Fangjing thought of this, an unwillingness would rise up from the depths of his heart, giving him even more motivation to cultivate even harder. But this time was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission given to him by the sect before he came, Fangjing's body could not help but shiver. The Blessed Land was in Fang Yuan's hands. The sect had to recruit Fang Yuan in order to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. As long as he was willing to hand over Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would become an elder of CraneGate. In Central Continent sects, from bottom to top, they were outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, and true disciple, rising through the ranks. Above the disciples were elders, their cultivation was rank 4, and they were in charge of all aspects of the sect. Above the elders were sect leaders, their cultivation was at least rank 5 middle stage, and they were in charge of the sect's affairs. Above the sect leader was the Grand Elder. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals. They were usually secretive and rarely seen, cultivating in seclusion. When the sect was on the brink of destruction, or when a major event occurred, they would come out and let the world know of the deep foundation of Crane Gate as one of the 10 great sects. Ever since I joined Crane Gate, I have been cultivating hard all these years, from outer disciple to inner disciple. Then from inner disciple to elite disciple. During the sect assessment, I obtained the first place among the elite disciples with great difficulty. As for him, Feng Yuan, as long as he said a word, he could easily become an elder of the sect. Any disciple who sees him would have to bow and greet him. Every time Feng Jing thought of this, he would feel an incomparable pain in his heart. If Feng Yuan really became an elder, then he, Feng Jing, would have to bow and greet this great enemy of his in the future. What fun would there be in such a life? What meaning would there be? Master, could it be that all the efforts I put in have been meaningless? At this moment, Feng Jing stood at the foot of Tianti Mountain, waiting for Feng Yuan to summon him. He could not help but fall into deep self-doubt. Master Tenchiru immediately consoled him. Feng Jing, you need to correct your mentality. Crane Gate sacrificed a lot for Hu immortal inheritance, including an immortal Gu. For the sake of the sect, we need to look at the big picture, and temporarily put down our personal grudges. Feng Jing, you need to understand, it was Crane Gate who nurtured you, now the sect needs you to make some sacrifices. You need to look at the big picture, you cannot be ungrateful. Saying this, Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart. He understood Feng Jing very well, thus he was even more worried. All along, the thought of revenge was like a pillar that supported Feng Jing forward, it had already become his cultivation obsession. But now, the sect's order was to destroy this obsession of Feng Jing's. This was more fatal than any injury. It was very likely that Feng Jing would suffer such a blow and become dispirited, unable to recover from this setback. But what can we do? After all, that is a blessed land, and at the same time, there is a forbidden land like Danghun Mountain. The gutstones on the mountain will be supplied to the sect's disciples, and the whole sect's strength will rise sharply. Besides this, Feng Yuan has blood skull Gu, and even fixed immortal travel Gu. The value of these things is too great, how can a mere elite disciple compare to them? Master Tenchiru sighed in his heart, but on the surface, he said to Feng Jing, my good disciple, you need to restrain your desire for revenge. A little impatience will spoil great plans, treat this as a tempering of your nature. When you see your brother, do not attack. In the blessed land, you are not your brother's match. Saying this, Master Tenchiru could not help but think of He Fingyang's instruction before they set off. I know the grudge between the two brothers, Feng Yuan and Feng Jing. If there is a need, we can sacrifice Feng Jing. You can negotiate on behalf of Feng Jing. He Fingyang was under a lot of pressure, all the supreme elders were paying attention to this matter. Master, you want me to treat this as a tempering of my nature? I will try my best. Feng Jing's fists loosened and loosened, showing the struggle, pain, and anger in his heart. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that their enemy was dead. This was pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find their enemy, but they could not defeat him, and his enemy was still living happily. This was even more pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that they could not defeat their enemy, they even had to negotiate in a friendly manner, hoping that their enemy would become their superior. This was the greatest pain of all. Feng Jing, don't be too conflicted. Feng Yuan is not having a good time either, the blessed land has an earthly calamity. You cannot imagine the might of an earthly calamity. Even if your brother has immortal Gu, he is still immortal. In a while, he will deeply understand the terror of an earthly calamity. By then, the earthly calamity will be full of loopholes, and the losses will be severe. This trip of yours has a high chance of success. Master Tenchiru consoled him. Feng Jing heard this and his mood relaxed a little. The earthly calamity has started. He Fingyang muttered. He lived in seclusion behind the scenes, 1 was to protect these elite disciples, 2 was to prevent other Gu masters from plotting against them, and 3 was to help Feng Yuan at the crucial moment if he could not resist the earthly calamity. At this moment, he stared at the location of Hu immortal blessed land hidden on Tianti Mountain, and sensed the destructive aura unique to the earthly calamity. Soon, his lips curled up. Because on Tianti Mountain, there was a phenomenon. Piece after piece, the phantom image of a grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. It was like smoke or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on the mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and it was a rather large loophole, allowing outsiders to peek at the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only be stuffed in some goo worms. There was still some distance before goo masters could enter. Master Tenchiru had already shouted, "The loophole has appeared, quick, send the lightning symbol paper crane goo in." Fangjing gritted his teeth, and under everyone's gaze, he injected his primeval essence and activated his goo worm. The lightning symbol paper crane goo shot into the loophole like a bolt of lightning. But soon, the phantom image of the grassland turned into a lump of primeval chi, dissipating from heaven and earth. The lightning symbol paper crane goo flew 2 rounds before returning to Fangjing's hand. This is Fang Yuan. He gave up the blessed land on his own accord, completely abandoning it. It seems he is worried that the loophole will form a passage and allow outside goo masters to enter. He Fengyang was slightly shocked, but soon sneered, "I'll let you cut it, let's see how far you can cut it. Every piece of blessed land you give up is the same as cutting your own flesh." However, after a while, He Fengyang's expression changed completely. He is still cutting the blessed land? It is probably several thousand mu. He has some courage, no wonder he could take the risk to snatch the inheritance. After a while, He Fengyang's expression turned ugly. On Tianti Mountain, the holes were densely packed and were appearing frequently. Not only the elite disciples of Crane Gate were watching closely, there were also many goo immortals hiding behind the scenes, paying close attention. Using this time, Fangjing tried 3 more times, finally successfully sending the lightning paper crane goo into the blessed land. A green bird spread its wings and flew over, following the hole and entering Hu immortal blessed land. This is letter sending green bird goo. What is Fengjoga trying to do? He Fengyang saw this and his expression turned grim. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide and his face was filled with extreme shock. Oh my God! He actually cut off such a big piece of blessed land? He Fengyang was tongue-tied, he was like a stone statue. Fang Yuan gave away a whole 500,000 square kilometers of blessed land. The entire mountainside of Tianti Mountain was filled with the shadows of the blessed land, a large grassland covered everyone's vision. A goo immortal reacted the fastest, his sword light flashed and he revealed his true body. Ha ha ha, such a huge blessed land. It is mine, no one can snatch it from me. Xianxia shouted excitedly, he wanted to pull this territory into his own blessed land and expand his territory. But right at this time a lightning light shot out. F***CKME. Xianxia was caught off guard, he cursed and was sent flying by the blue charm lightning shadow like a cannonball. Xianxia was not easy to deal with, he immediately fought with the blue charm lightning shadow. The commotion was intense, the mountains shook, the elite disciples of Crane Gate were all dumbfounded. What made them even more shocked was, more than 10 figures appeared on the battlefield like a pack of hungry wolves. They split up this 500,000 square kilometers of Hu immortal blessed land at lightning speed. You damned bitches. I lured the monster away, I worked hard and did a great job, but you didn't leave anything for me. I am your ancestor. I curse you to have your assholes blocked when you shit, and to have sons that grow on your heads. One sword was so angry that he shouted. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. He was in a sorry state after being chased by the blue charm shadows. There's also that little thief Fang Yuan. He's truly vicious and audacious, actually scheming against me. Fight me if you have the guts. He shot out the flying sword letter goo. The flying sword letter goo's speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, it had the ability to pierce through space. Even if there were no loopholes, it could still shoot into the blessed land. Everyone at the Crane Gate was dumbfounded. Is this the demeanor of a goo immortal? This Xianxia is truly an embarrassment to us goo immortals. He Fengyang could not help but cover his face with his hands. At this moment, it glowed with a platinum light. There was a vermilion gate tower within the light. It was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored plaque on it. The pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the rainbow light shone on Fangjing's body. In the blink of an eye, Fangjing disappeared from where he stood. Moving the blue charm shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu Immortal's abilities. But to move a Fangjing, it was still possible. Therein. He Fingyang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It was the blue charm shadow. But the platinum radiance brought along the vermilion door. It suddenly retracted. The blue charm lightning shadow's attempt to charge into Hu Immortal blessed land failed. Fangjing felt his vision blur for a moment before he focused his eyes again. The scenery around them had changed drastically. He was on the grassland, and the grass was all around his feet. The sea of clouds above their heads cast a thick shadow. Not far away, there were a few lakes with clear and crystalline waves. We've reached Hu Immortal blessed land. Fangjing reacted quickly. The goo worms on his body were all sealed, just like when he first entered the blessed land. A cloud of smoke rose in front of him and expanded to the size of a floor mirror. Fang Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror. He was sitting, leaning against the back of a chair. His legs were crossed, his left hand was placed on his raised knee, while his right elbow was placed on the large armrest, and his palm was supporting his face. His black hair hung down freely, and his eyes were half squinted. His leisurely and languid movements and demeanor gave off a dangerous, demonic, and dark feeling. My adorable little brother, to think I could see you in Central Continent. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign to Fangjing, yet so familiar. Fangjing's body shook, his eyes were filled with intense hatred as he growled, Guyue Fang Yuan, you are a deranged demon, an executioner who slaughtered my kin. I will kill you with my own hands. Saying so, he charged towards Fang Yuan. But this Fang Yuan was just an image formed by a cloud of smoke. Fangjing dispersed the smoke. Soon, the dispersed smoke gathered again, forming a perfect image of Fang Yuan. Fangjing pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, Fang Yuan, you don't even have the courage to meet me? You coward! Shameless traitor, inhumane bastard! The worst that could happen was death. Yet, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, you killed your entire family. How could you do such a treacherous thing? Are you still human? He he he. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and leaned against the back of the chair in satisfaction. My dear little brother, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Whether I did it or not, they will die. If that's the case, why can't I live? Without my counterattack, do you think you will be brought back to Central Continent? On the contrary, I am the one who saved you. I'm your savior after all. Bullsh*T. Preposterous and shameless. Fangjing heard Fang Yuan call himself his savior, and his nose became crooked. The smile on Fang Yuan's lips gradually disappeared, and he sighed, Fangjing, my little brother, you really disappoint me. You haven't improved at all these years. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just someone's pawn. Alright, let's get down to business. I have read the letter from Crane Gate. Don't talk nonsense about promising me the position of an elder from now on. Instead, we can make a deal. Fangjing's chest heaved up and down, and his breathing was heavy. He stared at Fang Yuan's image with hatred in his eyes. This pair of brothers looked so similar, almost identical, and they had the most intimate blood connection. Unfortunately, they were mortal enemies. Fangjing breathed roughly a few times, and finally restrained his surging killing intent towards Fang Yuan. Thinking of the sect's orders, he said, our sect is not interested in the fox groups or goo worms in Hu Immortal blessed land. But the guts goo on Danghun Mountain have some value. Our sect will send more disciples here, bring them to Danghun Mountain. Stop. Before Fangjing finished speaking, Fang Yuan interrupted, I still don't believe your Crane Gate's sincerity. This is what I want, prepare it for me first, and give it to me as soon as possible. I don't have you on stone, but I have the corpse of the desolate beast swamp crab that can be used for the transaction as you on stone. The details are in the letter. Go back and take a good look. The moment he said that, a tiny lightning bolt flew over, landing in Fangjing's hand. It was that electric paper crane goo. This electric paper crane goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan for his own use. The contents were the goo worms that Fang Yuan wanted, all kinds of materials, as well as the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, carapace and so on. Fangjing raised his head, and was about to speak when the scene in front of him changed. He was transported out again. Check it, is there anything wrong? After Feng Jing left, Feng Yuan did not relax, and instructed the land spirit. Blessed lands could not imprison a mortal Gu. Feng Yuan did not meet Feng Jing personally, because he was worried that there was an immortal Gu hidden on him. Crane Gate was a huge clan, they would not lack a mortal Gu. Although Feng Jing's aperture could not hold an immortal Gu, and could easily leak the immortal Gu's aura. But the Gu Master world was full of strange things. There were many methods to hide the immortal Gu's aura. Feng Yuan had to be on guard against this. The land spirit checked it several times, and after confirming there was no problem, Feng Yuan relaxed. I passed the earthly calamity. Is this considered a blessing in disguise? Feng Yuan squinted, considering his situation. The situation in front of him. It was much more advantageous than what he had expected. In order to swallow Hu immortal blessed land, Crane Gate actually covered for their enemy, Feng Yuan. Such boldness, as expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, everything was based on benefits, enemies, friends, everything was built on this foundation. In other words, this was the so-called big picture view. Under the restrictions of the system, under the requirement of the big picture view, even if Feng Jing hated him, so what? Wasn't he still obediently negotiating with him? Once they realize that they cannot control me, they will lose everything if they attack forcefully, so Crane Gate will come to negotiate and trade. Even if they find out, they won't say anything about the righteous and demonic factions colluding. Because Crane Gate has already admitted that I am their disciple. This is a meticulous plan. But this is what I need. Even if this disciple's identity is fake, it is enough to intimidate other forces. Looking at Jian Yixing and Feng Zhouge's letters, I will know how precious this identity is. Feng Yuan thought. He did not mind this identity. In essence, he was still a demonic path cultivator, he was still a human, he could still do things freely, nobody could restrict him. But at the same time, he could trade for other resources he needed. Come, I still want to go to Xianxia blessed land and snatch connecting heaven Gu. Now that I have Crane Gate to trade, I do not need to do so. But Crane Gate will not let me go after I snatch Hu immortal blessed land. Negotiating now is because they are afraid of me, there is no choice. I cannot be careless and give them a chance. Feng Yuan warned himself, as for his brother Feng Jing, he was secondary. Killing him would at most raise his aptitude by using Blood Skull Gu. But the disadvantage was that he would become enemies with Crane Gate and put himself in a dangerous situation. Killing his own brother, this was a pure demonic act. If outsiders knew about it, they would think that Feng Yuan had betrayed Crane Gate. By then, the 10 great sects and countless demonic path Gu immortals would place their greedy gazes on Hu immortal blessed land. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once this matter was exposed, even if Crane Gate wanted to put on a show, they would not be able to do it. In Feng Yuan's current situation, raising his aptitude was secondary. No matter how much he raised his aptitude, he needed resources to cultivate. Feng Yuan carefully looked at the densely packed letter that was flickering with lightning. Feng Yuan only wanted 3 things: yuan stone, Gu worms, and materials. 5 million yuan stone? Sure. Not to mention 5 million, even 10 million or 50 million would be fine. Feng Yuan sneered. At the level of Gu immortals, immortal essence was the most important. They could have as many yuan stone as they wanted, they did not care. Oh? And 5 spring egg Gu? Feng Yuan was slightly stunned. Spring egg Gu was a rank 5 Gu, it looked like a white goose egg and was obtained by killing specific eggmen. If the spring egg Gu was planted deep underground, it would form a primeval water spring. This meant that a spirit spring could be grown. Every spring egg Gu represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring, from the moment it forms to the moment it disappears, could produce at least 100 million yuan stone, but spring egg Gu's value was much higher than 100 million yuan stone. Gu immortals often bought them and planted them in their blessed land to form a spirit spring that could nourish all living beings. With a sufficient spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be denser, and it would be beneficial for nurturing and strengthening Gu worms. On the contrary, without a spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be diluted by immortal essence and produced In a sense, spirit springs could save a mortal essence. To think that this Fang Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg goo. But this goo is in short supply even for goo immortals. How could we give you 5 at once? 3 is more or less enough. Your who immortal blessed land will belong to our crane gate sooner or later. He Fengyang shifted his gaze and looked at the contents below. Below, Fang Yuan listed many goo worms. What does he want so many low-rank goo worms for? He Fengyang was puzzled. If Fang Yuan wanted those rank 5 high-quality goo worms, or rare and powerful ones, then so be it. But what he wanted to trade were some rank 2 and rank 3 goo worms. Although there were rank 4 ones. Their numbers were few. I understand. This kid's wariness was really strong. He is afraid that if he directly asks for a rank 5 goo, we will tamper with the goo worms, so he plans to refine the goo himself. The process of goo refinement had to be precise and meticulous. If a goo worm was tampered with, it would destroy the entire refinement process. Conversely, successfully refined goo worms are all safe and clean. He Fengyang suddenly felt a little troubled. It turned out that he did have such a plan. Now that he saw this, he understood that this plot had failed before it could even be carried out. This kid is not easy to deal with, but how does he know so many goo refinement recipes? Looks like his background is definitely not simple. He Fengyang was secretly shocked. But on second thought, he smiled again. This Fang Yuan. You don't know what's good for you. Was goo so easy to refine? Every goo refinement was a huge investment. The higher the rank of the goo, the higher the failure rate and the greater the loss. How old are you? Goo refinement is not something that can be done with just talent. The most important thing is the accumulation of experience. He Fengyang did not know Fang Yuan's background, nor did he know that fixed immortal travel goo was refined by Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would not be able to laugh. He Fengyang continued to read. Oh? Among them, he also asked for relic goo. 1 yellow gold relic goo. 3 purple crystal relic goo? He Fengyang's gaze paused, knowing what Fang Yuan was planning. Fang Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already known to the goo immortals of the 10 sects. It was not a secret. Fang Yuan used a yellow gold relic goo. That was rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use 3 purple crystal relic goo to jump to rank 5 peak stage. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It had a huge business. They naturally had these relic goo. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would unexpectedly obtain relic goo and offer them to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would also give the bronze to purple crystal relic goo. As the sect's mission rewards, they would be given out. He Fengyang could take out these relic goo, but letting Fang Yuan advance to rank 5 so quickly was not in line with Crane Gate's benefits. This time, I will first trade a purple crystal relic goo to make this Fang Yuan covet it. These relic goo are what he wants the most. I need to stop him and make him trade the guts goo. He Fengyang continued to read. Other than goo worms, there were some materials. Most of these materials were very common. There were some rare goo refinement materials, but they were not in large quantities. It seems this kid has made up his mind to refine goo. Refine. But why does he want star heron bile, toadstone, ascension wine, and so on, these extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that could be used for these materials. Some of them were as valuable as the parts of desolate beasts. Even He Fengyang had to spend a lot of effort to get these things. No matter if this kid is deliberately mystifying me, or trying to divert my attention, or refining some rare goo worm, I cannot give him all these materials at once. By making him anxious, he would be able to find out his true intentions. I will give him a jar of Ascension wine this time. This Ascension wine was a top-quality wine, brewed by Crane Gate's 3rd Supreme Elder. It was He Fengyang who had joined the 3rd Supreme Elder over 100 years ago. During the banquet, the 3rd Supreme Elder was in a good mood, and rewarded him with 3 jars of Ascension wine. The 3rd Supreme Elder liked to drink wine. It was one of the pleasures of life. But He Fengyang did not like it. Ascension wine was the most worthless to him. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang saw the parts of the desolate beast swamp crab. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence comparable to Gu immortals. So many desolate beast corpses, it seems this earthly calamity is a desolate beast calamity. This kid Fang Yuan's luck is really good. He used Dang Hun Mountain to kill the swamp crab's soul, and obtained such a complete swamp crab corpse. He Fengyang only needed a moment to guess the earthly calamity's situation. This swamp crab can be eaten completely, but did Fang Yuan ask for any rockmen in this letter? Is it because he does not know about rockmen and has limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated there are still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How did Fang Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel Gu, and who was behind him? He Fengyang did not know these questions. Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea, these 5 regions were independent. They each had their own barriers, and were extremely vast. Crane Gate did not even have complete control over Central Continent, not to mention extending their tentacles into Southern Border's various regions. However, ever since Fang Yuan snatched Hu Immortal Inheritance, Crane Gate had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. Several days later. We're here, let's plant the spirit spring here. On the grassland, Fang Yuan stopped and said to Little Hu Immortal who was following behind him. Little Hu Immortal nodded her small head. She waved her hand and spring egg goo flew out. The spring egg goo landed on the ground and drilled deep into the soil. In just a moment, Fang Yuan felt the ground shaking and the sound of flowing water. It became louder and louder. Next, with a bang, spring water spurted out of the ground, reaching a height of 20 to 30 feet. The spring water was milky white in color, water vapor dissipated. After a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan could feel the primeval qi in the air. It had become extremely dense. Primeval qi is the source qi of all living beings. The more abundant the primeval qi, the more fertile the land, and the more lush the vegetation. The more prosperous the beast groups will be, the more benefits the rockmen will gain. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The transaction with Crane Gate was a success. Fang Yuan sold all the swamp crab corpses. At the same time, he obtained a large portion of the things he wanted. Among them, there were 3 spring egg goo. This spring egg goo was rank 5. It was rank 5 and could only be used once, turning into a small spirit spring. Activating it had a high requirement on the Goo Master's primeval essence. At least a rank 5 upper stage Goo Master had to expend all their primeval essence to successfully activate it. Fang Yuan only had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, he could not activate the spring egg goo. But fortunately, he had the land spirit Little Hu Immortal as Fang Yuan's helper. These 3 spring egg goo were buried by Fang Yuan near the Rockman tribe's homeland. After the 6th earthly calamity, the fox groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land were pitifully few and not worth nurturing. Fang Yuan placed all his attention on the Rockman tribe. Now, there were only a few hundred rockmen left, they were even rarer than the foxes. But with Dang Hun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockman tribe would rapidly grow stronger. He, Master, this is great. With these 3 spirit springs, the expenditure of green grape immortal essence will be reduced. Little Hu Immortal smiled happily as she looked at the spring water spurting into the sky. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million yuan stone, it can last for 50 to 60 years. But for the entire blessed land, it is far from enough. Even the southern part of the blessed land is lacking. Fang Yuan said. Spirit springs were divided into small, medium and large. Small spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, medium spirit springs could last for over 100 years, and large spirit springs could last for hundreds of years. The gushing spring water pushed the surrounding soil away, and the spring mouth gradually expanded. The spring water's momentum was not strong enough, and the height was slowly decreasing. After 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would officially form, and the spring water would flow, soaking the surrounding soil. In the next few months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of yuan stone. Let's go back first. The Rockman tribe over there should be overjoyed. Fang Yuan ordered the land spirit. In the next moment, the 2 teleported to Dang Hun Mountain. Heavens, so many gutstones. This place is a mess, there was indeed a huge battle. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockman tribe will usher in a glorious tomorrow. Our descendants will be endless. Tribe leader Yan Yong, we can build the largest Rockman tribe in the world. The stone men cheered and shouted, venting the excitement and happiness they felt at this moment. Danghun Mountain was filled with gutstones. Within 5 steps, there would definitely be one. The Rockmen enthusiastically crushed the gutstones, strengthening their souls. Many small Rockmen were already born, and they were also beating the gutstones. The new souls quickly grew stronger, allowing them to control more stones as their bodies. There were originally only a few hundred Rockmen left, but in just a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The larger the population, the faster the growth. On the second morning, their population broke 10,000. On the third evening, they had 300,000 tribesmen. All the gutstones on Danghun Mountain were also harvested. On the fourth day, Danghun Mountain started to show its might. The Rockmen could only reluctantly leave, majestically returning to their homes. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, in the huge stone cauldron that was as tall as 5 people, the green-blue liquid was bubbling continuously. All in the water looked like it was boiling, but it was actually overflowing with cold air. Even if a Rockman were to put his hand in, he would instantly turn into a popsicle. Fang Yuan stood in front of the cauldron, splitting his attention to control it while taking out the primeval elder goo. He multitasked, activating the primeval elder goo as pieces of Yuan stone flew out. Plop, 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 Yuan stone fell into the cauldron, splashing water. Primeval elder goo was a rank 3 storage goo. It could store 1,000,000 Yuan stone at most. It was like a crystal ball, translucent. The clouds in the ball condensed into Old Man Cloud. There were a lot of Yuan stone stored inside. Old Man Cloud was smiling. When Yuan stone was little, it was a crying expression. When large numbers of Yuan stone were thrown in, Old Man Cloud's smile gradually disappeared, turning into a bitter melon expression. Fang Yuan had used over 500,000 Yuan stone in this goo refinement. If it was before, he would not have been able to afford it. But now, he was rich and imposing. After selling the desolate beast swamp crab and buying a lot, he still had over 6,000,000 Yuan stone left. Yuan stone was thrown in, forming a whirlpool in the cauldron, causing the liquid to spin rapidly. The cauldron was shaking slightly. The goo refinement was at a crucial moment. Fang Yuan was completely focused. He could not be distracted anymore. His forehead was soon covered in sweat. He could only call out softly, "Land Spirit." "Yes." Little Who Immortal answered crisply, quickly throwing silver ingots into the cauldron. The silver ingots fell into the water, causing the whirlpool to slow down. The silver ingots finally calmed the water in the cauldron, turning into solid silver ice cubes. Finally, the liquid in the cauldron completely froze. Large amounts of silver fog spread out. It froze the cauldron, even spreading 5 steps away, dyeing the ground silver. Fang Yuan breathed heavily. The goo refinement has been going on for 3 days, it is finally over. Rise. The silver ice cubes cracked, goo worms flew out. These goo were all rank 3, shaped like small cups or trumpet flowers. His palm was wide enough to hold 3 of these goo. Their entire bodies shone with a brilliant silver light. Used to store liquids, they were used to store goo worms. Little Who Immortal counted carefully and beamed. She clapped her hands and said excitedly, 137, 146. 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 goo at once. We can sell it for a lot of money. What are these goo worms? Hee, these are all silver light cup goo. I still need to use them to refine goo, so I won't sell them. Fang Yuan smiled. This silver light goo was refined by a goo immortal 380 years after Fang Yuan's previous life. The fusion continued. After reaching rank 5, it would be the goo Fang Yuan needed. Of course, it was impossible to sell it now. These days, I have used large numbers of guts goo to strengthen my soul to 52 times that of a normal person. That was why he wasn't too tired. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with the result of this goo refinement. The benefits of strengthening the soul foundation were starting to show. If Fengyang saw this, he would not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's goo refinement attainment. It was already much higher than him. But his head was still slightly dizzy. Every time he refined goo, his soul would be burdened. Not to mention Fang Yuan's large-scale Gu refinement. If it was before, Fang Yuan could only rest and sleep to recover his soul. But now, he had a better method. Land spirit, this cauldron is already useless, get rid of it. I will take a walk outside. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal immediately started working. 3 to 4 days had passed, large numbers of gutstones condensed on Danghun Mountain again. Fang Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, and the flying guts Gu immediately recovered his soul and even strengthened it a little. Fang Yuan immediately felt that his head was no longer dizzy, and his thoughts were as fast as lightning. He laughed heartily. This guts Gu is indeed a legendary Gu, its effect is amazing. I might as well strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Fang Yuan felt refreshed, and his movements were light and quick. 77 times. Fang Yuan's thoughts were like lightning, every thought flashing like sparks. 85 times. The strength of Fang Yuan's soul had already surpassed the limit of his body. 92 times. Fang Yuan could clearly feel his soul. In his senses, his soul was grayish-white, and its appearance was no different from Fang Yuan's, except that it was extremely strong, with bulging muscles and a body like a bear or a tiger. And although Fang Yuan's body was strong, he only had the back of a wolf and the waist of a bee. His soul was stored in this body, and there was a feeling of pressure. Had he reached the limit? 93 times. Fang Yuan stored another guts Gu, and his soul was strengthened again. This time, Fang Yuan felt an unprecedented carefree and comfortable feeling. This kind of pleasure was 100 times better than taking drugs, tasting delicacies, or even having intercourse. Even a tough man like Fang Yuan could not help but let out a moan of pleasure. The indescribable comfort and intoxication made one forget to return and enjoy the endless taste. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, but his heart was on high alert. He crushed the gutstone again, and his soul became stronger again. This time, the feeling of comfort was several times stronger than before, 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling of comfort that came from the depths of his soul was so strong that Fang Yuan's whole body was trembling, his muscles and bones were numb, and the feeling was indescribable. 100 times, the intense intoxication was like a hurricane, and Fang Yuan almost fainted. This is the limit, I can't use guts Gu anymore. Fang Yuan bit the tip of his tongue, and used the pain to keep himself awake, and not lose himself in it. Ordinary people could only raise their soul by 100 times, and it was commonly known as 100-man soul. This was also the limit of life and death. If the soul was strengthened even a little, the whole soul would explode with a loud bang. It would be like eating too much and causing the stomach to burst. But the explosion of the soul was countless times more serious than a bloated stomach. The soul would completely dissipate, instantly destroyed, and after being preserved for a period of time, it would slowly rot into white bones. If Fang Yuan was immersed in the pleasant feeling, he could not help but use another guts Gu. He did not even have the chance to activate Autumn Cicada, and directly died, completely vanishing from this world. It is a pity I do not have Luopa Valley. In Luopa Valley, there is bewilderment fog, which can make the soul loose. There is also Luopa wind, which can cut the soul. When the soul is tortured like this, it will become even more condensed and refined. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The strengthening of the soul was only an advantage in terms of quantity. It had to be refined and condensed, that was the advantage in quality. In this world, there were many Gu masters who focused on soul cultivation, and they were collectively called Soul Path Gu masters. Soul Path and Strength Path were equally famous, they were also the glory of the olden antiquity era. It was just that Strength Path had declined by now, but Soul Path had not declined, it was still a major path in the current era. The Gu master who created Soul Path. In the entire history of the world, he was extremely famous. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, a rank 9 Gu immortal who looked down on the universe and ignored all living beings. He was truly invincible in the world, a legend that dominated an entire era. At the same time, he was also the rank 9 Gu immortal with the greatest killing intent. Among all the immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. In his dark era, he treated the 5 regions as his slaughterhouse. All living beings were silent, he could slaughter them as he pleased. They were powerless to resist. Spectral soul demon Venerable had once said, "In this huge world, Danghun Mountain is the best choice for strengthening the soul, and Luopa Valley is the best choice for refining the soul. If one could obtain a mountain and a valley, they would definitely achieve great success in soul path. They would be able to roam the world unhindered." Thus, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were soul path Gu cultivators. Two sacred lands that were equally powerful. Feng Yuan was extremely fortunate to obtain Danghun Mountain. It was a great benefit from his rebirth. But the chances of obtaining Luopa Valley were very slim. He did not even know where Luopa Valley was. However, even though I do not have Luopa Valley, I can use other soul path Gu worms to replace it. Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Ice Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Resentful Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu and others can refine my soul, allowing me to continue strengthening my soul and break through 100-man soul to 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. He could not use Crane Gate to obtain these Gu worms. If Crane Gate tampered with the Gu worms that directly affected the soul, it would be too dangerous. But Feng Yuan knew very little about the refinement recipes of these Gu worms. Most importantly, he had not considered which Gu worm was most suitable for him. For now, 100-man soul is enough to deal with the situation. I should focus on how to trade rockmen. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while before coming back to his senses. The desolate beast swamp crab had already been sold, but Feng Yuan did not intend to sell the gutstones for the following transactions. Selling the gutstones would strengthen Crane Gate. This was not something he wanted to see. In the following days, Feng Yuan continued to refine Gu and cleanse his aperture. A month's time passed quickly. Because of Nine Eyes Liquorworm's help, Feng Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4 peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Golden Cup Gu. Golden Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu were not much different, they were both rank 3 Gu used to store liquid. Next, he used Golden Cup Gu and Silver Cup Gu to refine together. After spending 7 days and 6 nights, with good luck, he finally obtained 3 rank 4 Golden Cup and Silver Cup Gu. He put down his work and looked at the Rockman tribe. So many days have passed, the Rockman tribe should have split up. Most of the Stone Man's life was spent sleeping. Normally speaking, when a Rockman is close to 300 years old, their soul will accumulate to a certain extent and they will be able to produce a descendant. After that, every 200 years, a young Rockman will be produced. If nothing goes wrong, when a Rockman lives to 1,000 years old and dies of old age, he will have 4 descendants. But because of the gutstones, the Rockman tribe's population increased rapidly, from a few hundred to over 300,000. The rapid increase in population caused the Rockman's internal conflicts to increase, intensify and erupt. The Rockman's social structure was very loose, they could only organize 100,000 people at most. Sure enough, after the coup d'état, the Rockman tribe split into 3, each tribe having an average of 100,000 people, each with a spirit spring as the center, settling down. Feng Yuan took out the newly refined Slavery Gu and gave it to Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Slavery Gu, from rank 1 to rank 5. Feng Yuan refined all rank 3 Slavery Gu, it was enough to control the Rockman tribe. Little Hu Immortal moved the Slavery Gu 10,000 li away and directly used it on the crucial Rockmen. How could the Rockman's souls be the match of Feng Yuan's 100-man soul? They were easily enslaved. In an instant, Feng Yuan controlled 3 Rockman tribe leaders, including Yan Yong, as well as more than 10 Rockman elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockmen were under his control. Turning one's hand into rain, this move already had a trace of a Gu Immortal's elegance, pure sight. Not selling gutstones, but Rockmen? He Fengyang looked at the letter in his hand with a dark expression. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain's Guts Gu was what Crane Gate needed the most. Once they had the Guts Gu to increase their soul foundation, the strength of all Crane Gate disciples would increase by 30%. Moreover, gutstones could not leave Danghun Mountain, they could only be mined on the spot. This way, using this excuse, Crane Gate's disciples could enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land. As time passed, Feng Yuan's vigilance would gradually decrease, and it would be much easier for Crane Gate to secretly tamper with him. But Feng Yuan refused to sell gutstones no matter what. He Fengyang was gloomy. Since when did I, a grand Gu Immortal, have to be troubled by a mortal thief? He gritted his teeth as he thought, His handsome young face was now somewhat distorted. He had battle strength, but he could not use it. Fang Yuan was holed up in Hu immortal blessed land like a tortoise, and with fixed immortal travel gu, he could leave at any time. He Feng Yang, and even the entire Crane Gate, were afraid of harming him, and did not dare to touch him for the time being. It seems that the rockmen that Hu immortal moved in back then are still alive. But, this thief Fang Yuan sold so many rockmen at once, how many guts gu did he use to nurture them? Thinking of this, He Feng Yang felt his heart bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Hu immortal blessed land had been extended by 5 times. That was only about a year. Fang Yuan nurtured so many young and strong rockmen. If he gave these guts gu to Crane Gate to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this scoundrel Fang Yuan would rather nurture the rockmen than let immortal Crane sect use them. His heart could be destroyed, he could be destroyed. What made He Feng Yang angry was not just this. More importantly, he was still angry at himself. Fang Yuan sold so many rockmen. Even if he was a gu immortal, he could not help but be moved. In the blessed land, if there were enough rockmen, gu immortals could excavate underground and extract large amounts of underground resources. All kinds of metals, gems, ores, as well as gu worms, underground creatures, and so on, came in an endless stream. Other than that, if there were more stone men, they would be able to build an underground city. This would indirectly expand the space of the blessed land. There was no strength in the blessed land. The resources that gu immortals excavated mostly came from the surface. This is just a flat surface. However, with the addition of the stone men, they could even use the underground. The benefits would definitely multiply. And on the market, the supply of stone slaves could not meet the demand. The stone man spent most of his life sleeping. An ordinary stone man would die at 1,000 years old. In his life, he could only produce 4 descendants. If he used soul path gu worms to strengthen the rockman's soul, it was not impossible. Many gu immortals had tried but had never succeeded. There was only one reason. That was the cost. The value of a soul path gu worm was much higher than a single rockman. Unless there were some gu immortals who had special needs for the rockmen, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this world, only Fang Yuan who controlled Danghun Mountain could do this. He could raise so many rockmen without restraint. And in this transaction, the price that Fang Yuan gave in the letter, it also moved He Feng Yang quite a bit. Even if Crane Gate did not use it himself, he could sell it for a profit. But even if there was a bargain in this transaction, He Feng Yang was still unhappy. He knew that this was the bait that Fang Yuan threw out. He was not afraid that you would not be moved, he was not afraid that you would not eat it, and just like what Fang Yuan expected, He Feng Yang was moved, Crane Gate would also be moved, and the other gu immortals would also be moved. The rockman slave trade would be popular for at least 100 years. Fang Yuan, this despicable thief, he is truly crafty. But with this batch of rockmen, first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder could see the results. It can also make that Lei Tan shut his mouth. And I can finally let out a sigh of relief. He Feng Yang took a few deep breaths and calmed his heart. He squinted his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. But Fang Yuan, don't be too smug. Since you don't want to sell guts gu, I won't sell relic gu either. Don't you want yellow gold relic gu and purple crystal relic gu? No way. Fang Yuan was lying on the chair, looking at Crane Gate's reply. Because the blue charm lightning shadow was still guarding Tian-Ti Mountain, little Hu immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's entrance, so Crane Gate used flying sword letter gu. Fang Yuan took a look, and saw the contents. He Feng Yang's letter, other than agreeing to the transaction, he also clearly stated, he wanted to trade guts gu. For guts gu, he could sell relic gu. He could even personally help him pass the 7th earthly calamity. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Letting He Feng Yang enter Hu immortal blessed land was much more dangerous than the earthly calamity, it was impossible. As for blocking relic gu, could it block Fang Yuan's lifeline? What a laughable plan. I will definitely not trade guts gu, but I can sell the rockmen, and at the same time, I am not afraid Crane Gate will not be moved. But from now on, I can't always transact with Immortal Crane Sect, I need to expand. Fang Yuan pondered. With his 500 years of experience in his previous life, Fang Yuan knew that his selling price was slightly lower than the Gu Immortal market. Crane Gate would definitely make a profit from this transaction. But this was also Fang Yuan's intentional arrangement. Right now, he needed the identity of Crane Gate's disciple, and also needed to stabilize and protect this weak and fake relationship. With this benefit in hand, the pressure on He Fengyang has eased. He wants to slowly scheme for my blessed land, and I also need this slowly. When I become a Gu Immortal in the future, would I still be afraid of Crane Gate's attitude? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang had set a time, asking Fang Yuan to open the door and send in the whole earth Gu. The scale of this transaction was huge. Fang Yuan wanted to sell 60,000 rockmen. But these rockmen could not leave through the blessed land's door. Right now, that blue charm lightning shadow was still roaming around Tianti Mountain. If the door was opened and it charged in again, Fang Yuan would be in huge trouble. In this situation, he had to use the whole earth Gu. This Gu was a rank 5 Gu, there were two of them, a mother Gu and a child Gu. Its use was to set up a space path passage between two places. A Gu master could enter from the child Gu, and exit from the mother Gu. Similarly, from the mother Gu, they could instantly reach the child Gu. Whole earth Gu was often used to connect two blessed lands. Normally, whole earth Gu was used to transport all kinds of resources. During battle, reinforcements could use whole earth Gu to quickly reinforce the blessed land. To carry out the transaction and transport these rockmen, it is unavoidable to use whole earth Gu. But I am worried that your whole earth Gu will be tampered with. It is better for me to refine it myself to protect myself. Fang Yuan thought of this, and a trace of spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out, as he casually refined the flying sword letter Gu in his hand, and quickly sent a reply. Half a day later, He Fengyang received the reply letter, and opened it to see a large number of Gu worms listed, as well as all kinds of materials. Oh? You don't want to use the whole earth Gu I gave you, but instead modified the recipe of the whole earth Gu, and want to refine a new Gu worm yourself? He Fengyang showed anger. Bullshit. Whole earth Gu has been widely used for over 500 years, the recipe has long been known to Gu Immortals, how can you modify it? This little thief Fang Yuan is too vigilant, he wants to use this to extort a sum of money from me, so that I will not dare to reject his transaction. I don't need to look to know that among these Gu refinement materials, there must be a relic Gu. Or a spring egg Gu, or a rare strength path Gu worm. Nothing? He Fengyang took a few glances, but did not find any relic Gu, spring egg Gu, or strength path Gu worms. Instead, there were large numbers of unorthodox materials, and low-rank Gu worms. The highest rank 5 Gu worm was the Earth Path Gu worm Mountain 9 Ring Gu, used to increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. Other than that, there were also many rank 4 Gu, like the common move position Gu, and the extremely useful side push guide Gu. He Fengyang's thoughts wavered. Looking at this, it seems like he really wants to refine Gu. As long as his luck is normal, these materials can already refine 3 whole earth Gu. Don't tell me, he really modified the recipe of the whole earth Gu? No, Fang Yuan is only a mortal, how can it be? But what if it is the Gu Immortal behind him? If it was a modified recipe, then the new Gu would definitely be stronger than the whole earth Gu. He Fengyang could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Fang Yuan refines it, he would definitely hand over the child Gu to him. At that time, as a Grand Gu Immortal, he would be able to reverse deduce many things from the child Gu, and even restore the recipe. 2 days later, Fang Yuan received a letter. Fang Yuan opened it, and as expected, He Fengyang found all sorts of excuses in the letter, purposely cutting off many materials and Gu worms. The motive was obvious, he was trying to probe Fang Yuan's true recipe. Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head and laugh. He Fengyang was too meticulous, this was his strength, but also his weakness. Although the number of times they interacted was pitifully small, Fang Yuan had already seen through most of He Fengyang's character. He immediately replied righteously, requesting He Fengyang not to cut anything, otherwise he would not be able to refine the Gu worms. But He Fengyang feigned civility, continuing to make excuses until Fang Yuan almost believed him. After a few letters, Fang Yuan helplessly chose to compromise, and listed another list. Lad, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. He Fengyang received the letter, and handed over a portion of the items listed on the list. Then, he continued to find excuses to delay. In the end, he wasted a whole day. When Fang Yuan showed extreme helplessness and anger, He Fengyang finally stopped, feeling that the time was right. He held on to the sixth list that he had cut off and went back to study it. But his refinement path attainment was not good. After painstakingly researching and refining many times, he could not see any results. Half a month later in Central Continent time, he received the whole earth goo from Fang Yuan. He acted like he had obtained a treasure, and continued to study it patiently. This time, he studied for 3 whole days, and finally succeeded in reverse deducing the recipe. Seeing this recipe, He Fengyang shouted furiously, "Fang Yuan, you little bastard! This is clearly an ordinary whole earth goo recipe. Who immortal blessed land, a vast grassland in the west. Literature hall, a vast expanse of green land stretched out continuously. A newborn little fox was playing with a fluttering butterfly. In who immortal blessed land, foxes were the strongest predators, thus they lived without worries. Although the sixth earthly calamity had a disastrous loss, they still managed to preserve their fire. On the vast grassland, the fox group slowly but steadily continued. Suddenly, the space fluctuated and 2 figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. Of these 2, one was a black-robed man, tall and handsome, with black hair and eyes as deep as ink. The other was a cute and tender little girl, wearing a colorful dress. Her eyes were like stars and her snow-white fox tail was fluffy and soft, the fine fur at the tip of the tail slightly trembling in the wind. They were none other than Fang Yuan and little who immortal land spirit. The location is not bad, let's do it here. Fang Yuan looked around and took out whole earth goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a walnut, it looked like wood, hard and uneven, and was as big as a watermelon. Whole earth goo was a rank 5 goo master, at least a rank 5 peak stage goo master could activate it with all their strength. Fang Yuan naturally could not do it, so he handed the goo to the land spirit. After little who immortal activated it, whole earth goo immediately burst out with an intense red light and plunged into the grassland. In an instant, the red light soared to the sky. And the surrounding 100 li of earth trembled. In a flash, the red light disappeared and a crack that was 270 feet long appeared on the ground. The soil on both sides of the crack bulged. If one looked down from the sky, it would look like a person's lips. Next, the crack slowly opened to 2 sides, revealing 2 rows of compact square rocks that looked like human teeth. The teeth also opened. A huge dark hole was revealed. "Master, I'm hungry." The crack earth's mouth opened and closed, producing a loud sound that caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Fang Yuan laughed and took out the primeval elder goo. Activating his primeval essence, the amiable-looking old man Yun's joyous expression gradually disappeared, because large amounts of yuan stone were taken out and thrown into the crack earth's mouth. After throwing in 200,000 yuan stone, Fang Yuan stopped. He placed the primeval elder goo back into his aperture. The huge mouth slowly closed, and the 2 rows of stone teeth continued to grind against each other, crushing the primordial stones into powder. Then, there was a loud gulp, like the sound of a person swallowing food. The surface of the earth shook. After swallowing these yuan stones, the earth-splitting mouth calmed down and no longer made any noise. At this step, the whole earth goo was completed. Once it landed here, it could no longer move. When He Fengyang's child goo was successfully activated, both sides could communicate with each other. The cost of feeding whole earth goo was extremely high. Within a year, it had to be fed with 200,000 yuan stone. And every time he used it, it also consumed a large amount of yuan stone. Which mortal goo master could afford to use it alone? Other than large sects and clans, only goo immortals with large businesses could raise and use these whole earth goo alone. Land spirit, this place must be heavily guarded from now on. Enslave some foxes. We will live in this area. Fang Yuan looked at the earth fissure in front of him as he arranged. Yes, master. To protect our homeland, we need to fight. That damned immortal is making a comeback. They're coming back, and we have to face them head-on. For a beautiful future. Tribesmen, raise your fists. Although we have some grudges with the other 2 tribes, these are small internal conflicts of our Rockman tribe. This time, our three tribes will each send out 20,000 warriors to form an alliance army and march towards the west, directly attacking the Immortals' nest. This is a great war, everything is for the benefit of the people. Our fathers and ancestors sacrificed their lives and scattered their souls to defeat the Immortal, only then can we live in peace now. We need to follow in our ancestors' footsteps and fight bravely. The land spirit mobilized the fox groups and appeared around the Rockman tribe. The Rockman higher-ups took the chance and quickly formed an alliance army. The alliance army moved majestically towards the western part of the Blessed Land. Along the way, there were 5 to 6 small-scale battles. The Rockman army won all of them while the fox groups retreated in defeat. Look there. That is the demon's nest. Xianxia stood up and arrived in front of the whole Earth Gu. Earth, you are our mother, you raised our Rockman tribe. Why are you protecting that damned immortal? Xianxia shouted in pain. At this time, the earth crack opened its mouth and little Hu Immortal used a goo worm to change her voice. The Rockman army heard a gentle female voice, "O Rockmen, my children. It is not that I want to protect that immortal, but that immortal entered my stomach and is residing in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth now and ask you to destroy him. I will give you my blessings." The Rockmen were shocked before cheering loudly. Mother Earth has spoken. We are warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is that immortal, he actually threatened our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth. We will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. The morale of the Rockman Alliance army rose greatly. The earth crack opened its mouth and Xianxia took the lead, shouting, "Rockmen, charge!" Saying so, he jumped into the hole. Charge, we cannot let our tribe's hero fight alone. Charge, we have no fear, we are omnipotent, we want to slaughter the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side, we will definitely win this battle. The Rockmen jumped into the earth crack like dumplings. In the deep and dark tunnel, they fell down. After a while, they landed on solid ground. Where is this? Why is it so dark? This place is darker than underground, we cannot see anything. How can we fight if we can't see? The Rockmen were confused when they suddenly heard loud coughing sounds. A lump of light suddenly split above their heads. Rapid air currents formed and enveloped them, shooting them out. 230, 240. The Crane Gate disciple stood beside the whole Earth Gu's child Gu, carefully counting the Rockmen that were shot out. The Rockmen fell to the ground after being shot out of the earth crack. They were immediately restrained by the Crane Gate disciple, unable to resist or move. Xianxia and some Rockmen elders stood at the side, lowering their heads as they looked at this scene, keeping quiet out of fear. He Fengyang, who was furious after being tricked by Feng Yuan, considered the big picture and did not destroy the whole Earth Gu's child Gu in a fit of anger. He planted it on Feihe Mountain. As for the Rockmen, Feng Yuan only used their tribe's belief in Mother Earth, then used the Fox Group and the cooperation of the Rockmen higher-ups to successfully lure 60,000 young Rockmen to Feihe Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, other than the orthodox Renzu bloodline, there were also variant humans. Although variant humans were smarter than other life forms, they could not compare to humans. Hairy men were ignorant, eggmen were innocent, rockmen were crude, even a 7 or 8-year-old smart child could be tricked. Be it southern border or central continent. Such things often happened, some child would meet a hairy man or rockman and be tricked into the market. After the variant humans were sold, they would still be ignorant. They would count the child's money. After this transaction, Feng Yuan only received 1,600,000 yuan stone. Although the 60,000 rockmen were young and strong, they were not as valuable as a swamp crab. Feng Yuan still had to pay for the Gu refinement materials, and using whole earth Gu cost 65,000 yuan stone. At the same time, he bought some ordinary materials. To take revenge on Feng Yuan, he Fengyang raised the price by 10%. The things that Feng Yuan wanted were also reduced by a lot. Feng Yuan did not mind, he had already gotten what he wanted. After the transaction was completed, Xianxia and the other rockmen returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land using whole earth Gu. Feng Yuan had already arranged the explanation for them, he believed the rockmen tribes would not retaliate. Even if they retaliated, he would kill them and raise another batch, there were still many gutstones on Danghun Mountain anyway. Fang Yuan calmed down and continued to cultivate. But when he reached rank 4 peak stage, Nine Eyes Liquor Worm lost its effect. Liquor Worm could refine the quality of primeval essence, but it could only raise it by a small realm. When Fang Yuan reached rank 4 peak stage, he already had peak stage true gold primeval essence, he had already reached the peak. If he went any higher, it would be rank 5 initial stage light purple primeval essence. Fang Yuan sealed Nine Eyes Liquor Worm. This was the goo worm that had accompanied him all the way from Qingmao Mountain. From rank 1 liquor worm, it fused all the way to rank 4, and now it was finally retiring. Relying on true gold primeval essence to refine his aperture, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed slowed down. Of course, because he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, compared to ordinary goo masters in the outside world, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster. If I continue cultivating like this, by the 7th earthly calamity, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation, close to upper stage. Fang Yuan had a great aptitude now, it was not a problem to break through to rank 5. But the higher a goo master's cultivation, the longer it would take to advance. Rank 5 middle stage, and this was after including the purple crystal relic goo in his possession. This level was many times better than the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, he was over 30, but was already rank 4 peak stage. In his previous life of 500 years, he was still struggling in rank 2 realm at this age. But this speed is still too slow. The Blessed Land has the 7th earthly calamity, and I have the internal threat of spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan calculated, in at most 3 years, he would have to leave the Blessed Land and go through a series of adventures. At least, he would have to find smooth success goo or instant success goo to use spring-autumn cicada and obtain more chances of survival. Sigh. If possible, I would like to be like Feng Jioga, cultivating in Hu Immortal Blessed Land until I reach Goo Immortal Realm, and then roam the world. Spring-autumn cicada could allow a goo master to revive, but there were many restrictions. Even if they succeeded, they would have to guard against it bursting their aperture. Without this major flaw, Fang Yuan's cultivation would be much easier. For the next 3 years, I will refine goo while using gutstones to strengthen the rockmen, and sell them to exchange for all kinds of resources. But although Fang Yuan's plan was good, it could not compare to the teasing of fate. Crack. Fang Yuan crushed the gutstone with one hand, immediately, a lump of mud flowed out and stained his hand. Fang Yuan's gaze was extremely solemn as he casually picked up a pebble from the mountain and held it tightly in his hand. The yellow mud on his hand melted the pebble at a slow speed, turning the sturdy rock into even more mud. After a while, Fang Yuan could clearly feel the pebble in his hand shrinking. About 15 minutes later, the pebble completely turned into mud and disappeared. The yellow mud flowed through the gaps between Fang Yuan's fingers and onto Danghun Mountain, causing continuous damage to Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before slowly asking, "How serious is the situation?" Little Hu Immortal wiped her tears and replied while sobbing, "Right now, most of Danghun Mountain has already been corroded by the yellow mud. 6 out of 10 gutstones below the mountain waist are yellow mud. Master, what do we do? Danghun Mountain is going to die, sob sob sob, it's all my fault, I did not detect it in advance." Fang Yuan patted Little Hu Immortal's head and consoled, "This is not your fault, no need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab, it is truly a desolate beast, truly an earthly calamity." Land spirits had different abilities, they were all related to the Goo Immortal and the Blessed Land. He sighed and continued, "I was feeling lucky that the desolate beast did not have an immortal goo. It turns out that this swamp crab had already used an expendable immortal goo, the immortal goo's power is hidden in the mud. Flesh and blood are fine, but the mountain rocks will suffer and will gradually be assimilated into mud. In the earthly calamity earlier, the swamp crab spat out large amounts of mud, from which a crab army emerged. Fang Yuan killed a vast number of crabs, but in fact, his true trump card was this yellow mud. Fang Yuan guessed that this should be the effect of the rank 6 gruel mud goo. Gruel mud goo was a naturally formed goo, there were many rank 1 and 2, while rank 3 and 4 were also common, they were often used by goo masters to construct cities. Rank 5 goo masters were rare, and when many rank 5 goo masters did not have a powerful rank 5 goo, they would often choose the gruel mud goo and use it temporarily. At rank 6, there was only one in the entire world. Moreover, Gruel Mud Immortal Goo could only be used once. The Gruel Mud Goo could only be used on soil, so the swamp that swamp crabs lived in must have been affected by the Immortal Goo. The swamp crab spat out mud from the swamp every day, thus it brought the power of the Gruel Mud Goo to Who Immortal Blessed Land. After the mud crab died. Although the battlefield had been cleaned, a large amount of yellow mud had seeped into the mountains and the earth. The Immortal Goo Gruel Mud's power was so concealed, the yellow mud naturally did not have the slightest aura of the Immortal Goo. If Feng Yuan had not arranged for the rockmen to enter the mountain to knock on the rocks, they might not have found any clues. However, even if he discovered the truth in advance, when the earthly calamity arrived, he would not be able to escape. He did not have the ability to stop it. Feng Yuan's face darkened. Danghun Mountain was being corroded by the power of the Immortal Goo, gradually turning into yellow mud. This was a grievous news. In the entire Who Immortal Blessed Land, the most valuable thing was this mountain. He planned to use this mountain to nurture rockmen and sell them. From now on, he would strengthen his soul. He still had to rely on this mountain, he could not sit back and watch the situation worsen. Immediately, Feng Yuan ordered Little Who Immortal. Try to get rid of the yellow mud. This way, the danger would be greatly alleviated. But Danghun Mountain's interior was also being corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. To get rid of it, Feng Yuan had to borrow the power of other Immortal Goo. I took such a huge risk and luckily obtained a sacred land for strengthening my soul. Even if I become a Goo Immortal in the future, this Danghun Mountain will be of great use. I cannot let it be destroyed like this. Heaven does not want this sacred land to fall into the hands of humans, thus it sent down such an earthly calamity. Thus, I will go against heaven. Fighting with humans, fighting with heaven, this is the joy of life. With Feng Yuan's knowledge, he was not at a loss of what to do. He thought of more than 10 solutions, eliminating the unrealistic ones. More than half of them were eliminated. After eliminating the more difficult ones, only 3 were left. The first was Earth Path Rank 6 turn into Rock Goo. This Goo was currently in Western Desert, controlled by Rank 6 Goo Immortal Sun Chen. Sun Chen was a righteous path Goo master. He used this Goo to turn sand into rock, allowing mortals to build cities in the desert. He was deeply grateful to mortals. He was soft-hearted and valued kinship, doting on his great-granddaughter the most. If Feng Yuan could capture his great-granddaughter as a hostage, he would definitely be able to make him submit. The second was also an Earth Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo, called Comeback Mountain. This Goo had already appeared in the world, hidden in Eastern Sea's High Shore Blessed Land. Feng Yuan could enter the Blessed Land and use another Immortal Goo to exchange for this Goo. The third was the Time Path Rank 6 Immortal Goo landscape as before. This Goo had not been born yet, it was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunxing, was only a Rank 5 Goo master in Northern Plains. I refined fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Goo in front of everyone at Southern Border Xianxia Mountain. Needless to say, Southern Border is in an uproar right now. Immortal within. Immortal Goo, I'm afraid Southern Border's Goo Immortals have been alerted and are searching for me everywhere. Before Feng Yuan became a Goo Immortal, he would not even think of stepping into Southern Border. Although the 5 regions are independent, Southern Border's super clan, E-Clan, has connections with a mysterious force in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years for the news of me refining an Immortal Goo to spread to Central Continent and other places. But Eastern Sea might not be the same. Feng Yuan first eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it is the most developed place in the world. Cities depend on the oases in the desert to survive. If I can sell the rockmen there, I will definitely make a huge profit. Unfortunately, the development of trade means the development of information and intelligence. I am a Southern Border Goo master, I am definitely a fat sheep. If I go there, I might be noticed the moment I enter the city. In his previous life, Feng Yuan roamed the 5 regions for 500 years before finally choosing to settle in Central Continent and become a Goo Immortal. He had a good understanding of Western Desert's situation. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. The large tribes graze, migrate, fight, and reproduce on the grassland. Their mobility is very high. Some small and medium-sized tribes have even more chaotic management. I can take advantage of this situation. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live, many of them gathered together all year round. As long as the oases were not lost, no one would be so bored as to travel long distances in the vast desert where danger lurked everywhere, to search for another oasis. But in Northern Plains, tribes had to migrate from time to time in search of fertile and fresh grassland. The climate there was constantly changing. From time to time, there would be strong weather changes that could destroy their homes overnight, forcing the tribes to migrate again. This way, tribes would move all over the place, conflicts were unavoidable. Thus, Northern Plains had the most Gu masters, and was also the most proficient in fighting among the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan chose Western Desert and kidnapped hostages to threaten Gu immortals, it would definitely cause a huge and lasting commotion in the peaceful Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 Gu master Tai Baiyunxing, the commotion would only last for a while. After a few months, people would forget about him. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan felt that the chaotic Northern Plains was more suitable for him to act in. Western Desert's Sun Chui was already a Gu immortal, while Northern Plains' Tai Baiyunxing was only rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on a direction, Fang Yuan racked his brains, searching for all kinds of useful information from his memories to weave his plan for Northern Plains. Plans could not keep up with changes. Since rebirth, his plans had been constantly changing. The first time on Qingmao Mountain was when he obtained a great aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus changed. The second time on Sancha Mountain was when Fang Yuan soared to the sky in one step. His original plan became even more unrecognizable. Although there were still benefits in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, it was even more impossible. He was immortal, famous in the righteous path's 10 great sects. He was targeted by the entire Crane Gate and many demonic path Gu immortals on Tian-Ti Mountain. As long as he did not become a Gu immortal, he would have to hide in the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had originally planned to live well in Hu immortal Blessed Land. There were sufficient resources in the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan wanted to imitate Feng Jioga and cultivate hard to reach Gu immortal realm as soon as possible, and get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada, his biggest internal threat. Fang Yuan was a risk-taker. He liked to use small means to win big, and often struggled on the line between life and death, but this did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. If he did not use a safe and stable cultivation method, instead he liked to jump around and cause trouble everywhere, taking risks and trying things recklessly. That was a problem for his brain. Loneliness, solitude, boredom, these had never been an obstacle to Fang Yuan's cultivation. If his temperament was so shallow that he could not endure these, how could he successfully walk down this path? However, the world changed, things did not go according to one's wishes. That was the nature of life. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate hard, and the Blessed Land's development was fast and good. Crane Gate might be an external threat, but Fang Yuan held the initiative. The other party might be powerful, but they could not control him for a period of time. His future prospects could be said to be good. Everything was going smoothly, and everything was changing for the better. But right at this time, Danghun Mountain had a problem. To Hu immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain's importance was self-evident. Once this mountain had a problem, Fang Yuan's business plans collapsed, and his cultivation plans also went up in smoke. Because of this, Fang Yuan had no choice but to change his plans again. He left the Blessed Land and went on an expedition to Northern Plains. Fortunately, I planned ahead and made some preparations, otherwise I would be in a passive position now. In the next few months, Fang Yuan put all his energy into Gu refinement. He used rank 4 Golden Cup Silver Light Cup Gu, combined with rank 4 Side Push and Side Guide Gu, and rank 4 Shift Form Gu, to refine rank 5 Moving Cup Gu. He then refined Dusty Gu, Bright Pearl Gu, Dark Cast Gu, and Earth Treasury Flower King Gu. Land Spirit, when I am not around, follow my arrangements. Before leaving, Fang Yuan instructed. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red. She was reluctant to part. Master, I will wait for you here, you must return quickly. Saying so, she activated her green grape immortal essence and poured it into fixed immortal travel Gu. Hell, in the dark grassland, the poison-beard wolf king raised its neck and let out a long howl. The ears of the hundreds of poison-beard wolves around it twitched, and their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolf group split into two groups, they were organized like an army. The young girl Guyao ran with all her might. But her horse had died long ago. Her little red leather boots stepped on the muddy swamp, already as heavy as lead. The stampeding poison-beard wolves successfully surrounded her, and then quickly closed in. But they were wary of the girl's powerful goo worms, they only circled around her and did not dare to attack. Suddenly, one of the poison-beard wolves became impatient and charged out. It moved quickly, its body turned into a black shadow as it pounced towards Guyao. Guyao shouted and activated her goo worm, pointing with her finger, and a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow shot out in a spiral and accurately pierced the poison-beard wolf's head. This bold poison-beard wolf died on the spot, its corpse fell on the rotten grassland and rolled for a while before stopping. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed the surrounding grassland red. The restless wolves paused for a moment, but soon the smell of blood in the air stirred up the savagery and cruelty in their bones. At once, hundreds of poison-beard wolves howled. Guyao's beautiful face was filled with despair and regret. He really shouldn't have come to this poison grassland alone to search for some snow willow. Right now, she was in a desperate situation and was about to be torn to pieces by the wolf group. She swallowed it. "Father, I am sorry, I cannot be filial to you anymore. I know. You arranged a marriage for me, it is for my own good. But I really do not want to get married. Ancestor in longevity heaven, if you can hear my prayers, please send a brave warrior to save me." That attack earlier had already used up the last trace of white-silver primeval essence in Guyao's aperture. All Guyao could do was to pray. The wolf group finally lost their patience. The Wolf King held and all the poison-beard wolves charged towards the girl in the center with terrifying momentum. "I am going to die." Guyao's face was pale. She was at a loss as she looked at the wolf group's advance. At this moment, an intense green light suddenly flashed. When the light shone on the poison-beard wolves, they all closed their eyes. It let out a howling sound. A charging pack of wolves. They collided with each other. One fell down, implicating the other. Their momentum instantly collapsed, and the scene became chaotic. "What's going on?" Guyao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she tried her best to look. The figure of a young man appeared in the green light. After the green light dissipated, a naked man appeared in front of Guyao. "One. Alone?" Guyao's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. She thought incredulously, could it be that my ancestors in the longevity heaven heard my prayers and sent reinforcements? But why was this reinforcement not wearing any clothes? Guyao suddenly had a big question in her heart. "We've reached the northern plains?" Barefooted on the grass, Fang Yuan quickly looked around. Why are there people, and wolves?" Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an accident the moment he stepped into the northern plains. He had to keep his trip to the northern plains a secret, but he was exposed the moment he arrived. The Wolf King roared, it suddenly jumped and opened its mouth, its sharp teeth biting towards Fang Yuan's neck. A mere 100-beast king." Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, he pushed out a golden dragon. Rank 4 golden dragon goo, roar. The 4-clawed golden dragon roared, it bared its fangs and claws as it flew out, crashing into the poison-beard wolf king. This 100-beast king's bones were instantly shattered, it was sent flying like a broken sack. After it landed on the ground, it howled and struggled, but it could not get up. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, he sent out another golden dragon. Only then did the poison-beard wolf king die. Once the Wolf King died, the wolf group collapsed, in a few breaths of time, they escaped 100 li away. Only the Wolf King's corpse was left, and the young girl Guyao looked at Fang Yuan blankly. Fang Yuan turned his deep and serene gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe unique to the northern plains, the long-sleeved robe was blue and white, the edges were embroidered with gold, it looked pure and noble. She had a purple gold belt around her waist, her thick black hair was adorned with many fine and beautiful hair accessories. His feet were clad in scarlet leather boots. Her skin was slightly dark, with a hint of red, it was the unique skin color of northern plains. Her figure was slim and fit, like a cute deer. Guyao was forced to take a step back by Fang Yuan's gaze, she asked curiously, "Who are you?" Are you the hero who came down from the longevity heaven to save me? Before Fang Yuan could reply, she continued, I am a member of Good Tribe, my name is Gu Yao, my father is the tribe leader of Good Tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life, you will receive the warmest welcome from Good Tribe. Oh, I have not asked for your name. Fang Yuan laughed, beautiful grassland girl, you can call me Xianxia. The longevity heaven is where giant sun immortal lives, how could I come from there? I am only an ordinary Gu master. Saying so, he took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of the cup was gold, while the bottom half was silver. It was rank 5, used for storage, it was the moving perspective cup Gu that Fang Yuan refined in the Blessed Land. Immediately, Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into it, and took out a set of clothes. This was a black tight-fitting battle attire. After Fang Yuan wore it, he gave off a heroic and steady aura. During the whole process, Gu Yao stared at him without blinking, her heart was pounding, and her face was flushed red. The young girls of the grassland were so passionate. Fang Yuan wore his clothes, and walked towards the poison-beard wolf king's corpse. Poison-beard wolves were a common type of wolf in northern plains. But different from other wolves, it did not have a single hair on its body was black, and its skin looked like it was coated with a layer of enamel. It did not have ears, and had 2 5-inch-long feelers. When it ran, the feelers would hang at its sides. When it fought, the feelers would stand up high. Fang Yuan searched for a while, but did not find anything. This poison-beard wolf was a 100-beast king, and had a rank 2 Gu worm in its body. This wolf had 2 rank 2 Gu on it, acid water Gu and poison needle Gu. Acid water Gu could make it spit out green acid, corroding flesh and even iron and stone. Poison needle Gu could shoot out poison needles to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only obtained the fragments of these 2 Gu worms. The Wolf King did not have a defensive Gu, no wonder it was easily killed by Fang Yuan. Normal beast kings could have a beast enslavement Gu. For example, the dog enslavement Gu on the Dog King. The Wolf King had a wolf enslavement Gu. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan needed it. Just as Fang Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, the Yao walked over. Chang Shanin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider, right? Are you from Eastern Sea? Central Continent? Or Western Desert? Fang Yuan stood up, I am from Northern Plains. The young girl grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth, you liar. How can we have such an accent in Northern Plains? Warrior Chang Shanin, don't worry. You've saved my life, so you're the benefactor of our Good Tribe. Our Good Tribe will not reject you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, as long as one was an outsider, they would be ostracized. Not waiting for Fang Yuan to reply, the lively young girl pointed at the fixed immortal travel Gu on Fang Yuan's shoulder, asking, Warrior Chang Shanin, the Gu on your shoulder is really beautiful. What Gu is this? Is this the Gu that brought you here? Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated, carefully observing the young girl's expression. He found that she did not seem to be faking it, and was truly ignorant, not recognizing this fixed immortal travel Gu. Only then did he relax. Killing intent surged in his heart, but on the surface, he showed a sincere and kind smile. Beautiful girl, are you Tian K? Why are you always chirping? He, alright, I have to go now. See you again. Fang Yuan raised his head, using the stars in the sky to determine his direction. Next, he walked past Gu Yao, towards the depths of poison grassland. The young girl quickly chased, I am not Tian Quebec. Who asked you to be so mysterious, suddenly appearing again? Hey, don't go that way. That direction is the only way to get out of poison grassland. I am going in. Fang Yuan said without turning his head. Why do you want to go in? The deeper you go into poison grassland, the more dangerous it is. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, a strong man's fists cannot hold off a pack of wolves. Gu Yao jogged over to Fang Yuan, persuading him. The 5 regions of the Gu Master world were independent. When Gu Masters crossed regions, their battle strength would be suppressed by a rank. Fang Yuan was a southern border Gu Master, but when he went to Northern Plains, he would be suppressed in a different place. Although he still had rank 4 peak stage true gold primeval essence in his aperture, its effect was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Xiao could sense that his aura was rank 3 peak stage. And the rank 4 golden dragon goo from southern border only had the power of a rank 3 goo. If it was in southern border, golden dragon goo would definitely be able to kill the poison beard wolf king with one strike. But in northern plains, Fang Yuan had to use it twice to kill the poison beard wolf king, and even leave the wolf king's corpse intact. Fang Yuan slowed his steps, looking at Gu Yao with a solemn expression and firm gaze. I have my reasons for going to poison grassland. Gu Yao was stunned by his bearing, and only reacted after Fang Yuan took a few more steps. The young girl quickly chased, warrior Chang Shanin, let me go with you, we can take care of each other. She took the bait. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. His current battle strength was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage, it was not enough to enter the depths of poison grassland. Thus, he urgently needed northern plains goo worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Gu Yao, he might not be able to get all her goo worms. Thus, Fang Yuan used a small scheme, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, and easily lured Gu Yao to his side. Even though this was Fang Yuan's intention, and Gu Yao also volunteered to join, Fang Yuan still said to her, take care of me? What do I need you to take care of me for? Saying so, he glanced at her, his tone carrying some arrogance. The young girl immediately raised her head. Do you know, poison grassland is covered in purple poisonous fog, breathing it for a long time will poison you. I have a goo worm that can detoxify it. Also, the deeper you go into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog, and there are also ghosts and vengeful spirits. At that time you will not be able to tell the direction, only my return heart goo can point you to the correct way back. Gulp, the young girl was speaking when her stomach suddenly made a sound. Fang Yuan looked at her stomach, and the young girl's face instantly turned red. She stuttered as she explained that, my big stomach horse was eaten by poison beard wolves. Yuan stone and rations are all inside. Big stomach horse was a type of riding beast, it was very common in northern plains. It had 2 stomachs, one main stomach was used to digest food, while the other was used to store supplies. Northern plains goo masters, when migrating, would use large numbers of these big stomach horses. Fang Yuan asked curiously, your father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe, and you are his daughter, why are you using such an ordinary riding beast? Sigh, it is because he took my goo. I escaped alone, and was able to bring along a big stomach horse, and even prepare so many supplies, it is already very amazing. Gu Yao was a straightforward person, but after saying it, she felt it was inappropriate, and her expression froze, realizing she had said something wrong. Escaped? Is it to escape marriage? Fang Yuan raised his brows. The young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she looked at Fang Yuan, you have a mind-reading goo? How did you know? Fang Yuan laughed, he was only guessing, but it was not without evidence. In northern plains, women's status was much lower than men, they could even be treated as goods in the market, and be bought and sold casually. In southern border, there were female tribe leaders, but in northern plains, there were no such cases, women could not hold power. Why was it so? This tradition could be traced back to the era of the giant sun immortal. And in his memories, in these 3 years, northern plains was filled with heroes vying for supremacy, a storm was brewing. In the end, the He family's patriarch, He Lulan, succeeded in becoming the ruler of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial ruler of the grassland in later generations. He Lulan was extremely lecherous. After he dominated the grasslands, he searched for beauties from all the tribes and took them into his harem. But on the other hand, he promoted new policies to raise the status of women in an attempt to make men and women equal. This severely violated the interests of all sides, it intensified the conflicts and caused the political system of northern plains to become unstable. Thus, He Lulan had only been the ruler of the grasslands for 2 years before she was tricked into leaving the royal court by her own people and assassinated. Soon after, all the tribes united to overthrow He tribe's rule and fight for the throne of the imperial court again. The bloody storm lasted for 5 years before it gradually subsided. After this battle, the various clans of the grassland went through a chaotic battle, and their vitality was greatly damaged. It would also be a failure for Xianxia State in the battle to attack the four regions in the future. Thus, many young girls in Northern Plains would often choose to escape from arranged marriages. The girl in front of him was the daughter of a tribe leader, but she came to Poison Grassland alone. Fang Yuan naturally had such a guess. Fang Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup Gu and gave it to Gu Yao. This girl was clearly extremely hungry. As she wolfed down the food, her eyes turned as she said in a muffled voice, "The one who wants to marry me is Man Duo from Man Tribe. He is the third son of Man Tribe leader. He is thin and small like a monkey, and his body is frail and sickly. He only has rank 2 cultivation. Normally, he uses his father to bully the men and women in the tribe. He does not have any heroic spirit. I do not want to marry such a good-for-nothing. But Man Tribe is powerful. Our good tribe has just migrated here and our strength is greatly reduced." Man Tribe's betrothal gift was very grand. They even promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to our good tribe. Father saw this and wanted to marry me off. In a fit of anger, I escaped. Warrior Chang Shanin, why don't you kidnap me? Northern Plains people were fierce and had a custom, that was to kidnap a bride. The bride who was kidnapped was often more precious than the bride who was officially married. Fang Yuan laughed, "I have no interest in you, quickly eat, we will continue our journey after you are full." Gu Yao's black eyes moved, "There is another way, that is to marry into our good tribe. According to the rules of the grassland, only warriors can have beauties. Even if Man Tribe comes to find trouble, they will have to follow the rules and let that skinny monkey Man Duo fight you one-on-one. Warrior Chang Shanin, you are so strong, you can definitely beat that Man Duo into a pig's head." Fang Yuan stopped smiling, "I said I have no interest in you." Gu Yao, however, was even more passionate, showing the direct and unrestrained nature of Northern Plains women. "Why not? Am I not beautiful? I am the beauty of good tribe. That Man Duo saw me from afar and became infatuated with me, begging his father to propose marriage. Warrior Chang Shanin, marrying into good tribe is also good for you. You are an outsider. If you do not marry into our tribe, others will not treat you as one of their own. You will always be ostracized and guarded against in Northern Plains." Fang Yuan said solemnly, "I said before, I am a Northern Plainsman." Gu Yao laughed, "Warrior, you can't lie to me. Your accent betrays your background. Your food is not Northern Plains tea cakes and meat jerky. Just marry me. Don't you feel that our meeting is arranged by the longevity heaven?" Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids, a cold light flashed in his eyes as the smile on his face widened. "Let me think about it first, you don't have to make a decision so hastily," Fang Yuan said as he took out Yuan stone and passed it to Gu Yao. Gu Yao nodded, "Then you have to think carefully, think carefully." She took the Yuan stone and said in a serious tone, "I will return these Yuan stones to you." Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yao did not speak anymore, instead concentrating on absorbing the Yuan stone to replenish her primeval essence and quickly recover her strength. As they moved deeper into poison grassland, the thin poisonous gas in the air gradually became denser. Originally, it could not be seen with the naked eye, but now, they could see a faint purple color. "Stop, there is a wolf group." Gu Yao, who was walking, suddenly stopped, unconcealable fear in her eyes. Evidently, the battle with the poison-beard wolf group had left a deep impression on her. Fang Yuan stopped, and after 3 breaths of time, he used his Gu worm to detect the traces of the wolf group. He glanced at Gu Yao. As expected of the daughter of a tribe, the investigative Gu worm she was equipped with was top-notch. Fang Yuan's rank 4 investigative Gu was refined by him in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But in Northern Plains, it was suppressed and could not compare to Gu Yao's rank 3 Gu. The wolf group's excited howls became louder and louder. Soon, hundreds of poison-beard wolves appeared in their field of vision. So many wolves! Gu Yao's face was pale, her body trembled as she took in a deep breath. The wolf group this time was several times more than the previous time, there were close to 1,000. The stronger the beast king, the larger the scale of the beast horde. This meant that this 100-beast wolf king was stronger than the previous one. "Humph, what are you panicking for? Just protect yourself." Fang Yuan snorted, stomping his feet as he ran towards the wolf group. Gu Yao saw this and could not help but gasp, wanting to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had already charged into the wolf group. Many poison-beard wolves ran towards Gu Yao. The young girl shouted, "Water armor!" Immediately, water vapor condensed, forming a light blue armor that covered her whole body. Spiral water arrow go. She stretched out her finger, and a spiral water arrow flew out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in an instant, 3 poison beard wolves were killed, while 5 or 6 were injured. But at the same time, more than 10 poison beard wolves charged over. The young girl panicked, retreating as she tried to deal with them. Water dragon go. She pushed with her palms, and a 3-clawed water dragon flew out, sweeping the surroundings and causing water vapor to surge. Once the water dragon appeared, Yao managed to stabilize the situation. Warrior Xianxia, you cannot die. The young girl quickly looked towards the center of the wolf group. Seeing this, she was almost stunned. Different from what she had expected, Fang Yuan was rampaging through the wolf group. Each time he charged, he would send large numbers of poison beard wolves flying. The ferocious poison beard wolf seemed weaker than a sheep under his feet. His body was covered in a layer of shining golden armor, and from time to time, he would summon a golden dragon to sweep the surroundings. There were so many poison beard wolves, but they could not subdue him. He was fearless and fierce, his fighting style was extremely fierce, each punch and kick created a sound of wind. His strength was so great that if the poison beard wolves were hit by his punches and kicks, their bones would shatter, and they would fall to the ground, unable to get up again. Not only that, he was fighting with the Wolf King. This poison beard Wolf King was indeed stronger. Its body flickered with lightning, and it spat out green poison from time to time, while running extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages when it ran. This Wolf King has at least 3 wild goo. Yao sensed this, and her heart sank, worrying for Fang Yuan. But soon, the young girl let go of her worries, and admiration towards Fang Yuan rose in her heart. Fang Yuan's fighting style was extremely smart, he continued to run, and did not just tangle with the Wolf King, but used the ordinary poison beard wolves to obstruct the Wolf King's movement. The Wolf King had a movement goo, but was restrained by the wolf group, and could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's punches landed on flesh, his attacks were fierce, and Gu Yao's blood boiled as she watched. This is a true man. She praised in her heart, and after getting rid of the trouble around her, she shouted and summoned a water dragon, charging towards the wolf group. She was a rank 3 middle stage Gu master after all, she could not be underestimated. The wolf group was attacked, and immediately went into chaos, a large portion of them charged towards her. Fang Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Who told you to come? Go to the side." The young girl's face turned pale from the wolf group's counterattack, and she quickly retreated. Fang Yuan continued to charge with boundless momentum, and after spending a lot of effort, he managed to get the wolf group's attention back to him. After a while, he suddenly erupted, and sent out beast phantoms, breaking the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close, and pressed the Wolf King's head on the ground, and punched it fiercely. The scene was brutal, and this Wolf King that was about to become a 1000-beast king was beaten to death by Fang Yuan just like that. P.S. Thanks to the monthly votes of students like Ming Feng Soul, Xiaoyao Sacred Trace, Shua Mingshi, Happy Egg 1 Life, Luck Bless You, True 3 Unparalleled Group Post, Fake Dao Miegua, Mu Shi Shen, F** CK Your Mother First, Upwards Ho. YBQ, Yang Yunfei, Will 0919, DNA 288, Z Xiaoyu, 60 points at 1 go, 7 degrees Celsius Ice and Fire, Dao, and others. Thank you to Brother Ming Feng Feng for your 10,000 renminbi tip. Thank you to Evil But Abundant Dream Realization. Thank you to my old friend Hehe 117 for his tip. Thank you to Salted Fish Who Can't Fly, Number 2 Light Alley, Octopus Wearing Shoes, 5 Chapters Broken Dream, Yu Kongzi, Book Friend 130223160926359, Blue Tarot Cards, etc. Once the Wolf King died, the wolf group's morale collapsed and they fled. An intense battle ended abruptly. You are injured? Yao ran over, her gaze filled with concern. It's nothing. Fang Yuan's injuries looked terrifying, but they were all under his control. He immediately activated Self-Reliance Goo, rapidly healing his injuries. But Self-Reliance Goo was only a rank 3 Goo, in Northern Plains, it could only be used as a rank 2 Goo. After Fang Yuan's injuries healed, its effect immediately weakened. Warrior Xianxia, let me heal you. Guiyao waved her hand, water vapor rose and condensed into a jade-green cloud above Feng Yuan's head. Green rain drizzled down from the cloud, sprinkling on Feng Yuan's body, healing his injuries. This is spring rain goo? Feng Yuan frowned. This goo has a wide healing range, isn't it a waste to use it on me alone? Disperse. Saying so, he waved his hand, activating golden wind goo. This goo came from Tai Mu Bai. It was a rank 4 healing goo, although it only had rank 3 effects now, it was still a top-tier goo. Guiyao looked at a golden whirlwind that formed around Feng Yuan. After a few rounds, all the injuries on Feng Yuan's body disappeared. What goo is this? The young girl asked curiously. Feng Yuan did not answer her, instead turning around and squatting on the ground, carefully searching the Wolf King's corpse. Guiyao followed closely behind him, bending down and looking at him, praising, "Warrior Chang Shanin, you are a true expert. Father always says that I have a body full of cultivation, but I am terrible in battles. Today, I saw you charging into the wolf group, it was such a dangerous matter, but you did it with ease, as if it was very easy. Only then did I realize that what Abba said was right." Feng Yuan snorted, standing up straight. He had 500 years of battle experience, it was easy for him to do this. If not for the suppression of the region, how could the small wolf group fight for so long? He had just checked, there were 3 wild goo on the Wolf King, but they were all dead. Without any spoils of war, Feng Yuan's expression turned ugly. He glanced at Guiyao and said unhappily, "Oh no? You're not just terrible. It's terrible." Guiyao was furious. "Hey! You're so direct. Humph, you attacked recklessly just now and lured away a large number of wolves, almost ruining my plan. Do you have a cow's head on your head?" Feng Yuan coldly snorted and asked. Guiyao knew that she had indeed made a mistake. She lowered her head and looked at her toes. "You attracted most of the wolves. I know you did it for my own good. But I also want to help you." Feng Yuan sighed. "Forget it. I won't pursue it this time. For the rest of the journey, in order to prevent you from dragging us down again, I will reluctantly teach you." "Who needs you to teach me?" Guiyao turned around and snorted in dissatisfaction. "You need to be calm when using spiral water arrow goo. If you shoot randomly, the biggest result is that you will quickly waste your precious true essence. Water dragon goo consumes a lot of primeval essence, don't use it for no reason. No wonder you don't have enough primeval essence. Don't use spring rain goo, that is a large area of effect healing goo. There are only 2 of us." Along the way, Feng Yuan continued to give pointers to Guiyao. The young girl's words earlier were just out of spite. Although she had the temper of a young missy, this concerned her own situation, so she listened to his suggestions seriously and absorbed knowledge to improve herself. The 2 moved on the rotten grass, encountering several wolf groups, but Guiyao's performance was getting better each time. "Haha, are you afraid now? You hateful poison-beard wolves, scram." Guiyao placed her hands on her waist and said proudly after defeating the poison-beard wolves again. So naive. Feng Yuan looked at her back as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He gave pointers to Guiyao, not only to raise her battle strength, but also to probe the goo worms in her body. In the end, the young girl leaked all her details to Feng Yuan. Guiyao was a water path goo master, rank 3 middle stage. She had the rank 3 fog sparrow goo for scouting, 3 claw water dragon goo and spiral water arrow goo for attacking. For defense, she had water armor goo. For movement, she had water trace goo. For healing, she had spring rain goo. She did not have storage goo, and the big stomach horse she used as a replacement had already died in the wolf group's hands. Other than that, she had cleansing goo for detoxification. Return heart goo for direction identification. This set of goo worms suited her identity. Fog sparrow goo was a very rare scouting goo among rank 3, it could condense fog into sparrows and fly around the surroundings, scouting the surroundings with a very wide range. Its defense and attack were also of high quality. Water trace goo's growth speed could almost match some rank 4 goo. The only flaw was that the footprints would contain water traces, making it easy to track. At the same time, it would wet the shoes. However, this goo had a lot of potential in its development. At rank 4, it could become wave trace goo, and its effect would be even stronger. At rank 5, there were two types of fusion paths. One was Duck Trace Wave Trace Goo, which could be used to dodge on the spot. The other was River Wave Trace Goo, which could move quickly on water. At rank 6, it would be the famous Worldly Wave Trace Goo. These goo were all of high quality rank 3. Adding on Feng Yuan's careful guidance and the pressure of the wolf group, it was no wonder that Gu Yao improved so quickly, and her battle strength rose steadily. Warrior Xianxia, you are an incredible strategist. Your guidance is even more amazing than the best 3 elders in my tribe. Even if you look down on me, I will invite you to my good tribe as a guest. If you are interested, I will try my best to convince Father to let you become an external elder in my tribe. Gu Yao turned around and walked to Feng Yuan's side, sincerely trying to recruit him. She was after all good tribe's young miss, and was knowledgeable. She knew Feng Yuan's value was not only his bravery, but more importantly, his ability to teach others. This was the power of wisdom. If he was around to nurture the tribe's next generation, the entire tribe would become stronger. I can go to good tribe as a guest, but I have no interest in becoming an external elder. Feng Yuan started walking again, shaking his head and refusing. Gu Yao tried to persuade him a few times, but Feng Yuan's attitude was firm. The young girl followed behind Feng Yuan gloomily, staring angrily at Feng Yuan's tall back. You think you are so amazing just because you know how to teach people, humph. I begged you so softly, but you are not moved. You are not even interested in becoming my good tribe's external elder? Are you looking down on our good tribe? Xianxia, you scoundrel. Gu Yao gritted her teeth in hatred, but had a trace of doubt in her heart. But this name Xianxia is really familiar, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Where did I hear of it? Poison grassland was covered in dark clouds all year round. In this dusky sky, the two trekked for a while. Feng Yuan stopped. In front of him, there was a large field of sunflowers. These sunflowers had dark purple branches, broad petals as black as ink, and at the heart of the basin-sized flower, there was a pale human face. Ghost-face sunflowers. Seeing this, Gu Yao quickly held her breath, grabbing Feng Yuan's sleeves, saying in a very soft voice, many people must have died here, many ghosts wandered around, that is why so many ghost-faced sunflowers grew. Every ghost-faced sunflower was a wronged soul. Let's take a detour. So many ghost-faced sunflowers must have many ghost cry goo inside them, there might even be ghost-face goo. Ghost cry goo was a rank 3 soul path goo worm, it could emit screams and cause the soul to tremble. Ghost face goo was a rank 4 soul path goo worm, it could cause a huge impact on the soul. Such a large field of ghost face sunflowers, how long would it take a detour? Feng Yuan gazed at this sea of sunflowers, he did not show it on the surface, but he was inwardly happy. This confirmed that the direction he was walking in was not wrong. As long as he walked in this direction, he would find that battlefield 20 years ago, and obtain the goo worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had many mountains, it was easy to distinguish directions. Northern Plains was boundless, it was all grassland, it was easy to get lost. Thus, Gu Yao would carry the supplementary goo worm, Return Heart Goo. Return Heart Goo could always point to the direction of the Goo Master's home. But Return Heart Goo could only point to the direction, it could not point to the location. Feng Yuan wanted to ensure the direction was correct, he would have to take the risk to cross the sea of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was prepared. Taking out his sleeves from the girl's hand, Feng Yuan squatted down, placing his palms on the ground, then mobilized his primeval essence, activating the goo worms in his aperture. Soon, green grass grew on the ground. The lush grass grew steadily, the slender grass leaves intertwined with each other, gradually forming human-shaped puppets. Enslavement Path, rank 3 grass puppet goo. This was a goo worm that only Southern Border had. Gu Yao watched in amazement as grass puppets grew one after another, quickly gathering into a field. These grass puppets were short and sturdy, the grass leaves were tightly woven, holding a bamboo blade in one hand, and a rattan shield in the other. These were the rank 3 rattan shellgrass soldiers. In the past, on Sancha Mountain, when Feng Yuan fought 1 against 7, Tai Ruanan had used this goo. Afterwards, when Feng Yuan killed a goo master in 3 Kings' blessed land, his spoils of war included the grass puppet goo. Grass puppet goo was quite common in Southern Border. Rank 3 grass puppet goo could form Rattan shell grass soldiers, having the battle strength to kill a rank 1 goo master. Rank 4 grass puppet goo could form grass sword elite soldiers, having even stronger battle strength. But in northern plains, the grass puppet goo would also be suppressed. The formed Rattan shell grass soldiers would become weak. But Fang Yuan did not use this batch of Rattan shell grass soldiers for battle, so it did not matter. After a while, close to 1,000 Rattan shell grass soldiers opened up a path in front of him. Fang Yuan held Gu Yao's hand, and under the protection of another 100 Rattan shell grass soldiers, entered the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. Ah! Meh, every time Ghost Cry Gu let out a shriek, a group of Rattan shell grass soldiers would fall. Ghost Cry Gu's sounds were also different. Some were sharp screams, some were like trembling sheep's cries, and some seemed to be complaining with hidden bitterness. Ghost, there are ghost faces rising up. The girl shuddered, looking at the pale and terrifying ghost faces floating up from the sea of sunflowers, her delicate body trembling in fear. Fang Yuan gently patted her hand, then calmly mobilized the puppets. End of chapter 433. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.